Demon's Diary Chapter 1094 to Chapter 1148. With the interference of this black crystal forest, I can't tell which one is the real one. But Su Ling has already lost a lot of vitality. Now he dares to use the doppelganger skill in this black crystal forest. He's obviously courting death. The 7 of us will each chase one. At this moment, the group of people had also reached the edge of the gray stone forest. Bai Yan shouted loudly and flew into the stone forest without hesitation, chasing after one of the gray shadows. Hearing this, the others did not dare to delay any longer. They scattered and chased after the doppelganger. Lu Ming also chased after a doppelganger and flew into the gray stone forest like lightning. There was a kind of strange fluctuation everywhere in the stone forest, which seriously interfered with divine senses. The Su Ling doppelganger escaped into the stone forest, but it was like a fish swimming through it. In the blink of an eye, it had disappeared from everyone's sight. They could only use divine senses to barely lock onto it. A quarter of an hour later, Lu Ming stood quietly somewhere in the ink crystal forest. He frowned and looked at the surrounding situation. Not long ago, he lost the Su Ling doppelganger. In such a dense forest, his speed was greatly limited. The strange body movement of the Su Ling doppelganger surprised him. Soon, like a ghost, it flew out of the range of divine senses and disappeared into the black crystal forest. He stood where he was for a moment, sighed, and continued forward, starting to search aimlessly in the black crystal forest. On the other side, the situation of Bai Yan and the other 6 people was similar to that of Lu Ming. Not long after they entered the black crystal forest, they lost track of Bai Yan's doppelganger. At the same time, in the center of the black crystal forest, on a flat gray stone platform, a slender figure wrapped in gray mist stood there. Through the lingering mist, a rather handsome and strong man could be vaguely seen. This person was none other than Su Ling. At this moment, his eyes were closed, as if he was sensing something. After a while, he opened his eyes, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Very good, as I expected, they are all scattered, which is more conducive to delaying time. Su Ling murmured to himself, and the gray mist around him rolled up. Then, as if melting, he turned into a mass of gray gas and sank into the ground. After the gray mist had sunk 1,000 feet into the ground, a huge underground space emerged. In the underground cavern, a row of bluestone stairs meandered downwards, seemingly leading to a deeper place. The gray mist dissipated, revealing Su Ling's figure. He seemed to be very familiar with this, and without a word, he flew down the stone steps. In next to no time, an enormous stone door that was several meters in size appeared in front of him. Its surface was inscribed with circles of strange and profound talisman markings, and it faintly emitted a strange red glow. Su Ling took a deep breath, turned into a cloud of gray mist again, and directly penetrated through the surface of the stone gate. Behind the door was a small stone room. At the center of the stone room was a green formation that was about 20 to 30 feet in diameter. At the center of the formation sat a grayish-white humanoid puppet that was several dozen feet in size. Judging from its material, it seemed to be made from the black crystal jade of this place. A mass of gray mist gradually condensed and turned into Su Ling's figure again. He looked at the puppet in front of him, and a trace of fanaticism gradually appeared in his eyes. Then, he took a deep breath and quickly calmed down. He quickly walked to the formation where the humanoid puppet was located and stood still. At this moment, a rare trace of uneasiness appeared on his face, but then he gritted his teeth. With a flash of red light in his hand, a blood-red heart-shaped crystal the size of a head appeared. Although it's only a semi-finished product. If I'm careful, there shouldn't be any problems. It won't be too late to refine it after I kill all these stupid things. After staring at the crystal in his hand for a long time, Su Ling suddenly murmured to himself. Then, a strange light flashed in his eyes, and he began to chant. With the sound of a low incantation, a layer of red light slowly appeared on the blood-red heart-shaped crystal in his hand and slowly floated up. Su Ling carefully guided it with one hand, and the heart-shaped crystal slowly flew to the chest of the humanoid puppet. With a flash of red light, the crystal sank into it, but from the outside, a flickering red dot could be seen faintly inside. After doing this, Su Ling seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, but his face became more solemn. His 10 fingers kept changing like wheels, and he continued to cast spells one after another while chanting. The red light on the puppet's chest slowly dimmed, but its originally dim eyes suddenly lit up with a rather spiritual green light. Seeing this, Su Ling's face immediately showed a look of ecstasy. In a place in the black crystal forest, Lu Ming was carefully moving forward. His divine sense carefully explored the surrounding environment, hoping to find a trace left by Su Ling's doppelganger. Suddenly, a wisp of inaudible wind stabbed at Lu Ming's neck. Lu Ming's face changed, and his figure suddenly blurred. Puff, a black palm suddenly penetrated Lu Ming's neck, but the next moment, Lu Ming's figure suddenly disappeared, leaving only an afterimage. With a flash, Lu Ming's figure appeared dozens of feet away. Near where he had been standing, half of Su Ling's body silently emerged on a black crystal pillar. Looking at Lu Ming, a trace of surprise flashed across his face. Then he moved and flew into the distance. Seeing that his attack had failed, he immediately fled. "You want to leave?" Lu Ming sneered and released a large amount of black qi from his body. With the incantation in his hand, black qi surged out and instantly covered an area of dozens of feet. Infernal purgatory! Su Ling's doppelganger's vision went black, and he instantly fell into a black space. Hee, this trick again? There was not much panic on the doppelganger's face. He looked around and said faintly. With a flash, Lu Ming's figure suddenly appeared in front of Su Ling's doppelganger. This time, he did not transform into a ghost, but entered the infernal prison himself. Although I am only a doppelganger now, the magical power of possession has not weakened much. Your secret skill can't trap me. Su Ling looked at Lu Ming and said lightly. Hearing this, Lu Ming looked coldly at the doppelganger. Suddenly, he patted the soul-cultivating bag at his waist with one hand, and a mass of black qi came out and fell on his shoulder. The black qi dissipated, revealing a silver scorpion about a foot long. Of course, I don't want to trap you, but kill you directly. The corners of Lu Ming's mouth curled up slightly. As soon as he said the word kill, his figure had already rushed over. Black light flashed in his hand, and several black sword qis slashed at the doppelganger. You're just a cultivator at the early stage of Jin Dan. How arrogant. The doppelganger's face darkened. He raised his hand, and with a flash of gray light, an arc-shaped black scimitar appeared in his hand. With a movement of his arm, a sharp black saber light, more than 100 feet long, cut toward Lu Ming with a whistling sound. 6 or 7 sword qis collided with the black saber light. The black saber light paused for a moment, then easily shattered the sword qis and continued to cut toward Lu Ming. A trace of contempt flashed in the doppelganger's eyes. With a wave of his arm, he slashed out several more saber lights, blocking all of Lu Ming's escape routes. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. With a shake of his body, he disappeared in an instant. Several black saber lights flew into the black space and disappeared without a trace. It's ridiculous to compete with me in body movement. Seeing this, Su Ling was slightly startled, but then he let out a contemptuous sneer. He suddenly turned to face a direction and slashed with his arm. The black scimitar in his hand let out a beast-like roar, and a black mist emerged from the blade. With a roar of a beast, a huge white bone tiger flew out of the black mist. Its whole body was made of white bones, and its eyes flashed red as it pounced. In the direction of the bone tiger, a figure flashed, and Lu Ming's figure appeared. Roar! The bone tiger let out a roar, and its huge and sharp bone claws suddenly grabbed at Lu Ming's head. A trace of surprise flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He took a deep look at the doppelganger, raised an arm, and a flash of black qi appeared on his palm. The bone tiger's huge body suddenly stopped. Lu Ming's slender palm grabbed one of its front claws. No matter how hard it struggled and roared, it was of no use. Lu Ming's face was indifferent. With a flash of black light on his slender fingers, the bone tiger's front claws burst like bubbles and turned into bone powder. Then he waved his hand, and a black fist shadow fell on the bone tiger's head. The bone tiger let out a mournful cry, and its huge body suddenly shattered. The doppelganger's face flashed with shock. Although this bone tiger looked ordinary, it had killed a Jin Dan tiger-shaped ghost beast, refined its body into this black scimitar, and then summoned it with a secret skill. Its combat power was no less than that of the original body, but at this moment, it had been easily shattered by the man in front of it. This made the doppelganger's eyes flash. It re-examined the tall and strong man in front of it, but its face immediately changed. Hey! The silver scorpion, which had been on Lu Ming's shoulder just now, had disappeared without a trace. At this moment, a golden beam of light shot out from the darkness behind the void spirit doppelganger without warning, and was about to hit his body. Su Ling was shocked. He waved one hand, and a burst of gray qi appeared on the surface of his body, blocking the golden light. As a result, the next moment, an incredible scene appeared. Qi, with a soft sound, the gray qi shield was swept by the golden light. Like ice and snow meeting fire, it instantly dissipated, and the golden beam of light hit the doppelganger's body without slowing down. A look of horror appeared on the doppelganger's face. The sudden appearance of the golden light seemed to be its nemesis, causing its originally illusory body to rapidly dim at a speed visible to the naked eye. The shape-shifting skill, his trump card, was completely ineffective against this golden light. However, as the patriarch of the Void Ghost clan, even if it was just a doppelganger, Su Ling was different from ordinary Ghost clan members. With a roar, a gust of black qi burst out of his body, barely blocking the golden light for a moment. Then, with a shake of his body, he flew out of the shroud of the golden light with a dim figure. Puff, the doppelganger appeared more than 100 feet away, his face as pale as a sheet of paper. However, when he looked carefully, he found that the golden light beam had disappeared. Not good. Before he could react, several golden lightning bolts shot at him from all directions. In a flash, they pierced through the doppelganger's chest, lower abdomen, and other vital parts. The doppelganger's body twisted, and the spiritual power it had just gathered was once again scattered by the golden lightning. As his figure blurred, Lu Ming appeared in front of the void spirit doppelganger. As he opened his 5 fingers, several golden lightning bolts were launched from his hand, forming a lightning cage that enveloped the void spirit doppelganger. What? What kind of lightning magic is this? Who the hell are you? The doppelganger was terrified. Its body struggled left and right in the lightning cage, but it was bounced back by the golden lightning arcs. Lu Ming was silent and ignored Su Ling's question. He made a gesture with one hand, and a simple golden talisman appeared on his chest. It was the Heavenly Thunder talisman that he had sealed for a long time. After being reshaped by the 9th Heaven Thunder, the power of the thunder and lightning triggered by the Heavenly Thunder spell had completely turned into a dazzling golden color. Its power had greatly increased, and it now contained a bit of the power of the 9th Heaven Thunder. Immediately afterward, a golden bolt of lightning as thick as an arm shot out from his palm and bombarded the hollow spirit doppelganger. A shrill scream came from the lightning cage. In the golden lightning bolt, the doppelganger suddenly turned into a puff of green smoke and completely disappeared. In the secret chamber deep in the center of the black crystal forest, Su Ling was sitting cross-legged on the ground, muttering some words. One after another, he ejected the incantations from his hands and sank into the gray humanoid puppet not far in front of him. The green light in the gray puppet's eyes grew brighter and brighter, and earthworm-like runes gradually appeared on its body. Su Ling could faintly feel that a huge aura was about to awaken. At this moment, Su Ling's body shook, and he suddenly looked up. I can't believe one of his doppelgangers was killed so quickly by the weakest early Jin Dan fiend. Wait, golden lightning? This kid's magic is a bit strange. Humph, I'll settle the score with you when the time comes. Su Ling snorted coldly and immersed himself in refining the puppet again. Somewhere in the black crystal forest, after killing the void spirit doppelganger, Lu Ming put away the nether prison and the bone scorpion. After pondering for a while, his figure flew up into the sky. This black crystal forest interfered with one's divine sense greatly. That void spirit doppelganger hadn't been able to detect it even though it had been hiding by his side. This black crystal forest was astonishingly large. If he were to continue searching blindly, he would likely end up empty-handed. Moreover, he faintly felt that the purpose of Su Ling leading them all the way to this black crystal forest was not as simple as using this place to escape. Although he was quite confident in his own strength, it was better to meet up with Bai Yan and the others first. With this thought in mind, Lu Ming flew into the air, looked around, and then flew in one direction. In another place in the black crystal forest, 2 rays of light, one gray and one blue, were constantly colliding fiercely in midair. Waves of invisible magic power were transmitted far away. The fierce battle here was between the young swordsman, Sword 5, and another void spirit doppelganger. Although the young swordsman had been seriously injured before, it was unknown whether he had used a secret skill or taken some top-grade healing elixir. At this moment, he seemed to have basically recovered his strength. The two purple flying swords in his hands flew horizontally and vertically, overflowing with sword chi, turning into an impenetrable purple sword net, firmly suppressing the void spirit doppelganger. The hollow spirit doppelganger held a long black spear that was shrouded in grey chi. It transformed into a black dragon that protected its entire body. It was barely able to block the fierce attacks of the sword-carrying youth. Although it was at a disadvantage, it wouldn't be defeated for a while. At this moment, the young swordsman chanted an incantation and pinched a sword sign. The two purple flying swords combined into one at lightning speed, turning into a huge machete. With a flash of purple light, the machete chopped down brazenly. The void spirit doppelganger seemed to know that it would not be easy to forcefully take on this attack. Its body swayed, and it tried to dodge. At this moment, an ancient mirror suddenly appeared above its head. A beam of white light fell from the sky, enveloping the void spirit doppelganger. The void spirit doppelganger's body froze. The beam of purple light chopped down, and cut the void spirit doppelganger in half. The void spirit doppelganger was cut in half, but it was still alive. The two halves of its body turned into a cloud of grey gas with a bang, and fled in the direction of a dense cluster of black crystal pillars in the distance. There was a flash of fire, and a crimson flaming bird, about 10 feet in size, flashed in between the two grayish-white stone pillars in front of it. It stood in front of the grey gas, and opened its mouth to spit out a column of crimson fire, which crashed into the grey gas like a meteor. The grey gas dispersed with a loud bang, and the void spirit doppelganger staggered out of it, and let out a blood-curdling scream. The crimson flaming bird spread its wings, and a large expanse of flame spread out from its wings. The area within a radius of several hundred feet was suddenly turned into a sea of fire, and the void spirit doppelganger was shrouded in it. Whoosh! A crimson ring of fire flew out of the sea of fire like lightning, and caught the void spirit doppelganger in a flash. At the same time, the white beam of light in midair once again shrouded the void spirit doppelganger. At this moment, the two purple flying swords wildly chopped down, and a purple sword light submerged the void spirit doppelganger. The void spirit doppelganger let out a blood-curdling scream, and soon turned into nothingness. A moment later, the large sea of fire dissipated, and two figures appeared beside the swordsman. They were the green-robed old man and the man with the slanted eyebrows. "Brother Sure, brotherly, thank you for your help. Otherwise, I'm afraid it would have taken a lot of effort to kill this void spirit doppelganger." The swordsman waved his hand, and the two purple flying swords returned to his back. Then, he cupped his hands and said to the green-robed old man and the others, "Brother Jian, don't be so polite. The three of us have worked together to work for Lord Ghost King. There's no need to thank us." The green-robed old man put away the ancient mirror, and said with a faint smile. Then, the sea of fire instantly converged, and the crimson flaming bird turned into a red bead in a flash. It flew back with a red bracelet, and fell into the hands of the middle-aged man with the slanted eyebrows. The man didn't speak, and only nodded to the swordsman. Then, he looked around vigilantly. "Brother Shirku, what should we do next?" The swordsman looked at the green-robed old man and asked. When the man with the slanted eyebrows heard this, he also withdrew his gaze, and turned to look at the green-robed old man. Among the three of them, the green-robed old man had the highest cultivation. The swordsman and the man with the slanted eyebrows seemed to regard the green-robed old man as their leader. The situation in the Black Crystal Forest seems a little strange. In my opinion, it's basically impossible for us to find the real body of the void spirit doppelganger by wandering aimlessly like this. In my opinion, we should meet up with the others first, the green-robed old man said in a low voice. The swordsman and the man with the slanted eyebrows didn't have any objections. Then, the three of them discussed for a while, and turned into 3 rays of light that shot up into the sky. They circled in the air for a while, and then flew in the direction they had come from. In a gray-white stone forest thousands of miles away from the green-robed old man, countless green filaments intertwined with each other. It was as if hundreds of green spider webs had been intertwined together, forming a spherical cage of green filaments. Wisps of green flames appeared on the green filaments. trapping the doppelganger of the void spirit doppelganger. At this moment, the doppelganger of the void spirit doppelganger had already displayed its spirit escape body. It had turned into a gray mist, and was struggling left and right in the cage of green filaments. However, the dense green filaments still entangled the gray mist layer by layer, firmly binding it. Bai Yan floated in the air above the cage of green filaments. He had a solemn expression on his face, and green light flowed in his eyes. His hands continuously formed a series of incantations, and they continuously sank into the small green flag that was suspended in front of him. Whoosh! A green light flashed on the surface of the flag, and a mass of green flames flashed out of it. Then, it rapidly fell down, passed through the cage of green filaments, and fell directly on the void spirit doppelganger. There was a loud sizzling sound. The void spirit doppelganger issued a series of shrill screams. Its figure became smaller, and soon turned into ashes. Bai Yan heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this. A trace of paleness appeared on his face. The omnipresent interference force in the black crystal forest had caused him to consume a lot more magic power than usual to display this series of secret techniques. He took out an elixir, and his complexion looked a little better. He waved his hand to cast a magic sign, and the countless green filaments turned into dots of green light. They then flew back into the small green flag. Suddenly, Bai Yan frowned, and turned his head to look at the distant sky. Whoosh! A black light galloped over from afar, and descended to reveal a figure. It was none other than Lu Ming. So, it's Brother Yin. Bai Yan's expression relaxed. He showed a trace of a smile, and nodded to Lu Ming. I sensed the fluctuations of the battle from afar, so I rushed over to take a look. I didn't expect it to be Brother Bai Yan. It seems that the battle is over. Lu Ming looked at the gray mist that was gradually dissipating around him, and nodded. It's just a doppelganger. Did you find the location of the void spirit's main body? Bai Yan asked with a faint smile. This black crystal forest interferes with divine sense too much. I still haven't found anything. Lu Ming shook his head and sighed. Bai Yan frowned when he heard this. Brother Bai Yan, the void spirit led us to this black crystal forest. I'm afraid it's not as simple as escaping. If we continue to act separately, I'm afraid it's not appropriate. We may fall into the void spirit's trap. After a little consideration, Lu Ming said to Bai Yan. Bai Yan showed a thoughtful look when he heard this. After a while, he nodded and said, Brother Yin's words are reasonable. It's better to let everyone gather. After he finished speaking, he raised his hand, and a thick red pillar of light soared into the sky. In a flash, it reached a height of 10,000 feet, and then it turned into a large and extremely eye-catching red light that spread into the surroundings. Moreover, it did not fade away for a long time, and only after the time it took to drink a cup of tea did it slowly dissipate. Lu Ming and Bai Yan floated in the air. Soon, two escape lights galloped from a distance. With a flash, two figures appeared. They were the half-insect fiend and the tiger-faced fiend. We're here, fellow Taoist Bai Yan. The two of them greeted Bai Yan, but Lu Ming didn't seem to notice them at all. Lu Ming didn't seem to mind, and his expression remained as calm as ever. Bai Yan shot a glance at Lu Ming, and his heart stirred upon seeing that his expression didn't change. However, he smiled, and asked, Fellow Taoists, did you find any clues about the void spirit's true body? Sigh, let's not talk about it. That clone was extremely cunning, and it disappeared after just a few flashes. Just as I turned around, it suddenly reappeared in the distance. Thus, we ran into Brother Chi Hu, and we traveled together. By the way, you must have some other instructions for us to gather here, right, Brother Bai Yan? The tiger-faced fiend sighed. Judging from all of the clues we've received from the clone, it seems that the void spirit's true body isn't planning to leave. In that case, it most likely has some ulterior motive for luring us here. As such, Brother Yin Han and I decided that it would be best for us to travel together, Bai Yan said. The half-insect fiend and the tiger-faced fiend exchanged a glance before nodding in agreement. The four of them waited for a while longer, and it wasn't long before the azure-robed elderly man and the tiger-faced fiend also arrived. The three of them were also in full agreement with Bai Yan's suggestion. Brother Bai Yan, the enemy is in the dark, while we're out in the open. What should we do next? The azure-robed elderly man asked. Bai Yan pondered the question for a moment before asking, the void spirit's true body must still be hiding in this black crystal forest. Does anyone have any objections? The others looked at each other and fell silent for a moment. Lu Ming cleared his throat and said in an indifferent voice, from my observations, the black crystal forest's interference with one's spiritual sense grows stronger the deeper we go. Why don't we explore the center of this forest? Bai Yan nodded upon hearing this, and a thoughtful look appeared on his face. What you're saying makes sense, Brother Yin. We can give it a try. The cyan-robed old man, the other 3 experts, and the tiger-faced fiend all nodded in response. The half-insect fiend wanted to say something, but seeing that Bai Yan didn't have any objections, he didn't say anything. Since there were no objections, Bai Yan called out, and the group of 7 immediately identified a direction and began to fly toward the center of the black crystal forest. At the same time, under the center of the black crystal forest, Su Ling sat cross-legged on the ground and slowly opened his eyes. The humanoid puppet before him appeared to have completely awakened. Azure spiritual light was radiating from its eyes, and countless runes had appeared over its grayish-white body, as if it were wearing an azure suit of armor. However, for some reason, the left half of the puppet's body was much dimmer than the rest of the azure light, making it look rather strange. Su Ling's eyes fell on the dim cyan light on the puppet, and a trace of regret appeared in his eyes, which was immediately covered by a strong joy. This puppet didn't look very large, but the spiritual pressure it emitted was extremely terrifying. It was like a vast and unfathomable ocean. Good, very good. Although I can't fully control this puppet, I can at least exert 70 to 80% of its strength, which is comparable to that of a late-stage celestial phenomenon cultivator. It's not in vain that I've endured in Bayou City for so many years and risked my life to steal the true spirit Chalcedony, Su Ling muttered to himself with great joy. He took a deep breath, and his expression gradually calmed down. Suddenly, he frowned and muttered to himself, 4 doppelgangers have been killed. 4 of his doppelgangers were killed. Thankfully, those fellows are still inside the black crystal forest. Eh? They're coming to the center of the forest, which saves me a lot of effort. A cold smile appeared on Su Ling's face, and then his figure twisted and blurred, turning into a wisp of gray mist that floated into the center of the puppet's forehead and disappeared. After a few breaths, the humanoid puppet suddenly stood up and walked toward the exit of the stone gate. Although the area of the black crystal forest was not small, with the speed of Bai Yan and the others, they flew to the center of the forest in less than the time it took for half an incense stick to burn. At this moment, the 7 of them stood in midair and released their divine sense to investigate. The forest. The black crystal forest here was much taller than the forest's outer area, reaching a height of over 1,000 feet. Upon arriving here, everyone could sense an even stronger interference force. The tiger-faced fiend suddenly exclaimed in surprise, and his body blurred as he flew to the side. Bai Yan and the others hurriedly followed after him. After flying for several kilometers, an open space that was several hundred feet in size appeared in front of everyone, and it was very conspicuous among the tall black crystal forest. Aside from that, there was a flat, grayish-white platform in the center of the open space that was about 10 feet in size. Everyone's expression changed slightly at the sight of the platform. This doesn't seem to be naturally formed. The half-insect fiend said in an indifferent voice. Brother Guanliang, did you discover something just now? Bai Yan carefully looked around the forest, but didn't discover anything, so he turned to the tiger-faced fiend and asked. Just as the tiger-faced fiend was about to open his mouth, the ground around him suddenly tremored, and the ink crystal forest also shook violently, giving rise to a loud crashing sound. What's going on? Everyone's expression changed upon seeing this. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes as he extended his divine sense into the ground. However, he had only gone about 20 feet into the ground when he suddenly came into contact with an invisible restriction, and was unable to advance any further. Right at that moment, the ground trembled violently again, and this time, it was much stronger than before. Many of the thinner black crystal pillars on the ground let out cracking sounds. Be careful. There's a restriction on the ground that prevents our divine sense from probing. I'm afraid something's going on. Bai Yan said in a grave voice. Ever since Void Spirit's doppelgangers were destroyed, it hasn't made a sound. Could it be that it's doing all of this? Lu Ming asked. Everyone's expression changed upon hearing this. It was very likely that this was the case. Everyone's expressions changed upon hearing this. The azure-robed old man and the other two grand elders fell into deep thought, while the tiger-faced fiend and the half-insect fiend began to scan their surroundings. Indecision flickered across Bai Yan's face, as if he were pondering something. Lu Ming's expression didn't change in the slightest when he saw the changes in everyone's expressions. Instead, his hands, which were hidden within his sleeves, began to make hand seals. Right at that moment, a sudden change occurred. Rumble. A loud sound suddenly came from the ground, and an incomparably powerful force suddenly gushed out from the ground, causing the ground below to collapse with a loud bang. Countless chunks of earth shot out in all directions like a volcanic eruption, and all of the black crystal pillars within a radius of several kilometers were uprooted and shattered. The expressions of Lu Ming and the others flickered drastically as they realized that the ground had exploded right beneath them. However, none of the people present were ordinary fiend cultivators. In the instant that this happened, their bodies lit up with light of various colors before scattering in all directions. Even though the impact of the scattering chunks of earth and black crystal pillars was very powerful, Lu Ming and the others were still able to defend against it. However, they were still pushed back several hundred feet by the tremendous force. However, before they could regain their footing, a huge cyan figure shot out from the ground. An overwhelming spiritual pressure instantly spread out, enveloping Lu Ming and the others. Everyone's expression changed drastically. This huge spiritual pressure was like a huge mountain pressing down on them, and they couldn't even circulate their magic power smoothly. The cyan-robed old man and the other two, whose cultivation was slightly weaker, almost fell from the sky. With a loud rumble, a humanoid puppet, which was several feet tall, landed heavily in front of Lu Ming and the others. A celestial phenomenon puppet, black chi surged out of Lu Ming's body and wrapped around him. Looking at the puppet that had appeared in front of him, he narrowed his eyes and made a hand seal. Then, an earthy yellow light emerged from the black chi. At this moment, Bai Yan and the others naturally saw clearly that the existence in front of them was actually a huge humanoid puppet, and their expressions changed dramatically. Hee hee, Bai Yan, boy, for the past few decades, you've been chasing me everywhere. Why don't we exchange places today? Su Ling's wild laughter came from the humanoid puppet. Hearing this, Bai Yan's face instantly turned livid. At this moment, 3 rays of light rose into the sky and shot in different directions. It was the cyan-robed old man and the other two. Seeing that the situation was not good, the 3 of them fled in panic without saying a word. In the blink of an eye, they were hundreds of feet away. You want to leave? Humph, no one here today can escape. Su Ling sneered among the humanoid puppets. Then, the humanoid puppet raised an arm, and a cyan light flashed on it. The void shook, and 3 vague black shadows shot out, chasing after the cyan-robed old man and the other two. The black shadows were extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, they were behind the 3. The next moment, 3 screams were heard almost at the same time. 3 head-sized holes appeared in the lower abdomen of the cyan-robed old man and the other two, almost cutting their bodies in half. With a soft thud, the 3 corpses fell into the black crystal forest in the distance. They had died just like that. In the blink of an eye, they had killed 3 middle Jin Dan fiends. Lu Ming's pupils shrank. Even with his eyes, he could only vaguely see that the 3 black shadows seemed to be shuttle-like objects, and that their offensive power was so strong that they had instantly penetrated the cyan-robed old man and the other 2 fiends' defenses. Bai Yan's face turned pale with fright, while the half-insect fiend and the tiger-faced fiend, who had always thought highly of themselves, also turned very grim. A late-stage celestial phenomenon puppet? There are very few people in the 9th netherworld who cultivate in the art of puppets, and I've never even heard of a late-stage celestial phenomenon stage puppet. Where did you get this thing? Bai Yan took a deep breath and finally regained some composure before speaking in a low voice. At the same time, Bai Yan's faint voice transmission rang out in Lu Ming's ears. If we split up and run, we won't stand a chance. Now that the 4 of us work together, we might have a chance at survival. The half-insect fiend and the tiger-faced fiend also shuddered slightly. Clearly, they had also received Bai Yan's voice transmission. Hee hee, as expected of Bai's trusted subordinates. Even now, you're still trying to get information out of me. But don't even think about stalling for time. All of you will die today. As soon as Su Ling's voice rang out coldly, the strange runes on the surface of the puppet's body glowed with bright cyan light. As it spread its arms, several black shadows flashed out and shot towards Lu Ming and the other three. Lu Ming's face changed. The mountain river bead that he had already cast secretly suddenly blasted out. It instantly grew to 100 meters in size and blocked in front of him. With a muffled bang, a tremendous force was transmitted from the mountain and river pearl, and Lu Ming was forced back several meters along with the pearl. Two muffled groans rang out. On the other side, a large hole had appeared in the shoulder of the half-insect fiend, and one of the tiger-faced fiends' arms had been severed. At the same time, a small green triangular shield appeared in front of Bai Yan, which shone with a faint green light. Although a few cracks had appeared on the shield, it had at least blocked the Black Shadow's attack. Oh? You're quite impressive to be able to catch the heart-devouring shuttle. Su Ling's voice was slightly surprised. In the next moment, the humanoid puppet opened its mouth and shot out a wave of silver flames. Lu Ming and Bai Yan's expressions instantly froze, and they abruptly shot backwards. The half-insect fiend and the tiger-faced fiend were injured, so their movements were slightly slower, and they were instantly engulfed by the silver flames. Two miserable shrieks rang out, and then came to an abrupt stop. The silver flames dissipated as quickly as they had appeared. However, the insectoid and the tiger-faced fiend had already vanished without a trace, like water droplets that had been thrown into a raging fire. Not a single trace of them was left behind. Lu Ming and Bai Yan's expressions changed drastically once again. However, before they could react, the cyan puppet stomped its foot on the ground, and its huge body pounced towards them. Once again, a large wave of silver flames surged out, enveloping both Lu Ming and Bai Yan. Lu Ming reacted very quickly. With a loud shout, all 12 mountain and river pearls emerged, forming a yellow shield that enveloped him from head to toe. A series of splashing sounds rang out from within the mountain and river pearl, and a large wave of black water light emerged and collided with the silver flames. Sizzling sounds rang out as the black water light rapidly evaporated and dissipated, as if it were water that had come into contact with raging fire. However, the mountain and river pearl was refined from the heavy water of the Netherworld River, so its water-attributed source power was extremely powerful. As a result, a large wave of water light continuously surged out of the mountain and river pearl, resisting the silver flames. Bai Yan, on the other hand, was not so lucky. A blood-curdling scream came from beside him. Lu Ming glanced at Bai Yan from the corner of his eye. Bai Yan and the small green triangular shield in front of him were both submerged in surging silver flames. Rise! The corners of Lu Ming's eyes twitched slightly, and he let out a loud shout. A large expanse of black water light surged out of the 12 beads of mountains and rivers. It surged upwards like a wave, and dispersed the silver flames. At the same time, he raised a hand and cast several incantation seals in quick succession. A streak of yellow light suddenly appeared within the black water. These were the 6 beads of mountains and rivers. In a flash, they transformed into several small mountain projections before crashing heavily toward the ground. A series of deafening explosions rang out, the entire ground suddenly exploded, and countless millstone-sized chunks of earth shot out, covering the sky and covering the earth, instantly submerging the grayish-white puppet. Then Lu Ming's figure moved, and he had already turned into a phantasm that flew backward. But at this moment, a cyan light flashed above his head, and a petite figure appeared like a ghost. Lu Ming's face changed drastically. He subconsciously made a gesture with one hand and was about to activate the bead of mountains and rivers to attack. But when his eyes flashed, he finally saw the appearance of the person, and his body suddenly froze. Southern Puppet. Senior Green Spirit. Lu Ming's figure paused, and he cried out in disbelief. The petite figure that suddenly appeared in front of him was a girl in cyan clothes who looked only 6 or 7 years old. It was the Southern Puppet Emperor, a powerful figure in the metaphysic realm that he had seen before. Green Spirit did not look at Lu Ming, but just looked at the pile of rocks in the distance without moving. At this moment, there was a loud explosion, a dazzling silver flame erupted from the pile of dirt, and all the dirt was shaken away and melted away in the soaring silver flame. Immediately afterward, the grayish-white puppet appeared again. Its body surface shone with cyan light, and the roar of Su Ling came from its body. The puppet moved, opened its mouth, and a monstrous silver pillar of fire shot toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's face changed, and the bead of mountains and rivers in his hand quickly formed a yellow light shield in front of him. At the same time, he flew back more than 10 meters again. Humph! Green Spirit, who was high in the sky, looked at the silver pillar of fire whistling toward him, but he snorted coldly with no expression on his face. He waved his arm gently, and a cyan light rolled out, and the silver pillar of fire suddenly collapsed. Then, a cyan talisman flashed out of the girl's mouth and disappeared into the grayish-white puppet's eyebrows. The cyan talisman on the surface of the puppet's body flashed and quickly dissipated, and the cyan light in its eyes dimmed. What's going on? You. Who are you? Su Ling's horrified voice suddenly came from the grayish-white puppet. Where did you come from? How dare you touch my puppet without permission? You're courting death. A cold light flashed in Green Spirit's eyes. She grasped with her slender fingers, and a blurry cyan light flew out of her hand and flashed into the chest and abdomen of the puppet. With a flash of gray light, Su Ling's blurry body was caught by a big cyan hand and forcibly pulled out. Say. Senior, please spare my life. I just found this thing by accident. I didn't have any improper thoughts. Su Ling was trapped in this cyan hand, so he couldn't use his invisible body at all. His whole body was completely imprisoned. He was scared out of his wits and hurriedly begged for mercy. However, before he could finish his words, the big cyan hand suddenly closed. Su Ling didn't even have time to scream, and his body was instantly squeezed into a mass of blood and mud. Green Spirit waved her hand and threw Su Ling's broken body away. Her eyes fell on the silent grayish-white humanoid puppet, as if she was examining something. Suddenly, she waved her hand and shot a cyan light, which enveloped the tens of meters tall puppet. In the cyan light, the puppet's body shrank rapidly, and finally turned into a head-sized grayish-white ball, which flew into her hand. After doing this, Green Spirit turned around and looked at Lu Ming up and down. You're the little guy named Lu Ming, right? Why are you in the 9th Nether Realm? Tut-tut, I didn't expect that after not seeing you for so many years, your cultivation has improved a lot. You've actually reached the middle stage of Jin Dan. Hearing this, Lu Ming smiled bitterly in his heart. Even though he had concealed his aura and changed his appearance to that of a fiend, he still had nowhere to hide in front of this powerful figure in the metaphysic realm. After Lu Ming put away the mountain river pearl in front of him, he chanted a few incantations in his mouth. His joints made a crackling sound, and he returned to his original appearance after a gust of gray-black smoke appeared on his body. Decades ago, I was chased by a strong enemy and had to escape into a space crack. Unexpectedly, I was transmitted here by accident. After showing his true appearance, Lu Ming immediately bowed to Green Spirit. I see. It seems that you're very lucky. Although the 9th Nether Realm is not a good place for ordinary cultivators, it's very beneficial for those who practice ghost cultivation method. Green Spirit's eyes flashed with golden light, and he said with a smile. Thanks to Senior's auspicious words, Junior did get some benefits here, but why did Senior also come here? The black crystal. Jade puppet just now was extremely powerful. Could it be that it has something to do with Senior? Lu Ming asked respectfully. You guessed right. This black crystal jade puppet was refined by me on a whim when I entered this realm many years ago. However, I had something important to do at that time, so I hurried back to the Middle Sky continent after I finished half of it. Before I left, I had placed the puppet in the depths of Black Crystal Forest, a place that most fiends and specters wouldn't dare to approach. On one hand, I planned to nurture it in a special underground environment, and on the other hand, I planned to finish it as soon as I was done with my business. Unfortunately, after I left that day, many things happened, so this thing has been buried here. This is the main reason why I came down this time. Green Spirit looked at the shining black bead in his hand, and after a while, his eyes flashed with golden light, he said unhurriedly. This puppet has been nurtured under the Black Crystal Forest for so many years, and its power is really unfathomable. I was almost killed by it just now. Hearing this, Lu Ming glanced at the bead in Green Spirit's hand, and couldn't help but say with a grin. Hee, in order to prevent others from discovering and stealing this puppet, I have already planted a special restriction on it. Normally, if a fiend were to find this puppet, they would trigger the restriction and be killed by the backlash. Speaking of which, who was that fiend just now? He was actually able to avoid the restriction I set up, and he even thought of using this special spiritual material to activate it. He does have some ability, Green Spirit said slowly. Lu Ming's heart trembled, and then he roughly explained the reason why he and Bai Yan had chased after Su Ling the Void Ghost clan. I've never heard of this clan. Fortunately, the spiritual material he used was only a semi-finished product, and only a small part of the puppet's power was displayed. Otherwise, even though you're quite strong now, you definitely wouldn't have been able to withstand a single attack from this puppet, let alone escape unscathed. After listening, Green Spirit glanced at Lu Ming, and casually replied. This puppet was personally refined by Senior, so it's definitely not something that I can withstand with my meager strength. But fortunately, Senior arrived in time, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. Speaking of which, I had been in the Nine Nether for decades, and I'd been looking for a way to return to the Middle Sky Continent, but to no avail. Senior is very powerful. I wonder if you can take me back to the Middle Sky Continent when you leave. Lu Ming thanked Green Spirit again, and asked cautiously. Since Green Spirit could come to the Nine Nether, there must be a way to return to the Middle Sky Continent. He could finally have a relationship with this southern wasteland puppet emperor, and for the sake that he helped Sha Chuer, she once gave him a message jade talisman. Maybe he could ask her to take him away from here. Take you back to the Middle Sky Continent? It's not impossible, but the Nine Nether realm is very far away from the Middle Sky Continent. If I'm alone, I can forcibly open a space channel with the help of a heavenly cave treasure. Although it will consume a lot of spiritual power, it's not extremely difficult. If I take you, a junior, with me, it will be troublesome. The power of the space tide in the space channel is extremely huge. It will take me more than 10 times more spiritual power to protect you, a little cultivator of Jin Dan realm. Although I owe you a small favor, it's not enough for me to work for nothing. Green Spirit's expression turned cold when he heard the words. Hearing this, Lu Ming opened his mouth. The hope in his heart was immediately doused by a basin of cold water, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. He didn't doubt the authenticity of Green Spirit's words. Given her status as a profound enlightenment expert, how could she lie to him? According to what she said, even if he was lucky enough to find the space rift that connected the netherworld to the human world, if he encountered the space tide, he might still die in it. Just as Lu Ming was thinking, Green Spirit suddenly said slowly, speaking of which, the reason why I couldn't complete this puppet in the past was that I didn't have enough time, and I also lacked a key material. Just as Lu Ming was thinking, Green Spirit suddenly said slowly, speaking of which, the reason why I couldn't complete this puppet in the past was that I didn't have enough time, and I also lacked a key material. If I had this material, it would only be a matter of time before I finished refining it. What kind of material do you need, Senior? I'm willing to serve you. Hearing this, how could Lu Ming not understand the meaning of Green Spirit's words? Immediately, he was overjoyed and hurriedly said. Green Spirit had gone in a big circle. It was obvious that he wanted him to do something. The material I lack now is called the 9 Revolutions Nether Core. It's the core of this black crystal jade puppet, and it's also the key to unleashing its greatest power. Green Spirit looked at Lu Ming, and a trace of seriousness finally appeared on her face. 9 Revolutions Nether Core? Lu Ming frowned. He didn't have the slightest information about it in his mind. It's normal that you don't know about it. Most high-ranking fiends have only heard of it, but have never seen it. The 9 Revolutions Nether Core is born in the remains of profound enlightenment fiends after they die. It contains great power. The netherworld has existed for tens of thousands of years. Although many profound enlightenment fiends have been born, only a few of them have a few. Green Spirit seemed to have expected that Lu Ming would ask such a question, and explained patiently. This. Hearing this, Lu Ming was dumbfounded. Although Green Spirit said it lightly, the 9 Revolutions Nether Core was obviously not something that could be bought with netherstones. With his strength, even if he could exchange a few blows with an ordinary celestial phenomenon state, it was impossible for him to take anything from the Ghost King, who was in the mystic enlightenment state. Why are you in such a hurry? I didn't say that I want you to snatch this item from the hands of those Ghost Kings. From what I know, at the border between the serene water region and the serene emotion region, there is a boundless mountain range. At the center of the mountain range is the Dark King's sorrow. There should be a 9 turns dark core there, Green Spirit snorted and said. Ghost King's mourning? Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. His mind raced as he recalled the rumors regarding the youthful king's mourning that he had learned on his way to Bio City. In the Netherworld realm, the strong were always respected. Since the fiends couldn't reproduce by themselves, there was no such thing as inheritance. Instead, new fiends would challenge the previous Lord of the Netherworld realm and win the title of Lord of the Netherworld realm. Every Lord of the Netherworld had to accept challenges from other fiends. They couldn't avoid battles. Otherwise, they would lose all dignity and face to be called Lord of the Netherworld in the Netherworld realm. In this way, if the previous Lord of the Netherworld was defeated and injured, he would usually retreat to a forbidden area called Ghost King's Sorrow. Once he entered this area, the victors were not allowed to enter this place to continue their pursuit. Otherwise, they would incur the wrath of the masses and be stopped by the other lords of the Netherworld. After these former lords of the Netherworld entered this place, they couldn't leave this forbidden area for the rest of their lives. After a long time, they naturally died. Therefore, the Ghost King's Sorrow was actually the final destination of all the lords of the Netherworld realm. After the Lord of the Netherworld died, other than leaving behind a large number of Netherworld treasures, there would naturally be a 9 turns dark core left. However, some loyal subordinates who were willing to die with the former Lord of the Netherworld would follow the former Lord of the Netherworld into the Ghost King's Sorrow. They would also set up a large number of restrictions around the place, so that the fiends and ghosts who coveted the treasures the Lord of the Netherworld would not dare to enter. Most of these restrictive spells were set up to deal with fiends, and the higher one's cultivation base was, the more intense the backlash would be. However, tempted by the heavy rewards, there were still some fiends who thought they were powerful enough to sneak into the Nether King's Sorrow from time to time, hoping to get lucky. However, most of them only managed to sneak into the Nether King's Sorrow, and there were even some celestial phenomenon experts among them. As time passed, fewer and fewer people dared to enter the forbidden grounds of the Ghost King's death. Now, there were even fewer. Because of this, the area within a 5,000-kilometer radius of each Nether King's mourning grave had become a perilous place that ordinary fiends wouldn't dare to approach. When Lu Ming thought of this, his mind started to spin rapidly. At this moment, Green Spirit calmly continued. If you help me obtain the 9 Revolution Nether Core, then I'll naturally bring you out of the 9th Hell. Moreover, I'll give you some other benefits. With my abilities, it would naturally not be a problem for me to barge into the Ghost King's Sorrow. However, I would most likely not be able to hide from the eyes and ears of the Ghost Kings here. I might even end up attracting the combined forces of the other Ghost Kings and other unpredictable consequences. Therefore, unless it's absolutely necessary, I won't personally make the trip. In comparison, if you barge into this place with your Jin Dan realm cultivation, you won't attract much attention. Moreover, although the dark bone method that you're cultivating can give you the aura of the Fiend clan, you're a real human cultivator. Therefore, those restrictions that are specially designed to deal with Fiend clan ghosts may not be effective against you. Green Spirit saw the change of Lu Ming's expression and said slowly. But does Senior have a deadline for this matter? Lu Ming asked after pondering for a while. Don't worry. Once this black crystal jade puppet is activated, it will absorb enough netherworld chi to last for more than 10 years. You just need to bring the 9 Revolution Nether Core to me before that. Otherwise, I'll have to think of another way. Hearing this, Green Spirit smiled slightly. Alright, since Senior has said so, I will agree to this matter. I will definitely hand over the 9 Revolution Nether Core to Senior within the deadline. After careful consideration, Lu Ming finally gritted his teeth and agreed. Although it was said that the Ghost King's Sorrow was extremely dangerous, it was still much better than being trapped in the Netherworld realm for the rest of his life. Very good, I didn't misjudge you. You are indeed a person who knows how to adapt to circumstances. This is a substitute puppet. If you use it at a crucial moment, it might be able to save your life. However, this puppet can only be used once, so don't forget. Furthermore, the Ghost King's Sorrow is filled with restrictions. I suggest that you make more preparations before entering. Green Spirit seemed to have predicted that Lu Ming would agree. After hearing this, a white light flashed in his hand and a palm-sized puppet appeared. He tossed it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He waved his hand and the puppet flew into his hand. He placed it in front of his eyes and examined it closely. The puppet was less than half a foot long and was completely white. It looked extremely lifelike and exquisite. However, the puppet's face was blank and had no facial features. "Thank you for your generous gift, Senior." After examining it for a while, he cupped his hands and bowed to Green Spirit. "Remember, after 10 years, we will still meet here." As Green Spirit spoke, he shook his arms and a green light wrapped around his body. With a whoosh, he disappeared before Lu Ming's eyes. A look of shock flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He didn't even see where Green Spirit had flown to. The powers of a mystic and lightning realm cultivator were not something that he could guess at the moment. He examined the substitute puppet in his hand again and carefully put it away. Then, he looked around and his expression changed. He flew towards the place where the green-robed elder and the other two had perished. After a while, he stood in midair with a happy expression. The black gas in his hand held up some items. They were 3 storage dark artifacts, 2 purple longswords, an ancient mirror, a fiery red bead, and a fiery red bracelet. These were the dark artifacts that the green-robed elder and the other two had used. They were all prototypes of Dharma treasures. There were many good items in the 3 storage Dharma treasures. Other than the 200,000 dark stones, there were some precious pills, spiritual herbs, ores, and more than 10 supreme-grade dark artifacts. Although Lu Ming had no use for these items, he could still make a windfall by selling them. It was a pity that Bai Yan and the others, along with their storage Dharma treasures, had been reduced to ashes by the silver flames of Mo Mingyu's puppet. Otherwise, they would definitely have more items. Lu Ming thought regretfully. He flipped his hand and put these items away. Then, he didn't stay here any longer. He formed a sword seal with one hand and the mother-child sword lifted his body. He turned into a gray sword light and sped into the distance. A few days later, Lu Ming once again turned into Yinhan and returned to Bio City silently. He found a new place to stay. For a few days, he shut himself in. Fortunately, nothing happened, which made him heave a sigh of relief. Since he had promised Green Spirit to retrieve the 9 Revolutions Dark Core, he naturally wouldn't foolishly head to the Spirit King's mourning. Instead, he planned to collect some relevant information. The most prosperous place in the entire secluded water domain was Bio City. Otherwise, Lu Ming wouldn't have taken the risk to return here. After carefully lurking for a few days, he began to wander around some shops that sold books and miscellaneous items. Xianxia City was a medium-sized city in the secluded water domain. It was extremely far from Bio City and could be considered a city at the border of the secluded water domain. It was noon at the moment. On a bluestone road in Xianxia City, a middle-aged man in a gray robe was walking slowly. He was looking at some of the shops on both sides without leaving a trace. After walking for half a day, the middle-aged man in a gray robe stopped in front of a 3-story restaurant that looked rather old. There was a worn-out plaque hanging on the door. Under the oppressive light, the words on it couldn't be seen clearly. The middle-aged man in a gray robe revealed a look of understanding and walked in. There weren't many customers in the restaurant. At the counter, a sloppy-looking middle-aged man was fiddling with something that looked like an abacus in boredom. "Sir, would you like to have a meal? Our restaurant has a new 8 Treasures Underworld wine. I'm sure you'll be satisfied." A sharp-eyed waiter welcomed the middle-aged man in a gray robe warmly after seeing him enter. "Give me a compartment and bring me some good food." The gray-robed middle-aged man casually lifted the robe covering his waist, and a small gray jade tablet flashed. There were 2 silver underworld characters on it, whole hair. "So it's an esteemed guest. Apologies for not going out to meet you. Please follow me." The waiter's eyesight was astonishing. The gray jade tablet had been revealed for less than a breath's time, but he seemed to have seen it clearly. The waiter smiled at the gray-robed middle-aged man, then turned and walked towards the backyard. The gray-robed middle-aged man did not say much. He put his hands behind his back and followed expressionlessly. The 2 of them came to the courtyard behind the restaurant, turned a corner, and stopped in front of a guest room. "Sir, the room in front is the one in front. The waiter cupped his hands and bowed to the gray-robed middle-aged man. He did not linger, but turned and left. After the gray-robed middle-aged man saw that the waiter had left, he withdrew his gaze and released his divine sense to investigate the surroundings. Then, he looked at the guest room in front of him. This person was Lu Ming. It had been 2 years since he had encountered Green Spirit in the Black Crystal Forest. In these 2 years, he had been cultivating and inquiring about information regarding the death of the Ghost King. However, he had not gained much. However, just over 2 months ago, by chance, he came to know of an extremely mysterious force in the Netherworld realm, the existence of the Whole Hair. It was said that the Whole Hair was extremely secretive, and their force covered every major region of the Netherworld realm. They engaged in all kinds of dark transactions, buying and selling all kinds of strange items, exchanging information, and even providing assassination services. In short, as long as one could pay a high price, there was nothing that this force could not do or find out. No one knew exactly how strong the whole Infinity Force was, but it was rumored that most of the city governors of the powers in the Ninth Hell had dealings with it, and even the few Nether Kings were no exception. They had never interfered with the various activities of the whole Infinity Force within their jurisdiction. After Lu Ming learned about the existence of this force, he was naturally overjoyed. However, if he wanted to come into contact with this force and participate in the Whole Hair meeting, he would need to obtain a token. Lu Ming glanced at the gray jade tablet at his waist. The corner of his eye twitched slightly. In order to obtain this item, he had paid a great price. Even now, he still felt the pinch. He shook his head and gathered his thoughts. He took a few steps forward and knocked on the door twice. "Come in." A slightly aged voice came from inside the house. Creak. After a muffled sound, the wooden door opened and Lu Ming stepped into the room. What appeared in front of him was a very simple room. There was only a mahogany table, and behind the table sat a benevolent-looking old man in a green robe. However, his face was pale, making him look a little strange. On one side of the room, there was a rather large carved screen, which was glowing faintly. It seemed to be covered with some kind of restriction. Lu Ming's divine sense swept past the green-robed old man. This person's aura was deep and restrained. Surprisingly, he was at the late Jing Dan stage. "Are you going to participate in this Donghao meeting?" The old man in green asked coldly. "That's right." Lu Ming took the jade tablet from his waist and handed it to the other party without any expression. The old man stretched out a skinny arm and took the jade tablet. His eyes swept over the jade tablet, and a faint white light appeared in his eyes. He nodded and returned the jade tablet to Lu Ming. "No problem, please come in." The old man raised his head and looked at Lu Ming again. He took out a palm-sized token and shook it slightly. A white light shot out and fell on the screen in the room. The surface of the screen flowed with spiritual light, revealing a short circular passage. At the other end was a shining teleportation array. Inside is the entrance to the venue of this Donghao meeting. The green-robed old man saw that Lu Ming seemed to be hesitating and said lightly. After a little thought, Lu Ming took out a ghost mask and put it on his face. This was a dark tool that he found in the storage instrument of the green-faced old man. It had the effect of isolating divine sense. It was just the right time to use it. After putting on the mask, he directly passed through the passage and stood on the teleportation array inside. The teleportation array flickered for a while, and his figure suddenly disappeared. Lu Ming felt his vision blur. After the light dissipated, he appeared in a cave that was nearly 100 meters wide. "Welcome to the Donghao meeting of the Donghao meeting." A cold female voice sounded. A masked fiend woman in a black and white robe was standing beside the teleportation array. Lu Ming nodded and then looked around. There were dozens of trapezoidal platforms near and far in the cave. Each platform had a teleportation array, which was faintly shining. Next to each array was a nameplate, which was marked with the name of each city. Next to each array stood a masked fiend in a black and white robe. Cold Moon City. Sky Hunter City. Cold Water City. Lu Ming glanced roughly, but he found that several cities he knew were all in the list. With an expressionless face, Lu Ming stepped off the platform and walked along a passage in front of him. It wasn't long before his eyes lit up, and a spacious underground square appeared in front of him. This underground square was round and dozens of acres in size. It was very spacious, and the ceiling was inlaid with a large number of stones that emanated soft white light, illuminating the entire underground space. At this moment, 500 to 600 fiends were standing in the square, making it look rather lively. Other than the Donghao members who wore black and white robes, most of the others were the same as Lu Ming. They wore masks or cloaks that had concealment effects on their faces. Some even used secret techniques to conceal their appearances, making their faces blurry. Lu Ming scanned the area with his divine sense, and his heart shuddered slightly. Based on the auras of those present, more than half of them were at the Jindan stage or above. On the other side of the square were a few loft-like buildings of different sizes. From time to time, fiends would walk in and out of them. Each and every one of them had a rectangular plaque hanging over its door. Judging from the names written on the plaques, they seemed to be providing services such as information trading, treasure trading, or assassination. Lu Ming wasn't surprised by the scene in front of him. Aside from the usual services, the Donghao meeting would hold a regional convention like this one every once in a while. It was just that the location of the convention was different every time. Lu Ming's arrival didn't attract any attention from the other fiends. Naturally, he was happy to see this, and so he strode forward. However, when he reached the center of the square, he discovered that quite a few fiends had set up some crude stalls, and people were passing by from time to time. An idea occurred to him upon seeing this. Since he had enough time, he might as well go and see if he could find anything useful in these cultivators' hands. Come to think of it, the Donghao meeting was the perfect place to sell stolen goods. There were some cultivation techniques, dark tools, or rare materials that people didn't dare to trade in the outside world. As long as they came here, no one would bother to inquire about the origins of those treasures. Instead, they would trade with each other at an equivalent price. Therefore, some famous magic treasures have fallen. Almighty experts, and even some treasures and spiritual materials that had been stolen from the homes of some city lords could be found here. Lu Ming walked in the open hall, his eyes wandering around casually. When he passed by a stall, his eyes suddenly lit up. The stall owner was a big man wearing a baby face mask. In front of him was a simple wooden table that was piled with a dazzling array of items. However, what attracted Lu Ming's attention was a blood-red ball of unpolished jade lying in the corner. Lu Ming looked at the object in front of him and was about to speak when the baby-faced man in front of him made a hand sign and released a white, misty soundproof barrier that covered the two of them. "Your Excellency, are you interested in this precious warm yang stone? This thing is very rare nowadays, and it's most suitable to be refined into a defensive nether treasure. Even if you wear it on your body, it can also protect you from some attribute formation restrictions." 50,000 nether stones, non-negotiable, the baby-faced man said quickly. Precious warm yang stone? When Lu Ming heard this, his eyes narrowed. The person in front of him was not talking nonsense. This thing was an extremely rare spiritual jade in the netherworld realm, and it was worth this price. If it was in the Middle Sky continent, its value might be higher. According to some of his inquiries over the years, the Ghost King's Sorrow was located between the secluded water realm and the Nether Clear domain. It was near the outermost area of the two domains, and it was wrapped in a layer of extremely powerful tidal cold current. This kind of tidal cold current was extremely overbearing, and it was an existence that was close to a natural disaster. Moreover, under the influence of the special terrain of the Ghost King's Sorrow, it was very difficult for even a celestial state cultivator to break through. If he could get this precious warm yang stone, his chances would be much higher. I have a pair of magic treasure sword prototype level, plus 10,000 nether stones, in exchange for this precious warm yang stone. You'll only make a profit. How about it? Lu Ming said unhurriedly. He made a hand sign and two purple long swords appeared in his hands. This was the dark weapon that the young swordsman, Jian Wu, who died in the hands of Su Ling, called. Hee, more than enough, more than enough. The burly man wearing a baby mask glanced at the two swords in Lu Ming's hands, and his eyes lit up. As if he was afraid that Lu Ming would regret it, he hurriedly handed over the jade in his hand. Lu Ming did not say much. He pointed with one hand, and the jade instantly flew into his hand. A heat flow quickly spread along his palm to his whole body, making him feel like his whole body was burning. It was indeed the precious warm yang stone. It seemed that this trip was not in vain. Lu Ming was secretly delighted. He threw the 2 swords and a bag of nether stones over. He did not stay any longer. He put away the jade and left with his divine thought. Although the 2 swords were not bad, he already had the Mother Chaldine Spirit Sword and the Bitter Friendship Sword, which were not inferior to these 2 swords. It was naturally better to exchange them for other treasures that he urgently needed. After Lu Ming walked around for a while, he did not find anything else that was suitable for him. He immediately looked at the few pavilions in the distance. After thinking for a while, he strode toward the shortest building among them. The plaque on the door of this 2-story building had the words Ancient Dawn Pavilion written on it. After entering the pavilion, a burly man in black and white robes stood in front of him with his arms crossed. After sizing up Lu Ming, he moved to the side and said, "Go up the stairs in the middle. Don't go the wrong way." His voice was extremely hoarse. When Lu Ming heard this, he saw that there were 3 narrow wooden stairs in the small space in front of him. Each of them led to the 2nd floor. He followed the instructions and walked up to the 2nd floor. In the end, he discovered that it was extremely dark and he couldn't see anything clearly. Furthermore, he didn't know what kind of restriction had been cast, but his divine sense seemed to be greatly restricted. Just as he was about to ask, there was a whoosh, and the entire space lit up. The staircase that he had come up to suddenly disappeared without a trace. Hee, fellow Taoist, don't be surprised. I've cast some restrictions. I believe you don't want the information you're asking for to be heard by others, right? The voice was a little hoarse, and it came from a skinny old man sitting on a praying mat in the innermost part of the room. I see. When Lu Ming heard this, he sized up the old man without batting an eyelid. At the same time, he scanned the room from the corner of his eyes. This was a long secret room that was about 40 to 50 feet in size. Apart from the skinny old man, there was no one else here. The old man sat with his brows lowered. Beside him was an ancient bronze lamp that was half a foot tall. A ball of blue flame flickered on it, flickering. It shone on a low table in front of him. Dozens of jade slips of different sizes were piled up like a small mountain. Cough, cough. What does fellow Taoist want to know? Different information has different prices. The skinny old man saw that Lu Ming didn't speak and reminded him in a roundabout way. I wonder if you know about the Spirit King's morning in the Serene Water Domain? Lu Ming stopped about 10 feet in front of the skinny old man and asked calmly. Spirit King's morning? TSK. Fellow Taoist, you can't possibly just want to ask this question. Why don't you tell me everything so that we can discuss the price first? The skinny old man raised his eyelids, and there was a hint of surprise in his voice. I want to know everything about the Spirit King's morning. Lu Ming's expression was still calm. I haven't seen anyone ask about such news for many years. However, you've asked the right person. Apart from this Xiao Ancient Pavilion, there aren't many places where you can get detailed information. 150,000 underworld stones or an equivalent underworld treasure, the skinny old man chuckled and said straightforwardly. Hearing this, Lu Ming raised his eyebrows slightly, then he pondered silently. Although he had been trying to find out about the Dark King's sorrow for the past 2 years, he only knew that there were cold tidal currents at the outermost perimeter of the Dark King's sorrow. He did not obtain any other valuable information. Now that 2 years had passed of the 10-year period agreed upon with Green Spirit, he could not wait any longer. Although 150,000 underworld stones was a huge sum of money, he would have a higher chance of entering the Ghost King's morning if he could obtain more information. After he made up his mind, he waved his sleeve, and a large pile of netherstones of various qualities appeared in front of him. Fellow, you're a straightforward person. The skinny old man's gaze swept past the netherstones, and he could not help but smile. Immediately after, he muttered something softly and flipped his withered arm. A white jade slips floated in the air and flew towards Lu Ming. Seeing this, Lu Ming waved one hand, and the jade slips landed steadily in his palm. He placed them on his forehead and scanned them with his divine sense. The jade slips pointed out the location of the Ghost King's sorrow in detail, which matched the place that Green Spirit had mentioned. Furthermore, the description of the outer perimeter of the Ghost King's sorrow in the jade slips was not too different from what he had heard. A hint of joy appeared in his eyes. Other than that, there were also some maps of the inner perimeter of the Ghost King's Sorrow and descriptions of the dangerous places. However, these were fragmented and not very complete. It seemed like they had been recorded by people who had ventured into the dangerous place over the years and returned alive. Then I shall not disturb you any longer. Lu Ming put away the jade slips and bid farewell to the old man. I won't be seeing you out. The skinny old man did not try to stop him. He shot out a green light with one hand and swept all the netherstones back to him. His other hand casually shot out a hand sign behind Lu Ming. The stairs that had disappeared reappeared once again. When Lu Ming left the ancient Dawn Pavilion, the number of people in the underground plaza of the Heavenly Insight meeting had increased, and it had become a little bustling. Since he had completed the main purpose of this trip, he did not plan to stay any longer. Although he still had a few treasures that he had not exchanged, he did not need so many netherstones now, so there was no need to attract attention. He was slowly walking towards the entrance of the cave where the transportation formation was. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he turned around to look behind him. There, a fiend race cultivator wearing a bone mask was less than 10 feet away. When he saw Lu Ming's movements, he also stopped in his tracks. Sir, you have followed me for so long. Do you have something to say to me? Lu Ming said coldly. Fellow Taoist, please do not misunderstand. I have no ill intentions. I just wanted to be presumptuous and ask if fellow Taoist is going to the Ghost King's Sorrow? The fiend race cultivator with the bone mask seemed to be at the early Jing Dan stage. He wore a long robe that covered his well-built body, but his voice sounded very young. When he said the words Ghost King's Sorrow, he instantly transmitted his voice. Oh, why do you say that? When Lu Ming heard this, his heart trembled. He hurriedly looked around, and when he found that no one seemed to be paying attention to them, he let out a sigh of relief. The fiend race cultivator chuckled and continued to transmit his voice, hee hee, the frigid currents in the outer regions weaken every 10 years. It should be around this time. When I saw you exchange for the precious warm yang jade at a high price and came out of the ancient Dawn Pavilion after staying there for a long time, I made a bold guess. Now, it seems that my guess is correct. The fiend race cultivator chuckled and continued to transmit his voice. Sir, I admire your meticulousness. That is indeed my plan. Since you are so concerned about this matter, could it be that you also want to enter the Ghost King's Sorrow? A strange light flashed through Lu Ming's eyes as he transmitted his voice back. The fiend race cultivator replied, Fellow Taoist, you are also a perceptive person. That's right. Since we have the same goal, are you interested in joining hands? The Ghost King's Sorrow is incomparably dangerous. One more person will naturally be more powerful, the fiend race cultivator replied. Lu Ming didn't say anything for a while, as if he were considering something. When the fiend race cultivator saw this, he didn't rush him. Instead, he stood in the distance and casually looked around. After a long while, Lu Ming finally made up his mind and said, There are too many people here. Let's find a place to talk. All right, no problem. The fiend race cultivator agreed without hesitation. Lu Ming took a deep look at him before turning around and walking towards the cave where the teleportation portal was located. Footsteps rang out behind him as the fiend race cultivator followed him, maintaining a distance of about 30 meters from him. Lu Ming quickly walked over to the teleportation portal in Green Mountain City and slightly stepped to the side. The fiend race cultivator understood his intentions and quickly walked into the teleportation portal. The female fiend who was guarding the teleportation portal didn't say anything. She cast an incantation seal, and the teleportation portal flashed with bright light. Lu Ming saw the fiend race cultivator walk into the teleportation portal as soon as it disappeared. As the light faded, Lu Ming returned to the room in the backyard of the restaurant. The benevolent old man took a glance at Lu Ming and the fiend race cultivator, but didn't say anything. Instead, he pointed a finger at the door, and it opened. The fiend race cultivator smiled and immediately walked out. He took off his mask, revealing himself to be a very young fiend. His features were rather delicate, but his eyebrows were straight, giving him a heroic air. Lu Ming followed him out, and his eyebrows rose slightly upon seeing this. For some reason, he was struck by a sense of déjà vu as he looked at the fiend race cultivator. He couldn't help but take a few more glances at the fiend race cultivator. After confirming that he didn't know him, he also took off his mask. A quarter hour later, the two of them arrived at a private room in another restaurant in Green Mountain City. After setting up a soundproof barrier, Lu Ming turned to the fiend race cultivator with a cold look in his eyes. Before Lu Ming could say anything, the fiend race cultivator smiled and said, "By the way, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Yin Lu." "Yin Han," Lu Ming replied emotionlessly. "So it's brother Yin Han. Are you interested in my suggestion?" Also, although the frigid tidal currents around the Dark King's Sorrow weaken once every 10 years, they are still extremely cold. Even with the protection of the treasured warm yang jade, I'm afraid that your chances of passing through them are not high. I happen to know a passage with the weakest frigid tidal currents. If you break through from there, your chances of success will increase by at least 30 to 40%, Yin Lu said with a glint in his eyes. It seems that Brother Yin knows a lot about the Dark King's Sorrow. Could it be that you also obtained this information from the cave? When Lu Ming heard this, his expression finally changed. Yin Lu chuckled as he replied, "That's not it. I obtained a portion of the map of the Ghost King's morning by chance in the past. There's a special passage recorded on it." When Lu Ming heard this, his expression changed slightly. He had spent a lot of money to buy the information from the cave, but most of it was about the various restrictions of the Dark King's Sorrow. There wasn't much information about the map. If this information was true, then it would be of great help. Since that's the case, it's not impossible for us to travel together. Also, since you're planning to enter the Dark King's Sorrow, you shouldn't be too weak, right? Lu Ming said. I'm ashamed to say this, but my cultivation isn't very high, and you're already at the mid-Jing Dan stage. After entering the Dark King's Sorrow, I'm afraid that I'll have to rely on your cooperation to pass through some of the restrictions. After saying this, the fiend race cultivator gave Lu Ming a deep look. Hee, so that's how it is. But let me say this first. If I really encounter a dangerous place that I have no confidence in passing through, I won't take the risk, Lu Ming chuckled when he heard this. It was unknown if he really believed Yin Lu's words. Of course. Then it's settled. In 3 months, we'll meet in Great Chastity City. That's the city closest to the Ghost King's morning. Yin Lu stood up with a joyful expression after hearing this and clasped his hands together. Lu Ming naturally didn't have any objections. Afterwards, the two of them immediately took their leave. After Lu Ming left the restaurant, he went directly to a hall in the center of Xianxia City. Many cities in the Netherworld were connected by teleportation formations. Sometimes, for the sake of saving time or safety, fiends who traveled alone would choose to use teleportation formations to travel to different places. However, the cost was not small. Lu Ming took several teleportation formations in a row and came to a rather bustling city. After passing through a few streets with ease, he came to a quiet small courtyard. This was the temporary residence he rented. In a secret room in the small courtyard, Lu Ming sat cross-legged on a futon with a thoughtful look on his face. It was a pleasant surprise to meet Yin Lu. However, this person always exuded a mysterious aura. He still didn't know what his intentions were, so he needed to be more careful. After thinking for a while, he waved his hand and took out a piece of white jade slips. He stuck it on his forehead and quickly probed it with his divine sense. At Donghao's place, he had only roughly looked through the contents of the jade slips. Now that the agreed time with Yin Lu was 3 months later, he could carefully study the information and make some more preparations. 3 months passed in a flash. One morning, outside Taizhen City of the secluded water realm, 2 rays of light were speeding towards the distant sky. In the light, a gray-robed middle-aged man and a white-robed young man could be vaguely seen. They were Lu Ming and Yin Lu. Taizhen City was located to the north of the secluded water realm, adjacent to the Nether Clear region. Between the two regions was a vast and endless mountain range, and the legendary extremely dangerous place, the Dark King's Sorrow, was located here. After a whole day of flying, the sky gradually became dark, and the Hades chi in the air became more and more intense. Even through the protective light, Lu Ming could clearly feel a burst of cold aura coming at him. This place is not far from the Dark King's Sorrow. After passing the stormy mountain range, we should be able to see the tidal cold current, Yin Lu glanced around and said. Hearing this, Lu Ming raised his head and looked into the distance. He noticed that there was a large black mountain range in the distance, which almost covered half of the sky. He shut his eyes and sensed the growing chill in the air. Then, he nodded slightly. After the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, the two stopped in front of the stormy mountain range that Lu mentioned. Lu Ming finally understood the meaning of the name of this mountain range. As far as the eye could see, there were only bare black rocks, and not a single plant could be found. The black nether wind that was visible to the naked eye whistled through the mountains, making ghostly wails and wolf-like howls. There was also a bone-chilling coldness in the nether wind. If an ordinary person came here, they would probably be frozen into a popsicle in just a moment. However, Lu Ming and Xianxia were naturally prepared. Lu Ming spread his arms, and a layer of black gas appeared on his body. It turned into a black shield and covered him. Lu took out a golden robe from somewhere and put it on. Waves of invisible heat were immediately emitted from the robe. Lu Ming felt the surrounding nether wind, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. They had not reached the tidal cold current yet, but the situation was already like this. When they reached there, who knew what it would be like? He turned to look at Lu and asked, "Fellow where's the secret passage you mentioned before?" Hearing this, Lu took out a jade slips without saying anything, stuck it on his forehead, and closed his eyes. "Come with me, this way." After a moment, he opened his eyes and put away the jade slips. He called out to Lu Ming and sped off in a certain direction. Lu Ming's eyes moved slightly, and he followed up with escape light. The deeper they flew into the mountain range, the stronger the wind in the air. After finally crossing a mountain range, Lu Ming saw the appearance of the tidal cold current. The space in front of him was filled with a black mist that connected the heavens and the earth. Gusts of black gales rampaged through it, seemingly without any pattern. Looking from a distance, it was like a huge black sandstorm in front of the two of them. The originally bone-chilling breath increased more than 10 times here. Even with Lu Ming's tough body, he also faintly felt a little numb. So this is the tidal cold current. Lu Ming muttered to himself in his heart. The scale of the cold current in front of him was still in the weakened period, and he had already felt it before he really entered it. It was conceivable that if he passed it at other times, the chance would be very small. Thinking of this, he turned his head and glanced at Lu. At this moment, the golden robe on Lu's body exuded a dazzling golden light. His face didn't look abnormal. He suddenly flew to a certain place on the left. Seeing this, Lu Ming also channeled the spiritual power in his body and injected it into the black gas shield around him. He also turned into a black light and followed closely. After a quarter of an hour, the two came to a hidden narrow valley. Looking at the mark on the map, the channel should be here, Lu said with a flash in his eyes. Lu Ming looked around. The depths of the valley were gray and misty. He didn't know where it led to. Because there were large mountains on both sides of the valley, the tidal storm here was much thinner than other places. "Since it is right, let's go," Lu Ming said lightly. Lu smiled slightly and nodded. The two immediately launched the escape light and landed at the entrance of the valley. Immediately afterward, they walked toward the entrance of the valley side by side. At this moment, the black gas on Lu Ming's body surface was flourishing. At the same time, a red light curtain lit up at his waist, enveloping his body inside. It was a fiery red jade pendant. In the past 3 months, he had refined the warm yang jade into an upper-grade spiritual weapon level cold-resistant jade pendant, making its original cold-resistant effect more than doubled. With a trace of warmth coming from the red light curtain, it immediately isolated the surrounding cold air. Lu Ming's body was warm. Lu on the side chanted a few incomprehensible incantations in his mouth. The golden robe on his body immediately appeared mottled golden runes, emitting a bright golden light. The cold current in the valley was weakened a lot. It couldn't get close to his body at all. Seeing this situation, a strange light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. The runes on Lu's golden robe were quite different from the dark patterns of the 9 Serenities world. They were more similar to the spiritual patterns of the human clan's spiritual weapons. Lu seemed to feel Lu Ming's gaze. He looked over with a meaningful smile on his face. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. After Lu smiled, he turned his head away. The two of them had prepared their own safe means. In addition, the power of the cold current in the valley was much thinner than elsewhere. So except for some hindrance in front of them, the speed of the two of them moving forward was not much slower than on the flat ground. After about half an hour, the entrance of the valley behind the two of them could not be seen at all. At this time, even if the two of them were in this valley, the surrounding cold current gradually became stronger. In front of them, a black hurricane with a height of 1,000 meters suddenly flashed in front, and it flew over extremely quickly. As the hurricane rotated wildly, an incredible suction force rolled out from the wind. The flying sand and stones around, together with the cold current, were sucked in by the huge force. They disappeared instantly, causing the hurricane to become thicker and thicker. "It's the cold whirlpool, dodge it quickly." Yin Lu's face changed. He shouted and dodged to the side of the mountain peak. Quickly. In midair, there was a 3-foot-long sword in his hand, and he slashed out. Boom, the mountain range was hit by a black sword light, and a pit of 100 meters in size appeared. A white shadow flashed, and Yin Lu's figure had already disappeared into it. Seeing this, Lu Ming also turned into a black shadow and entered the pit of the mountain peak. At the same time, in just a few seconds, there was nothing in the valley ahead except the black hurricane. The black hurricane whistled past with a shrill sound, and it soon disappeared into the distance. I didn't expect that there would also be a cold whirlpool in the valley. Seeing this, Yin Lu's figure swayed out of the mountain pit, and he said with lingering fear. According to the records, the cold tide whirlpool was a large-scale mutation that would occasionally appear in a place with dense tides and cold currents. Once one was trapped in it, even if the ordinary real pellet state cultivator's physical body did not collapse directly, he would be seriously injured, and he couldn't easily escape. He would eventually be exhausted to death in it. Fortunately, Brother Yin reacted in time, and this time it was more daunting than dangerous. "Let's continue our journey," Lu Ming replied noncommittally. His eyes flashed and fell on the flying sword in Yin Lu's hand, showing a trace of thoughtfulness on his face. Just at the moment when he used the sword, he felt that the sword pill in the void sword bag at his waist trembled faintly. The rest of the journey was relatively smooth, but according to the map, after half of the journey, the mountains on both sides became shorter and shorter, and the cold currents also became stronger. For the next part of the journey, we'll have to rely on our own strength to force our way through. A few kilometers ahead is the end of the cold tides, and then the outer area of the Ghost King morning, Yin Lu said as he poured his Fali into the golden robe. "No problem, since we're here, how can we not take any risks?" Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and the black chi around him tumbled, turning into a black light that flew forward at an accelerated speed. Yin Lu looked at Lu Ming and chuckled. He also turned into a golden light and flew forward, his speed not much slower than Lu Ming's. This place was a gravel slope that had more than half collapsed. Weeds that were more than 5 feet tall grew on top of the stone slope. It was a mess. Nearby was a boundless grassland. It was a lifeless and desolate scene. Looking further into the distance, there was a stretch of low hills. The paths between the hills were extremely winding, leading to a strange blood-red forest. It was impossible to see what was going on in the depths of the forest. At this moment, there was a sha-sha sound of footsteps on gravel, and Lu Ming and Yin Lu appeared far away from the rocky slope. They were walking in the direction of the hills in front of them. After some effort, the two of them finally passed through the cold tides outside the Ghost King morning. They then passed through a gourd-shaped canyon and entered this place. According to the map, this place was called Shattered Rock Slope, and it was the outer area of the Ghost King morning. It was only a few hundred kilometers away from the Ghost King morning. There were many places that could enter the outskirts of the Ghost King's sorrow, and this rocky slope was said to be the easiest path to pass through. As such, Lu Ming and Yin Lu chose this place to enter the Ghost King's sorrow. Even so, when the two of them stepped onto the rocky slope, Lu Ming felt the ground beneath him sink. The Fali in his body flowed out as if it was leaking out. His vision darkened, and he rapidly fell from the sky. Fortunately, with a thought, he instantly used the mental strength of the mind imitation insect. Only then did his vision return to normal, and he landed on a pile of rubble. Yin Lu's situation was the same, but he used some unknown method. After doing a somersault in the air, his falling speed suddenly slowed, and he slowly landed on a piece of rubble. "There's actually a forbidden space restriction set up here," If that's the case, I'm afraid we'll have to walk the remaining few hundred miles for at least a month. Lu Ming said in a deep voice as he walked forward on the gravel road. Yin Lu nodded and said, "It's fine if that's all, but there are many unimaginable restrictions in front of us. You and I have to be mentally prepared." At this moment, there was a whoosh, and a violent gust of cold wind swept up, instantly enveloping the two of them. A large number of crushed stones were like pellets, hitting the two of them with crackling sounds. Lu Ming felt waves of intense pain coming from all over his body. He hurriedly used the Fali in his body, and black mist surged around his body, enveloping him. He finally resisted the overwhelming amount of rubble, and continued forward. In the next moment, he suddenly discovered that the Fali he could use was less than 20 to 30% of what it had been at its peak. He could not help but laugh bitterly in his heart. Entering the outskirts of the Ghost King's sorrow, he was already affected by such a large restriction. Only now did he understand why so many fiends never returned. On the other side, within the gust of cold wind, grey mist continuously flashed, and crackling sounds of explosions rang out incessantly. Compared with Lu Ming, who was a human with a tyrannical body, the relatively thinning flow on his body was even more embarrassed at this time. Every gravel that fell on his weak body was a heavy blow. Fortunately, as soon as he realized that something was amiss, he immediately drew out a black sword. Following that, a tremendous sword intent surged out of his body, and his body was enveloped by a dense black sword curtain. As soon as the gravel in the sky touched the sword curtain, it emitted a series of muffled explosions. Then, it turned into powder and scattered. After 30 minutes, the chilly wind finally dissipated, revealing Lu Ming and Yin Lu. Lu Ming looked calm, but his grey robe was already in tatters. Yin Lu was gasping for breath with a pale face. He looked like he had overdrawn his magic power. "Fellow Yin cultivator, are you all right?" Lu Ming frowned. "I'm fine for the time being. For us fiends, the physical body is a big weakness. If we were hit by that kind of attack, the damage would not be small. Speaking of which, Brother Yin's physical body is much stronger than I expected. However, the closer we get to the Ghost King's sorrow, the more powerful the restriction will be. Brother Yin should be more careful." Yin Lu let out a long breath and said with a flicker in his eyes. "In the past, I did cultivate a few special body-refining secret techniques by chance, so my physical body can be considered passable. However, Brother Yin Lu's Imperial Sword technique has reached perfection. It's an eye-opener for me." After Lu Ming said a few words, he suddenly changed the topic. "What's the big deal about my swordsmanship? We shouldn't stay here for long, let's hurry up," Yin Lu said with a laugh. Then, he waved his hand in the air, and a light blue mist rolled out from his sleeve. It curled around his feet and turned into a pair of dark green spirit boots. At the same time, he took out a black pill and swallowed it. After a moment, Yin Lu's originally pale complexion returned to normal. Lu Ming turned his hand and patted the dust on his body, continuing to walk forward. Under the blessing of the spiritual boots, Yin Lu's speed suddenly accelerated a bit. Lu Ming used the light body technique, and he also walked as fast as he could, keeping pace with the Yin Lu. After half a day, the two of them experienced 7 or 8 sudden attacks of the cold wind and finally passed through the rocky slope. After passing through a stretch of low hills, they arrived in front of the dense blood-red forest that they saw before. Completely different from what he had imagined, this dense forest gave off a cold aura. Towering ancient trees that rose from the ground were arranged in a picturesque manner, appearing abnormally tranquil. The trunks of these ancient trees were grayish-brown in color, and there were black vines snaking up from their roots. Branches kept extending, and on the branches were pieces of blood-red leaves the size of a palm, densely clustered together. Lu Ming looked up and saw a sea of blood red, and he couldn't see the sky at all. This is the blood leaf maze. It is said that if you turn right at every fork, you can smoothly walk out of this dense forest. However, it has not been verified, so I don't know whether it is true or not," Yin Lu said with some seriousness. "The person who sold the information must have also come out of this dense forest alive. However, to ensure safety, it is better to explore first," Lu Ming said thoughtfully. "What Brother Yin said is also reasonable. It is always better to be careful." Yin Lu nodded and gently patted the cloth bag on his waist. A gray mist rolled out and turned into a foot-tall ape covered with long black hair. After the ape jumped on the spot twice, it rushed into the dense forest in a flash. However, after only a quarter of an hour, a wail was heard from the depths of the dense forest, and then there was no more movement. This route should be correct, but there seems to be other sound beasts in the depths of this forest. Although my long-back ape ghost is only at the intermediate stage of the crystallization period, and its strength is also suppressed here, its speed is abnormally agile. Even if it faces an opponent of the Jing Dan state, it will not die so easily. Yin Lu said with a sigh. Now that it has come to this, there is no room for us to take a detour. Other directions will only be more dangerous. Lu Ming said firmly. Since Brother Yin is not afraid of the sound beasts here, I will naturally accompany you to the end. After Yin Lu thought about it, he seemed to have made up his mind. He took the lead and walked into the bloody dense forest. Lu Ming's figure also floated and followed. The two of them had only stepped a few hundred feet into the dense forest when the temperature of the entire void plummeted. An extremely cold aura seemed to freeze the entire void. The surroundings were deathly silent. Even the sound of breathing could be heard clearly. This kind of cold breath made Lu Ming even more cautious. Just when the two came to the corner of the second fork, suddenly a bone-piercing cold wind rolled behind them, and a gray shadow flashed out. Lu Ming was already prepared. He dodged it cleverly with a slight shake of his body, and Yin Lu seemed to have expected it. He stomped on the ground and retreated. Chi-chi after the gray light flashed, a ferocious giant wolf covered with long gray hair appeared in the gray shadow. The wolf was about 30 meters tall, surrounded by strands of gray mist. There were red spirit patterns evenly arranged on its neck, and its 4 sharp claws were flashing with incomparable crystal light. Judging from its breath, it had reached the early stage of the Jing Dan state. Brother Yin, there is no need to fight in this situation of enchantment. Seeing this, Yin Lu said without hesitation. He flicked his sleeve, and a roll of red light blasted out. It rolled up about 10 meters around the giant wolf and turned into a large red light that wrapped it. Lu Ming turned his hand and took out 2 golden beads, and threw them at the giant wolf. Boom, a burst of red light mixed with golden lightning soared into the sky. There was a strong tremor in the air of the entire jungle, and the blood-colored leaves turned into spots of red light under the strong impact. For a time, the sky was full of blood light like a blood rain falling down. Lu Ming and Yin Lu did not care about the situation of the giant wolf. Under the cover of the blood rain, they rushed to the next fork without looking back. In the following time, the two relied on some consumable talismans and spirit tools to avoid the attack of the lunar beast as much as possible and continued to move forward without stopping. It was unknown whether the intelligence was wrong or it was too huge, but this jungle seemed to have no end. The two walked for a day and a night. Even if Lu Ming was fully prepared, he still felt a little overwhelmed. During this time, they unexpectedly encountered a Jing Dan middle stage blood-stained bear. This giant bear was extremely strong. Under the situation where his cultivation was suppressed, Lu Ming had to rely on his tyrannical body and ghost-like movement skills, as well as Yin Lu's explosive attacks to kill it with great difficulty. After that, the two encountered these lunar beasts again and no longer had the heart to fight. Lu Ming used his infernal prison to trap them, and then escaped. After a full half-month, the two finally arrived at the end of the blood-red forest. The scenery behind the dense forest made the two people dumbfounded. Behind the dense forest was an open wasteland. Before entering, a scorching hot air hit them in the face, forming a sharp contrast with the whole blood-red forest. Lu Ming looked up and saw that the whole sky was shining with dazzling golden light, and rays of golden light scattered down from the sky. He squinted his eyes and could barely see that there were 10 golden suns hanging high in the sky. When he looked into the distance, he saw that the wasteland was incomparably empty, and he couldn't see the end of it at a glance. Extreme Yang Array. Yin Lu blurted out, and his face showed a hint of surprise. When Lu Ming heard this, his face darkened. Although he had never heard of this array, just from the 2 words Extreme Yang, he could understand the meaning behind it. He slowly reached his hand into the golden light, and a scorching hot air came over. The skin of his hand gradually turned red from the high temperature, and wisps of black mist gradually dispersed. Brother Yin's body is really strong, to be able to resist this black golden light. When Yin Lu saw this, he was somewhat moved. Generally speaking, fiend specters would avoid such pure yang attribute light as soon as they caught sight of it. Therefore, the extreme yang formation was a restriction formation of extreme yang, so it was easy to imagine how effective it was against the fiend. No wonder Yin Lu seemed to be very surprised. Thank you for reminding me, Brother Yin. This formation is really not to be underestimated. I just touched it a little, and it peeled off more than half of my skin. Lu Ming said with a laugh, and at the same time, he withdrew his arm. The faintly burned skin on his arm was quickly healed after a burst of black qi. We can't stay here for long, we have to pass through this wasteland as soon as possible. Fortunately, these 10 suns are scattered, leaving many gaps. After Yin Lu reminded, he took out a blue bead from his clothes and gently pinched it. Poof, a soft sound, the surface of the bead flashed blue light, and a blue carp phantom of 10 meters in size suddenly emerged from it, shaking its head and wagging its tail. It spat out a large amount of water from its mouth, wrapping Yin Lu in it. Yin Lu's body slightly twisted, and the carp phantom moved like it was playing in the water. After a swish of its fins, it turned into a long and narrow blue shadow, rushing forward with Yin Lu. The golden light all over the sky fell on the blue water shadow, causing wisps of smoke to rise, but under the constant spray of water from the carp's mouth, it maintained a state of balance. Seeing this, Lu Ming also made a gesture with both hands, and the black mist rolled out of his body and rolled back to his body. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a pitch-black mist shield, wrapping his whole body tightly. After that, he stomped on the ground and turned into a black shadow that flashed out, closely following behind the blue carp shadow. As soon as Lu Ming entered the desert, he felt a sudden burning all over his body, and the black qi wrapped around his body was slowly melting away with a sizzling sound. However, under the situation that he kept injecting his spiritual power into the shield, it was not damaged for the time being. When the two of them were less than 10 miles away, a sudden heat wave came from the opposite side. The golden light shone in the sky, and a large amount of golden light swept down from the 10 golden suns above their heads. At the same time, the 10 golden suns began to move strangely, slowly arranged into a ring, and slowly rotated. Lu Ming only felt that the burning feeling all over his body doubled, and his whole body was wrapped by the golden light, and the speed of the black mist on his body suddenly increased. But the situation of Yin Lu in front seemed to be even worse. Under the envelopment of the golden light, the evaporation rate of Yin Lu's water increased greatly. It even seemed to be boiling, and fist-sized holes appeared one after another on the surface of the blue carp silhouette. The carp silhouette shrunk smaller and smaller, and Yin Lu's expression became a little ugly. Yin Lu sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming, and his eyes shone brightly. The blue light around his body flowed, and the whole carp phantom suddenly became a bit more solid. Oh no, I didn't expect the person who set up the formation to be so clever, to be able to use the extreme yang formation to such an extent. Since it has come to this, I can only think of a way to leave this place as soon as possible. After Yin Lu sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming, his eyes shone brightly, and the blue light around his body flowed, and the whole carp phantom suddenly became a bit more solid. Seeing this, Lu Ming flipped his hand, took out a magic power recovery pill, and swallowed it. The black qi around his body flourished, and his figure blurred as he rushed forward again. Although the golden light of the extreme yang formation was powerful and could cause great damage to real fiends, it was unable to display its true power to Lu Ming, a human cultivator with a strong body of the Jin Dan stage. Apart from consuming a lot of his magic power, it could only cause some superficial burns on the surface of his body. To Lu Ming, these minor injuries were nothing to be afraid of. Of course, the power of the extreme yang formation was far more than that. When Lu Ming and Yin Lu reached the center of the desert, the golden sun above their heads suddenly flashed wildly. Layers of golden waves rippled around each of the suns. Then, the void suddenly tightened, and the golden light turned into layers of erratic flames. In the blink of an eye, the 10 suns turned into 10 balls of fire that were hundreds of feet in size, and they quickly rotated in the air. Several sharp cries rang out, and the golden fireballs exploded one after another. A series of giant golden birds that were over 100 feet in size emerged from the fireballs, and they spread open their wings as they raised their necks in an extremely imposing manner. Yin Lu raised his head to take a quick look, and his expression immediately changed, and he hurriedly shouted to Lu Ming, "Not good, it's the golden crow phantom, run." As soon as his voice fell, a whistling sound was heard, and then a ball of golden light flashed down from the sky. It was a giant golden bird that bit the back of the blue carp transformed by Yin Lu. The flames on the giant golden bird rolled up, and immediately engulfed the entire golden carp phantom. Pooh! A muffled sound was heard, a few blue lights in the golden flames suddenly flourished, and were completely submerged by the golden flames. But a white shadow flashed out of it, and it was Yin Lu. A small blue flag appeared in his hands, and as he waved it, it turned into layers of water curtains to protect his body, and he continued to fly forward. From the moment the giant golden bird broke out of the sun to the moment it killed the blue carp phantom, it was only a breath's time. The speed was so fast that even Lu Ming was a little shocked. Almost at the same time, 4 golden shadows appeared on top of Lu Ming's head in a row, surrounding Lu Ming in the middle. The next moment, the 4 giant golden birds opened their mouths, and 4 balls of hot flames gushed out, forming a cylindrical fire wall that surged at Lu Ming from all directions. Wherever the flames passed, there was a distortion in the air. After the red light passed, even the large weeds on the nearby wasteland were instantly turned into ashes, leaving a deep layer of black ground. Seeing this, Lu Ming snorted coldly. Suddenly, he made a gesture with both hands, and the black mist around his body was withdrawn. With another roar, the bones all over his body made a crackling sound, and the veins all over his body bulged. His arms also suddenly became a bit thicker, and his entire body grew by more than 5 meters. There were faint black patterns appearing on his skin. With a hula sound, the flames all over his body rolled toward the middle and ignited. Lu Ming was instantly wrapped in golden flames, and he became a golden flaming man. Lu Ming, who was in the flames, only felt hot and painful all over his body. It was a little difficult to breathe, but the flames could only burn his skin as he expected. It couldn't cause too much damage. In this way, Lu Ming didn't care about the flames on his body at all. After his figure moved, he continued to turn into a flame and galloped forward. At the same time, Yin Lu was once again surrounded by the giant golden bird. The blue mist on his body quickly dissipated in the golden flames. When he was about to be defeated, Fei Kuei took out a brown animal skin from his sleeve. After channeling his spiritual power in his hand, the animal skin flickered with spiritual light. He lowered his head and patted the animal skin on his body. Suddenly, after a dozen mysterious spirit text phantoms flashed, a roll of brown flames surrounded him out of thin air. Caw-caw, a sharp sound was heard, and the brown flame dispersed. A chubby giant rat's silhouette appeared from within. It had short limbs, a fat body, and brown fur all over its body. However, its eyes were as red as crystals. Flame rat? Seeing this, Lu Ming was slightly startled. This flame rat lived in the hot magma of the Earth's core. It was a rare monster with extreme yang energy. Its cultivation level wasn't high, and its skin defense was average. However, its resistance to the power of fire was surprisingly high. The key was that this beast wasn't born in the netherworld realm. It was unknown where Yin Lu got its fur. The rat that Yin Lu transformed was about the same size as before. Its brown fur was abnormally rough, and its sharp claws were extremely sharp. It looked very clumsy. If Lu Ming hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have been able to see that this flame rat was actually an illusion. As soon as the rat appeared, it burrowed into the ground of the desert without saying a word. It turned into a small mound and quickly burrowed forward. The remaining 6 or 7 giant golden birds naturally wouldn't give up just like that. They flapped their wings and shot towards the small mound. They ignored the mud and directly burrowed into the ground, but their speed was inevitably much slower. However, the seemingly clumsy flame rat moved as fast as lightning underground. It turned around in the mud and unexpectedly avoided the golden light like a ghost. Compared to Yin Lu's strange secret technique, Lu Ming's method of using his body to forcefully resist the flames was extremely clumsy. Fortunately, the two had already traversed more than half of the wasteland. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the two finally left the range of the extreme yang formation. After they left the wasteland, the 10 giant golden birds didn't chase after them. Instead, they let out cries and transformed back into 10 golden suns, hanging in the sky above the wasteland. Seeing this, the flame rat formed by Yin Lu burrowed out of the ground. Brown light swirled around its body and it returned to its original appearance. Lu Ming's body also trembled and black qi once again surged out of his body, completely dispersing the remaining golden flames on his body. Fellow Yin's secret technique is so profound. I truly admire it. Lu Ming looked at Yin Lu and praised with a smile that wasn't a smile. Hee, it's only a transformation technique. How can it compare to Brother Yin's insignificant skill? But Brother Yin's physical body is so strong that you can actually resist this golden black flame for so long. I wonder what kind of technique is it? Yin Lu chuckled and asked Lu Ming back. This is only a secret technique that I obtained by chance in my early years. It can increase the strength of my body for a short period of time. If I stay here for too long, the consequences will be unthinkable. This time, I was able to successfully escape because of luck. If I had stayed in this extreme yang formation for a while longer, I'm afraid I would have turned into nothingness. Hearing this, Lu Ming vaguely replied. There's a canyon in front of us, but the map doesn't have any records of the restrictions in it. It seems that we can only explore it ourselves. Yin Lu did not have any intention of asking any more questions. He stuck the map jade slips to his forehead for a moment and shook his head. When Lu Ming heard this, he also gave a wry smile. From the information he had obtained from the cave, the canyon in front of them, known as the Fierce Wind Valley, was clearly not a safe place. However, there were indeed no special markings for the restrictions in it. However, from the current situation, the two of them had already reached the outskirts of the hinterland. They were only 300 to 400 kilometers away from the Spirit King's sorrow. This was good news. However, under the situation where their magic power was limited, even a cultivator like Lu Ming found it hard to deal with these strange restrictions, be it in terms of physical strength or magic power. The two of them rested for a short while and recovered some of their magic power. They got up and continued forward. Not long after, the two of them walked into a canyon between two lofty mountain ranges that stretched on the left and right, with no end in sight. As soon as they stepped into the canyon, they slowed down and looked around as they walked forward slowly. After Lu Ming's gaze swept across, his heart trembled. On the steep mountain walls on both sides of the canyon, there were faint traces of something sharp grinding and carving. They crisscrossed and were extremely messy. However, before he could speak, Yin Lu suddenly extended his hand in front of Lu Ming and signaled for him to stop. At the same time, he closed his eyes, as if he was sensing something. After a while, Yin Lu slowly opened his eyes, turned his head and said faintly to Lu Ming. Brother Yin, there's something wrong here. You'll know once you take a look. Hearing this, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and he closed his eyes as well. However, in the next moment, he only heard the sound of wind whistling past his ears. Alarmed, he also released his divine sense in an attempt to find the source of the sound. As a result, Lu Ming's divine sense did not go far in the direction of the sound of the wind before he felt a chill all over his body. His divine sense was forcefully pushed back by a strange force. His entire body shook, and he took half a step back before he could stabilize himself, but his face was flushed red. Brother Yin, I forgot to mention that the restriction here is quite strange. I can't use my divine sense to probe it. I used a meditation secret technique to sense it by expending some yuan qi, but I could only vaguely sense that the sound came from a hidden Yin wind, but I don't know the source. Yin Lu's expression was a little solemn. This place really isn't as peaceful as it looks, Lu Ming agreed. Now we can only take extra precautions on the road, Yin Lu said slowly. After Lu Ming nodded at him, the two of them continued on their way. To their surprise, the rest of the journey was peaceful in the canyon. Not only did they not discover any signs of danger, but even the slightly stronger mountain wind did not blow. But the more it was so, the more vigilant Lu Ming became. The mountain ranges on the left and right seemed to have no end, and it was unknown when they would reach the end. An hour later, Lu Ming and Yin Lu stopped and stood there with gloomy expressions. At the end of the canyon, there was no way to go. A similarly towering mountain blocked the two of them. This is the only way, right? Could we have gone the wrong way? Lu Ming looked at the huge mountain in front of him and slowly asked. There's only one path in this valley, so it shouldn't be wrong. Could it be that we have to climb over it? Although this mountain isn't high, it won't be easy to climb over it due to the restriction on flying. Why don't we? Yin Lu touched his chin and said thoughtfully. At this moment, a rumbling sound came from the void behind the two of them. The two of them were startled and looked back, only to be shocked by the scene in front of them. They saw that the path behind them was blocked by a huge mountain that had appeared out of nowhere. As a result, the two of them were now forcibly trapped in a steep valley surrounded by mountains on all sides and unable to use flying spells. Just as the two of them were shocked and thinking quickly, Chila, a few loud noises came from all directions. It came from all directions. On the mountain walls on all sides, there were several long and narrow cracks. Following that, a piercing sound could be heard. Streaks of extremely cold gray wind blades swept out from the cracks in a densely packed manner, covering the sky and covering the earth. These wind blades seemed to be similar to ordinary wind blades, but they contained an extremely strong cold power. Among them, several large wind blades were tens of feet long, while the small ones were only a few inches long. In the blink of an eye, the void where the two of them were in was occupied by the dense gray wind blades. Seeing this situation, Lu Ming's face immediately sank. With a roar, countless pitch-black gas emerged from his body and quickly condensed behind him. A dragon roar came. 5 black mist serpents, each around 400 to 500 feet long, rushed out from behind him, circled in the air, and directly met the dense wind blades. As a result, the power of the wind blades was not trivial. Poof! A giant wind blade slashed through the waist of a black mist dragon. After a flash of black light, it was directly cut into two. As for those slightly smaller wind blades, although they did not have such great power, they could not be underestimated. In just a few seconds, they had cut the remaining black mist dragons with cuts all over their bodies, and they were on the verge of collapse. Hell purgatory. Lu Ming's eyes were cold. He changed the gesture in his hand, and the 5 mist dragons that were at a disadvantage exploded one after another. The black mist all over the sky turned into wisps of black gas, and they wrapped around him. At the same time, the roar of a tiger came. 5 black giant tiger phantoms that were more than 100 feet tall rushed out and quickly circled around him. Crackling sounds of explosions could be heard. The 5 black mist tigers forcibly blocked most of the wind blades, but there were too many wind blades. There were still many wind blades that flashed through the gap and rushed to Lu Ming. When Lu Ming saw this, a silver light flashed behind him, and a pair of fleshy wings appeared. He dodged left and right at low altitude. At the same time, on the other side, Yin Lu, after activating the sword-controlling technique to avoid a wave of wind blades, took out a white feather from his waist and patted it lightly on his body. A white light suddenly wrapped around him, and it turned into a white feather phantasm that was as thin as a paper. Chila, a door-sized black wind blade blasted toward it. As a result, the white feather phantasm actually moved slightly to the side unhurriedly. At an incredible angle, the wind blade passed by. In the following time, the whole white feather drifted back and forth in the void, drifting erratically. No matter how dense the wind blades were, they could always pass by it without any danger, so that they couldn't hit the feather at all. Just at the moment when Lu Ming was a little distracted to observe Yin Lu, the frequency of the falling wind blades suddenly increased. Lu Ming had to flap the silver fleshy wings behind him. He turned into a silver light while activating the mist tiger phantasm. There were more and more wind blades in the sky, and they were getting denser and denser. In the end, it was like a rainstorm. Even if Lu Ming's movement technique was weird, he had to take some small wind blades head-on. With his powerful physical body, even if these wind blades broke through his protective black gas, they would at most leave some blood marks on the surface of his body, but they would recover in a moment. Now, Lu Ming finally understood the origin of the name of this valley. With the horror of this enchantment, perhaps ordinary Jindan cultivators would have already been cut into several pieces in such a wind blade array. However, with the rapid loss of spiritual power, Lu Ming also began to feel a little overwhelmed. I have to find a way to deal with it quickly and leave here. If there is no problem with the map, there must be a place in this dead end that the two of them can pass through. It's just that the two of them didn't have time to find it before they triggered the enchantment. Lu Ming used the technique of multitasking. While thinking, he kept scanning the surrounding situation with the corner of his eyes. After the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, his eyes suddenly lit up. In the corner of a stone wall a few thousand feet in front of him, there was a huge black rock that was 100 feet in size. When the scattered wind blades touched it, they directly sank into it like clay oxen entering the sea. There was no longer any reaction. Seeing this, Lu Ming didn't hesitate to move toward the direction of the rock. When he was less than 200 or 300 feet away from the black rock, he raised his arm and a gray sword light shot out. In a flash, countless gray sword lights appeared. A loud chi-chi sound rang out. All the sword lights turned into gray sword threads, intertwining to form a huge net that covered the entire rock in front of him. As a result, when the gray sword threads hit the surface of the rock, the runes on the surface flashed, and they also silently sank into the rock. At this time, the bone-chilling cold wind behind Lu Ming increased. It was a dense roll of wind blades. The black mist tiger phantasm that was circling around him became blurred, as if it was about to collapse under the sky full of wind blades. Lu Ming snorted coldly. After his figure became blurred, he turned into 4 phantasms and blasted forward. Swoosh swoosh. A few sounds came. In the blink of an eye, 3 of the phantasms, along with 5 mist tigers, were submerged in the vast wind blades and turned into wisps of black mist. Lu Ming's real body flashed into the black boulder after a few flashes in a row, disappearing without a trace. The moment he passed through the rock, Lu Ming only felt that his vision went black, and the whistling sound behind his ears suddenly stopped. Then, a cold breath hit his face, and the surrounding scenery suddenly changed. When he saw the situation in front of him again, he appeared in the sky above a clear blue lake. He hurriedly used a technique to stabilize his body and released his divine sense to scan the surroundings. The surroundings were quiet, and there were small hills of different heights on both sides of the lake. He couldn't find a path to continue forward. At this time, the space behind Lu Ming fluctuated. A white feather phantasm broke through the air and slowly floated down. After the white light rolled up, it revealed the figure of a young man wearing a white robe. It was Yin Lu. Yin Lu put away the feather in his hand and cupped his hands at Lu Ming. It's all thanks to Brother Yin that we were able to successfully escape this time. You were actually able to find this inconspicuous exit in the boundless mountains. I was just lucky, but Brother Yin's secret technique really broadened my horizons. That's right. Does Brother Yin know where we are now and how far away we are from the Ghost King's mourning? Lu Ming also praised him and changed the topic. The lake below was very different from the description on the map that Lu Ming had obtained. According to the markings on the map, the Dark Wind Valley should lead directly to a swamp. Now, the two of them were surrounded by mountains and lakes. There was no sign of a swamp at all. Could it be that they had accidentally barged into some kind of restriction again? Yin Lu heard this and looked around. He closed his eyes and meditated again. After a while, he opened his eyes, but his face was very gloomy. This place should not be far from the Ghost King's sorrow, but, however, before he could finish his sentence, the entire lake below seemed to be boiling. Bubbles kept popping up, and the originally calm lake suddenly became turbulent. As the huge waves surged, an incomparably large whirlpool appeared. The clear lake water suddenly became as black as ink, and the surrounding air suddenly cooled down. This is the water of the river Styx. Lu Ming only scanned the lake with his divine sense and immediately cried out. The next moment, he only felt his body sink. A huge force surged out from the whirlpool, almost directly pulling him down. At the same time, puff 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 sounds rang out from all directions. Suddenly, a water column as thick as a water tank suddenly rushed out from the lake, like a cage, trapping the two of them inside. Seeing this, Lu Ming's expression changed. He patted the 8-legged sea beast on his chest, and a silver light flashed behind him. The wind whistled loudly, and he soared into the sky. But at this moment, Yin Lu's faint voice transmission came into his ears. Brother Yin, the path to the Ghost King's sorrow should be at the bottom of this lake. As soon as he finished speaking, the blue light around Yin Lu's body flowed, and a blue carp shadow appeared in a flash, wrapping him in it. With a splash, he turned into a blue shadow and went straight toward the whirlpool. However, Lu Ming's expression was uncertain. Finally, after his eyes flashed a few times, he released rolling black gas, and turned into a silver and black evasive light that rushed down. Bang! Bang! 2 loud sounds rang out. Lu Ming and Yin Lu went into the whirlpool one after another. The huge waves in the surroundings slammed into the center of the lake at the same time. Suddenly, water splashed everywhere, and the whole lake was also overturned. Lu Ming only felt that the surrounding water was spinning quickly. At this moment, a blue light flashed not far below, and a huge blue fishtail shadow swept past, forcibly pushing the waves around Lu Ming to the sides, opening up a path for itself. Lu Ming did not hesitate. The wings on his back shook, and he turned into a silver light, chasing after the blue carp. In the end, there was no special danger on this waterway, other than some whirlpools and lunar beasts that appeared from time to time. Under Lu Ming's water escape technique, they passed through safely and came to a dilapidated teleportation array at the bottom of the lake. After a moment of dizziness, the two of them were teleported to a cave filled with ice crystals. In the following time, the two passed through a few more restrictions. Although they encountered danger again and again, and were a little embarrassed, they finally managed to survive one by one. Although Yinlu's magic power were greatly restricted, he could always take out some strange things to help the two pass through difficult times. He seemed to have some kind of premonition ability, and many times he gave a warning in advance, allowing them to avoid danger several times. These performances made Lu Ming click his tongue in wonder, but he became more and more suspicious of Yinlu's true identity. Yinlu seemed to feel Lu Ming's surprised gaze, but he showed a nonchalant look. At this moment, the two of them were in a dusky space. They had entered this place through a dilapidated teleportation formation in the depths of a cave. Lu Ming looked around, and his heart moved. This place was somewhat similar to the space he entered in the mysterious bubble. For some reason, in this space, his originally suppressed cultivation had recovered, and his magic power was gradually replenished. Could this be the Ghost King's morning? Lu Ming said doubtfully. Yinlu looked around and shook his head at Lu Ming. Don't worry. According to what I know, this shouldn't be the Ghost King's morning. However, I have a feeling that it's only a step away from it. Hearing this, Lu Ming could not help but laugh bitterly. Just as he was about to say something, the gray space in front of him rippled. Seeing this, Lu Ming and Yinlu hurriedly put on a defensive stance. On the way here, the two had already seen all kinds of strange restrictions in the Ghost King's morning. They did not know what it was this time. Ripples appeared in the gray space, and with a flash of gray light, a huge mirror appeared in front of the two. The image of Lu Ming and Yinlu clearly appeared in it. It looked extremely realistic, and even the shocked expressions on their faces were vividly displayed. The ripples in the surrounding space gradually calmed down, and soon returned to normal, as if nothing special had happened. Mirror? What kind of restriction is this? Yinlu looked at himself in the mirror, then turned to look at his surroundings as he asked in shock. Lu Ming was also very surprised, but at this moment, Rahu's deep voice sounded in his ear. This is the Chaotic Rebirth Formation, one of the 10 great ancient formations. It can replicate the image of a trapped person and use it to fight with them. Furthermore, it can only leave after a victor has been decided. I shouldn't have warned you, but this formation will cause your Chaotic Rebirth Formation to reappear. It's very easy for ordinary people to be shaken, causing their minds to be unsettled and easily defeated by the image. Once you're defeated, you'll become a puppet-like existence, and your spirit will be devoured by the formation. However, in my opinion, if you pass this stage, you'll probably be able to enter the true Ghost King's morning. Thank you for your warning, Senior. After hearing this, Lu Ming's facial muscles twitched, and he hurriedly replied in his sea of consciousness. I forgot to remind you, there aren't many who can truly pass through this formation and survive. As for thanking me, let's wait until you come back alive. After Raha laughed coldly, he did not say anything else. Hearing this, Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Just as he was about to think of a way to break through the formation, the huge mirror in front of him had already changed. A layer of light suddenly flashed on the surface of the mirror, and a gray pillar of light shot out, enveloping Lu Ming's body. Hiss, hiss, the gray pillar of light shone on his body, and a wave of black chi appeared on his body. The middle-aged man that had been transformed using the 1,000 transformations cloak disappeared, and he returned to his original appearance. Lu Ming's expression changed, and his body swayed, leaving behind a series of afterimages. For a moment, the entire place was filled with Lu Ming's figures. However, no matter how Lu Ming changed his body, the gray pillar of light was like maggots in his bones, enveloping his body. Don't waste your energy. As long as you are still in this gray space, it is impossible for you to escape. Rahu's voice sounded in Lu Ming's mind. Lu Ming's expression changed, and his figure flashed. He stopped, and the figures all over the place dissipated. When Yin Lu saw this, a strange expression appeared on his face. Unexpectedly, he was not too surprised by the change in Lu Ming's expression. At this moment, Lu Ming's figure in the mirror suddenly became blurred, and then an image appeared. After Lu Ming's eyes swept over it, his body suddenly stiffened. In the huge mirror in front of him, the figure of a huge island appeared, surrounded by black fog. At a glance, it was obvious that it was a savage and desolate land. 2 huge ships were parked at the edge of the island, and on the shore near the ships, 2 groups of people were fighting fiercely. A group of people who looked like prisoners wore animal skin clothes and held a variety of simple weapons made of animal bones. The other group of people seemed to be soldiers, wearing iron armor, and were obviously much better equipped. The battle was fierce. As time went by, the prisoners relied on their large numbers and gradually overwhelmed the soldiers. This is Savage Island. The expression on Lu Ming's face changed. In the midst of the fierce fighting, a skinny young man was holding a green steel short sword. He cleanly and neatly knocked down soldiers one after another. The young man still had a trace of childishness on his face, and the fierce fighting didn't seem to affect his expression at all. Lu Ming's gaze fell on the young man's face in the mirror, and an inexplicable emotion emerged in his heart. The image in the mirror changed rapidly, and scenes from his distant memories appeared clearly in his mind. Escaping from Savage Island, joining barbarian ghost sect, advancing to spiritual master, Sea Clan War, being captured in South Sea, wandering to Middle Sky Continent, joining Taiching Gate, the scene in the mirror seemed to reproduce all his experiences since he was born. It even showed the scene of his first demonization and being possessed by the demonic spirit. The more profound the memory, the clearer the scene in the mirror. The corner of Lu Ming's eyes twitched a few times, and he secretly glanced at Yin Lu. The mirror reflected almost all of his previous experiences. His identity as a human had been completely exposed, and he didn't know how Yin Lu would react. However, everything about Luo Hu and the mysterious bubble was not shown in the mirror. It should have been covered by Luo Hu's spell, which made Lu Ming feel a lot more at ease. The scene in the mirror changed quickly, and finally stopped at the moment when Lu Ming broke into the netherworld realm. The gray mirror rippled again, and all the pictures dissipated, and a figure of Lu Ming reappeared. In the mirror, a strange smile suddenly appeared on Lu Ming's face. His figure moved, and he walked out of the mirror. He stood a few feet away from Lu Ming. Lu Ming's expression changed. The person in front of him was exactly the same as him, no matter if it was the clothes or the breath he exuded. The power of the chaotic rebirth formation is that it can detect all the information of the cultivator within the range of the formation, and then create a phantom with the same strength as the real person. You know, the most difficult thing for people to defeat is themselves. Luo Hu's voice sounded, and then quickly became low. Hearing this, Lu Ming stared at the Lu Ming opposite him, and his eyes suddenly narrowed. If what Luo Hu said was true, then the Lu Ming in front of him would have the same cultivation and abilities as him. Although he had constantly simulated every enemy he encountered in the demonic eye of illusions in the past, he had never stood on the opposite side of himself like he did today. Moreover, he had to do everything he could to defeat himself. Yin Lu, who was on the side, faced everything that was shown in the mirror, including the newly appeared Lu Ming. From beginning to end, he did not show the slightest surprise, and only looked on indifferently. However, when he saw a few scenes, his eyebrows moved slightly, and he finally revealed a thoughtful expression. Lu Ming couldn't care less about the Yin flow on the side. His mind turned quickly, thinking about every attack that himself might launch and the corresponding countermeasures. At the same time, he secretly condensed spiritual power in his body. As long as himself in front of him made a slight move, he would launch a preemptive strike without hesitation. However, the Lu Ming opposite him had a faint hint of ridicule in his eyes. He stood not far away, not moving at all. The two confronted each other like this. At that moment, the gray mirror glowed again, and a gray pillar of light shot out, enveloping Yin Lu's body. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows, but most of his attention was still on his other self, and he looked over from the corner of his eye. In the end, Yin Lu did not try to dodge like Lu Ming did at first, nor did he panic. He just stood there quietly, still being enveloped by the gray light. The next moment, there was a flow of light on the gray mirror in front of him, and then a series of scenes appeared. Naturally, they were Yin Lu's life experiences. Lu Ming only watched for a moment, then turned to look at Yin Lu with a look of disbelief on his face. Yin Lu stared motionlessly at the scene in the mirror. His expression was indifferent, but his eyes flickered with a hint of a strange light. What appeared in the mirror was a chain of lofty mountains. White clouds and mist drifted and lingered between the mountains. On the lush and verdant mountain peaks, pavilions, terraces, and halls could be seen clearly. It was obviously a blessed land for cultivation in the human realm where the spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered. On a green mountain peak, in a courtyard with flying eaves, a handsome young man in a gray robe was sitting cross-legged on a green boulder facing the sun. He was breathing rhythmically and cultivating quietly. The face of the young man in a gray robe was faintly similar to Yin Lu. Lu Ming, who already knew the effect of the chaos rebirth formation, naturally knew that this young man was the former Yin Lu, and he was also a human. What surprised Lu Ming the most was that this blessed land looked very familiar. It seemed to be the Thousand Spirit Mountain range, and the green mountain peak where the young man in a gray robe was the Emerald Cloud Peak that he had been to once when he first entered Taiching. Yin Lu looked at some in front with a hint of reminiscence in his eyes, but his expression was indifferent, as if he was looking at a person. Lu Ming suppressed the horror in his heart and continued to watch. The scene in the mirror was constantly changing. Watching the scenes of the young man in a gray robe cultivating, breaking through, and gaining experience, Lu Ming was even more shocked. He was more certain that this person was indeed a disciple of the Emerald Cloud Peak of Taiching Gate. It wasn't long before the scene changed, and the gray-robed youth had grown up to become a handsome and elegant young man. Moreover, he appeared in a magnificent hall. There were more than 10 young men in different clothes standing beside him. All of them were dignified and high-spirited. Everyone was listening attentively to an old man with white hair and a youthful face who was holding a horsetail whisk on the main seat of the hall. Above the old man's head floated a large horizontal board with the words Buddha Slaughter Palace written on it in large, unadorned characters. Behind the old man, there was a long altar covered with yellow satin. On the altar, there were small bronze lamps, about 17 or 18 of them. Each of the lamps had a bean-sized flame of different colors. Soon after, the scene changed and a lush green valley appeared in front of them. The valley looked like a peaceful paradise. Apart from a few simple and crude grass huts and a few acres of medicinal fields, there was also a clear light blue lake. In the middle of the lake, there was a huge spring that gurgled endlessly, and clear spring water was constantly gushing out. There was an arched stone bridge above a stream that was connected to the lake. A man and a woman were leaning against each other, as if they were two young men and women in love. The young man had a pale face and a silver hairpin that was several inches long was inserted into his hair. His green robes fluttered in the wind and he carried a sheathless longsword on his back. His face was full of heroic spirit. The young woman was dressed in white and her hair reached her waist. She had a beautiful face and looked like a little bird. At this moment, the young man was pointing at the clear spring in the middle of the lake with one hand as he said something in high spirits. His face was overflowing with excitement, and the young girl seemed to be amused by him as she covered her mouth and giggled nonstop. In front of the gray mirror, when Yin Lu saw this scene, his eyes showed a rare hint of blurriness and he sighed softly. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. This small green valley was none other than the Silver Spring Valley that Long Yanfei had taken him to. He then vaguely sensed something and quickly retracted his gaze. He looked at himself in front of him, who was staring at him intently. His pupils were faintly shining. He immediately took a few steps back calmly. As a result, the Lu Ming opposite him also took a few steps forward, then stopped again and looked at him. Seeing this, Lu Ming was a little relieved. He once again glanced at the gray mirror with the corner of his eyes. At this time, on the mirror, there was a scene of an abnormally fierce battle. The background was a dim gray misty space. It seemed to be in a cave. Yin Lu waved the long sword in his hand into a ball of cold light, turning it into layers of sword shadows. He was fighting with a black armored evil spirit with disheveled hair and black gas around his body. The sword shadows, the chilly wind, and the bloody light were intertwined in the air, and the sound of explosions was continuous. Suddenly, there was a loud sound in the air. A large number of dense green silks suddenly surged out from all directions and shrouded Yin Lu. Yin Lu was originally comparable in strength with the black-armored evil spirit. In the face of this sudden sneak attack, his complexion changed. He subconsciously took a deep breath, and a layer of green light suddenly appeared on his body surface. He was about to take this blow head-on. Chi La, as the light on the surface of Yin Lu trembled, he lost his footing and fell down rapidly. Seeing this, the black-armored evil spirit's body swayed and fell down. Its two palms struck out in a blur and instantly turned into a blurry black palm shadow that shot downwards. Seeing this, Yin Lu's eyes flashed coldly, and he changed his sword gesture. A clear sound. The sword light flashed, a large piece of green sword shadow turned into layers of sword waves, facing the black palm shadow that was pressing down. Pung, pung. Consecutive sounds rang out. In mid-air, the green and black light shone brightly, and the originally dim space was illuminated. The walls in all directions were affected by the aftershock, and there was a burst of flying sand and stones. However, although shadow flow resisted the attack of the black-armored evil spirit, its falling speed increased several times, and the rebound force made it unable to stabilize its body at all. In the end, it accidentally fell into a huge black gas vortex below and disappeared. The scene changed again, and the next scene was that of an altar made of countless black boulders, surrounded by black mist. Suddenly, thunder and lightning flashed in the sky, followed by a fluctuation in the void. Countless black gas gathered from all directions, turning into a black gas vortex. Immediately afterward, a green light flashed out of the vortex and blasted down in front of the altar. With a loud bang, a pit appeared on the ground, and Yin Lu, who was holding a green long sword, was lying in the pit, unconscious. Looking at the scene in front of him, Lu Ming could not help but smile bitterly in his heart. This situation was so similar to the situation when he entered the Nine Nether Realm. However, the next scene made his expression change greatly again. A young man in a grey robe, who looked no different from a fiend, dashed forward at full speed amidst the thick black mist and raging black gales. He was wreathed in faint cyan light, holding a long, cyan sword in his hand. But from the skill he used, there was no doubt that he was a human cultivator. Needless to say, this person was Yin Lu. Then, the gravel slope, the blood leaf maze, the extreme Yang formation, the Black Wind Valley. Everything that Lu Ming had seen just now appeared again. Then, above an extremely desolate small soil slope, Yin Lu stepped on an unusually ferocious evil spirit's head with a layer of faint black gas around his body. Dark Bone Method. Lu Ming stared at the faint black gas around Yin Lu's body, and was startled. This was clearly a situation where the black gas was condensed and exposed outside of the body after cultivating the first level of the Dark Bone Method. Opposite of Yin Lu stood a huge, ferocious spirit with two horns on its head, holding a huge black rod that was more than 30 meters long and dragging it on the ground. It was roaring loudly at Yin Lu. This is Barbarian Ghost King. Yin Flo. Luin. Grandmaster Luin. Although Lu Ming had some guesses in his heart, seeing this scene, he finally couldn't help blurting out with a hint of excitement in his tone. Hearing this, Yin Lu's body shook, and he looked at Lu Ming with a slightly speechless expression. Then, he turned his gaze back to the grey mirror, and did not say anything. The scene on the grey mirror continued. This time, it was in a valley with rolling fog. Yin Lu's face was pale, and his body was a little unstable as he flew quickly on his sword. He seemed to be seriously injured and should be being chased by some strong enemy. As a result, when he passed through a place surrounded by clouds and mist, he was swallowed by a space crack that suddenly appeared and disappeared. After that, the young man appeared on a huge island. Lu Ming's expression changed greatly. This island was actually his hometown, Yunchuan Island. The scene in the mirror changed quickly, showing the scene of Yin Lu galloping on Yunchuan Island. But beside him, there was a huge, ferocious spirit with two horns on its head and a skeleton with flashing golden flames in its eyes. In the end, Yin Lu swept away all the strong enemies in the nearby sea area and searched countless places, but still could not find the way home. Finally, he helplessly returned to the original huge island and settled on a certain mountain peak. Not long after, he founded a small sect and began to recruit disciples. It was the barbarian ghost sect. Under his leadership, the sect flourished day by day, and the scale was also getting bigger and bigger. It was a scene of prosperity. As the years passed, the young man gradually aged, and his lifespan was finally used up. The last scene in the mirror was impressively fixed at the moment before the young man died. Lu Ming withdrew his gaze, took a deep breath, and then turned to look at Yin Lu, his eyes flashing with a strange light. At this time, how could Lu Ming not understand the true origin of Yin Lu? The Yin Lu in front of him was actually the reincarnation of Lu Yin, the founder of the savage ghost sect in Yunchuan continent, who was also the secret disciple of Taiqing Gate who had been missing for many years. The saying of reincarnation was originally an illusory saying, but the place where Lu Ming was at the moment was the Nine Nether Realm, which was the rumored place of reincarnation. So although he was surprised, he was not completely unbelievable. However, before Lu Ming could ask for an explanation, the gray mirror in front of Yin Lu rippled, and another Yin Lu emerged again. He walked out of the mirror with an indifferent face and stood not far from Yin Lu. The huge mirror flickered twice and suddenly lit up. The two mirror images dressed like Lu Ming and Yin Lu seemed to get some kind of signal. They looked fierce at the same time and suddenly rushed to Lu Ming and Yin Lu respectively. Lu Ming's mirror image was in the air. His body suddenly shone with a black light, and his body was suddenly covered with a layer of sticky black light. Black light flashed on his hands, and black claws of half a foot long grew on his 10 fingers. With black light, they suddenly grabbed at the top of Lu Ming's head. Lu Ming had always been focused on the self in front of him. Seeing the scene in front of him, his face suddenly changed. He pointed his foot, and his figure shook and hurriedly retreated. As soon as his figure retreated, 5 half-moon-shaped black claw lights penetrated the afterimage he left. After the attack missed, Black Lu Ming's eyes flashed fiercely, and a fierce black demonic flame suddenly burst out of his body. His body made a burst of crackling sound, and his figure soared. The original robe was suddenly torn, and the whole upper body was exposed. Strange black demonic patterns appeared on his skin. A figure flashed, and Lu Ming's figure appeared hundreds of feet away. His face was gloomy. The black Lu Ming in front of him was undergoing the demonization that he was familiar with. His hands and feet were growing long and sharp claws, and his aura was still rising. In the blink of an eye, he had reached the level of the Jingdan Peak. Seeing this, Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. He knew better than anyone the power of demonization. Unfortunately, he couldn't control this ability and didn't dare to reveal it in front of others. Now that he was facing his demonized self, the fear in his heart could be imagined. After Lu Ming took a deep breath, he quickly made a hand sign. An earthy yellow light flashed in front of him, and 2 mountain river beads appeared to protect his body. A large amount of earthy yellow mist surged out of the pearl of mountain and river, enveloping his entire body. On the other side, Yin Lu and his mirror clone also began a fierce battle. 2 dazzling lights collided with each other. The figures of the two couldn't be seen, and only the muffled thunder-like loud noise caused by the collision of spiritual power could be heard. Lu Ming didn't care about the situation on Yin Lu's side. The terrifying pressure brought by the demonization of Black Lu Ming made him have no time to care about other things. The eyes of demonized Lu Ming suddenly lit up with 2 red lights, and he screamed at the sky. A black afterimage flashed, and the next moment, he disappeared from Lu Ming's sight. Lu Ming's face changed. He quickly chanted the spell, urging the 2 mountain river beads beside him. The rolling earthy yellow mist around him condensed and formed a 10 meters earthy yellow mist ball around him. As soon as he finished doing this, a black shadow flashed behind him. Demonized Lu Ming appeared like a ghost. With a movement of his arm, a dark demonic hand turned into a blurred afterimage, chopping down like a machete. Chi-chi. The earthy yellow mist was like paper in front of the demonic hand. A gap was instantly cut open, and the black demonic hand was about to chop Lu Ming's neck. At this moment, a yellow light flashed, and a foot-sized earthy yellow bead appeared behind Lu Ming. The black demonic hand grabbed the bead heavily, making a loud sound of metal clashing. Clang, a yellow light burst out of the mountain river bead. Demonized Lu Ming's body shook, and his whole body was shaken several meters away. He took a few steps back in succession before he could stand firm. Lu Ming breathed a sigh of relief. He moved and took the opportunity to pull away from demonized Lu Ming. He had always been good at speed, but compared to demonized Lu Ming, there was obviously a big gap. But this was also expected. The next moment, Lu Ming did not hesitate to chant. The earthy yellow mist around his body instantly rolled, expanding from 10 meters to more than 10 meters. At the same time, a gray sword light shot out from his body. In a flash, it turned into a dense gray sword shadow, covering the sky and covering the earth, shrouding demonized Lu Ming. Demonized Lu Ming's eyes flashed red. He let out a low roar and raised his hand. A black sword light suddenly shot out from his body. Inside the earthy yellow mist, Lu Ming saw this and his face darkened. The black sword light flashed and turned into a black sword shadow. With bursts of sword whistling, it met the gray sword shadow. The gray and black sword lights interweaved together before being obliterated, and they emitted waves of muffled thunderous sounds. Their might was actually on par with each other. Lu Ming's face changed. Although it was a little blurry, the black sword shadow was impressively the Zimu'in soul sword. But the sword light was covered with a layer of black light, which made it look a little different. It seemed that not only did the chaotic rebirth formation duplicate an existence with the exact same cultivation method, even the magic weapon seemed to be exactly the same. When Lu Ming thought of this, his face became completely gloomy. Although the demonized Lu Ming was a little violent, he didn't lose his mind at all. He waved his hand and launched a sword gesture. The dense black sword shadows flashed back and quickly merged into one, turning into a huge black sword shadow of 1,000 meters in size. It slashed in the air lightly. The gray sword shadow that filled the sky was suddenly cut into a huge gap. As soon as the gap appeared, a black line shot out from it. It was demonized Lu Ming who took advantage of the opportunity to pounce. Lu Ming shouted and rubbed his hands. A golden electric arc as thick as a bowl burst out from his palms and struck toward the head of demonized Lu Ming. Demonized Lu Ming's face changed. It seemed that he was a little worried about the golden electric arc. His body shook and he forcibly moved a few meters to the side. Lu Ming snorted coldly. He made a gesture, and the thick golden lightning arc made an unexpected turn and struck down fiercely. Demonized Lu Ming could not dodge at this moment. With a roar, his body was directly hit by the golden electric arc. The black devil chi on the surface of his body tumbled and was mostly dispersed by the golden electric arc. Countless golden electric arcs spread on his body. In the electric arc, there was a muffled groan full of pain like that of a beast. A hint of joy appeared on Lu Ming's face. The heavenly thunder spell was indeed the nemesis of all devil chi. He gathered all the magic power in his body and raised his arm again. An even thicker golden electric arc shot out from his hand and struck toward demonized Lu Ming at lightning speed. At this moment, a purple sword light shot out from the body of demonized Lu Ming, which was wrapped in golden electric arc, and blocked the golden electric arc crack. Purple electric arc suddenly appeared on the purple sword light and blocked the heavenly thunder spell for a moment. Demonized Lu Ming took advantage of this time to shoot out from the golden electric arc and landed more than 10 meters away. But even so, his left shoulder was still charred and a small part of his body had been demonized. But from the aura, it was obvious that he had suffered a lot of damage. A purple sword light also shot out at this moment and surrounded demonized Lu Ming. It was the bitter wheel sword. But the sword had taken a direct hit from the heavenly thunder spell and the sword's light was slightly dimmer. It seemed that its spirituality had suffered a lot of damage. Lu Ming's eyes flashed and his body swayed. He pounced toward demonized Lu Ming, and black gas rolled out from his body. At this moment, a strong sword pressure pressed down from the sky. Demonized Lu Ming's Zimu'in spirit sword, which had transformed into a black giant sword shadow, swayed and chopped down toward Lu Ming's head. Lu Ming's face darkened and he stopped moving. The black gas on his body surged and he exhaled. A black fist wrapped in a black aura punched out. A black tiger head shadow the size of a house flew out with a roar and hit the giant sword shadow. An earth-shattering explosion resounded, the black tiger head phantom dissipated with a loud bang, and the giant sword phantom was shockingly sent flying by the punch. Demonized Lu Ming had a moment of respite. The demonic markings on his body dissipated and he returned to his original appearance. At the same time, a black light wrapped around his body and the chaotic aura he emitted actually calmed down. Seeing this, Lu Ming's heart trembled. He did not continue to pursue and instead waved his hand to form a sword technique. The gray sword shadows in the air fused together and turned into a giant sword that floated above his head. At the same time, he patted his waist and 2 balls of black gas flew out from the soul-cultivating pouch. It was Scorpion and Feyre. At this moment, he finally understood that this clone of his not only had the same cultivation and magic treasures as him, but also battle experience that was not inferior to his. If he did not go all out, he would not be able to win. As soon as Scorpion and Feyre appeared, the black gas around them immediately condensed and turned into their original battle forms. However, at the moment when Demon Flying Skull and Bone Scorpion appeared, the huge mirror in the gray space reacted again. After a burst of gray gas rippled, 2 gray beams of light shot out from it and shrouded Bone Scorpion and Demon Flying Skull. Lu Ming's face changed. The mirror shone with gray light, but for some reason, the previous experience of Bone Scorpion and Demon Flying Skull did not appear in it. With a flash of gray light, there were 2 more spiritual pets beside Phantom Lu Ming. They were Bone Scorpion and Demon Flying Skull. Seeing this, Lu Ming could only secretly complain. He originally wanted to summon 2 spiritual pets to help him. He did not expect that. The chaotic rebirth array would also work on spiritual pets. It seemed that there was no hope for them to help. Thinking of this, he exhaled and his heart became abnormally calm. With a wave of his finger, the gray giant sword above his head disappeared in the air. The next moment, it suddenly appeared in front of Phantom Lu Ming and slashed down without hesitation. Phantom Lu Ming let out a muffled groan and waved one hand. The black giant sword that floated above his head immediately went up to meet the attack. The 2 gray and black giant swords collided with each other and burst out a shocking sound. The 2 were still equal in power and entangled with each other. Lu Ming glanced at the 2 spiritual pets beside him, and his lips moved slightly as he transmitted a few words. Bone Scorpion crossed its pair of giant pincers, and its body moved. It turned into a silver figure and pounced at the mirror image Bone Scorpion. In midair, the tail hook behind it blurred and turned into dense hook shadows. Demon Flying Skull made a strange laughter and rushed straight to the mirror image Demon Flying Skull. Green hair shot out all over the sky and shrouded the front. Almost at the same time as the 2 spiritual pets attacked, the 2 spiritual pets beside mirror image Lu Ming also flew out at the same time, and the 4 spiritual pets collided with each other. For a time, countless tail hook phantasms collided fiercely in midair, and the green hair intertwined. The Bone Scorpion and Demon Flying Skull, transformed by the chaotic rebirth array, really had the same strength as the original body. All the moves were the same. They were evenly matched for a while, and there was no winner at all. But at this moment, Bone Scorpion and Demon Flying Skull seemed to have agreed on it. Black gas and green flames burst out from their bodies at the same time, sweeping toward the surrounding. Mirror image Lu Ming's face changed. Because the place where the 4 spiritual pets fought was relatively close to him, his sight was blocked by the black gas and green flames for a while. Before he could react, the gray giant sword in midair suddenly swung. The light on the giant sword suddenly flourished, and it shook off the entanglement of the black giant sword. The giant sword shadow turned blurred and slashed at mirror image Lu Ming. Mirror image Lu Ming waved one hand, and a yellow light flashed on his body. A yellow mountain river bead blasted out. His body instantly expanded by 10 times and blocked the top of his head. However, the gray giant sword suddenly emitted a dazzling light. Its body instantly expanded and shrank, then it burst open. Amidst an earth-shattering rumble, the gray sword light transformed into countless strands of crystalline gray sword chi that shot out in all directions. Wherever the crystalline sword chi passed, faint gray marks would be left behind in the space around it. Seeing this, mirror image Lu Ming hurriedly stepped on the ground, and his body flickered backward. At the same time, 4 yellow beads appeared on the surface of his body with a flash of yellow light. A large amount of yellow mist gushed out and shrouded his body in it. There was a sound like rain hitting on banana leaves. The crystal sword chi hit on the yellow mist. Although the yellow mist shook violently, it still withstood it one by one. Mirror image Lu Ming staggered back a dozen steps before he could stand still. At this moment, a figure flashed behind him, and Lu Ming emerged like a ghost. Lu Ming was surrounded by black gas. He just groaned and shook his arms again. With a poof sound, a large black light rolled out and instantly wrapped the mirror image Lu Ming in it, turning it into a huge black light ball. After mirror image Lu Ming blacked out, he and the 4 spiritual pets fell into a dark space full of black gas at the same time. The next moment, he was blocked by the black gas from all directions. He couldn't see the battle between the spiritual pets at all. Mirror image Lu Ming didn't have the slightest worry. He looked around, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. He made a gesture, and a protective yellow cloud on the surface of his body flashed continuously. The 12 mountain river beads all emerged and spun. Pieces of yellow light swept out, supporting a yellow spherical space around him. At this moment, the black mist in the hell prison space tumbled, and dense black mist arrows condensed and rushed toward mirror image Lu Ming. However, as soon as these black mist arrows touched the yellow light transformed by the mountain river beads, they collapsed and turned into black gas again. They couldn't get close at all. Mirror image Lu Ming murmured again. It seemed that he was going to use some powerful means to tear the hell prison space. But at this moment, a heavy water vapor suddenly appeared in the hell prison space, and the sound of water splashing came from all directions. Mirror image Lu Ming looked solemn. Ow ow, in a ghostly howl, the surrounding black gas tumbled violently. Then, 7 or 8 black ghosts with horns on their heads jumped out. One of them was dark and shiny, and it rushed toward mirror image Lu Ming. Mirror image Lu Ming snorted coldly, and the 12 mountain river beads around him suddenly shone brightly. After a slight tremble, circles of yellow light waves vibrated from them. The moment the little black ghosts came into contact with this layer of light, they collapsed with a wail and once again turned into countless black liquids that exploded. However, before mirror image Lu Ming could relax, the surrounding black gas tumbled violently again, and black ghosts jumped out one after another and rushed toward him. Mirror image Lu Ming's face turned cold, and he pointed at the 12 mountain river beads in front of him with one finger. Suddenly, all the beads emitted a dazzling light, and in a flash, they turned into 12 yellow flood dragons that were more than 100 feet long. These flood dragons were real. Their bodies were covered with bright scales, and there were 4 black and yellow flood dragon claws on their abdomens. The 12 flood dragons flew around for a while, and the dragon claws tore all the black ghosts that kept appearing around them into pieces. Every little ghost directly collapsed into a cloud of black gas, and for a while, the surrounding black gas was lingering. The hell prison space trembled violently, and the 12 flood dragons formed by the mountain river beads seemed to be about to break the whole space. Mirror image Lu Ming couldn't help but show a trace of ferocity on his face. At this moment, the hell prison space suddenly shone with black light, and the surrounding black gas suddenly tumbled. After that, it condensed into 12 ferocious ghosts that were more than 100 feet in size, with 2 horns on their heads, and covered with scales all over their bodies. They were the 12 Styx giant ghosts that were also formed by the mountain river beads. As soon as the 12 Styx giant ghosts appeared, they immediately rushed toward the 12 flood dragons transformed by mirror image Lu Ming. Mirror image Lu Ming didn't show the slightest surprise on his face. He sneered and waved his hands repeatedly. The 12 flood dragons flew out, opened their mouths, and shot thick yellow light beams at the Styx giant ghosts. The Styx giant ghosts let out a series of angry roars, and the giant claws in their hands suddenly extended out a few feet long black light beams. With a few swoosh swoosh, they shattered the yellow light beams that shot at them. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the 12 flood dragons rolled down and wrapped around the Styx giant ghosts. Their sharp dragon claws deeply pierced into the Styx giant ghost's body. The Styx giant ghosts didn't want to be outdone. They kept waving their giant claws, and the light around the yellow flood dragons trembled. The two were similar in size, and they were both transformed by the mountain river beads. Their strength was naturally equal, and they were in a stalemate. Mirror image Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a cold light. When he was about to make another move, the void behind him flashed, and a black figure emerged silently. It was Lu Ming's real body that had been hiding around. As soon as Lu Ming appeared, he shook his shoulder without hesitation. Suddenly, one of his arms became thicker, and he fiercely punched. Mirror image Lu Ming seemed to have sensed it. When Lu Ming just appeared, he turned around like lightning. At the same time, demonic chi was released on one of his arms, and demonic patterns appeared. It instantly turned into a ferocious demonic hand surrounded by black gas. After the demonic hand became blurred, it suddenly elongated into an afterimage. It stabbed at Lu Ming's chest even though it was launched later. Lu Ming's eyes flashed fiercely. He didn't mean to dodge at all. He rushed toward the pitch-black demonic hand. Silver light flashed on his body, and a set of silver flesh armor appeared. It was the beast armor transformed by the eight-legged sea beastkin. Mirror image Lu Ming's face showed a trace of surprise, then he flashed fiercely. Black gas flashed on the demonic hand, and sharp claws grew on his fingers, stabbing at Lu Ming's heart. The silver flesh armor flashed, and the demonic hand penetrated Lu Ming's chest. However, taking advantage of the silver flesh armor's obstruction, Lu Ming's fist suddenly turned and hit the arm behind the demonic hand. The 5 fingers of the demonic hand deviated slightly, and it actually penetrated through Lu Ming's chest. Lu Ming groaned, and the blood from the wound suddenly gurgled like a column, but his face didn't change at all, as if the one who was penetrated was not him. Instead, he took the opportunity to hug the mirror image Lu Ming, who was close at hand. Then the silver light behind him shone brightly, and 8 silver tentacles stretched out like lightning. After a flash, they firmly bound the mirror image Lu Ming. Mirror image Lu Ming's face changed drastically. Black gas rolled out of his body, and he wanted to struggle out immediately. There was a thunderous sound on one of Lu Ming's palms, and a 5-color electric arc suddenly lit up. It was a ray of 9th heaven holy thunder. With a flash, it rushed into the body of mirror image Lu Ming. Mirror image Lu Ming still had a lot of demonic chi left in his body. Being hit by the 9th heaven holy thunder at such a close distance, his body immediately felt numb, and there was a slight pause in the circulation of spiritual power. Back! Lu Ming let out a loud shout, and the black gas around him was released. The 12 Sticks River giant ghosts suddenly lit up with countless dazzling yellow lights. After a flash, they once again turned into the appearance of the Mountain River Pearl. The 12 Mountain River Pearls flashed out from the yellow dragon's claws. With a blur, they combined into one, turning into a yellow ball of 10 meters in size. It actually blasted toward mirror image Lu Ming. At the same time, Lu Ming's hands suddenly loosened, and his figure flashed backward. Even though mirror image Lu Ming wanted to dodge in shock, there was the power of the holy thunder inside, and the silver tentacles outside, so he couldn't move his body at all for a while. An earth-shattering loud noise came. The huge bead hit the back of mirror image Lu Ming firmly, causing his expression to freeze instantly. The next moment, blood suddenly appeared on the surface of his face, and then it suddenly burst into a large amount of blood foam. The next moment, the blood foam emitted a black light, and turned into spots of black light that drifted away. The 12 yellow dragons nearby, the bitter will sword, and the other items also turned into a black light rain. All the black light spots became smaller and smaller, and finally dissipated into nothingness. Seeing this scene, Lu Ming's mind relaxed. He waved his hand and made a sign. The silver flesh armor on his body retracted back into his body, and the 12 Mountain River Pearls also turned into a yellow light and flew back into his sleeve. After doing all this, Lu Ming looked down at the big hole in his chest. Blood was still gurgling out. At this moment, half of his body was dyed red. This injury looked scary, but it didn't cause a fatal injury. He just lost a lot of blood essence. Moreover, he had mastered the blood shield technique, so he had accumulated a lot of blood essence in his body. He could replenish it at any time. He made a gesture to restore some blood essence through the blood shield technique, then he took out an emerald talisman and stuck it on the wound. A faint red light suddenly appeared on the big hole in his chest. The flesh was wriggling crazily, and the wound was quickly filled. No more blood flowed out. Except for his pale face, Lu Ming was fine. He immediately took out a new green robe and put it on. His eyes flashed as he looked in a direction. On the other side of the hell prison, Scorpion and Fei Er were still fighting with their respective mirror images. After mirror image Lu Ming died, the 2 spiritual pets didn't disappear. After thinking about it for a while, Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a hint of realization. These two spiritual pet mirror images were also directly transformed by the chaotic rebirth great array. Unless they were killed, they wouldn't disappear on their own. His figure moved, and he flew over. At this moment, Scorpion's body had grown to several 10 meters in size. Its pair of giant pincers were like a pair of huge scissors, constantly launching fierce attacks. At the same time, its tail hooks shook continuously, shooting out black lines, making a whistling sound. On the other side, Fei Er's demon Flying Skull's green hair was flying all over the sky. Sometimes it shot out like a crossbow arrow, and its mouth was spitting out gray filthy flames. The attacks were intense. Facing such a fierce attack, if it was replaced by an ordinary beastkin of the same rank, it would have been defeated long ago. However, the two mirror image spiritual pets on the opposite side had exactly the same attack as the two. Therefore, even though Fei Er and Scorpion tried their best to launch wave after wave of fierce attacks, they still couldn't do anything to each other. Seeing this, Lu Ming waved his hand in the air, and a purple sword light blasted out of his sleeve. With a blur, it appeared above the bone scorpion mirror image. The sword light flashed, and transformed into a huge purple sword light that was over 100 feet long. Then, it fiercely chopped down. The bone scorpion mirror image seemed to realize that something was wrong. It immediately let out a frightened hiss, and the tail hook on its back turned into a dense black line to resist the scorpion's attack. At the same time, the two giant pincers emitted a bright silver light and intersected, trying to resist the sword light. As a result, the purple sword light blurred, and it appeared under the bone scorpion mirror image in the next moment. A purple light flashed, the mirror image bone scorpion was caught off guard, and its body made a gotcha sound. It was cut in half from the bottom to the top by the purple sword light. Green blood suddenly swarmed out of the wound. Seeing this, the scorpion was overjoyed. Its eyes flashed with red light, and it opened its mouth to spew a black gas that wrapped the body of the bone scorpion mirror image. It pulled the body into its mouth and swallowed it with a crunching sound. When Lu Ming saw this, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, but after thinking about it, he didn't say much. He turned his head and looked at the other side. The mirror flying head there seemed to sense that something was wrong. After it let out an anxious hiss, it suddenly turned into a green-cloaked boy in a blur. Immediately thereafter, he tore off a string of beads around his neck, and it transformed into 9 identical green-robed children. The children surrounded Fei Er and blasted out streaks of gray flames from their mouths. Their green hair also danced violently like venomous snakes as they attempted to kill Fei Er as quickly as possible. Fei Er was furious. Naturally, he wouldn't let him do as he wished. He also returned to the appearance of a boy and used the same trick to entangle the mirror flying skull. After a slight smile, Lu Ming waved his sleeve. The bitter will sword also turned into a purple sword light and flew above the mirror flying skull. After a clear sound, it turned into 9 sharp purple sword lights. Under a flash, it blasted at the 9 mirror flying skulls. The 9 mirror flying skulls looked shocked. They immediately wrapped their green hair on top of their heads and turned it into a green silk net, trying to resist the purple sword light. The result was naturally futile. As soon as the green silk net touched the purple sword light, it collapsed directly. The next moment, the purple light flashed, and there were continuous puff-puff sounds. 8 of the mirror flying skulls were directly penetrated by the purple sword light. Although the last mirror flying skulls narrowly avoided the fatal blow of the purple sword light, it was immediately surrounded by the 9 mirror flying skulls. A large gray flame instantly drowned the mirror flying skulls. A muffled scream came from it, and soon there was no more sound. Seeing this, Lu Ming waved one hand, and the 9 purple sword lights flashed back, turning into a purple flying sword halfway back to his hand. The mirror flying skulls were completely silent in the gray flame. Seeing this, Fei Er let out a cheer. His true body was like a scorpion. He opened his mouth and spat out a gray light, sucking the gray flame and the charred corpse back into his mouth. On the other side, after the scorpion swallowed the corpse of the mirror scorpion, the black gas around his body tumbled, and he turned back into the appearance of a black-veiled girl. A faint layer of red suddenly appeared on his body, and his aura became weak. "Scorpion, what's wrong?" Lu Ming's face changed. His figure flickered, and he swept to the front of the scorpion. He raised his hand and released a black gas to lift the scorpion's body, and asked anxiously. "Master, I'm fine." The scorpion opened his mouth and said weakly. His eyes slowly closed, and he fell into a deep sleep. Seeing this, Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. On the other side, Fei Er swallowed the mirror flying skulls into his stomach, and his spirit became weak. Like the scorpion, he fell into a deep sleep. Seeing this, Lu Ming relaxed. The situation of the two spiritual pets had been experienced before. It was most likely a sign of advancement. It was normal to think about it. Scorpion and Fei Er had already reached the peak of the crystallization period. He didn't know how long they had been accumulating. It was normal for them to break through the bottleneck after swallowing a mirror flying skulls. As soon as Lu Ming thought of this, his heart was completely relieved. He waved his hand and released 2 black gas to wrap the 2 spiritual pets, then he kept them into the soul-recovering bag. Then he waved one hand, and the hell prison space disappeared. In a flash, Lu Ming returned to the gray space. As soon as he appeared, his eyes suddenly lit up. There was a loud noise, and a thick flame blasted at his head. Lu Ming was taken aback. He moved his feet and moved for several 10 meters. The flame brushed past his body. His body shook, then he stood firm. When he saw the surrounding situation, his face changed slightly. At this moment, the gray space was shaking violently like boiling water. Countless thick crimson flames shot out in all directions. At the center of the flames, 2 300-meter-long phantoms of heaven and earth Dharma elephants were fighting fiercely. Celestial phenomenon stage. Lu Ming's pupil shrank. Between the 2 phantoms, he could vaguely distinguish Yin Lu and his mirror flying skulls. Although he had guessed that Yin Lu's cultivation was not simple, he never thought that he was a real celestial phenomenon stage fiend. Rumble, with an earth-shattering collision of magic power, the 2 originally entangled Dharma phantoms suddenly separated, and the turbulent spiritual pressure spread in all directions. Lu Ming hurriedly made a hand seal. Black gas rolled out of his body, and he flew backward. He retreated for hundreds of meters in a row before he could stand firm. At this moment, Yin Lu's body was shrouded in the manifestation phantasm, wrapped in a dazzling red light. He turned his head and glanced at Lu Ming in the distance. A strange light flashed in his eyes. He turned his gaze and looked at the mirror image clone on the opposite side again. He stretched out his arm, and a black ring on his slender fingers flashed. Black light flashed around Yin Lu's mirror flying skulls, and 4 ferocious black ghost heads appeared. They opened their mouths and spat out 4 pitch-black flames, drowning Yin Lu's mirror flying skulls. Lu Ming's expression changed, and he spread his divine sense to touch the black flames. His face suddenly turned pale. The black flames were extremely cold, and his divine sense felt as if it was being frozen the moment it touched them. Yin Lu's mirror flying skulls were surrounded by the black flames. His face became blurred, and a black light flashed in his hand, and he took out a black longsword. With a shake of the sword, countless pitch-black sword chi slashed wildly in all directions. The sword light formed a grand lotus phantom, and each lotus petal was a crystal-clear sword chi. The black lotus spun quickly, and the black cold flames were rolled away by the sword chi. They couldn't get close at all. Seeing this, the 4 black ghost heads let out a roar. Their bodies swelled up, and they pounced toward the black lotus. Chi chi chi. As soon as the black ghost heads flew to the edge of the lotus, the black lotus shone brightly, and countless crystal-clear sword chi burst out in all directions. The 4 black ghost heads were the first to bear the brunt. In the blink of an eye, they were submerged in the sword chi. They were completely torn apart without a scream. At this moment, the black ring on Yin Lu's finger shattered with a snap. However, he didn't seem to be distressed at all. Instead, he started chanting. At the same time, a golden skull appeared in his hand. After he raised his arm, the surface of the skull was emitting a brighter and brighter golden light. The next moment, Yin Lu's chanting stopped abruptly, and he pinched the skull in his hand. With a ping sound, the golden skeleton actually shattered into pieces. In an instant, the gray void trembled violently, and a huge black crack appeared on the top of Yin Lu's head. A terrifying spiritual pressure surged out from it and spread out quickly. Lu Ming, who was a few hundred meters away, was shocked when he saw this. The black light on his body was flourishing, and he flew back for more than 200 meters. He looked at the black crack in the air with a dignified face. At this moment, the black crack was elongating and narrowing at both ends. It looked like a terrifying giant eye. Angry demon eye. Luo Hu's voice suddenly sounded in Lu Ming's ear. He seemed a little surprised. Lu Ming was startled when he heard this. As he was about to ask Luo Hu, a golden ring appeared in the giant eye in midair. It seemed to be the pupil of the giant eye. Chi La, a dazzling golden beam of light blasted out of the giant eye without warning. With an incredible speed, it blasted toward the shady mirror image. The shady mirror image's complexion changed greatly. The black long sword in his hand flew out. With a shake, it turned into dozens of black lights, forming layers of black sword curtains in front of him. At the same time, he made a gesture with one hand. The Dharma phantom behind him shone with gray light, and a gray light curtain was condensed in front of the shady mirror image. A loud rumbling sound rang out, and the entire gray space shook incessantly. With a flash of golden light, the black sword curtain in front of the shady mirror image, along with the gray light curtain formed by the Dharma phantom, were instantly penetrated like paper. Before the shady mirror image could scream, the part above his waist disappeared without a trace in the golden light. The Dharma phantom behind him flickered twice and immediately dissipated. Yin Lu's face was tense at the moment, and he didn't relax at all. He quickly chanted and made several gestures with both hands. The golden pupil of the giant eye in midair turned a few times before it slowly closed with some reluctance. With the disappearance of the golden beam of light, the gray space returned to its calm state. Yin Lu exhaled lightly, and his face looked a little pale. He waved one hand, and the Dharma phantom behind him flashed and quickly shrank into his body. Bang, a crisp sound, the surface of the giant mirror in front of him was covered with a faint crystal light, and then the whole mirror became transparent. Finally, it shattered and dispersed like glass. The next moment, there was a flash of light above the gray space. Suddenly, a large number of large and small white light spots appeared, as if the stars in the night sky had fallen down. The entire gray space fluctuated, and a dazzling white beam of light shot in from outside. As the light beams increased, the entire space was like a mirror, shattering inch by inch. Lu Ming only felt his vision blurred, and his body became light. He had already appeared in front of a huge black stone valley. Yin Lu also appeared not far in front of him at this moment. This is... Lu Ming revealed a trace of surprise. For ancient fiend characters were carved into one of the mountain valleys in front of them, which read Nether King's Mourning. At the entrance of the valley, there were more than 20 ancient trees of different sizes and luxuriant foliage. Even the smallest tree was nearly 1,000 feet tall. Before Lu Ming could speak, Yin Lu said indifferently, "This is where the true Ghost King's Mourning is." Then, he looked into the depths of the black stone valley and a thoughtful look flashed across his eyes. When Lu Ming heard this, his expression changed. He seemed to have thought of something. He waved his hand and cast a spell. A layer of black gas appeared on the surface of his body. It flashed and turned into a black cloak. He put it away and immediately restored his original appearance. Yin Lu raised his brows when he saw this, but he didn't reveal any strange expression. "I wonder if I should address you as Yin Lu or Grandmaster 16. After a while, Lu Ming finally asked. "Are you a disciple of the barbarian ghost sect or the Taiqing Gate? Why did you end up in the Nine Nether Realm?" Yin Lu didn't answer Lu Ming's question and asked back. "I'm Lu Ming. You should have seen from the image in the mirror just now. I was born in the Yunchuan continent and later joined the barbarian ghost sect's nine-headed infant bloodline. After that, I came to the Middle Sky continent by chance. Now I'm a disciple of the fallen serene peak of the inner sect of the Taiqing Gate. This is the identity token of the barbarian ghost sect and the Taiqing Gate, please have a look." Lu Ming didn't hide anything and roughly explained his background. He then flipped his hand and took out 2 tokens. Yin Lu waved his hand and took the 2 tokens into his hand. He rubbed it for a while, and a look of reminiscence flashed in his eyes. "When I was still in the barbarian ghost sect, I once saw a trace of the divine thought left by Grandmaster 16 in the sect's wall of shadows, and I was taught the Tiger Dragon Hell Prison and Tai Gang Sword tactics. Because of this, I was able to join the Taiqing Gate after I came to the Middle Sky continent. Lu Ming glanced at Yin Lu, seemed to think of something, and said without hesitation. Wall of shadows. Yin Lu muttered to himself, then he was silent for a moment. He raised his hand and threw the 2 tokens back to Lu Ming. Yes, what's shown in the mirror is true. I was indeed the Xianxia you mentioned. Yin Lu said with a long sigh after his expression changed for a while. Disciple Lu Ming greets Grandmaster Xianxia. Lu Ming raised his hand to receive the 2 tokens. Hearing this, he hurriedly bowed with a solemn expression. This bow was really from the bottom of his heart. He didn't expect that he would meet this legendary figure who had a profound impact on his cultivation journey in this trip to the netherworld. In retrospect, the Dark Bone Method and Tiger Dragon Hell Prison that accompanied him for almost his entire cultivation career, and even Tai Gang Sword tactics, were all indirectly created by him. Especially the latter 2 were of great help to his cultivation. If it weren't for this opportunity, he would never be able to cultivate to his current level. Even one of his spiritual pets, Bone Scorpion, was found in the ghost hell land that was opened up by him. It was also because of this person that he was able to join the Taiqing Gate, one of the 4 ancient sects of the Middle Sky continent, which led to all the subsequent encounters. It could be said that without this Grandmaster Xianxia, the trajectory of his cultivation career was likely to be completely rewritten. There's no need to be so polite, Lu. Xianxia is already a person of the past. Although I now have most of Xianxia's memories, I have indeed reincarnated into the fiend race. Now I mean Lu, the 9th disciple of the Ghost King of the Nether Clear Domain. I'm no longer the Xianxia of the past. Yin Lu turned sideways to let Lu Ming bow, then waved his hand and said. Hearing this, Lu Ming stood up straight. From the previous image in the mirror, he also guessed this. A large part of the fiend race was transformed from the spirituality of the dead creatures of other realms. This was not strange at all. By the way, you haven't told me, as a disciple of the Taiqing Gate, why did you come to the Netherworld realm? At this time Yin Lu asked curiously. Senior, it's like this. Lu Ming roughly explained the process of him entering the evil ghost realm to train, being chased by the heavenly phenomenon Ghost Marshal, being forced to escape into a space whirlpool, and then accidentally coming to the Netherworld. Evil ghost realm. Now, what's the situation of the barbarian ghost sect and the Taiqing Gate? Yin Lu sighed with emotion, then asked hesitantly. Lu Ming's eyes flickered slightly, and he sighed in his heart. Although Yin Lu said that he was no longer the Xianxia master, he still remembered the past. It's been many years since I left the barbarian ghost sect, so I don't know the current situation. However, when I was still in the barbarian ghost sect, there was a crystal-level cultivator in the sect. In the entire Daxian country, it was considered to have a high status, and was ranked as one of the 6 major sections. As for the Taiqing Gate, it is still one of the 4 ancient sects of the human race. There are many heroes in the sect, and it is also prosperous. Lu Ming said with assurance. Very good, then I can rest assured. By the way, the Long family of the Silver Spring Valley. How is it doing? Yin Lu nodded, and his face showed a trace of relief. Suddenly thinking of something, he asked again. Among the younger generation disciples of the Long family, there is a genius female sword cultivator named Long Yanfei, who is my senior sister. Now she has also cultivated to the pseudo-pellet stage, and is a disciple of the inner sect Sky Sword Peak. Speaking of this, I have one thing to tell Senior. Back then, I obtained a sword embryo spirit left by Senior in the Wall of Shadows, and promised to pass it on to the descendants of the Long family. But later, I encountered a strong enemy in the sea region, and in order to protect myself, I had to detonate the sword embryo spirit. I couldn't fulfill Senior's entrustment, please forgive me. Lu Ming replied apologetically, and bowed again. Self-detonation is self-detonation. Back then, I left the sword embryo spirit behind on a whim, and it was not a big deal. Now that I know that the Long family is safe, I am relieved. Yin Lu said indifferently. Thank you Senior for your magnanimity and understanding. Lu Ming let out a sigh of relief when he heard this. Although he wasn't a good person, he always kept his promise. Although it was the demonic soul in his cage that merged with the sword embryo spirit, this matter had always been a thorn in his heart. Now that he got Yin Lu's forgiveness, he suddenly felt relieved. About the sword embryo spirit, if you didn't tell me, I wouldn't know, but you being able to speak so bluntly is beyond my expectation. Yin Lu looked up and down at Lu Ming, and suddenly said with a smile. Although I have many shortcomings, I will still try my best to keep my promise. Lu Ming replied with a grin. Anyway, I left the Wall of Shadows in the barbarian ghost sect, and I met a fated person. It was not in vain. Yin Lu laughed. Thank you, Senior, for your help. Lu Ming also smiled. Speaking of which, you are a human cultivator, but you are willing to take such a big risk to come here. There should be a reason why you have to come, right? Yin Lu thought of something and asked with a serious expression. Hearing this, Lu Ming frowned. After thinking for a moment, he said, to be honest, Senior Lu Yin, I entered the Ghost King's Sorrow to obtain a 9-revolution dark core. 9-revolution dark core. That thing was left behind by the profound understanding Ghost King after he passed away. It is extremely precious, and wherever the Ghost King died, the restrictions are extremely tight. Even a celestial phenomenon cultivator might not be able to obtain it. Yin Lu's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. I have no other choice. This matter concerns whether I can leave 9 underworlds and return to the Middle Sky continent. No matter how difficult it is, I must try. Lu Ming replied helplessly, but his eyes were full of determination. I see. Actually, when we met at the Heavenly Insight meeting, I already saw that you are not a fiend, but a human cultivator. Yin Lu nodded and suddenly said with a deep meaning. Oh, Senior's original plan was. Lu Ming was startled. In the beginning, I invited you to come with me because I wanted to use your identity as a human cultivator to break a special restriction in the Ghost King's Sorrow, Yin Lu said indifferently. If you need my power, I can help Senior before I go to find the 9 revolutions dark core. Lu Ming said frankly after thinking for a while. That restriction is a bit special, and non-fiend cultivators have a much higher chance of breaking it. However, the moment the restriction is broken, there will be spatial turbulence. Even celestial phenomenon cultivators will find it difficult to escape. However, now that I know your identity and that you are related to me in my previous life, I naturally won't do that again. Lu, are you interested in making a deal with me? Yin Lu said with a slight smile. That's right. A deal? Lu Ming revealed a puzzled expression. That's right. As you can see, I've been here before, so I know a few places in the Ghost King's Sorrow where the Ghost King passed away. One of the restrictions should be relatively easy for a human like you to reach. In addition, you seem to be using the dark bone method as your main cultivation method. This method is rarely circulated outside, so I believe you don't have the complete method, right? Yin Lu said meaningfully. Hearing this, Lu Ming's body shook and a rare trace of excitement appeared on his face, but it disappeared in a flash. The 9 revolution dark core was related to whether or not he could leave the 9 Hells Hell realm. Apart from this, the most important thing was to find the second half of the dark bone method. He had been asking around for the past few years, but unfortunately, there were no results. He even had plans to give up on this method and choose another one. How could he not be excited when he heard this? What does Senior Lu Yin want me to do? Lu Ming took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. It's not a difficult task. Lu is strong and intelligent. It is very possible for you to reach the celestial phenomenon stage or even the profound understanding stage in the future. I just want you to promise me that when you become successful in the future, don't forget to take care of the Long family in Silver Spring Valley and the barbarian ghost sect on Yunchuan Island. Yin Lu said solemnly. I was a disciple of the barbarian ghost sect in the past, and Senior Long is a good friend of mine. These 2 things are not a problem. Lu Ming was a little surprised at first, but he quickly nodded. Fellow is indeed straightforward. Yin Lu nodded and his expression relaxed slightly. He didn't ask Lu Ming to make any oath. Instead, he took out a blank jade slips and placed it on his forehead. Then, he closed his eyes and began to inscribe something. After a while, he finished inscribing, and with a wave of his hand, he tossed the jade slip over. He said, I have marked 2 locations inside and some restrictions that you need to pay attention to along the way. In addition to the location of the 9 revolutions dark core, the other place is the place where a ghost king, who was also famous for the dark bone method, passed away. There should be a complete set of dark bone method practicing methods there. However, the restrictions there are also very powerful. But with Lu's identity as a human, it shouldn't be difficult to get. Lu Ming took the jade slips and slightly checked them. After nodding, he raised one hand and swore loudly, "I, Lu Ming, hereby promise that if the Long family of Silver Spring Valley and the barbarian ghost sect are in trouble, I will do my best to help as long as it is within my power." Seeing this, Yin Lu showed a trace of a smile on his face. "In that case, you and I will part ways here. 3 months later, we will meet at the entrance of this valley. I have a way to take you away." After Yin Lu said this, he turned into a black light and flew straight into the entrance of the valley. Lu Ming looked at Yin Lu's back and pondered for a while. Then he put the jade slips that Yin Lu gave him on his forehead and carefully checked them. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, he organized the map that he got from the cave and finally had a clear understanding of the place called Ghost King's Sorrow in his mind. Although this space was located in the center of the endless mountain range between two dark regions, it was also vast and boundless. With the huge valley in front of him as the center, the south was covered with ice and snow, the north was covered with dense forests, the east was barren, and the west was surging with the Styx River. It was like a world of its own. And the places where the ghost kings of the 9 nether regions passed away were scattered in all directions like stars in the sky. Lu Ming immediately put away the jade slips and turned his gaze to the south. After pondering for a while, the black gas around him turned into a black rainbow and flew away. After a few breaths, he disappeared at the end of the horizon. A few days later, it was snowing heavily. Countless gray snowflakes whistled with the chilly wind, making the already gloomy Ghost King's Sorrow even more chilling. On the gray snow, a row of straight footprints was clearly visible, but after a gust of chilly wind, it became blurred. At the forefront of the footprints, a young man in a green robe was moving forward step by step against the wind and snow. This person was Lu Ming. At this moment, his whole body was shrouded in a faint layer of black gas to resist the invasion of the wind and snow. He was going to the place where it was relatively easy to get the 9 revolutions dark core that Yin Lu told him. According to him, in the depths of the snow region in the south, there was a barren cold temple, which was the place where the ghost king Baron Cold passed away. Along the way, he avoided and broke the dangerous enchantments according to the guidance of Yin Lu's map. Some wandering ghosts he encountered on the way were mostly at the later stage of the crystallization period to the Jin Dan stage. They were all killed by him with thunderous means. In this way, Lu Ming walked and rested. Even though his speed was extremely slow, he finally stepped into the gray snow field. But as soon as he entered this area, he found that this place was set up with some kind of no-fly enchantment. Once he flew, the gray snowflakes in the sky would condense into sharp icicles that blasted at him. Each icicle was equivalent to the full blow of a crystallization period cultivator. Even though Lu Ming's physical body was strong, he couldn't withstand such intensive attacks. In desperation, he had to walk on foot. Not long after, Lu Ming suddenly stopped in place, and he squinted his eyes and looked forward. Through the gray snowflakes, he saw a few lonely snow mountains in front of him. On the top of one of the shorter snow mountains, a small temple could be vaguely seen. "Here it is." Lu Ming's eyes lit up, and he immediately quickened his pace and walked forward. After an hour, on a platform on the top of the short snow mountain, Lu Ming stopped. 1,000 meters in front of him, a 2-story simple temple was located here. Except for the thick gray snow on the surface of the temple, there was no other decoration, not even a plaque. If it weren't for the fact that he was in the netherworld, and the map clearly marked that this was the place where the Profound Connection King, who once dominated the Yuhan region, passed away, Lu Ming almost thought that he had come to some nameless temple on a barren mountain. After he looked at it for a few times, his expression suddenly became uncertain. After a while, he patted his shoulder lightly with one hand. Under a flash of green light, Che Huan's phantasm flashed out. After a silent roar, it shrank back in a flash. A relieved expression appeared on Lu Ming's face upon seeing this, and he walked towards the entrance of the temple. According to the map Yin Lu had given him, this small temple seemed to be peaceful, but it was actually covered in a large number of restrictive spells. However, most of them were only effective against fiends and specters, and the rest shouldn't be a problem for Lu Ming. However, just now, Luohua had suddenly sent him a voice transmission, telling him to conceal his aura and walk in as a mortal. When he had asked for the reason, Luohua hadn't said a word. Even though Lu Ming had been skeptical at first, he had decided to give it a try in the end. However, what happened next made him overjoyed. He had actually walked straight in from the entrance of the temple. It was as if the temple was completely defenseless. There was not the slightest anomaly. The hall on the first floor of the temple wasn't very large. It was only about 1,000 meters in size, and there was a stone platform in each of the 3 corners of the hall, on which sat a statue of a blue-armored fiend. Apart from that, it was a little messy, and there were many traces of intense battles that had taken place. Lu Ming looked around, then at the 3 statues, and couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Looks like these are the 3 celestial phenomenon guards under Ghost King Huang Han's command. I can't believe they actually refined themselves into puppets to guard this place for a long time. Their loyalty is truly exemplary." Back then, when Yin Lu entered the Ghost King's sorrow for the first time with the identity of Luin, he had barged into this place and taken away many treasures left behind by the desolate chill. Among them, there was an account of his life that mentioned these 3 loyal guards. Every single one of them possessed strength not inferior to celestial phenomenon, yet they were willing to follow the desolate chill to this place. When Yin Lu had given Lu Ming the Jade Slips map, he had marked all of these things. Back then, Lu Yin had accidentally triggered these 3 guards, and after a fierce battle, he hadn't been able to take away all of the other treasures, including the 9 revolutions nether core. Once the slightest wisp of fiend or ghosting chi leaked out, these 3 celestial phenomenon puppets would immediately be activated and kill the offender. After taking a few glances at the hall on the first floor, Lu Ming walked straight to the corner where there were no guards. As he walked up the wooden stairs to the second floor, Lu Ming couldn't help but be stunned. There were 3 secret rooms on the second floor, side by side. The middle and rightmost rooms had long since been opened. The rightmost room seemed to be empty. The things inside had been moved away. The middle room was very narrow, less than 10 feet in length and width. In the middle of the room, there was a young man sitting cross-legged on a cushion, looking very lifelike. The man wore a blue jade crown, a blue robe, and a jade belt. His face was delicate and elegant, and he had a small tuft of jet black beard on his chin. He looked like a graceful and handsome man. So this is the insufferably arrogant Huang Han of the past. Lu Ming looked at the man, and after the time it took for an incense stick to burn, he let out a long breath and murmured. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Ming raised his hand and threw out a few talismans, which were stuck on the corpse in a flash. After seeing that there was no restriction reaction, he was really relieved. He took a few steps forward, raised his arm, and directly grabbed the corpse's lower abdomen. Poochie! His 5 fingers sank into it effortlessly. When he pulled it out again, there were suddenly 3 dark beads the size of eggs in his palm. The surface of these beads was inscribed with dense tiny runes. As the spiritual light flowed, the surrounding void was slightly distorted. 9 revolutions dark core, and there are 3 of them. This person used to be a mighty figure in the middle stage of ethereal enlightenment. Lu Ming was overjoyed. As far as he knew, after a ethereal enlightenment realm fiend died, a 9 revolutions dark core would automatically condense in the spiritual sea in his dantian, which contained the essence of his whole life. Once his cultivation reached the middle stage, 2 more would be born, and if he reached the late stage of ethereal enlightenment, there would be 6. At this moment, the skin of the young man's corpse in front of him withered at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if all the flesh and blood had disappeared. Then, with a puff sound, it turned into specks of crystal light and disappeared. The monarch of a generation with profound cultivation had finally disappeared from the world. As the saying goes, everything is born from nothingness and returns to nothingness. Even if one's cultivation was in the ethereal enlightenment realm, as long as he did not reach the level of immortality, he would eventually fade away from history and be gradually forgotten by the world. Lu Ming looked at the scene in front of him, slightly stunned. But at this moment, a sudden change occurred. 3 huge spiritual pressures burst out from below in an instant, and they directly locked on Lu Ming. Lu Ming's face changed. He had taken the 9 revolutions dark core and destroyed the wild cold real body. Obviously, he had touched the reverse scale of the 3 celestial phenomenon realm puppet guards below. He quickly put away the 3 9 revolutions dark cores in his hand, and he made a sword gesture with his other hand. A purple sword light rolled out and wrapped around him. It immediately turned into a ball of purple light and blasted upward. Boom! A ball of purple light pierced through the roof of the temple and shot into the distance with a flash of silver light. Almost at the same time as the purple light appeared, 3 blue escape lights shot out from the barren cold temple and chased after Lu Ming. The gray light emanating from the surface of the massive gray snowflakes that resembled dandelions transformed into translucent ice spikes that surged toward the 4 streaks of light from all directions. 7 or 8 days later, Lu Ming floated in the air with his hands behind his back. He looked at the endless gray desert in the distance and a trace of contemplation appeared on his face. According to the map, the place where the other ghost king, Shirkuan, had passed away was less than half a day's journey ahead. This ruin was different from the small temple on the snowy mountain where Huang Han had passed away. It was an extremely hidden underground ruin, but the internal structure was quite grand and complicated. Speaking of which, Shirkuan was once the Nether King of the Nether Domain. In the history of the 9 Nether Realm, he could be considered as an illustrious Nether King. Not only did he shock the 9 Nether with his Nether bone art, he had also recruited many experts of the Nether clan. Under the circumstances where he managed the Nether domain in an orderly manner, his power was unparalleled at that time. However, he was not satisfied with the current situation. In the end, he resolutely launched a cross-domain war and wanted to annex the other Nether realms. In the end, when he was in the limelight, he was suddenly defeated by a mysterious person and escaped into the Ghost King's sorrow. Naturally, the cross-domain war was left unsettled. It seems that this Ghost King is somewhat similar to the emperors of the mortal world. His desire for power is not small. He even built such a royal tomb for himself before he passed away. Lu Ming muttered to himself thoughtfully. But even so, he did not dare to underestimate this underground royal tomb in the slightest. The trip to the desolate cold temple a month ago had caused him to suffer quite a bit in the end. Fortunately, he had an idea at that time. He cleverly used the snow-ground forbidden sky enchantment to turn into several phantom doppelgangers through the 3 shadowy mirages technique. Then, he used the Che Huan totem to hide his aura and got rid of the pursuit of 2 of the puppets. It was just that the last puppet guard was like maggots attached to a bone, crazily chasing Lu Ming. After chasing for a whole day and night, he could not completely get rid of him. In desperation, he could only take the risk to fight with it. Finally, with the help of the Mountain River Pearl and the Tiger Dragon Hell Prison, he completely killed it. As a result, his spiritual power was almost exhausted. He found a hidden cave and recuperated for a full 3 days before recovering. But it was all worth it to get 3 9 Revolutions dark cores. Lu Ming pursed his lips and continued to fly forward expressionlessly. 1 day later. In a deep, narrow, and dim hall, dozens of palm-sized ancient bronze lamps on both sides of the hall flickered with a faint light, preventing the hall from being pitch black. Under the light, it was vaguely visible that there was a platform about half a foot high in the depths of the hall. On the platform, there was a huge pitch-black coffin. The coffin was surrounded by layers of a giant horned dragon that was as thick as a bucket. The giant dragon's eyes were closed and it seemed to be sleeping. At this moment, a corner of the coffin lid was lifted. Black gas lingered above and lingered for a long time. It was impossible to see the situation inside the coffin. In front of the coffin, a vague figure stood, holding a roll of green jade bamboo slips and looking at it seriously. On the bamboo slips at the front of the bamboo slips, 3 ancient nether characters were written with gold paint, dark bone method. The figure was Lu Ming. This dim hall was the place where the Nether King Shirkuan passed away, the 8th underground floor of the royal tomb. The first 3 levels of the royal tomb had already been broken into by someone before he entered. The restrictions inside were almost completely destroyed, and now it had even become a lair for ghosts. Starting from the 4th floor, there were many strange restrictive spells on each floor, such as the Ghost Soldier formation condensed from Een sand, the restrictive spells filled with Netherworld Chi, the Illusory Killing formation, and so on. Most of the restrictive spells were a great deterrent to ghosts of the Nether race. But for Lu Ming, who was a human and had a strong psychic power, they didn't cause any trouble. After some twists and turns, he passed them one by one. According to the Een flow map, the 8th floor was where Shirkuan's corpse was stored. The zombie flood dragon that was entrenched beside the coffin had been sleeping for an unknown number of years, and its cultivation was not lower than the celestial phenomenon realm. Therefore, when Luing came here, he did not provoke this ghost for the dark bone method that he did not use. With the help of the Che Huan totem's secret technique, Lu Ming didn't wake up the zombie dragon and quietly took the things in the coffin. Naturally, he was overjoyed. It seems that this dark bone method is slightly different from the one I got from Green Spirit, Lu Ming murmured, withdrawing his divine sense from the bamboo slip in his hand. Although he had only taken a quick glance at it, he discovered that this complete manual seemed to be even more profound. After Lu Ming put away the bamboo slip, he looked at the coffin again, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. According to the Yin Stream map, there were 9 floors in the royal tomb. It was said that the 9th floor hid a large number of real treasures that Shi Kuan had brought to the Nether King's sorrow. The entrance should be under the coffin. However, the Yin Stream map clearly indicated that even if one's cultivation was profound, one shouldn't try to enter the 9th floor. Now that he hadn't found the entrance to the 9th floor, and had obtained the complete dark bone method, he naturally didn't want to risk his life again. After that, Lu Ming didn't stay there. He left the dark hall and returned the way he came. He had a deep understanding of the countless restrictions in the Nether King's sorrow, so he was very careful along the way and didn't have any intention of exploring other places. 10 days later, Lu Ming safely returned to the center of the Nether King's sorrow, at the entrance of the huge black valley. At the moment, there was no one at the entrance of the valley, and the Yin Stream did not appear. Calculating the time, there was still a lot of time before the 3 months they had agreed on. After some thought, Lu Ming decided to set up a few restrictions in a secluded corner at the entrance of the valley. He sat down cross-legged and took out the dark bone method to carefully comprehend it. Previously, he had only skimmed through it once. Now, he began to carefully comprehend the 11th floor of the method. His cultivation had already reached the middle stage of the Jin Dan stage under the infusion of the cage's spiritual energy. As long as he could comprehend the 11th floor of the dark bone method, success would be a matter of time. Just as he closed his eyes to comprehend the dark bone method, a faint black gas suddenly appeared on the soul-nurturing pouch at his waist. Within it, there were countless black runes that flickered, looking extremely mysterious. Suddenly, an anxious cry came from the soul-nurturing pouch. Lu Ming suddenly opened his eyes and formed a hand seal. A ball of black gas flew out from the soul-nurturing pouch and condensed into Fei Er's figure. Lu Ming sized up Fei Er in front of him and was stunned. At this moment, Fei Er had already transformed into the flying head's original form. There was a big head and 8 small heads, a total of 9 heads. Countless dark red blood vessels appeared on each head. They looked like thin meridians that emitted a bloody glow. 2 scarlet flames appeared in the eyes of the flying head's head and it let out an anxious cry. Fei Er, could it be that you've already? When Lu Ming felt the surging aura from Fei Er's body, an expression of surprise and joy appeared on his face. At this moment, a muffled roar of thunder came from the sky above the valley. The originally dark sky was quickly covered in pitch-black tribulation clouds. Very quickly, lightning bolts frantically ran through the thunderclouds and the sound of thunder spread far and wide. Gusts of wind wreaked havoc as they swept up gravel and struck the valley. The tribulation clouds became even lower and the blinding lightning bolts moved faster and faster, as if they could strike down from the sky at any moment. A trace of madness appeared in the flying head's eyes. The black gas on its body swirled and it flew out of the restriction. It let out a low, provocative roar towards the tribulation clouds in the sky. I originally thought that the scorpion would be the first to face the lightning tribulation. I didn't think that Fei Er would be the first. Lu Ming stood in place without moving. He raised his head to look at the flying head in the sky and couldn't help but mutter a few words to himself. He then released his spiritual sense to constantly monitor the surrounding situation. Although there were no living creatures in the surroundings aside from the black mountain rocks, with Lu Ming's temperament, he naturally wasn't willing to relax. His hand formed a sword seal and with a flash of purple light, the bitter will sword flew out and floated above his head. As more and more dark thunderclouds gathered in the sky, suddenly there was a burst of lightning. The thunderclouds tumbled and the wandering lightning gathered into a ball. It looked like it was about to fall in the next moment. At this moment, somewhere in the void nearby, the void shook, and with a loud chi-la sound, a thick spatial crack was torn open. Immediately after, a thick white beam of light shot out from it like lightning. The speed was so fast that it was almost like teleportation. Lu Ming's pupils shrank suddenly. Before he could react, the white beam of light had already flashed and hit the dense thunderclouds in midair. More than half of the thunderclouds that had just condensed were smashed away, and the remaining thunderclouds crackled loudly. Purple, silver, and golden lightning flashed wildly in the clouds, but it seemed to be much sparser. The white beam of light only flashed and disappeared without a trace in an instant, as if it had never appeared, and the spatial crack quickly closed, leaving no trace. Lu Ming was stunned for a while, and with a tap of his foot, his whole body rose from the ground and flew into the air. Lu Ming frowned. Although this white light only appeared for a moment, the power contained in it was far stronger than that of a celestial phenomenon cultivator. However, it did not seem to have the intention of harming the flying head. Instead, it was using a great magical power to help the flying head survive the lightning tribulation. Boom, the few remaining thunderclouds in midair slowly gathered together, and small electric arcs of various colors fell down and struck towards the flying head. The flying head opened its mouth and let out a roar. Its head of green hair shot out and turned into a large green net that opened above its head. Above the green hair appeared a turbulent green flame, and when the electric arcs fell on it, the green flame shone brightly and directly wrapped the electric arcs inside. Maybe because most of the thunderclouds had been smashed away, the power of these electric arcs was limited. Although a lot of the green flames were smashed away, the electric arcs also quickly dissipated. The flying head let out a cackling laugh and opened its mouth to spit out a gray filthy flame, which hit the thunderclouds in the sky. It directly pulled down a part of the thunderclouds and the electric arcs, and swallowed them in one gulp. Lu Ming's expression turned sluggish. The thunderclouds in the sky tumbled, and a second wave of lightning fell, but it was even weaker than the first wave. The demon flying skull opened its mouth and spat out a large gray flame, which wrapped around the lightning arcs and swallowed them one by one. Soon, the black thunderclouds in the sky became smaller and smaller. When the last golden electric arc fell, it was also swallowed by fire in the same way. As the black thunderclouds gradually dissipated, a large amount of green fog emerged from Fire's body. The fog intertwined and intertwined, forming a fog ball that was several tens of feet in size and wrapped around the flying head. Fire had finally started to advance. Fire's excited and pained screams could be heard from within the mist. For a moment, a cold wind blew. With Fire as the center, a large amount of Xianxia gathered, forming a huge Xianxia whirlpool. 36 black crystal beads appeared within the whirlpool, and as they rotated, they quickly fused together. After a short while, a large amount of Xianxia emerged from the black fog, forming a huge Xianxia whirlpool. 36 black crystal beads appeared in the whirlpool and quickly fused together. After a short while, a black pearl the size of a fist appeared in the black whirlpool. There were 6 clear holes on it. Other than a pair of curved horns on his head, Fire's appearance didn't change much. However, his 8 small heads were now identical to his main head. The 9 heads formed a circle in the air, and it was impossible to tell who was the main head and who was the main head. Apart from a pair of curved horns, Fire's appearance didn't change much. However, the 8 small heads had become identical to the main head. The 9 heads formed a circle in midair, and it was impossible to tell which was which. The strong fluctuations of magic power indicated that Fire had successfully advanced and evolved into a Jing Dan stage demon. With a flash of green light, Fire turned into a green-robed child. He turned around and landed beside Lu Ming. After advancing to the Jing Dan stage, Fire's child form seemed to have grown a bit. On his smooth forehead, there was a black vertical line. At first glance, it seemed to be a closed eye. "Master, I succeeded in condensing my core." Fire landed beside Lu Ming and grabbed the corner of Lu Ming's clothes with her white and tender hands. "Well done." Lu Ming gently caressed Fire's head and praised her. However, he couldn't help but think of the white pillar of light that suddenly appeared. Fire became even more joyful when he heard this. Lu Ming's gaze fell on the black line on Fire's forehead and his eyes flashed. "Fire, what's with that on your forehead? Is it a new ability after advancing to the Jing Dan stage?" Fire was startled when she heard this. Her white and tender hands touched her forehead and her face revealed a trace of bewilderment. "Fire doesn't know." I just felt a sudden pain here, as if it was going to split open. However, I don't feel it now. After advancing to the Jean Dan stage, Feier's mind had clearly improved and her words were much clearer than before. Lu Ming frowned when he heard this. Don't worry. Your spirit pet's foundation is extraordinary. The vertical line on its forehead should be a sign that it obtained an unknown eye ability after advancing. Luo Ho's voice suddenly appeared in Lu Ming's mind. Eye ability? Lu Ming was surprised. Yes. Eye ability is a very rare ability. I have to say, your luck is quite good. Both of your spirit pets have extraordinary abilities. In ancient times, there were many powerful eye abilities, such as the Eye of Annihilation, the Eye of Destruction, and so on. Although I don't know what eye ability your flying head obtained, it should be quite powerful. Your flying head's cultivation isn't high enough to use this ability, so it has yet to awaken. Luo Ho lightly said. Lu Ming was naturally overjoyed when he heard this. However, his expression slightly changed as if he remembered something. He hurriedly asked, by the way, Senior Luo Ho, the giant eye ability that Yin Lu summoned before, you called it the Angry Demon Eye. Is this also an eye ability? That's not wrong. During the Great War of Humans and Demons, there was a powerful demon called the Wrath Demon. He had an extremely overbearing eye technique. However, this demon also fell in the war. That giant eye was one of his eyes. It should have been summoned by Yin Lu using some kind of secret technique. Luo Ho didn't seem to want to talk about it anymore, and his voice quickly fell silent. Lu Ming raised his brow. When he was about to ask something, there was a sound of breaking air in the distance. A ray of light flew out from the valley. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. With a thought, he ordered Feier to return to the soul-recovering bag. However, at this moment, Feier suddenly looked towards the direction of the valley. It seemed that he didn't hear Lu Ming's thought transmission. Seeing this, Lu Ming frowned. He could only leave Feier outside. At this moment, the ray of light flashed and stopped in front of Lu Ming. When the light dissipated, Yin Lu's figure was revealed. Senior Luin. Lu Ming took 2 steps forward and bowed slightly. Lu, you came out very early. From the looks of it, you must have had some gains. Yin Lu's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. He then looked at the flying head beside him. This is all thanks to Senior's guidance, Lu Ming said respectfully. Yin Lu nodded and said quickly, since you and I have both achieved our goals, let's leave. The Dark King's Sorrow is not a place to stay for long. Yes. Lu Ming naturally had no reason to disagree. However, at this moment, the flying head was still looking in the direction of the valley. Feier. Let's go. We need to leave this place quickly. Lu Ming frowned and transmitted his voice. Feier's body trembled. He seemed to have only just reacted. What's wrong, Feier? Lu Ming's face sank and transmitted his voice. Yin Lu's expression changed as he looked over. Master, I seem to hear someone calling me. It's a very loud voice, and it wants me to go to a place in the valley. A strange expression appeared on Feier's face as he transmitted his voice. Lu Ming suddenly turned around and looked in the direction of the Dark King's Sorrow. At the same time, he spread out his divine sense, extending it to a range of 1,000 miles. Unfortunately, he could not sense anything. Let's go, Feier. This Dark King's Sorrow is a little strange. There's no need to care about it. Lu Ming only pondered for a moment before saying decisively. However, Feier's body seemed to be nailed to the ground. He still had no intention of leaving. No, Master. I feel that I can't resist this calling voice. That voice says that his name is Fei Zhu. He just helped me through the lightning tribulation. Now, he wants me to go over and help me with my cultivation. Lu Ming's expression changed when he heard this. Brother Lu, this is your spiritual pet, right? Did something happen? Yin Lu's eyes flashed as he asked. It's like this. Lu Ming's thoughts raced, but he still told Yin Lu about what had happened to Feier. So that's how it is. I do know a little about Fei Zhu. Tens of thousands of years ago, he was also the lord of a region of 9 underworlds. His cultivation was profound, and it's said that he evolved from a flying demon. However, he should have passed away long ago, Yinlu muttered to himself thoughtfully. Senior Luin, ever since I came to the Dark King's sorrow, I've always had a question in my heart. This place is known as the Dark King's tomb. Are there still any profound understanding cultivators alive? Lu Ming's eyes flickered as he spoke. There shouldn't be any. I've heard about this from my master. According to what he knows, the last Dark King to enter the Dark King's sorrow was 30,000 years ago. According to that cultivator's lifespan, he should have passed away. After all, even an elemental enlightenment powerhouse can't achieve immortality. Yinlu pondered for a moment and slowly replied. Then why would this Fei Zhu suddenly summon my spiritual pet? Lu Ming was truly a little surprised. I'm not too sure about that. No matter what, your flying head and Fei Zhu are of the same race, so it shouldn't be a bad thing. Perhaps it really is a great opportunity for your spiritual pet, Yinlu said solemnly. Hearing this, Lu Ming's expression flickered, and he was speechless for a while. Fei since this could be an opportunity, you should stay here and cultivate. Lu Ming finally made a decision. Master, I don't want to leave you. Fei immediately grabbed onto Lu Ming's sleeves with his meaty arms and revealed a reluctant expression. Alright, it's not like we'll never see each other again. You should cultivate here in peace. I'll come back to Nine Nether to take you away. Lu Ming was also somewhat reluctant to part with Fei. He gently waved his sleeves and released a gentle force to push Fei away. Fei's eyes glistened with tears. He opened his mouth and was about to say something when a sudden change occurred. All of a sudden, a streak of white light shot forth from the black valley in the distance and enveloped Fei's body. Lu Ming's heart stirred, but he didn't stop it. A trace of surprise flashed in Yinlu's eyes and he couldn't help but take a step back. After the white light wrapped around Fei's body, it flashed and flew back into the valley, disappearing without a trace. Lu Ming and Yinlu stood in place for a moment, speechless. Yinlu was the first to break the silence and said, Since your spirit pet has been summoned by Ancestor Fei, it's not convenient for us to stay here. Lu Ming let out a sigh and nodded before asking, Alright, I wonder what Senior Lu Yin's method of leaving this place is. The reason why this place was known as a dangerous place was not only because of the many difficulties one had to face upon entering, but also because it was a place of no return. This didn't mean that there was absolutely no way to leave. According to the information provided by Dong Hao, there were several ways to leave, but all of them had a greater price to pay than entering this place. This was naturally to trap the people who had snuck into this place. When I first entered this place, I was almost unable to escape. But this time, I came prepared. Yinlu raised his arm and a black halo appeared in his palm. At the same time, he muttered an incantation. As he muttered the incantation, Yinlu threw the black halo in front of him. Pooh! The black halo swelled drastically in size, transforming into a black wheel of light that was around 30 feet in size. A strange rune then disappeared into the wheel of light in a flash, and the light on the surface of the wheel of light began to churn as a low buzzing sound rang out. If we enter from here, we can avoid the other restrictions and enter the frigid tidal current directly. But now that the decennial period of weakness has passed, the tidal current is no longer the same as before. After leaving these words, Yinlu took out a golden robe and turned into a golden light. He flew into the black light wheel and disappeared. Lu Ming looked at the black light wheel with an uncertain expression for a while. Finally, he took a deep breath and followed in with a flash. 15 minutes later, two figures, one red and one gold, flew out from the cold currents at the periphery of the Dark King's morning. The light dissipated, revealing two figures. They were Lu Ming and Yinlu. Both of them looked to be in a sorry state. Their clothes were ragged, and Lu Ming's face was abnormally pale and his body was stained with blood. But these injuries were nothing to Lu Ming, who had the bloodline of a heavenly demon. We're finally out. Lu Ming looked back at the chaotic and violent black cold currents with lingering fear and let out a long sigh. After the two of them entered the unknown light wheel that Yinlu had summoned, they entered the cold tides at the periphery as Yinlu had said. As a result, the cold currents were many times more violent than when they first entered, and there were frequent cold vortexes. Fortunately, the two of them were not ordinary people and had made preparations beforehand. Naturally, they managed to get through most of the journey without any mishaps. But in the latter half of the journey, something unexpected happened. The two of them encountered a large group of wind-howling spirits that lived in the cold currents. This creature was a type of spirit beast that was born from the cold tidal currents. It didn't have a corporeal body, and its intelligence wasn't high. However, it was adept at controlling the wind and had a strong hostility towards all living things. In this kind of environment, its figure could appear and disappear unpredictably, making it extremely difficult to deal with. Lu relied on the golden robe on his body and the black long sword in his hand to open a bloody path, but due to the limited environment, he couldn't take care of Lu Ming. Although Lu Ming had the warm young precious jade to protect his body and used all his means, he still encountered a lot of danger. In the end, he summoned the substitute puppet given by Green Spirit and turned it into a substitute that was exactly the same as him. It attracted most of the wind-howling spirits, and only then did he manage to escape. "What's your plan next, Lu?" Lu put away the golden robe on his body, glanced at Lu Ming, and asked. "I'm a human cultivator. It's not convenient to stay in Nine Nether. I plan to leave Nine Nether as soon as possible and return to the Middle Sky Continent," Lu Ming said after thinking for a while. "That's fine, I still have something important to do, so I'll leave first. However, I hope that after Lu returns to the Middle Sky Continent, don't forget the promise between you and me." Lu said solemnly. "Senior Luin, don't worry, Junior will never forget it," Lu Ming said solemnly. Lu nodded, turned into an escape light, and quickly disappeared into the air. Lu Ming looked at Lu's departure with a hint of hesitation on his face. He flicked his sleeve, turned into a black light, and flew in another direction. A few months later. In a huge ink crystal forest near the North Xianxia Sea, the gray-white ink crystal trees stretched to the end of the field of vision. At this moment, a black escape light flew from a distance and went straight into the ink crystal forest in a flash. It didn't take long for the black escape light to come to the center of the ink crystal forest. Through the black gas, a figure could be vaguely seen. It was Lu Ming. After Lu Ming flew for a while, an open space appeared in front of him. There were several black pits on the ground, which looked shocking. This was the place where Bai Yan and others were killed, and it was also the place where the hollow spirit fell. Although a few years had passed since the fierce battle at that time, Lu Ming still had a lingering fear when he thought of the power of the ink jade puppet. The escape light dissipated, and he slowly landed. He tidied up his clothes and looked around as if he was looking for something. At this moment, there was a distortion in the space. A green light flashed somewhere on the ground, and a petite figure suddenly appeared in front of Lu Ming. "Greetings, Senior." Lu Ming hurriedly stepped forward to greet him. "I didn't expect you to come after such a few days. Looking at your expression, could it be that you have already gotten the 9-turn dark core?" Green Spirit looked at Lu Ming up and down, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He asked lightly. "I was lucky to return from the Ghost King's sorrow a few days ago. Fortunately, I did not disappoint you, and I have already obtained the thing. Senior, take a look and see if it is what you need," Lu Ming said as he took out a dark jade box with both hands and handed it over with both hands respectfully. Green Spirit raised one hand and the dark jade box flew into his hand with a whoosh. With a light brush of his palm, the lid of the jade box slowly opened, revealing a fist-sized black crystal. It was the 9 Revolutions dark core that Lu Ming had brought out from the Ghost King's sorrow. The youthful king's mourning is extremely dangerous. Otherwise, the people of this world wouldn't call it a land of 10 deaths. That's why you were given 10 years to prepare. But now, you've obtained the 9 Revolutions nether core in such a short period of time. Good, very good. I didn't misjudge you. Green Spirit's eyes stayed on the 9 Revolutions dark core for a long time, then he let out a sigh of relief. A smile from the bottom of his heart flashed on his handsome face. Senior, you flatter me. I did make a lot of preparations for this trip, plus some luck, so it went so smoothly, Lu Ming replied respectfully. I am a person who rewards and punishes clearly. Since you have obtained this 9 Revolutions dark core, I will naturally keep my promise to bring you back to the Middle Sky Continent. In addition, this is an extra reward for completing the mission early. As soon as he finished speaking, Green Spirit raised his hand. Lu Ming only felt a flash of light in front of him, then an oval brown crystal appeared out of thin air, exuding a strong wave of beastkin aura. Beast core, this aura, Lu Ming's expression moved. This thing was a beastkin pill of an extremely high grade. At least he had stayed in the Middle Sky continent for a long time and killed countless Jindan beastkin, but he had never seen a beast core with such a strong wave of beastkin aura. Not bad, you have some eyesight. This is the inner core of a celestial state beast, Bay Scorpion King. It is very compatible with your bone scorpion spiritual pet in terms of beastkin power and attribute. After swallowing this celestial state inner core, your spiritual pet has an 80% chance to form its core smoothly and advance to the Jindan state. Green Spirit looked at Lu Ming and said seemingly casually, "Thank you, Senior, for your generous gift." Lu Ming was overjoyed when he saw this. He pointed his finger, and the inner core turned into a stream of light and shot into his Sumeru ring. Although he had never heard of this kind of Bay Scorpion King, judging from the beastkin aura it exuded, combined with this Yin Qi, this beast was most likely a unique ghost creature of the Netherworld realm. Since Green Spirit said so, there should be no mistake. You come with me. After I make some preparations, I will send you back to the Middle Sky continent. Green Spirit nodded slightly. He waved his white lotus-like arm, and the surrounding space fluctuated together. A green glow flashed and wrapped Lu Ming. At this moment, an indescribable spiritual pressure suddenly came from the air. This spiritual pressure was so powerful that the Yin Qi around Lu Ming and Green Spirit tumbled violently. Lu Ming's complexion changed. He felt a terrifying feeling of suffocation falling from the sky in an instant. Green Spirit's eyes turned cold. He stretched out a finger and pointed at the sky solemnly. A green glow appeared in front of him. He made a gesture with his other hand, launching several symbols quickly. After the symbols went in, the green glow flashed and turned into a layer of green light curtain that enveloped the two of them. As soon as the light curtain appeared, a gust of green gale swept down from above. Wherever it passed, a long and narrow space crack was clearly visible. After that, it fell on the green light curtain like rain, causing the light curtain to shake for a while, but it did not break in the end. As soon as the surrounding gray ink crystal trees touched the gale, they burst into a series of shocking loud noises, then they were annihilated in a flash. Immediately after, all the dark green gales converged from all directions, forming an incomparably huge green vortex in midair. An indistinct humanoid silhouette emerged from the center of the vortex. Green Spirit frowned. He put his hands together and waved them in the air, canceling the green light curtain that shrouded the two. Then, he looked at the figure calmly. The figure gradually solidified and became clear under the ripples. A figure with sword-like eyebrows and long eyes in a dark green robe appeared directly in front of the two. The figure was blurry and didn't seem to have a physical body. As soon as it appeared, its eyes swept past Lu Ming and Green Spirit and finally stopped on Green Spirit. Lu Ming's face changed several times. The other party's eyes made him feel like he had nowhere to hide and was seen through in an instant. However, after seeing that Green Spirit didn't have much reaction, he calmed down again and looked at the other party silently. "By you, what do you mean by this?" Green Spirit asked coldly. When Lu Ming heard this, his heart moved. It turned out that the person in front of him was the legendary master of the secluded waters, the mighty Baiyu of the metaphysic realm. No wonder he had such a strong aura. I didn't ask you, but you asked me instead. Southern Wasteland, you are not a person of my netherworld. This is the first time you entered the netherworld. I have already told you according to the rules that I will give you 3 chances to enter the netherworld. Now this is your last chance. If you leave this time, you are not allowed to step into our netherworld again. Otherwise, all the netherworld kings will join forces to kill you. I don't think I need to say more about the consequences. You're on your own. After saying this, the figure didn't give Green Spirit any chance to speak. After a blur of his body, he once again hid in the green whirlpool behind him. The green whirlpool in the air dissipated with a bang after it disappeared. The surroundings returned to peace again. From the appearance of Baiyu to his departure, it was only a few breaths. If it wasn't for the broken branches of the black crystal forest around, everything that happened just now was like a dream. Lu Ming naturally wouldn't say much. He stood aside and stared blankly for a while. Green Spirit's face was extremely gloomy. It seems that I can't fulfill my promise now. I still have some important matters to attend to in the netherworld realm, so I can't leave now. Wait for a few more years. When I finish refining the black crystal jade puppet, I will borrow its power to send you away. After a long while, Green Spirit finally let out a long breath and said in an unquestionable tone. No problem. I'll just wait for a few more years. Lu Ming naturally had no objections. Furthermore, he still had quite a few phantasm tools and materials that were only useful to the fiends. If he took them back to the Middle Heaven continent, they would be useless to him. Therefore, he could use these few years to trade for things that he could use in the Middle Heaven continent. Green Spirit nodded. He moved his arm and spread his 5 fingers. A blue light ball flew out of his palm and floated toward Lu Ming's waist. This is my miscalculation. I see that although your sword pellet has been nourished and enhanced by the sword pouch, it still needs quite a bit of time. This is a pure magic power that I've refined. I think it will be of great help to your sword pellet. Shortening the cultivation time of the sword pellet is also a kind of compensation for you. Thank you, Senior. Lu Ming was overjoyed when he heard this. As soon as the blue light came into contact with the void sword pouch, it disappeared into it without a sound. If everything goes smoothly, I should be able to completely refine this puppet within 6 years. Wait for me in the Mingyu Mountain in the secluded water realm 6 years later. At that time, I will use this black crystal jade puppet to help you leave the netherworld realm. After saying this, Green Spirit didn't look at Lu Ming anymore. He made a gesture with his hands and disappeared into the ground with a flash of light. After thinking for a while, Lu Ming also flew out of the black crystal forest. A few months later, he finally came to a wide, pitch-black Styx river after several teleportations and flying for many days. He was very familiar with this area. It was the place where he had secluded himself for 30 years. On the endless river, Lu Ming flew over with a familiar escape light, and he slowly landed above a whirlpool with an extremely dense dark qi. A quarter of an hour later, he had come to the enchantment at the bottom of the river. All the traces of his cultivation here were still the same. Although he had only left here for a few years, too many things had happened during this period. Coming here again, Lu Ming had a feeling that it was a lifetime ago. Lu Ming sat cross-legged on the ground, showing a contemplative expression on his face. In the past few months, Lu Ming had dealt with all kinds of items he had obtained in the 9 nether realm along the way. All the nether stones, as well as the nether treasures and nether weapons that he couldn't use, were all replaced with things that he thought could be used in the Middle Sky continent. Now his Sumera ring stored a large number of netherworld specialty ores, spiritual herbs, and other things. These netherworld spiritual materials were also extremely precious pure inattribute spiritual materials in the Middle Sky continent. They were extremely valuable. There were also many nether beast materials that he had hunted so far. He had only sold a small part of them before. Most of the useful things were still kept. He believed that after returning to the Middle Sky continent, he could exchange them for a large number of spirit stones. Although it couldn't make up for all the spirit stones consumed by the spirit gathering formation when advancing to Jingdan, it could still make up for some of the losses. Outside the black enchantment at the bottom of the Styx River, dozens of black whirlpools were still rotating. A black light flashed in Lu Ming's hand, and a black jade bottle appeared. Although the mouth of the bottle was sealed with a talisman, there was still a trace of bloody gas escaping from it. Stroking the jade bottle, there was a hint of joy on his face. This jade bottle contained a drop of blood essence that he had exchanged for tens of thousands of nether stones and a Jingdan nether beast's nether nucleus. In the netherworld realm, there were countless kinds of magical fiends. One of them was called the Corpse Face Clan, which was somewhat similar to the rumored Blood Clan. They were born with the magical ability to absorb blood essence. This drop of blood essence was a special blood essence that was refined by the Corpse Face Clan using a secret method. The blood essence was an extremely famous treasure in the netherworld realm. It could instantly replenish a cultivator's blood essence. It was a kind of holy healing medicine. However, what Lu Ming wanted was the effect of replenishing a cultivator's blood essence in an instant. He had paid such a high price to buy a drop of blood essence in order to deal with the next explosion of the mysterious bubble. Calculating the time, it should be in the next few months. His cultivation had already reached the middle stage of the Jingdan realm, and his magic power was several times more profound than before. He had long since mastered the blood shield technique, which he used as an insurance, and had stored a considerable amount of blood essence in his body. It should be enough to satisfy the mysterious bubble's absorption. However, Luoho had once said that the cage was somewhat unstable due to the awakening of the artifact spirit. Last time, it had absorbed a lot of his lifespan. To be on the safe side, he had paid a great price to buy this drop of blood essence. Unfortunately, the dissipation of the blood essence was very strong. Even if he used a special storage magic tool and sealed it with a talisman, it would still slowly evaporate. Otherwise, he would not hesitate to spend all his money to buy more of it and keep it by his side. Lu Ming played with the black jade bottle for a while before putting it away. His gaze swept over the Netherworld River water outside the restriction, and he took out the dark bone art, closed his eyes, and meditated. He had come to the Netherworld River because it was very safe and a good place to cultivate and deal with the bubble explosion. The other reason was because of the Netherworld River water here. The next cultivation of the dark bone art required a lot of Netherworld River heavy water for each level. He planned to take advantage of these few years to refine more for backup. After all, the Netherworld River water was only available in the Netherworld realm. It would be difficult to get it after returning to the Middle Sky continent. However, these things had to wait until he dealt with the mysterious bubble explosion. Time passed day by day, and in a blink of an eye, more than 3 months had passed. On this day, as Lu Ming was meditating, there was a fluctuation in his spiritual sea, and a crystal bubble slowly emerged. He raised his eyebrows and suddenly opened his eyes. He patted the soul-recovering bag on his waist with one hand, and a black gas flew out. A scorpion half the size of a human appeared beside Lu Ming. The scorpion's expression was still a little sluggish. As soon as it was summoned, it looked at Lu Ming blankly. Lu Ming didn't have time to explain to her in detail. He stretched out his hand and pressed on the scorpion at lightning speed. Poof! There was a soft sound from the bubble in the spiritual sea, and a familiar and powerful suction swept over. Lu Ming was already prepared. He urged the gene down in the 13 apertures in the spiritual sea, and the powerful spiritual power continuously poured into the bubble. The devouring power of the bubble was unprecedentedly powerful, like a bottomless pit. No matter how much spiritual power it was easily devoured. Fortunately, Lu Ming's spiritual power was several times deeper than before, so he didn't have to worry about not being able to make ends meet. The devouring of the bubble lasted for a quarter of an hour, and it didn't weaken at all. Nearly half of the spiritual power in Lu Ming's spiritual sea had been devoured. His face darkened. With a shift of his mind, black smoke billowed out of Scorpion's body and turned into an ice-cold magic power that melted into his body. It flowed along his meridians and quickly entered the bubble. With the help of the scorpion, the weakening speed of the spiritual power in his body was greatly reduced. However, Lu Ming didn't dare to be careless. His divine sense was always monitoring the every move of the bubble. Time passed by minute. Although the spiritual power in the scorpion's body was considered deep, comparable to an ordinary Jin Dan demon cultivator, it was much less than Lu Ming. Soon, the spiritual power in its body was vaguely bottomed out. It let out a whine and looked at Lu Ming. At this moment, the bubble had been bursting for half an hour, and the speed of devouring spiritual power didn't decrease at all. Lu Ming frowned. At this moment, the spiritual power in his spiritual sea was only left with about 30%. The scorpion was even worse off. There was only a thin layer of black fog left on the surface of its body. He looked at the scorpion and made a gesture with one hand. He immediately interrupted the absorption of spiritual power from the body. At the same time, his mind moved, and a mini blood shield appeared in his body. After a spin, wisps of blood constantly gushed out and flowed into his limbs and bones. At the same time, a thick bloody light appeared on the surface of Lu Ming's body. It gradually condensed into an arc-shaped bloody mist cover. It was densely covered with blood vessels, and it covered his body. As the blood vessels on the mist cover expanded and shrank, the blood essence turned into a stream of heat and continuously entered the bubble. After another quarter of an hour, the bright bloody light on Lu Ming's body weakened a lot, and his face looked a little pale. In the spiritual sea, the crystal-clear bubble suddenly trembled slightly, and the speed of devouring spiritual power finally slowed down slowly. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He flipped his empty hand, and a black jade bottle appeared in his hand. He opened the talisman on it, and a thick bloody aura exuded. Lu Ming didn't hesitate at all. He waved his hand, and a drop of blood-red liquid flew out of the jade bottle and flashed into his mouth. The originally dim bloody light on his body suddenly brightened, and then it quickly dimmed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Just when the bloody mist covering Lu Ming thinned to only one layer again, the bubble in the spiritual sea finally stopped devouring. The next moment, Lu Ming only felt that his vision was blurred, and he and Scorpion both appeared in the gray cage space. Phew! Lu Ming let out a long sigh as if he had been relieved of a heavy burden. His hanging heart was finally at ease. The amount of spiritual power that the bubble devoured this time was still far beyond his expectations. If he didn't make so many preparations in advance, although he wouldn't be sucked dry, he would probably lose a lot of lifespan. On the side, Scorpion's body flashed with black light, and it transformed into the appearance of a black-veiled girl. However, at this moment, her pretty face was pale, and her body was trembling involuntarily. Even the golden crown mark on her forehead was a lot dimmer than usual. She looked weak as if her spiritual power was almost exhausted. "I'm sorry, Scorpion. Because the bubble suddenly exploded, I couldn't notify you in time. However, the opportunity to purify spiritual power is too rare, and it would be a pity to miss it, so I directly summoned you." Lu Ming looked at Scorpion, and his expression softened as he spoke apologetically. "Master, Scorpion understands." Scorpion nodded obediently, and looked around. "Why don't I see Fei? Scorpion asked curiously. "That's right, you've been sleeping in the soul-cultivating pouch these days. It's like this." Lu Ming explained to Scorpion that Fei had been summoned by Ancestor Fei and had stayed in the Spirit King's sorrow to cultivate. "So that's how it is." After Scorpion heard this, she was naturally shocked, and a look of disappointment appeared on her face. "In short, you have to stay in this space for a long time this time. You just have to cultivate by yourself," Lu Ming instructed. Scorpion nodded, and after bowing to Lu Ming, she walked to a corner of the cage space and sat down cross-legged. Lu Ming's gaze swept around the cage space, and he opened his mouth to call Luo Hu a few times. As he expected, there was no response at all. After sighing in his heart, he walked to the celestial tablet and sat down cross-legged. He originally wanted to discuss with Luo Hu about the future direction of cultivation, but now that Luo Hu did not respond at all, he could only follow his own plan. According to calculations, this time in this cage space should be 64 years, so he must make good use of such a long time. Time flew by, and more than 20 years had passed unknowingly. In a dark space where one couldn't see his own fingers, Lu Ming stood motionless with his eyes closed. Suddenly, a whistling sound came from all directions, and black gas surged out. As it condensed, one after another black ghosts with horns on their heads appeared out of thin air. There were more than 100 of them. These ghosts looked ferocious. As soon as they appeared, they looked at Lu Ming in the middle, and they rushed toward him with a roar. The ghostly howls came one after another, and the momentum was astonishing. Lu Ming raised his arm and flicked his sleeve, and a purple long sword swam out of his sleeve. Then he opened his eyes, and his eyes flashed. He waved his hands and quickly pointed at the long sword a few times. At the same time, he chanted. Suddenly, after a clear sound of the sword light, it turned into a dense purple sword shadow in the blink of an eye. There were as many as 36 purple sword shadows, and they turned into 36 purple lights in the air, hovering above his head. "Go!" With a low groan. All of the purple sword projections tremored slightly before immediately dispersing, leaving a series of purple afterimages in their wake as they shot forth in all directions. For a time, within 1,000 meters radius with him as the center, there was a purple sword light flickering everywhere. He actually set up some kind of sword array that shrouded this area under his control. Following that, crackling sounds and miserable wails came from all directions. All the ghosts were slightly touched by the purple sword light, and they quickly collapsed under the entanglement of the electric light, turning into wisps of black gas again. However, the black gas just rolled and intertwined for a while. In the blink of an eye, it condensed into a ghost that was no different from the original one. It roared and continued to rush toward the center. Wave after wave, they came in an endless stream. In just 15 minutes, the number of ghosts that were defeated by Lu Ming's sword array was no less than 1,000, and the number was still increasing. This move was a sword move that Lu Ming realized from the Tai Gang sword tactics. It was a sword move that could only be performed by the Jin Dan stage cultivators. It was derived from the original sword light division technique. It could increase the original 9 sword lights to 36. Although it seemed to be the same kind of magical power, the power was obviously incomparable to the previous 9 sword shadows, and it was good for dealing with a large number of enemies with lower cultivation. Speaking of which, the sword way should be far superior to the same level of power and speed, so this kind of magical power that could disperse the power of the sword light was still quite unpopular in the Tai Gang sword tactics, and it had high requirements for mental power. Therefore, even the secret disciples of the Tai Ching Gate, after obtaining this sword technique, generally wouldn't spend a lot of time on this move. However, for Lu Ming, firstly, he had plenty of time in the mysterious space, and secondly, in recent years, he had encountered a lot of large-scale battles, so he needed this technique to quickly eliminate a large number of low-level cultivators. Therefore, after spending a lot of time to comprehend this sword technique, it took him a full 20 years to completely master it. Time flew by, and several years had passed. On this day, in a wide cave, Lu Ming was floating expressionlessly in midair, surrounded by black gas. Below him, a series of roars mixed with the ear-piercing sound of metal colliding could be heard. Looking in the direction of the sound, there were round bone prisons made of white bones one after another. There were as many as 20 to 30 of them. They were scattered around the open space around Lu Ming in a well-proportioned manner. In each bone prison, there was a zombie-like cultivator in the uniform of the 4 great armies of the evil ghost path. They were constantly waving their giant fists and bombarding the bone prison. They were the poltergeist ghosts that Lu Ming had encountered in the evil ghost path years ago, refined from living cultivators. These bone prisons seemed to be very sturdy, but under the bombardment of the powerful poltergeist ghost's iron fists, it would not take long for a gap to appear. However, as soon as the gap appeared, Lu Ming, who was in midair, raised his hand, and a mass of black gas appeared at the gap in a flash. The black gas condensed and turned into several white bones, patching up the bone prison. This divine power of condensing chi into bones, then condensing bones into objects, was a divine power that Lu Ming found in the second half of the dark bone method. It could condense the yin chi in one's body into abnormally sturdy white bones, which was quite effective in dealing with these impenetrable and troublesome fellows. Lu Ming looked around, looked at the trapped poltergeist ghosts, and couldn't help but smile in the air. In the following time, while Lu Ming continued to accumulate combat experience through the demonic pupil of illusions, he also practiced some basic 5 elements cultivation methods when he had nothing to do and condensed technique seals. In this way, when facing an enemy, he could instantly merge the 5 elements cultivation method into the sword manipulation technique, and even the finger sword divine power, achieving twice the result with half the effort. 54 years after entering the mysterious space. On this day, Lu Ming was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, and his body was motionless, as if he was comprehending something. At this moment, the void in front of him fluctuated, and then a green figure gradually appeared. Lu Ming suddenly opened his eyes, then hurriedly stood up in joy, and cupped his hands. Senior Luo Ho. As soon as he finished speaking, the green figure gradually solidified, turning into a 13 or 14-year-old young man. It was Luo Ho. It seems that you have prepared well this time. Originally, I was worried that your lifespan would be greatly reduced because of the absorption of spiritual power by the cage. The young man looked up and down at Lu Ming, and said faintly, Senior, is the sudden increase in spiritual power this time also because the cage spirit is about to awaken? Lu Ming heard this, smiled bitterly, and asked again. Yes, your time is getting shorter and shorter. I spent a lot of effort to prevent it from awakening, and now I finally let it continue to sleep. Next, you have to make some other preparations. The first thing is to try to control the demonification. Only when you can freely control the demonified body will you have the right to refine the artifact spirit of the cage. Luo Ho nodded and said. What, demonization can be controlled? Senior, please give me a pointer or two. Lu Ming was startled at first, and then became ecstatic. With your current mental power of the Jin Dan stage, although it is very far to control the demonization, you can first concentrate your mental power on a certain part of your body. If you try more, you may be able to influence it for a short time. In the following time, I will let you enter the elusive demonic pupil every day to try to control the demonization. Luoho said slowly. Junior will try according to Senior's words. Thank you for your guidance. Lu Ming agreed. The demonic spirit in his body had always been a big problem for him. If he could control the demonization one day, this big problem would naturally disappear. How could he not be surprised and delighted? Okay, come with me, Luoho said. His figure flickered, and the next moment, he appeared next to the black and white celestial tablet. His finger pointed at the vertical eye pattern on the stone tablet. As the elusive demonic pupil turned, Lu Ming felt his divine thought buzz. After the surrounding scenery became blurred, he appeared on a wasteland the next moment. Before Lu Ming could steady himself, a low and cold voice faintly sounded in his ears, demonization. Lu Ming suddenly felt a hum in his ears, and then he lost control of his body. In the next moment, a layer of rolling black flames appeared all over his body, and it burned fiercely. After a burst of crackling sounds, his body grew by a lot, and faint purple spirit patterns appeared on his skin. A violent aura constantly attacked his mind. With a loud roar, his body rushed out like lightning, and turned into an evil wind, rushing toward the nearest mountain peak that was hundreds of feet high. In midair, a pair of blurry fist shadows covered with purple patterns struck out. Under the rolling black flames, a large number of black fist shadows intertwined. The moment the fist shadows hit the mountain, it immediately shook under the intertwining fist shadows. In just a breath's time, the entire mountain cracked under the barrage of fist shadows with a loud bang, and the mountain rocks tumbled. It was obvious that as Lu Ming advanced to Jin Dan, his strength after demonization had increased by more than 10 times. Demonized Lu Ming directly flashed out of the rubble, and flew in the direction of the next mountain peak. What are you waiting for? Try to gather your mental power in one place, and try to find the feeling of touch. Just as Lu Ming was a little amazed at the strength of his body after demonization, Luohu's voice came into his ears. Lu Ming's mind shook, and he quickly forced himself to calm down. He focused all of his mental power on his right arm without reservation, and seeped into the meridians within. At this time, demonized Lu Ming had already flown in front of the next mountain peak. His right arm moved, and he punched the middle of the mountain. Lu Ming's heart moved, and then he was overjoyed. This was because the moment his fist hit the mountain wall, the back of his hand felt like he had touched a hard object. Although this feeling was fleeting, it really made him feel like he had returned to his right fist. An earth-shattering sound rang out, a huge pit suddenly appeared on the mountainside, and with it as the center, crisscrossing cracks spread in all directions at a rapid speed. Just before the mountain collapsed, Lu Ming felt his vision go black, and then he returned to the gray space. Luo, who was standing beside the celestial tablet with his hands behind his back, but his face was a little paler than before. After glancing at Lu Ming, he said lightly, "Looks like your comprehension is pretty good, kid. You've already found some of the feeling on your first try. Let's call it a day." The amount of mental energy required for you to simulate true demonization in an illusion is incomparable to that of an ordinary illusion. Just as Lu Ming was about to ask something, Luohu's figure blurred and disappeared on the spot. Lu Ming laughed bitterly in his heart, then he found an empty space, sat down cross-legged, and began to adjust his breathing. One day 10 years later, when Lu Ming was meditating in the cage space, the surrounding space suddenly fluctuated. He opened his eyes, and the view in front of him changed. His body felt light, and he had left the gray, hazy space where the cage was and returned to the bottom of the Nether River. Scorpion also appeared next to him, but she was enshrouded in a cluster of vague black air. Lu Ming's eyes flickered for a while. After a while, he sighed in a low voice. At this moment, his spiritual sea suddenly shook, and a mysterious bubble emerged. At the same time, a pure spiritual power gushed out of it and injected into the spiritual sea Jin Dan. Lu Ming hurriedly focused his mind and ran the dark bone tactic, spreading the spiritual power feedback from the bubble to all parts of his body. A thick, liquid-like black gas enveloped his whole body. An hour later, the black gas tumbled, and a blurry figure flew out of it. With a blur, it appeared in the air. The figure gradually solidified, revealing the figure of Lu Ming. He clenched his fists, feeling the spiritual power condensed like mercury in the spiritual sea and meridians, and he couldn't help but let out a long roar. The spiritual power in his body was repeatedly purified by the mysterious bubble, and it had now reached a shocking level. Although his cultivation dropped from the peak of the intermediate stage of Jing Dan to the early stage of Jing Dan, it was nothing. He could cultivate it back soon after spending some time. Lu Ming scanned his body with divine thought, and he saw strands of hair-like filaments appearing in the liquid spiritual power of the spiritual sea. These filaments were very small. If it weren't for his powerful divine thought, he wouldn't be able to detect them at all. This is the spiritual power crystal. He was too familiar with the quality of this filament. It was somewhat similar to the spiritual power crystal of the crystallization period. In other words, the spiritual power flowing in his body had been purified to the point of spiritual power crystal. Taking a deep breath, suppressing the excitement in his heart, Lu Ming landed next to Scorpion. At this moment, Scorpion was wrapped in a large cloud of pitch-black gas. Lu Ming scanned with divine thought. After confirming that Scorpion was fine, he sat cross-legged aside, closed his eyes and adjusted his breath while waiting quietly. After a full hour, with a crisp and pleasant gasp, the black gas wrapped around Scorpion dissipated. At this moment, Scorpion had already returned to the Black Veil Girl costume. She was squatting on the ground with her hands holding her knees. Her body was trembling a little. "Scorpion, how do you feel?" Lu Ming heard the movement, opened his eyes, and scanned with divine thought. At this moment, Scorpion's face was a little pale. Her cultivation had fallen to the later stage of the crystallization period, but the spiritual power in her body was much purer and more solid than before. "Master, I feel that my cultivation seems to have loosened a little. It should be the opportunity to form the core." Scorpion raised her head, blinked her eyes, and looked at Lu Ming. Hearing this, Lu Ming's heart moved. He flipped his hand, and an oval brown crystal appeared in his palm. "Scorpion, this is the inner core of the celestial state beastkin, Bay Scorpion King. After you recover your spiritual power, take this pill. With your current pure spiritual power, there should be no problem in forming the core." "Thank you, Master." Scorpion looked happy. After reaching out to take the oval crystal, she bowed to Lu Ming, then she appeared in an open space not far away and sat cross-legged. Seeing this, Lu Ming flicked his sleeves, and a dozen formation flags flew out. He pointed at these formation flags. These formation flags turned into a dozen yellow lights, flashed into the ground around Scorpion, and disappeared. Immediately afterward, a layer of pale yellow light curtain appeared around Scorpion, and there were mysterious runes floating on the surface. He nodded at Scorpion, signaling her to cultivate with peace of mind. Then, he began to restore his spiritual power while continuing to condense the stick's heavy water. After this experience of purifying the prison's spiritual power, his speed of condensing the heavy water was much faster than before. One day, 3 years later, when Lu Ming was sitting cross-legged and channeling the 1,000 condensation water technique to condense the heavy water, there was a soft sound from the side. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and looked in the direction of the sound. He saw that Scorpion had been sitting quietly in the yellow light curtain, and the surrounding black sticks turned into a mist and went into his body. Just when Lu Ming was surprised, the surrounding sticks suddenly rolled violently. The enchantment at the bottom of the sticks also seemed to be shaken a lot. Above the enchantment at the bottom of the river where Lu Ming was, a whirlpool of different sizes was formed. Even the Styx shadow beasts within a few miles were exposed to the water surface, looking at the tumbling Styx river. They were somewhat at a loss. Lu Ming was happy. He naturally knew that Scorpion had reached the critical moment of forming the Jing Dan. He made a gesture, removed the enchantment around him, escaped to a safe position, and observed quietly. At this moment, dark clouds condensed in the sky, and bursts of dull thunder came from it. After about half a cup of tea's time, the thunder and lightning crisscrossed in the air, and then turned into a silver light chain that was as thick as a bucket. It slapped on the sticks from time to time, stirring up a splash. Scorpion seemed to feel something. A layer of brown flame was released from his body, and he turned into a yellow escape light, rushing upward. Seeing this, Lu Ming also turned into a black light and followed closely. Under the area covered by the black thunderclouds, the surface of the Styx River rolled violently, and a black-veiled girl wrapped in brown light emerged from it. Immediately afterward, there was another splash, and a figure with black gas flew out of the water. It stopped 1,000 meters away after a few flashes. The figure was Lu Ming. At this moment, he was looking at Scorpion with full concentration, and he released divine thought to cover the surrounding 100 miles to prevent any situation that might be disadvantageous to Scorpion. At this moment, Scorpion opened its eyes and snorted. Its figure suddenly became smaller, turning into the real body of bone Scorpion the size of a palm. With a deafening thunderclap, all the silver lightning arcs in the dark clouds poured down together, turning into a dense and huge silver lightning net in midair. It struck down with an astonishing momentum. Lu Ming was shocked. He had already held the 2 mountain river pearls tightly in his hands. He planned to attack immediately once there was any danger. At this moment, the golden crown mark on Scorpion's head suddenly glowed with a golden light. As soon as the silver lightning net touched the golden light, it disappeared like a clay ox entering the sea. As time passed, the silver lightning arcs falling in midair did not weaken at all. They became more and more dense. It was just that when these lightning arcs touched the golden light, they were directly absorbed. They seemed to be unable to cause any damage to the Scorpion below. To Lu Ming's surprise, as the lightning continued to be absorbed, the Scorpion's body also skyrocketed. After a full hour, the lightning in the sky gradually stopped until the Scorpion's body was no less than 2 or 3 times its original size. Seeing this, Lu Ming was relieved. As the dark clouds in the sky dissipated, yin qi from all directions gathered continuously, forming a huge yin qi vortex with Scorpion as the center. In the vortex, 72 purple crystal beads emerged from the Scorpion's body. Then, as they rotated, they quickly merged together and turned into a fist-sized purple bead. 9 apertures upper grade Jin Dan. Lu Ming looked at the purple bead and couldn't help but murmur to himself. The purple bead flashed into the Scorpion's head and disappeared. Then all the yin qi vortex dissipated, revealing the Scorpion's figure again. She had transformed into a human form again. Lu Ming suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that Scorpion had formed the Jin Dan. He moved and flew over. Master, I finally formed the Jin Dan. Scorpion turned to look at Lu Ming. His face was faintly flushed and full of joy. You just formed the Jin Dan. Your cultivation is not stable yet. Consolidate it. Lu Ming was also very happy when he heard it, but he did not forget to remind it. Scorpion gently nodded, turned into a black light, and flew back into the soul-recovering bag on Lu Ming's waist. Lu Ming's eyes focused. He looked at the water of the Styx River under his feet, and he showed a trace of hesitation. After a long while, he no longer stayed. He turned into a black escape light and flew away. On this day, on an open plain in the west of the secluded water area, a towering giant peak stood proudly. The peak even pierced straight into the sky. This was the famous peak of the Styx water area, the Mingyu Mountain. At the moment, in the sea of clouds on the top of the mountain, a young man in a green robe was standing with his hands behind his back. There was no joy or sorrow on his face. The young man was naturally Lu Ming. He was surrounded by gray clouds. Between the nearby mountains, there were many birds and lunar beasts flying by from time to time. When a few of them were just about to approach the peak where Lu Ming was, they seemed to have discovered some terrifying existence. A few of them staggered and flew back, or avoided far away. Lu Ming didn't care about this. Speaking of which, after he came to the netherworld by chance, not only did he refine the 12 mountain river beads, but he also condensed a lot of Styx River heavy water, which greatly improved the magical power of the Hell Prison. He, Fei and Scorpion also succeeded in forming their gold core. The second half of the dark bone method was also in his hands. Not long ago, he also found that the sword pill in the nether sword bag on his waist was also ready to move. It looked like it was about to be nurtured. He was really lucky on this trip, and he got huge benefits that he didn't expect. When he returned to the Taiqing Gate, he didn't know how many people would be surprised. When Lu Ming thought of this, his heart could not help but surge. At this moment, a familiar cold voice sounded from behind him. It seems that your homesickness is quite fervent. There's still about a month before the time we agreed on, but you've already arrived ahead of time. However, the ink mirror jade puppet has been completely refined. Are you ready? When Lu Ming heard the words, he quickly looked back. A petite figure in a green dress actually appeared on a cliff 20 or 30 meters behind him. She was looking at him indifferently. It was Green Spirit. Overjoyed, Lu Ming clasped his hands together and respectfully said, "Junior is ready." "Thank you, Senior. Since that's the case, I'll summon my puppet and open a spatial tunnel to send you back. When I'm casting the spell later, stay away from me. If you enter too early, the consequences will be unimaginable." When Green Spirit heard the words, he nodded and made a gesture. A 5-color auspicious cloud lifted him up. Yes. When Lu Ming heard the words, his figure flashed backward and stopped 1,000 meters away from Green Spirit. The next moment, Green Spirit raised his arm, and a head-sized grayish-white ball appeared in his palm. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of green gas into it. After chanting a few spells, the puppet instantly floated into the distance and expanded against the wind. Not long after, a gray humanoid puppet about 80 meters tall appeared in front of Lu Ming. Suddenly, a suffocating spiritual pressure spread instantly, enveloping Lu Ming in it. Lu Ming was shocked. Under this irresistible spiritual pressure, he took a few steps back in a row. He was even about to kneel down in the next moment. Fortunately, his body spontaneously emitted a rolling black gas. At the same time, with a crackling sound, his body swelled up, and he managed to stabilize his footsteps. However, his face was pale and he was sweating profusely. Fortunately, this spiritual pressure only flashed and did not continue to oppress him. Obviously, it was deliberately controlled by Green Spirit. But even so, Green Spirit still tilted his head and deeply looked at Lu Ming, a trace of surprise flashing in his eyes. After Lu Ming stabilized his mind, he looked up and down at the puppet in front of him in horror. This puppet was roughly similar to the one Su Ling had summoned before, but it was covered with a faint green halo. Although it was motionless in the air, it caused the nearby void to distort and deform. Green Spirit softly chanted a few spells, and the green halo on the surface of the ink-bright jade puppet trembled slightly. The surrounding rocks were suddenly shaken off, and they fell to the ground one after another. Green Spirit stopped chanting, raised a finger, and pointed solemnly in the direction of the puppet. The azure halo around the ink mirror jade puppet contracted, and it opened its mouth to expel an inky black, shuttle-shaped object. The object swelled drastically in size, and a series of tiny spatial rifts began to appear in the surrounding space. When the black shuttle grew to 7 or 8 feet long, before Lu Ming could see it clearly, the black shuttle blurred and instantly turned into shuttle-shaped phantoms, stabbing toward the void in the air. The void trembled, and a loud crackling sound rang out as a series of thick spatial rifts appeared. As the space cracks merged, a huge black light hole emerged, and at the same time, a huge suction force surged out. Lu Ming suddenly felt unsteady, almost unable to resist this huge suction force, and involuntarily rushed toward the direction of the light hole. This feeling was like the mysterious black vortex when he first came to the netherworld, but it seemed to be a little more stable. Just when Lu Ming wanted to try to do something to resist this suction force, Green Spirit casually raised his arm, and a green mist rolled over, wrapping his body. Suddenly, in a soft and gentle force, Lu Ming's body stagnated, and the huge suction force seemed to disappear without a trace in an instant. Green Spirit didn't look at Lu Ming, and he waved his hand to launch a few symbols at the puppet. The ink-bright jade puppet seemed to have received the order, and its eyes shined brightly. In the center of the black light hole in front of it, suddenly a not very big black vortex appeared. Lu Ming opened his mouth, and when he was about to say something, Green Spirit pointed at him with a finger. Pooh! Lu Ming was immediately lifted up by the green light, and floated toward the black vortex. In the next moment, he was sent into the vortex. Lu Ming only felt that his vision suddenly turned black, and a somewhat familiar feeling surged into his heart. The surrounding black gas was rolling, and there was a bone-chilling coldness. He could vaguely feel that Green Spirit's breath was getting farther and farther away. It didn't take long for him to feel that the cold around him was getting heavier and heavier, and the oppression on his body was getting stronger and stronger. There was even a sense of oppression that made breathing difficult. Lu Ming raised his hands at the moment, and the 12 mountain river pearls flashed out and surrounded him. A khaki gas protected his body. After doing this, the oppressive feeling around him immediately decreased, and only then did he feel at ease. Somewhere in the hilly area of the Middle Sky continent, there was a violent fluctuation in the sky. A black vortex appeared out of thin air, and it became bigger and bigger as it rotated. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a huge black light hole of more than 100 meters. The next moment, as a gust of wind blew past, a young man in a green robe flashed out of the light hole, and he fell directly down. At the same time the young man appeared, the black light hole quickly became smaller and disappeared. The young man was Lu Ming. Boom. Somewhere in the hills below, there was a small pit of a few meters in size. After Lu Ming snorted, he slowly sat up from the pit. With one hand patting his waist, Scorpion appeared in a flash. After glancing at Lu Ming with a worried expression, he didn't say much. With a flash of yellow light, he turned into a palm-sized bone scorpion and sneaked into the ground. Lu Ming knew that Scorpion would definitely monitor the surroundings at the moment, so he immediately sat cross-legged and circulated the dark bone method. This time, the space tunnel seemed to be longer than the last time. The sense of oppression in the space was very strong. Fortunately, there were 12 mountain river pearls that protected his body under the continuous spiritual power of Lu Ming. But even so, in the last distance, the oppression was still huge to an unimaginable level. If it weren't for his strong physical body, he wouldn't just suffer some superficial injuries. He would be torn into pieces on the spot. Under the nourishment of the dark bone method and the Sky Beastkin's bloodline, Lu Ming only felt that his body was relaxed. Most of his injuries were healed, then he suddenly stood up. He stretched his muscles and felt the abundant spirit of the world around him, as well as the roars of birds and beasts. He suddenly had a feeling of being away from the world. This made Lu Ming feel great. "I'm finally back," Lu Ming muttered to himself with emotion. He immediately released his divine thought to observe the surrounding environment, trying to confirm where he was in the Middle Sky continent. There were no high mountains around, but there were many small hills. It didn't seem to be the hinterland of the Central Plains. At this moment, Lu Ming's expression suddenly changed, and he frowned. Because when he scanned with divine thought, he suddenly felt that the aura of heaven and earth within 100 miles was a little chaotic and even fluctuating. Lu Ming's mind turned quickly. Although his body had not fully recovered from the discomfort of the space tunnel, if he encountered something dangerous, his ability to escape was still enough. In this way, it was better to observe first to understand where he was now. After making up his mind, Lu Ming made a gesture to summon back Scorpion, then he turned into a black light and rushed toward the nearest aura fluctuation. After about a meal's time, he appeared behind a boulder with a solemn expression. Thousands of meters ahead, there was an open area with a slightly flat terrain. In one of the open spaces, a large group of giant insects that looked like centipedes were constantly besieging a group of human cultivators. These insects were roughly divided into two types, yellow and black. The yellow insects were similar in size to human cultivators. They had a protruding horn on their head with a pale yellow halo on it. The black centipede insects were only half the height of a human, but their carapace was black and shiny. Their strong forelimbs had a pair of sharp claws, and their mouths were full of sharp teeth. From time to time, drops of dark green liquid flowed out. When the liquid dripped on the ground, it actually emitted a wisp of green smoke. Those yellow centipede insects were all distributed on the periphery of the battlefield, condensing into a pale yellow giant protective shield, surrounding the black centipede insects and the human cultivators in it. It seemed to prevent the human cultivators from escaping. The yellow halos on the horns on their heads condensed into fine yellow crystal silk from time to time, shooting at the human cultivators in the protective shield. If those human cultivators were accidentally entangled by the yellow crystal silk, although they would not be injured, their actions would be greatly affected. In addition, this giant pale yellow shield seemed to have the effect of absorbing the aura of heaven and earth. The aura of heaven and earth in the shield was being absorbed by it at a very slow speed, making the encirclement reduced at an astonishing speed. It turns out that the source of the shockwave comes from these yellow insects. Lu Ming had already urged the totem to hide his aura at this moment. Seeing this situation, a hint of realization flashed in his eyes. The black centipede insects constantly rushed to the human cultivators at an extremely agile speed, attacking the human cultivators madly with their sharp claws and green corrosive liquid in their mouthparts. Compared with the dense centipede giant insects, the human cultivators were much fewer. There were only about 40 people. Everyone was dressed in gray with a gray cloth belt tied on their forehead. At this moment, they were surrounding a gray stone pillar that was more than 100 meters high and as thick as a water tank. The surface of the stone pillar was engraved with a lifelike lizard pattern. An old man in a gray robe with white beard and hair was hanging above the stone pillar, constantly launching symbols at the stone pillar. Circles of gray ripples spread around with the stone pillar as the center, shrouding all the human cultivators. Under the gray ripples, everyone's skin was covered with a layer of faint gray light. It should be some kind of mystic art to enhance defense. Eh? Totem mystic art. Lu Ming's eyes fell on the gray stone pillar, and his heart moved. This old man in a gray robe was around the Jin Dan intermediate stage. He was obviously the leader of this group of cultivators. In addition, there were 5 crystallization period cultivators, and the rest were all low-level cultivators of the condensation period. Among the human cultivators, most of them had several bulging cloth bags on their waists. They were constantly taking out handfuls of gray fine sand from the bags, condensing them into gray spikes or other weapons, and blasted at the approaching black insects to prevent them from approaching. In addition, there were 7 or 8 burly condensation period body cultivators, waving a pair of iron fists with gloves, turned into a gray python-like fist wind, and attacked the approaching black insects mercilessly. Lu Ming observed for a while, and he couldn't help feeling a little surprised. Most of the black insect's aura was only equivalent to the condensation period of the human cultivators. However, the gray sand weapons used by the human cultivators could only leave white marks on the black shell of the black centipede insects. They couldn't cause any damage at all. Only 5 of the crystallization period cultivators could break his defense and injure or kill him completely with the sand condensation materialization technique. Compared to them, the close combat attacks of those 7 or 8 low-grade body refiners were more effective. Everywhere the winds from their fists passed, shrill sounds of air being torn apart resounded, and those black bugs with thick skin and rough flesh were smashed into mush upon coming into contact with them. It was just that the number of body cultivators was too small, and their cultivation was too low, so they couldn't play a big role. Moreover, these black insects were extremely agile. When they realized that they couldn't defeat these body cultivators, they no longer fought them head-on. Instead, they turned to attack other cultivators. In addition, Lu Ming also found that the injured black insect would also cruelly devour the other immobile and more injured ones. After devouring, not only its injuries were healed, but it also became more ferocious. Its aura was also stronger than before it was devoured. As the aura in the encirclement continued to decrease, the attacks of the human cultivators became weaker and weaker. In the blink of an eye, several cultivators died, but the black insects only decreased by 10%. Fortunately, after those black insects entered the range of the gray ripples emitted by the gray stone pillar in the middle, their speed would be greatly reduced, so the human cultivators were not completely defeated for a while. Elder Qin, we have been trapped here for half a day. We have been beaten back several times. Now the aura is getting thinner and thinner. I'm afraid we can't last long? The one who spoke was a young man with thick eyebrows of the crystallization period. He was holding a gray triangular flag in his hand. Gray sand mist was constantly emitted from his waist pocket, and it turned into dense gray sand arrows that swept at the black centipede insects in front of him. Although these sand arrows were not weak and could directly penetrate the hard carapace of the black insects, most of them missed when the black centipede insects dodged. For now, we can only defend for a while. Once we are separated, I'm afraid we will die faster. These insects are a bit similar to the mortal army. They cooperate with each other very well. They don't give us a chance to break out at all. The one who spoke was the old man in a gray robe with white beard and hair. While launching symbols into the stone pillar, he released divine thought to pay close attention to the battlefield. Once the human cultivators were in danger, he would launch a gray halo to help them escape. However, even as a Jin Dan powerhouse, he gradually showed fatigue after such frequent attacks. Fortunately, there is the blessing of Elder Qin's Sand God Totem Array, so we can still have the opportunity to stand here and talk. However, these low-ranked disciples have almost exhausted their spiritual power and physical strength. I'm afraid they can't hold on for long. Next to the young man with thick eyebrows, another crystallization period woman in a gray robe channeled a green hourglass spiritual weapon and said with a sad expression, Elder Qin, why don't we distribute the upper-grade spirit stones that are transported to the Alliance? We should be able to hold on for a while. If we can meet other people, maybe we can still be saved. The young man with thick eyebrows suddenly said as if he thought of something. Fine. If we die here, these spirit stones can't be sent to the Alliance. The old man in a gray robe frowned at first, but after thinking about it, he sighed again. He waved his hand, and a few bags of spirit stones were sent to the 5 crystallization period cultivators around the stone pillar. Each of the crystallization period cultivators took a bag and quickly distributed the upper-grade spirit stones to the surrounding low-ranked disciples. For a time, everyone was holding an upper-grade spirit stone in their hand. A stream of pure spiritual power quickly entered their body, quickly replenishing their exhausted spiritual power. Under the replenishment of these spirit stones, everyone was refreshed. In a short time, it seemed that if these insects wanted to break through the defense of the human clan, it would not be very easy. Totem technique, is this place, the southern wasteland? But even in the southern wasteland, it seems that I have never seen such a weird insect. Just as these people were discussing, Lu Ming's mind was also turning rapidly, and he was considering whether to help. But at the next moment, his expression suddenly moved, and his gaze swept to a place where the yellow insects were gathering in the distance. At this moment, a spiritual pressure that was not weaker than the old man in a gray robe burst out from under the yellow insects. With a loud bang, the ground over there split open, revealing a pitch-black crack. A long and narrow black shadow darted out of it and leaped into the air. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes. It was actually a giant black centipede-like insect of 100 meters long. Its appearance was roughly similar to the other black insects, but its head had a somewhat distorted humanoid face. The dark hard shell of this giant insect exuded a circle of black halo. As soon as it appeared, the surrounding yellow insects seemed to be greatly impacted, and they took a few steps back in a row. Kill them all. The humanoid face of the black giant insect shouted a sentence that was not very fluent in human language. Its 2 rows of sharp claws slashed at the air ahead. In an instant, there was a loud whistling sound, dozens of dense black wind blades appeared and blasted at the human cultivators. Wherever they passed, many black insects that didn't escape in time were directly cut into 2, and they died on the spot. Seeing this, the old man in a gray robe in the air changed his complexion greatly. His hands hurriedly changed. On the gray stone pillar below, a gray light flashed, and the circles of ripples condensed into a giant gray sand shield, blocking in front of the human cultivators. After a muffled sound like rain hitting the fence, the gray sand shield burst open with a bang, and the dense wind blades immediately poured in. In an instant, there were continuous screams behind. How could the human cultivators of the condensation state resist the sharp attack of these black wind blades? After the black light flickered, they were instantly cut into several pieces. The human defense formation, which was already on the verge of collapse, immediately collapsed. The remaining more than 20 condensation state human cultivators turned pale. They didn't care about resisting anymore and fled in all directions. Even the 5 crystallization period cultivators were no exception. In the blink of an eye, there was only a lone gray totem stone pillar in the middle and the old man in a gray robe floating above it. Naturally, the black insects that were eyeing them like tigers watching their prey from all directions would not let these human cultivators leave just like that. They scrambled to pounce on them. For a while, there were continuous screams. Half of the remaining more than 20 condensation state cultivators were submerged in the aggressive black insect army in the blink of an eye. The old man in a gray robe in the air saw that the situation was lost. His face was abnormally pale, but he quickly chanted. He launched a series of symbols and flashed into the stone pillar below. Following a resounding boom, the stone pillar was uprooted from the ground, and a lifelike giant lizard projection emerged from within. A streak of gray light swept up from its mouth, enveloping the elderly man as it flew into the distance at a rapid speed. After the young man with thick eyebrows of the crystallization period repelled several black giant insects, his eyes flashed fiercely. He threw the triangular flag in front of him and uttered the word "explode" softly. With a loud noise, a mushroom-shaped gray light cluster appeared, shrouding dozens of black giant insects nearby. Immediately afterward, he cast a pale silver flying boat, turned into a silver light, and galloped in another direction. The other 4 crystallization period cultivators also rushed out of the encirclement by detonating spiritual weapons and magic weapons. There were many black giant insects and yellow giant insects chasing them. The rest of the low-grade cultivators weren't as fortunate. They also tried to flee on their flying spirit treasures, but the giant human-faced insect had already pounced toward them, and it opened its massive mouth to expel a vast expanse of green, fishy gas. The sound of rustling sounded one after another. Before those low-rank cultivators had time to run out of the green gas, they were melted while wailing. The crystallization period woman in a gray robe, because she escaped a little slower, the tail end of the purple spirit gourd she was riding was slightly scratched by the green mist. The purple spirit gourd lost its spirituality and fell straight from the air. Before she could summon her other spirit tools, a series of whooshing sounds came from all directions. With a flash of light, a dozen or so yellow crystal threads suddenly entangled her hands and feet. The nearby black beetles swarmed up when they saw this. Before she could even scream, she was swallowed. After the human-faced giant insect did all this, it looked at the distant sky with a fierce look in its eyes. That was the direction where the old man in a gray robe of the Jean Danstate escaped. The lizard phantasm had already turned into a small cluster of gray light, followed by a large string of dense black and yellow light spots. It was the black and yellow giant insect that chased after him, but they were a long distance away. Ayo! The giant human-faced insect threw its head back and let loose a ferocious roar before springing up from the ground like an arrow, transforming into a streak of black light that hurtled toward the gray-robed elderly man with a trail of afterimages in its wake. The speed was as fast as lightning. It was even faster than the old man in a gray robe. Seeing this, Lu Ming's heart moved. He rushed out from behind the boulder and also turned into a black light to chase. As a result, not long after he left, there was a creepy rustling sound coming from the hills a mile away. Immediately afterward, the yellow and black giant insects swarmed out from the hills in the distance. There were so many of them that they covered the sky. The leader was 3,000 meters tall light silver centipede giant insects. The aura they exuded had reached the celestial state. In the distant horizon, the gray-robed old man discovered that the giant human-faced black worm was getting closer and closer behind him. He was naturally shocked. According to this speed, he would be caught up in less than the time for half an incense stick to burn. After the eyes of the old man in gray robe flickered a few times, he seemed to make up his mind. He made a gesture to stabilize his body, then he turned around and opened his mouth. A small cauldron wrapped in silver flames flew out. It spun and turned into the size of a pavilion. With a wave of the gray-robed old man's hand, the giant cauldron immediately turned upside down, and a large expanse of gray sand mist swept out with a rumbling sound. Condense. As the old man let out a low shout, the sand fog that filled the air quickly condensed into huge gray stones that were the size of millstones. There were more than 20 of them, and as they were densely packed together, they vaguely formed a huge stone formation in midair. As soon as the stone formation appeared, the giant human-faced black insect had already flown over. It was less than 1,000 feet away from the old man, but it didn't slow down in the slightest as it fiercely swung its limbs. A hint of surprise flashed across the gray-robed old man's eyes. He didn't expect this human-faced worm to be so ferocious. He immediately made a hand seal. There was a loud rumbling sound. More than 20 gray boulders in the air connected with each other and turned into a gray stone puppet that was hundreds of feet tall. It waved its arms, and its giant fists were as fast as lightning to meet the aggressive giant worm opposite. A deafening loud noise came. The gray stone puppet's fists hit the giant worm, but it couldn't hurt it at all. Instead, under the black flame around the giant worm, the black flame was rolling, and the black flame shattered inch by inch from the fist to the arm. Finally, with a rumbling sound, the black giant worm directly pierced through its chest, and it exploded into rubble. Bang! There was a buzzing sound. The giant human-faced black insect fiercely hit the silver cauldron with billowing black flame. The silver flame on the surface of the cauldron rolled violently, and it was shot back under the huge force, hitting the chest of the gray-robed old man fiercely. After a muffled groan, the gray-robed old man staggered, and his body flew out like a broken sack, leaving a string of blood in the air. Obviously, he was seriously injured. After the human-faced giant worm succeeded in its attack, it let out a burst of strange laughter. Then, it swayed its body and rushed forward, wanting to cut the gray-robed old man into pieces. The gray-robed old man's aura was extremely weak. Although his hands were still making gestures quickly, he once again urged the silver cauldron in front of him, but a trace of despair could not help but appear in his eyes. At this moment, a large number of dense purple sword lights suddenly burst out from the dense black and yellow giant worm that followed closely behind the gray-robed old man. With a crackling sound, nearly 100 black and yellow giant worms were smashed in the crisscrossing purple sword lights, and they were annihilated in bursts of purple lightning. The human-faced black giant worm suddenly stopped, turned around, and looked at the road where it came from fiercely. At this time, the sky full of purple sword lights flashed, and 36 purple sword lights emerged, and they combined into one purple flying sword. A figure surrounded by black gas appeared in a flash, stepping on the purple flying sword. It blasted toward the direction of the human-faced black giant worm at lightning speed. The human-faced black giant worm's eyes flashed ferociously. Its body trembled, and the black flame around it was flourishing. It turned into a black streamer, and it faced the purple flying sword. An earth-shattering loud noise sounded in the air. Under the impact of the black streamer, the purple flying sword trembled and bounced back. The black light faded, revealing the human-faced giant worm inside. Its face was full of ferociousness, but the next moment, the giant worm's twisted face suddenly changed, and it suddenly turned around. With a fluctuation behind it, a black figure emerged. A fist surrounded by black gas smashed on the huge body of the human-faced giant worm at an incredible speed. Boom! A loud sound rang out. The black giant worm was bombarded by an irresistible force, and it suddenly flew out for 100 meters. A large black carapace on the surface of its body was deeply dented, and strands of gray blood oozed out. Before it could react, the sound of something breaking through the air came from behind, and a figure appeared again in a flash like a ghost. Another fist covered in black chi once again came at it. Ayo! The black giant worm roared strangely, and the black flame around it flourished. It turned into a substantial black gas shield on the surface of its body. Bang! The fist landed on the barrier, causing it to tremble violently. White cracks instantly appeared on its surface, but it still managed to block the attack in the end. The figure seemed to be prepared. As he moved his arms, a large number of black fist shadows surged out like a storm, hitting on the black shield. This black figure was naturally Lu Ming. After cultivating the dark bone method, his body was already extremely tough. Last time, when he formed the True Dan, he obtained the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder to reshape his body. Now, whether it was speed or strength, it had already reached a shocking level. Even a high-level body cultivator that specialized in cultivating the body would be left in the dust when compared to him. With a series of dull impact sounds, the human-faced giant worm's body burst open. After just a few seconds, the protective shield collapsed with a crack. There was a trace of horror in the eyes of the black giant worm, and it immediately turned into a fierce expression. It actually stopped defending, and it suddenly turned around like a whirlwind. Its 2 rows of sharp claws with crisscrossing wind blades grabbed at Lu Ming fiercely. Courting death. A sneer flashed across the corner of Lu Ming's mouth. His figure flashed and turned into a phantasm, disappearing from where he was. After the black giant worm missed its target, it changed its direction again. Its 2 rows of sharp claws were covered with black claws that were a foot long, and it clawed at its back. Chi-la! A black figure was pierced by the claws, but the next moment, it collapsed and disappeared. It turned out to be just an afterimage. At this moment, a tiger roar came from above the giant worm. Lu Ming's body appeared there, and at the same time, a black tiger head phantasm the size of a house flashed down. Pung! The black giant worm's head burst into a blood mist on the spot under the huge force. Its huge body even fell from the sky and landed heavily on the ground, shaking up circles of yellow dust. Lu Ming flicked his sleeves, and a gust of wind rolled out, blowing away the yellow dust. Suddenly, everything below could be seen clearly. The headless body of the human-faced giant worm twitched a few times on the ground, and there was no more breath coming out. Lu Ming didn't say much. He patted his left shoulder, and a green glow swept down. It condensed in the air and turned into a green bull phantasm. The green bull seemed to be extremely excited. It couldn't wait to spit out a green gas, wrapping the headless body of the black giant worm, and swallowed it back into its belly. The green bull smacked its lips, seeming to want more. After shaking its body a few times, it turned into spots of green light and dissipated out of thin air. From the appearance of Lu Ming to the death of the Jing Dan realm giant worm with a terrifying defense power, it only took a few seconds. In the case of not using any magic weapon, he actually beat the giant worm into a meat paste with his bare hands. This made the mouth of the old man in a gray robe, who had just stabilized his body, slightly open, and he was dumbfounded. "Since you are fine, you should leave here first. There are more strange worms behind." Lu Ming glanced at the old man in a gray robe and said calmly, "You are right. I am still very familiar with the environment here. Let me lead the way." Hearing this, the old man in a gray robe came back to his senses and said with great joy, "You have just been hit by the giant worm. I am afraid your internal organs have been injured. Why don't you sit on the flying boat?" Seeing this, Lu Ming flicked his sleeves and cast a milky white jade boat, then he jumped on it. "If that is the case, then I will do as you say." There was a trace of hesitation in the eyes of the old man in a gray robe, but when he thought of the strength that Lu Ming had just shown, he didn't dare to hesitate anymore. After thanking Lu Ming, he also stepped on the flying boat. Lu Ming didn't say anything, and he launched a few symbols at the front of the jade boat. "Who?" The jade boat was immediately lifted up by the clouds, and it turned into a streak of crystal light as it sped forward. On the flying boat, Lu Ming stood with his hands behind his back, releasing divine thought to explore the situation within a radius of hundreds of miles. Speaking of it, he always felt that the centipede giant insect he encountered just now was vaguely familiar. It seemed to be somewhat similar to the Stemborer clan monster among the 3 monsters he saw in the Tianmen Club that day. According to Yi Jiong, the young man in the silver carriage, the Stemborer clan was not a race of the Middle Sky continent, but a powerful alien race of another world. However, based on appearance alone, he couldn't accurately judge whether these giant insects were really the race of the Stemborer clan. If this was the case, it would be a bit bad. Thinking of this, Lu Ming's face became uncertain. In the corner of the flying boat, the old man in a gray robe who was rescued saw Lu Ming didn't say a word, and he couldn't help feeling a little uneasy. This is the southern wilderness, and Lu Ming's dress doesn't look like a southern wilderness cultivator. I don't know his purpose for suddenly saving me. Just when the old man in a gray robe was hesitating, Lu Ming finally walked down from the front deck of the flying boat and asked faintly, "Looking at your dress, you should be a member of the sect, right?" "Senior, I'm Qin Yifan, the elder of the Sand Transformation sect of the Southern Wilderness." "May I know your name?" The old man in a gray robe hurriedly cupped his fist and replied. With the strength that Lu Ming showed just now, he was really powerful. How could the old man not be in awe of him? "It turns out to be a friend from the Sand Transformation sect. I'm Lu Ming from the Taiqing Gate." Lu Ming replied with a smile. "It turns out that you are from the Taiqing Gate, one of the 4 ancient sections. No wonder your magical power is so amazing. Fortunately, I got your help this time, so I was lucky to save my old life." When the old man in a gray robe heard Lu Ming say the words Taiqing Gate, his eyes lit up. He showed an expression of "I see" and nodded repeatedly. "I'm just traveling in this southern wilderness this time. Speaking of which, how did Mr. Qin encounter these monsters here this time?" Lu Ming laughed, then he changed the topic and asked. "I received the order from the sect. I originally planned to take some disciples to meet others in the penetrating mountain, but I didn't expect to be besieged on the way." The old man in a gray robe said with a sad face. Penetrating mountain. Lu Ming's eyes flashed when he heard the words. Although he was not familiar with the southern wilderness, he had stayed here for decades and had heard of most of the places in the southern wilderness. The earth-penetrating mountain was the location of the earth-penetrating sect, a major immortal cultivation sect in the central part of the southern barbaric region. The terrain of the mountains on both sides was steep, making it easy to defend and difficult to attack. It was a rare treasure land in the entire southern barbaric region and was also the center of the entire southern barbaric region. "I've been to the southern wilderness many times. I've never heard of these centipede-like giant insects before. I mountain, I dragon, of Ming. It seems that you just arrived here, so you don't know about this. These giant insects don't belong to the southern wilderness at all, but they came out from a space crack in a desert of the southern wilderness not long ago. Each of them is ferocious. Whether it's a mortal cultivator, a human, or a monster, once they encounter them, they can't escape. Caught off guard, the major forces of our southern wilderness suffered heavy losses. Many of the smaller tribes and sect were almost wiped out in an instant. The old man in a gray robe didn't dare to hide anything and told the whole story to Lu Ming. Although these giant insects are not weak, and the leader even has the strength of Jin Dan level, it's too exaggerated to say that they can directly wipe out the entire tribe and sect. Lu Ming was shocked and said in disbelief. You don't know, the species of giant insects are far more than what you saw before. The number is more than 1 million. There are even more powerful giant insects among them. It's not something that the ordinary tribe and sect can resist at all. This time, we rush to the mountain. Penetrating is also ordered by the great elder of the sect. There are several celestial state cultivators there. They are issuing a summons to all forces to discuss the countermeasures. I failed the sect's trust. The disciples I led were all annihilated. I really have no face to go to the mountain. Penetrating to report this news to the sect leader. However, if you can also go there, our strength can be increased. In addition, except for a few areas, these strange insects are everywhere in the southern wilderness. Even if you are powerful, I'm afraid there will be a lot of danger. After the old man in a gray robe said a few words, he suddenly changed the thread of discussion. When Lu Ming heard the words, he pondered. Speaking of it, he didn't intend to get involved in the southern wilderness, but the mountain. Penetrating happened to be on the way back to Taiching Gate. He was also interested in this kind of centipede strange insect. With his current strength, as long as he didn't encounter an enemy that was too powerful, it was naturally more than enough to protect himself. The old man in a gray robe on the opposite side was a little anxious. After all, he failed to complete the task this time, and he would be punished after returning. If he could rope in a master of Taiching Gate like Lu Ming to join, it could make up for his mistakes. Alright, if that's the case, I'll go with you. Lu Ming finally nodded. When the old man heard the words, he was naturally overjoyed, and compliments came out of his mouth. Lu Ming smiled slightly and changed the gesture in his hand slightly. After the bow of the Daiyue flying boat slightly turned, it galloped in the direction of the mountain. Penetrating. Half a month later, on the endless southern wilderness plain, Lu Ming stood at the front of the flying boat and looked into the distance. A towering giant peak in front of him gradually became clear, and on both sides of the mountain was a continuous low mountain range. Looking from a distance, near the giant peak, all kinds of escape lights were busy going in and out. On the platform of the mountainside, there were densely packed people in different costumes. At a glance, there were at least tens of thousands of people. Such a spectacular scene, Lu Ming had only seen it once or twice in the Taiching Gate conference. From this point of view, the invasion of this giant insect was really not a trivial matter. Not long after, the Daiyue jade boat that Lu Ming rode stopped 1,000 feet away from the mountain peak. There were boulders piled on the platform of the mountain in front. On both sides of the boulders, there were also densely packed southern barbarian cultivators in uniform. These cultivators held a red sharp knife in their hands, and they were standing in the same place with a serious face. At this moment, when they saw Lu Ming, they suddenly looked over with vigilance. Lu, we are here. Please wait a moment. The old man in a gray robe said. He gently patted a bulging cloth bag on his waist with one hand, and a stream of gray sand rolled out from it, drawing a small mountain symbol in the air. Not long after, 2 tall human clan men flew out from the platform in front of them and directly greeted them. Why did Brother Qin only arrive now? Your senior Yao of the Sand sect has been here for a long time. By the way, where are the other people in your sect? One of them stopped in front of the flying boat and said to the old man in a gray robe. Then he glanced at Lu Ming, and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. These 2 people were also Jin Dan cultivators. AI, don't mention it. I was suddenly besieged by a large number of giant insects on the way. Thanks to this friend's help, I was able to escape. The old man in a gray robe quickly returned the salute and replied awkwardly. Hearing this, the two men's faces showed a bit of surprise. They looked at Lu Ming a few more times, and the one who spoke before gave a friendly smile. After a few simple words, Lu Ming put away the jade boat and flew to the platform with the old man in a gray robe. Under the guidance of the two men, they flew towards the mountain peak. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Lu Ming and the old man appeared in front of a seemingly ordinary stone hall. The two men were nowhere to be seen. After the old man in gray spoke a few words with the guards in front of the stone hall, one of them immediately returned to the hall. A moment later, the two of them were led straight into the stone hall by the guard. As soon as Lu Ming entered the hall, he saw 4 cultivators sitting in the main seats at the center of the hall, faintly exuding celestial phenomenon cultivation. In addition, there were more than a dozen Jin Dan realm cultivators like the old man in a gray robe sitting on both sides. Some were resting with their eyes closed, and some were whispering to each other. They didn't care about the arrival of Lu Ming and Qin Yifan at all. Lu Ming glanced at the 4 people on the main seats, and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. After all, the southern barbarian region was so big. There must be more than 4 celestial phenomenon cultivators. But when he thought about it again, he understood the reason. Although there were many celestial phenomenon cultivators in the southern barbarian region, most of them belonged to several major forces. In this way, there was naturally no need to send all of them here. They only needed to send a few representatives. Among them, sitting on the main seat in the center of the stone hall was a middle-aged man in a gray robe with a jade crown on his head and a serious face. He should be a grand elder of the Thorough Earth sect. On the left was an old man with slanted eyebrows. He was wearing a gray robe with Qin Yifan and was whispering something to the middle-aged man with a jade crown. He should be a cultivator of the Sand sect. On the left was a man with a lion's head and a human body. Lu Ming had heard Qin Yifan mention him on the way. This person was the Deputy Valley Master of the Sky Demon Valley, Shi. On the right was a woman in a golden robe with black hair. Although Lu Ming didn't know who she was, he felt that she was a bit familiar. The exchange of eyes between the two was fleeting, and nothing happened. The Jin Dan realm cultivators on both sides saw Lu Ming and Qin Yifan coming in. Qin Yifan, why did you come alone this time? Where are the other disciples? After the old man with the slanted eyebrows saw Qin Yifan coming in, his eyes were cold. He seemed to have noticed some clues and asked in a deep voice. Reporting to Elder Yao, disciple is ashamed. I was surrounded by the giant insect army on the way and was almost wiped out. Thanks to this fellow Taoist passing by and lending a helping hand, I was able to survive. Qin Yifan lowered his head and replied honestly. Oh, this young friend looks unfamiliar. May I ask for your name? When the old man with the slanted eyebrows heard this, he didn't blame Qin Yifan. Instead, he carefully examined Lu Ming. After confirming that he only had a Jin Dan realm cultivation, he asked with a smile that wasn't a smile. Lu Ming bowed and calmly replied, This junior is Lu Ming. I am a disciple of the Tai Qin Gate. I was traveling and happened to meet fellow Qin. When they heard that Lu Ming was a disciple of the Tai Qin Gate, the expressions of the middle-aged man with the jade crown and the lion-faced man from the Sky Demon Valley changed slightly. Lu Ming, it turns out to be you. At this moment, the woman in golden robe on the right seemed to think of something. She roared, and a golden light rolled up from her body. Lu Ming's heart shuddered, and he suddenly felt a huge spiritual pressure instantly locking on him. Wait. Seeing this, the old man on the left raised his long eyebrows. He waved his hand and launched a gray sand. It turned into a giant hand and directly grabbed Qin Yifan, who was stunned next to Lu Ming. Then, an afterimage flashed, and a golden figure appeared not far from Lu Ming. A golden claw shadow reached out and dug at Lu Ming's heart at an incredible speed. Lu Ming's mouth twitched. His figure blurred and disappeared on the spot. The claw shadow flashed through the afterimage left by Lu Ming, and it completely missed. The next moment, Lu Ming flashed behind the woman in golden robe again. The woman in golden robe reacted very quickly. She withdrew one hand and turned sideways as fast as lightning. She clawed at Lu Ming behind her again. Lu Ming and his beloved car didn't retreat but moved forward. His arm suddenly became thick, and he directly grabbed the woman's arm. the woman in golden robe only felt a huge force on her arm. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't pull her arm out of Lu Ming's hand for a while. She couldn't help but feel shocked, but she immediately shouted angrily, "Junior, you actually destroyed my clone that day. Now pay with your life." The woman in a golden robe shook her head, and the dense green hair immediately turned into green poisonous snakes that blasted at Lu Ming as if they were alive. Great ancestor of the golden savage tribe. Lu Ming's eyes flashed fiercely. He finally recognized the origin of the opponent. Immediately, black mist surged out of his body, and black gas surged out of his other palm, turning it into a giant black palm that went forward. There was a muffled bang. In the entire hall, green light and black gas intertwined and collided constantly, surging in the stone hall. The stone walls around the hall were impacted, and small cracks appeared one after another. However, after a flash of gray light on the surface, the cracks were healed. The two-color flame quickly dissipated. Although the impact was huge, it was naturally unscathed for a celestial state cultivator and a powerful physical body like Lu Ming. At this time, Lu Ming stood in the same place with a blank expression. From the moment the great ancestor of the golden savage tribe made his move until now, it only took a few seconds. This sudden change surprised everyone, including the 3 celestial state cultivators on the main seat. As a Jing Dan stage cultivator, Lu Ming could easily take the blow of a celestial state cultivator, which made everyone in the hall even more dumbfounded. Seeing this, the ancestor of the golden savage tribe was also shocked, but he was even more furious. He made a gesture and his eyes shined brightly. Immediately afterward, thunderous explosions rang out, and spots of bright golden light appeared in the surroundings. Lu Ming only felt a strong wave of spiritual power coming from the nearby void, and the sound of breaking through the air came out. The golden light on the opposite side formed a large golden net and pressed down on him. He suddenly shuddered. The black mist around him surged, and several dragon roars rose into the sky. Several black mist dragons rushed out of the black mist and rushed toward the falling golden net. Under the collision of the two, the golden light and black gas intertwined, making a burst of rumbling sound. Immediately, the golden net shone brightly, and the black gas melted away like ice and snow as soon as it came into contact with it. However, the golden net couldn't fall because of this. It was held in midair by the black gas. "You two can stop now." Right at this moment, a gray figure appeared between the two of them in a flash. The gray light faded to reveal that it was none other than the Grand Elder of the Earth Thorough sect. He raised a hand to release a clump of thin silver threads that burrowed into the space between the golden net and the black mist WYRM. All of a sudden, countless silver threads of light appeared over the surface of both the golden net and the black mist WYRM, and they were forcibly separated amid a flash of silver light. "Mr. Feng, you want to stop me from taking revenge?" Seeing this, the woman in golden robe said angrily. "Mr. Jean, what happened between you and this junior of Taiching Gate? Why are you fighting in the conference hall of my earth-piercing sect?" The elder of the earth-piercing sect asked faintly. I don't know what method this kid used to destroy my avatar and steal my treasure. If I don't kill him today, it will really be difficult to resolve the hatred in my heart," the old ancestor said indignantly, but he was obviously a little afraid of the middle-aged man in front of him, so he didn't make any more attacks. "Fellow Golden Savage, now is a special time for the invasion of foreign races. Everything should be based on the overall situation. Besides, as the representatives of this alliance, we can't bully the weak and bully a junior of Jing Dan realm." The old man in grey robe also stood up and slowly said. Lu Ming didn't find it strange that the two celestial state powerhouses acted like this. After all, the other party needed people. Although he was only at Jing Dan realm, his strength was definitely far beyond the same rank. Coupled with his identity as a disciple of Taiching Gate, it was enough to make other celestial state cultivators want to appease and rope him in. This is Junior's first time seeing the old ancestor of the Golden Savage sect. "I really don't know why Senior attacked me as soon as we met. Old Ancestor said that I had robbed Senior's treasure, but I don't know where did the old ancestor's incarnation meet me, and what treasure did I rob?" Lu Ming asked without blinking. The old ancestor of the Golden Savage sect opened his mouth, but he swallowed the words that were about to come out. He looked completely embarrassed and didn't know how to answer. As a result, the other people who were curious about the conflict between the two turned their attention back to the old ancestor of the Golden Savage sect. Even the lion-faced man of the Sky Beastkin Valley looked at the old ancestor with interest, seemingly waiting for her to say something. After all, in everyone's opinion, even if the avatar of a celestial state powerhouse was just an avatar, its cultivation level wouldn't be weak. How could it be killed by a junior? And she actually dared to say such an embarrassing thing on the table. She even disregarded her identity and attacked a junior. It could be seen that the treasure that was robbed was definitely valuable. If fellow Taoist Jean tells us the whole story, I'll be able to give you a satisfactory answer in front of everyone, Elder Feng of the Earth-Severing sect said in a meaningful voice. Humph, kid, you're lucky today. Considering the invasion of foreign races and the situation is special, I will temporarily put aside my personal grievances. After I expel these strange insects, I will personally settle this old score with you. Elder Feng, I still have some private matters to deal with, so I will leave first. If you guys have a conclusion, just inform me directly. After the old woman's face was uncertain, she finally stomped her feet and said a few harsh words. She turned into a golden light and disappeared outside the hall in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, others couldn't help looking at each other. Seeing this scene, Lu Ming still stood aside with a blank expression, but he smiled slightly in his heart. He had already expected that in such an occasion, the old ancestor of the Golden Savage sect would never dare to reveal the sneak attack on the Beastkin group and killing Venerable Kuei Mu of the Sky Beastkin Valley. It was indeed rare to see a Jin Dan cultivator making a celestial state great ancestor swallow his anger like this. Hee, thanks to Lu's help, nephew disciple Qin was able to escape from the giant insects this time. I heard that Lu crushed the giant insects of the Jin Dan state by himself. Your strength is really extraordinary. The man in a grey robe of the Sand sect suddenly stepped forward and said to Lu Ming with a smile. Senior is overpraising, Junior just happened to pass by and helped. Since Brother Qin has arrived here smoothly, I can rest assured. Lu Ming smiled back and cupped his fist. Listening to Lu's tone, it seems that you still want to leave here? With the invasion of the foreign races, the outside world is filled with danger. Why don't fellow Taoist Lu stay behind and fight the giant insects with us? Once the giant insects retreat, the Alliance will definitely reward you accordingly. The grey-robed man from the Sand Transformation sect said solemnly. The elder surnamed Feng of the Earth-Seeking sect also looked at Lu Ming as if waiting for his reply. The lion-faced man of Sky Beastkin Valley looked indifferent, but when he looked at Lu Ming, there was a hint of thought flashing from time to time. Lu Ming's face showed a contemplative expression, but his mind was racing. Since he had already formed a grudge with the great ancestor of the Golden Savage tribe, it was not difficult to find an excuse to leave here, but judging from the reaction of the great ancestor of the Golden Savage tribe today, it was obvious that they would not give up. In addition, the overwhelming number of giant worms outside was indeed quite dangerous. It would be better to stay here and understand the situation first. Just when Lu Ming was hesitating, the lion-faced man who had been watching coldly finally spoke. Lu Ming, I thought this name was a bit familiar. You are the disciple of Taiqing Gate who ranked first in the last Tianmen meeting, right? Now that the foreign races are invading outside, I'm afraid it will endanger the entire Middle Sky continent. We have also sent a letter to Taiqing Gate for help. If it is not necessary, Lu doesn't have to rush back to the sect. It is not too late to leave after the other elders of your sect arrive here. The voice of the lion-faced man was like a great bell, with a powerful deterrent force. He looked like he could not allow Lu Ming to disagree. I didn't know that fellow Taoist Lu was actually the disciple who shone brilliantly in the Elysium meeting. No wonder your strength is so outstanding. How about this? With your strength, you should be able to stay in the conference hall. Why don't you discuss with us the strategy to repel the giant insect tribe first? It won't be too late to make other plans after that. A hint of surprise flashed through Elder Feng's eyes when he heard this, but he immediately followed up. As soon as this remark came out, all the cultivators in the hall nodded again and again. Elder Feng and the lion-faced man also had no objection. Lu Ming was slightly startled. Although he expected that the three celestial state grand elders in front of him would let him stay to help, the core matter of discussing the strategy shouldn't be something an outsider like him could participate in, right? After a few simple excuses, Lu Ming finally stayed and found an empty stone chair to sit down. The rest of the people quickly took their seats. In the following time, more than 10 cultivators from the southern barbarian factions arrived one after another. The entire hall was suddenly filled with more than 30 Jindan elders of the southern barbarian factions. Each of them wore a solemn expression on their faces. Lu Ming took a panoramic view of this and raised his eyebrows. His originally disapproving heart suddenly faded a lot. Well, those who should be here are all here. As the convener of this meeting, I won't waste any more words. The reason I've gathered everyone here is to deal with the giant insects that suddenly broke through the boundary. Elder Feng said with a solemn expression. Elder Feng, a large number of unknown insects suddenly appeared in the southern wasteland. Everyone here knows about this. We have no objections to expelling these insects and protecting the southern wasteland. However, regarding these insects, do you have any specific information? A tall and sturdy man with red hair and blue eyes suddenly stood up and cupped his hands towards Elder Feng. As soon as he said this, everyone present turned their heads to look. The red-haired man's expression didn't change in the slightest. He only looked straight at Elder Feng. Lu Ming's gaze swept past the red-haired man and his eyes slightly moved. This person's spiritual power was deep and profound. He was a cultivator at the peak of the late Jindan stage. Moreover, the muscles on his body were abnormally bulging. It seemed that he had cultivated some kind of body-refining secret technique. So it's a fellow cultivator from Brown Dragon Mountain. If you don't ask, I will naturally explain the information about these insects to you. Elder Feng faintly smiled. After a pause, his expression became a bit more dignified. He continued to speak. According to the feedback of a large number of scouts sent out a few days ago, these insects came out from the southern wasteland desert spatial rift not long ago. Most of them have very low intelligence and only know how to kill. However, there are also some high-level giant insects that have gained intelligence. They call themselves the Stembora race. They should indeed be a foreign race from another world. Due to the lack of time, this old man didn't investigate which world these Stemborers came from. However, the most powerful of these insects has reached the celestial phenomenon realm. Stembora race. Celestial phenomenon realm. When everyone present heard this, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. When Lu Ming heard the words Borer tribe, his eyes flashed. Although he had a few guesses in his heart, he was still shocked to hear it from the earth-piercing sect's grand elder. At the end of the last Tianmen gathering, one of the alien races he met claimed to be a member of the Borer race, and his cultivation had reached the Tongxian realm. Could these Stemborers be of the same race as the profound Stemborer tribe? If that was the case, then the most powerful cultivator in the Stemborer tribe would not be the celestial phenomenon realm that Elder Feng mentioned, but the profound enlightenment realm. Thinking of this, Lu Ming could not help but feel shocked. Some of you may not know about the Stemborer clan, but as early as the ancient times, the Stemborer clan had once invaded our Middle Sky continent. However, they were repelled by the powerful figures of our Middle Sky continent. Since then, they have never appeared again. Shirho of Sky Monster Valley said faintly. As soon as this was said, the expressions of everyone present changed again. According to Senior Shirho, could it be that the invasion of the Stemborer clan was premeditated, and their target should be the entire Middle Sky continent? A quick-witted cultivator asked in shock. After some discussion, we feel that this is a possibility. However, there are very few records about the Stemborer clan, so we don't know much. The lion-faced man of Sky Monster Valley exchanged a glance with the other two celestial phenomenon cultivators before speaking slowly. After hearing this, the expressions of all the cultivators present became extremely unsightly. There were no idiots here. If the Stemborer clan really had such ambitions, then they would definitely have more than just the current scale. There would definitely be hundreds or even thousands of giant insects breaking through the realm. It was not something that the cultivators gathered here could withstand. Even if they gathered all the forces of the entire southern desolate region, their chances of victory would not be high. In the history of the Middle Sky continent, there have been many instances of foreign invasions. The most powerful one was the invasion of the Devil clan, which caused the entire human world to lose an entire continent. Although none of the people present had personally experienced it, they could still imagine the carnage at that time from various unofficial histories. Everyone, there is no need to worry too much. The possibility of a realm war is very low. What we just said is only our speculation. There is no concrete evidence. Perhaps the Stembor clan broke through the realm and arrived here by chance. Elder Feng of the earth-penetrating sect saw the expressions of everyone present and coughed lightly in a reassuring manner. Elder Feng's words eased the expressions of some of the cultivators present, but most of them still wore grave expressions. Dare I ask Senior Feng, what do you plan to do next? The red-haired man remained calm and asked in a low voice. I have already sent people to the 4 ancient sects in the hinterland of the Central Plains to ask for reinforcements. Presumably, there will be reinforcements coming soon. On the other hand, after discussing with several fellow cultivators, I feel that we should have the awareness of a protracted war and integrate all the forces of the southern desolate region to form a true alliance. At the same time, we should take advantage of the terrain advantage of Mount Che-Di to repel and delay the invasion of the Stembor clan to buy time for the arrival of reinforcements. What do you think? Elder Feng looked around. When his gaze swept past Lu Ming, he paused slightly and said in a deep voice. As soon as this statement came out, there was a lot of discussion. Now that the cultivators gathered in Mount Che-Di, although the cultivators were mainly from the earth-penetrating sect, Sand Transformation sect, Sky Beastkin Valley, and Golden Barbarian tribe, the Jin Dan cultivators present represented many small and medium-sized forces. When these forces were gathered together, they were not inferior to the combined forces of the 4 ancient sections. At this time, Elder Feng and the other 3 celestial state cultivators did not say anything, they just waited quietly. After a long while, the sounds of discussion gradually came to a stop. After a series of votes, basically everyone present agreed to Elder Feng's suggestion. After all, the southern desolate region had been ravaged by the Stembor clan. There was no place to hide. Instead of fleeing in all directions and eventually being defeated by the Stembor clan, it was better to unite with the earth-penetrating sect and the other 10,000-year-old sections. A few people did not agree on the spot, but after getting their doubts answered by the 3 celestial state supreme elders, they finally agreed one by one. Good, then Feng, thank you all for your great support. Elder Feng said with great joy. This time, the earth-penetrating sect would be the host. Whether it was reputation or benefits, it would certainly be greatly improved. As for the details of the alliance, since everyone is here, we will discuss it first. Elder Feng cleared his throat and continued. Lu Ming's face showed a dull expression. It was obvious that he was not interested in the discussion. He rubbed his chin and silently recalled some of the characteristics of the Stembor clan monster he saw at the Heavenly Gate conference. Several hours later, after a heated discussion, apart from the earth-penetrating sect's Elder Feng as the alliance leader and the 3 celestial state supreme elders as the deputy alliance leaders, the discussion did not produce much result. However, Lu Ming was unexpectedly recommended by Elder Feng to be the temporary contact of the Taiqing Gate. This caused Lu Ming to not know whether to laugh or cry. Only when night fell did the crowd disperse. The earth-penetrating sect could be considered a large sect. They had arranged independent residences for every Jin Dan cultivator that came, and Lu Ming's residence was quite comfortable. He went to his residence and closed his door to cultivate. He did not participate in the next few days of meetings. Several days later, in a cave residence in the earth-penetrating mountain. At the moment, Lu Ming was sitting cross-legged on a stone bed, motionless. His whole body was wrapped in a pitch-black mist. As the black mist constantly changed shape, Lu Ming's breathing was also slow and rapid. Suddenly, his expression changed. His hands quickly made a few hand signs. The black gas instantly rushed into the top of his head like a whale sucking in water. Then, he quickly opened his eyes. A shadow floated past and arrived outside the cave residence's door. Lu, sorry to disturb you. A man, wearing a brownish-gray robe, whose cultivation was around the crystal level, saw Lu Ming suddenly appear in front of him like a ghost. He was shocked and hurriedly apologized. You are a disciple of the earth-penetrating mountain, right? What are you here for? Lu Ming looked at the other person's clothing and asked with a frown. Senior, disciple was ordered by the Supreme Elder to invite Senior Lu to the main hall to discuss important matters. The brownish-gray robe man hurriedly said. I see, you can leave first. Lu Ming nodded slightly and said thoughtfully. Seeing this, the disciple of the earth-penetrating mountain cupped his fist at Lu Ming and left respectfully. Lu Ming looked up at the sky. After a moment of hesitation, he left the cave house and flew toward the main hall in a stream of light. Not long after, he came to the door of the stone hall. At this time, in the main hall, 4 celestial state cultivators were sitting on the main seats of the hall. Their lips were moving slightly as if they were arguing about something. In addition, there were more than 20 Jin Dan state cultivators standing on both sides, listening to the words of the celestial state cultivators. Greetings, seniors. After entering the hall, Lu Ming cupped his hands and bowed forward. I didn't expect Lu to come so soon. No need to be so polite, let's talk in front. Elder Feng smiled lightly when he saw Lu Ming. Xianxia Sec's old man and Sky Beast Qin Valley Shirho nodded slightly to Lu Ming. Only the great ancestor of the Golden Savage tribe stared at Lu Ming, but he didn't make any abnormal movements. May I know why seniors called me here? Seeing this, Lu Ming walked slowly to the front of the cultivators and asked calmly. I just got an important intelligence from the spy. After discussing with the deputy leaders, we felt that it was of great importance, so we urgently summoned everyone here to discuss the big plan. Since fellow Lu is here, most of the people are here. Why don't we begin? Elder Feng spoke without hesitation. Hearing this, Lu Ming's heart moved, but his face remained calm and said, I'm all ears. Given that this matter is of great importance, I won't beat around the bush. According to the reliable information just sent by the spy, the number of Stemborer clan giant insects in our southern wilderness has reached millions. And there seem to be more than a dozen relatively smaller cracks around the space crack, and more Stemborers are coming out. Elder Feng said in a deep voice with a solemn face. As soon as he said this, most of the cultivators below took a deep breath, and the other half of them changed their expressions drastically. At this moment, a young man with yellow skin and a green robe sitting on the right suddenly stepped forward, cupped his fist, and asked, Senior, do we know the exact location of the Stemborer army now? These insects seem to be planning something. They didn't attack directly, but they retreated back to the southern wilderness desert. If these insects advance to Che Di Mountain at full speed, no force can stop them on the way. I'm afraid they will arrive here in 10 days. Elder Feng glanced at the young man in green robe and said. There was a commotion when everyone heard this. Seniors, you didn't gather us here just to tell us these sensational news, right? You must have a plan to deal with it? Lu Ming asked, let's not talk about this matter. Yes, the 4 of us have made a preliminary decision before. This time, we gathered everyone here to inform everyone. Brother Yao, next, you will tell us our countermeasure plan. Elder Feng took a deep look at Lu Ming, then he turned to the old man with slanted eyebrows. Everyone's eyes suddenly looked at the old man with slanted eyebrows, and the atmosphere in the hall became solemn. Hee, you guys don't have to be so nervous. We have already received the news that reinforcements from other places are already on the way. What we have to do is to defend Che Di Mountain and slow down the Stemborer army as much as possible. However, although the terrain of Che Di Mountain is steep and there are many enchantments, if it is attacked by millions of Stemborers at the same time, I'm afraid it won't last long. Therefore, we are going to take the initiative to attack and buy precious time. Take the initiative to attack? We only have a few tens of thousands of cultivators. How can we defend against an army that is 10 times larger than ours? Yeah, this is no different from hitting a rock with an egg. I think it's better to defend the earth-penetrating mountain. Maybe if we split up, we'll have a chance of survival. Everyone in the hall was in an uproar, and many people showed the intention to retreat. Although Lu Ming was also a little confused, he didn't say anything. He only looked at the transformation sect's old man. Silence. At this moment, an angry roar that sounded like a great bell rang out from the hall, silencing everyone present. It was the Vice Valley Master of the Sky Demon Valley, Shirho, who stood up. His eyes widened as he glanced at everyone present. Joining the Southern Barbarian Alliance is voluntary. If you are not willing to join us against a common enemy, we will not force you to stay. You can leave or stay as you please, but the Stemborer race is waiting outside, and danger is lurking everywhere. Anyone who leaves this hall today will be responsible for their own life and death. We can't be bothered about that. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but look at each other. Although they had been shouting incessantly before, at this moment of life and death, everyone's feet seemed to be nailed to the ground, and no one actually moved a single step. Very good. Since all of you are willing to stay, it means that you have agreed to the strategy we have discussed. Fellow Daoist Yao, please continue. Shiho saw the expressions of everyone present, and an imperceptible sneer flashed in his eyes. He then turned to the transformation sect's old man and said, "Actually, everyone has misunderstood me. I don't intend to let everyone fight the Stembora race to the death." The old man nodded slightly and continued unhurriedly. "Then what does Elder Yao mean?" Everyone present was a little confused. "I wonder if everyone knows about the Black Sand Day?" The old man smiled slightly. Black Sand Day? Many people were startled, not understanding the purpose of the transformation sect's great elder mentioning this. After Lu Ming heard about the Black Sand Day, he couldn't help but stare at the old man on the stage, a trace of doubt flashing in his eyes. "I believe most people know about this Black Sand Day, but this old man will explain it a little here. The Black Sand Day is an extreme sandstorm that occurs once every 10 years in the southern wilderness desert. Every time it appears, it will last for a month. During this time, the desert will become a world of flying sand and stones. Even if a Jin Dan cultivator wants to pass through it, it will become very dangerous. According to this old man's calculations, this Black Sand Day will appear in a month." The old man glanced at Lu Ming and explained to everyone. "Elder Yao, could it be that you want to use this Black Sand Day to stop the Stembora race army? Although this super sandstorm can hinder the Stembora race, it is also not beneficial for us cultivators. Moreover, the shells of the Stembora race are hard. What if they don't fear the sandstorm at all?" The yellow-skinned green-robed youth questioned. "It seems that you only know one thing but not the other. The Black Sand Day has an extremely powerful effect on sand attribute formations. If we can set up a sandfall formation in 4 different locations of the southern wasteland desert before the arrival of the Black Sand Day, we'll be able to form a super formation that covers the entire southern wasteland desert, which will be enough to trap 80% to 90% of the Stemborers. Even if we can't kill all the Stemborers in the formation, we can at least severely injure or stop the Stembora race army for a short period of time." The old man spoke with confidence. "I see." The green-robed youth finally understood. The other cultivators also came to a sudden realization. "For this battle, our sect will offer up our sect's most precious treasure, the gathering sand lu. Each gathering sand lu contains the essence of sand that has been preserved since the founding of our sect. Each grain of sand essence has been refined by our sect cultivators for thousands of years. If we can successfully activate this sand essence during the activation of the formation, it will be enough to double the power of the formation." A hint of confidence flashed through the old man's eyes as he spoke, and he patted his waist, upon which a fist-sized golden gourd appeared in his palm amid a flash of golden light. The gourd was shimmering with golden light, and as soon as it appeared, the surrounding air seemed to solidify, as if it weighed over 500 kilograms. He didn't say anything else as he cast a hand seal toward the gourd. The golden gourd immediately left his hand and began to revolve in midair, following which a speck of golden light swept out from the mouth of the gourd. An extremely powerful sandstorm aura immediately erupted from the speck of golden light, sweeping in all directions. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the speck of golden light with a hint of surprise in his heart. It was clear that this speck of golden light was the essence of sand that the old man had mentioned. The moment it appeared, everyone in the hall felt as if they were in a vast desert. This essence of sand is quite similar to the first dew on heavy water, Lu Ming couldn't help but think to himself. I didn't expect Elder Yao to be so righteous as to even bring out the sect's most precious treasure. With this, we will definitely be successful in this battle. As long as the Stemborers enter the formation, they won't be able to escape. The lion-faced man from the Sky Demon Valley clapped his hands and laughed heartily. That's true, but as Elder Feng said before, the Stemborers are everywhere in the southern wilderness desert. It can be said that the entire desert has been completely occupied by the Stemborers. Dare I ask Elder Yao, in this kind of situation, to safely sneak into the predetermined location, and also have enough time to activate the formation without being disturbed, and then leave safely, is not an easy task. Lu Ming suddenly opened his mouth and said. You don't have to worry about that. The four of us will personally lead a group of people to set up the formation to ensure that nothing goes wrong, the old man with the Sky Demon Valley replied after exchanging a glance with the other three celestial phenomenon stage beings. In that case, won't the earth-piercing mountain be left defenseless? What should we do if the stemborers invade in large numbers? The red-haired man from Brown Dragon Mountain asked. Rest assured, fellow Taoist. Our earth-piercing mountain has been established for no less than 30,000 years, and we have some solid foundations. Before we set off, we will activate our sex protective formation. Even if 1,000,000 stemborers invade in large numbers, they won't be able to break into our mountain in a short time, Elder Feng replied without any hesitation. If that's the case, then we can rest assured. The red-haired man's expression relaxed upon hearing this. After dispelling everyone's worries, everything that happened next was a matter of course. After the four celestial phenomenon stage cultivators assigned their respective directions to set up the formation, they each chose a few Jin Dan stage cultivators to accompany them. After all, Lu Ming was not a southern barbarian cultivator, so the four celestial phenomenon stage cultivators naturally couldn't directly ask him to participate. However, after some bargaining, Elder Feng and the other two promised that after helping the southern barbarian cultivators complete the formation task, he could return to Taiching Gate. In addition, they also promised to give him a lot of precious treasures after the task was completed. After some consideration, Lu Ming agreed and chose to join the team of the Sky Demon Valley's Vice Valley Master, Lion's Roar. Because the stemborers were extremely sensitive to the fluctuations of spatial magic, it was not practical to directly use the teleportation formation. Finally, after discussion, it was decided that they would set off in half a month and try to sneak into the formation before the Black Sand Day arrived. The four celestial phenomenon stage captains would lead their respective teams and use the natural barrier formed by the sandstorm to sneak into the formation. In this way, after setting up the falling sand formation, they would be able to leave safely under the cover of the sandstorm. The plan seemed to be foolproof. Lu Ming no longer cared about other things and left. As soon as he returned to his temporary residence, he immediately entered the secret room and meditated with peace of mind. Half a month later. After several days of rushing work, dozens of large and small fortresses were urgently built at the edge of the mountain range around Che-Di Mountain, facing the direction of the southern wasteland desert. Relying on the favorable terrain, they formed an impregnable defensive position. On top of the fortresses, teams of cultivators were patrolling in an orderly manner. On the walls of the fortresses, giant crossbows, large magical tools, and other objects could be seen at intervals, emitting bursts of intense light. From time to time, a few streams of light floated in the sky. Upon closer inspection, they were cultivators of various forces in different costumes. There were even dozens of people in small teams, reinforcing the various fortresses. Everything seemed to be in order. This was all thanks to the establishment of the Southern Wasteland Alliance. In this short period of time, a relatively perfect system was formulated, completely rectifying the originally somewhat chaotic situation of Che-Di Mountain. In addition, the entire towering and majestic Che-Di Mountain, starting from the mountainside, was shrouded by a layer of gray mist. The light curtain was faintly covered with mysterious runes. From a distance, it was hazy, making it impossible to see the situation inside the mountain. On top of a fortress built on the mountain, a black light flew from a distance, circled in the air, and landed on a section of the wall. The black light dissipated, revealing the figure of Lu Ming. On the wall, the heavenly phenomenon cultivator of Sky Demon Valley, Lion Roar, and more than a dozen cultivators were already standing here. Senior Lion Roar, and fellow cultivators, I'm sorry. I was refining a magical tool, so I was delayed, making you wait here for a long time. Lu Ming walked over quickly and said apologetically. We have just arrived, Lu, don't worry about it. Lion Roar waved his hand and said indifferently. Beside Lion Roar, there were also 3 or 4 crystal-level disciples in Sky Demon Valley's costumes. After seeing Lu Ming, they all cupped their hands and bowed to him. Naturally, Lu Ming would not put on airs and returned the greeting one by one. In addition to the people of Sky Demon Valley, the rest of the people were dressed in different costumes. They should be cultivators of small and medium forces in the southern wasteland. One of them was burly and had long fiery red hair. Impressively, he was a strong Jingdan advanced stage cultivator. Lu Ming had a deep impression of this person. He was the Brown Dragon Mountain cultivator that he met on the day he arrived at Mount Chedi. The entire team, including Lu Ming, had a total of 4 Jingdan cultivators, and the rest were crystallization period disciples. Since Lu has also arrived, let's make some preparations and set off. The other teams have already gone ahead, Lion's Roar said after looking around. Naturally, no one had any objections. The next moment, in the sky above the Chedi mountain, which was getting darker and darker, the group of people turned into streams of flowing light, like a colorful cloud belt, and flew towards the southern wasteland desert, disappearing in the blink of an eye. 10 days later, Lu Ming and the others finally arrived at the edge of the southern wasteland desert after a long and arduous journey. Lu Ming looked up, and he saw an endless desert in front of him. The sand was yellow and black, but at this moment, the entire desert was filled with raging winds. The huge wind pillars of 10 meters soared into the sky from time to time, spinning wildly. The black sand and dust that blotted out the sky almost covered most of the sky, making people feel as if there was no daylight. Lu Ming understood what the so-called black sand day meant. The black sandstorm has begun to rage. It's just the right time for us to hide our tracks. According to the intelligence of the Alliance, the bad sandstorm will also affect the perception ability of the stem borers. However, don't be careless. Try to restrain your breath along the way. After all, this is an infiltration mission. Okay, let's go. Lion's Roar turned his head and said to the others, then he flew into the black sandstorm with a yellow glow on his body. Everyone looked at each other and cast mystic arts to conceal their spiritual power fluctuations. They only released a layer of protective light to resist the sandstorm, then they followed Lion's Roar and moved forward. Along the way, under the powerful mental power of Lion's Roar, everyone bypassed the gathering places of the stem borers one after another. However, as they went deeper and deeper into the desert, the surrounding scenery also changed. Because of the sandstorm, the surrounding light was very dim, and the sun above their heads was almost invisible. The black sand frequently hit the protective light of the cultivators, making a pitter-patter sound like rain hitting banana leaves. At this moment, Lu Ming's body was suddenly surrounded by a layer of faint black gas, easily isolating the black sand and wind. Other cultivators didn't dare to use magic weapons with strong spiritual power fluctuations to protect themselves because of Lion's Roar. Facing such a fierce black sandstorm, several Jingdan cultivators were still fine, but those crystallization period cultivators were obviously a little tired after a long time. Lion's Roar, who was walking at the front, suddenly stopped and looked back at the people behind him. He waved his long sleeve and cast a small brown flag. The small banner shone with a bright luster and its surface was enveloped by a dark yellow halo. Following the Lion's Roar, the small banner released an earthen yellow mist. The mist swelled up and enveloped the entire team of cultivators. As soon as the raging sandstorm touched this brown mist, it disappeared without a trace like a clay ox entering the sea. Everyone suddenly felt that their bodies were light, and those crystallization period disciples even showed a big sigh of relief. Lu Ming's face also showed a trace of surprise. This yellow mist looked very inconspicuous, but it could so easily isolate the sandstorm. Moreover, the spiritual power fluctuation it emitted was so small that it was extremely difficult to be detected when mixed in the sandstorm. This is the hidden sand flag. Although it is not a treasure, it is still effective in concealing spiritual power fluctuations. Lion's Roar glanced at the people around him and said. Everyone was overjoyed when they heard this, and they all thanked Lion's Roar. You guys rest well. There will be a hard battle waiting for us later. Lion's Roar sneered and waved his hand. The hidden sand flag rolled up everyone's body and flew toward the sandstorm. After a while, they disappeared in the vast black sandstorm. The southern wilderness desert was extremely vast, with an area of 100,000 miles. Lu Ming and others flew for half a day before gradually approaching their destination. In their extremely blurred vision, the black sand and stones rushed toward them like a tide. Even with the protection of the yellow mist, there were ripples from time to time. At this point, they had become even more cautious and were constantly adjusting their route to avoid the stem borers' colonies. Fortunately, the black sand here was already very dense, and the speed was also extremely fast. It covered their tracks very well. The concealment effect of the hidden sand flag was very remarkable. Even the stem borers who were very close to them could not detect Lu Ming and the others in such a large black sandstorm. There was even one time when dozens of stem borers flew less than 100 feet away from Lu Ming and the others, but they still could not detect the presence of Lu Ming and the others. In the yellow mist, everyone looked solemn, constantly vigilant of the surrounding situation. When the group flew over a huge sand dune that was more than 100 feet high, Lu Ming's expression suddenly changed. In front of the sand dune, there was a huge blurry shadow moving straight toward them at an extremely fast speed. A black light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes, and his vision instantly penetrated the sandstorm and saw the black shadow clearly. It was a huge black stem borer that was around 70 to 80 feet tall. Compared to the human-faced stem borer that he had killed before, this one was slightly smaller, but its aura indicated that it was also a Gene Dan stage stem borer. However, this stem borer was extremely strange. It had a pair of extremely powerful hind legs and a yellow and black carapace that occasionally leaked some green juice. When the black sand struck its body, it would emit a mist of green smoke. There were 3 extremely prominent eyes on its head, and they looked as if they were going to fall out of its body. This praying mantis-like stem borer was able to instantly cover a distance of several hundred feet with a single stomp of its hind legs, as if it were flying. Each time it leaped, it would leave behind 2 huge pits that were around 10 feet deep in the sand, completely unaffected by the violent sandstorm. The appearance of this huge stem borer was extremely sudden, and before anyone could evade, it had already appeared less than 300 feet away from Lu Ming's group. A cold light flashed through its 3 eyes, and it let out a sharp hiss as it stomped its hind legs against the ground, its body transforming into a streak of black light as it pounced forward. Shirho frowned and waved a hand. The yellow flag above his head glowed with a brilliant light, and the yellow cloud expanded to 10 times its original size, enveloping this strange stem borer. Quickly kill this stem borer, don't attract the attention of other stem borers, Shirho ordered, but he didn't take action himself. Each and every action of a celestial phenomenon cultivator would cause violent fluctuations in the world's origin chi, and if he were to attack, it would only attract the attention of other stem borers. The other cultivators all rushed forward upon hearing this. The praying mantis-like stem borer didn't care about the yellow cloud around it at all, and its body turned into a black phantom as it swooped toward Lu Ming, who was closest to it. Its 2 forelimbs were like machetes, and it slashed toward Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and he snorted coldly. His figure blurred, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared behind the praying mantis-like stem borer, and a black fist shadow suddenly smashed toward its head. Before the fist even touched the giant stem borer, a suffocating and heavy fist pressure instantly swept toward it. A trace of shock appeared in the eyes of the giant stem borer at this moment, but its reaction was also quite fast. Its body suddenly shrank, and it wanted to avoid this blow. However, the next moment, the praying mantis-like stem borer found that as it moved its body, the black fist shadow also moved a little, like a shadow following its body, and landed precisely on its head. The giant insect was shocked. Before the fist shadow touched its head, a layer of black light instantly appeared on its body, condensing into a weak black gas shield. Boom! A muffled sound rang out, the black chi shield was broken in response, and under the bombardment of a huge force, the praying mantis-like stem borer staggered back 7 or 8 steps, and countless streaks of blood instantly spurted from the surface of its entire head. As a result, before the mantis giant insect could stabilize its body, the black shadow that Lu Ming transformed into appeared in front of it again with a flash. What followed was a huge phantom of a tiger's head. Accompanied by a deafening tiger roar, it flashed and smashed on the defenseless head. Gotcha! The mantis giant insect's head suddenly split into several pieces like a watermelon. Disgusting green blood gurgled out like spring water. Then, after waving its claws aimlessly for a while, its huge body fell to the ground with a bang. After twitching a few times, it no longer breathed. From the moment the mantis giant insect attacked Lu Ming to the moment it was killed by Lu Ming in the blink of an eye, only 2 or 3 seconds had passed. In addition to the 2 clean punches in the air, there was only the whistling of the surrounding black sandstorm. The rest of the cultivators had just approached, so there was no room for them to intervene at all. Naturally, everyone was dumbfounded. Even Lion Roar's eyes were full of splendor. Looking at the fallen mantis giant insect, Lu Ming did not waste any time. He immediately cast Che Huan's totem, and a huge green ox spiraled out. A green glow instantly wrapped the mantis giant insect's body and rolled it back into the belly of the green ox phantom. After a few flashes of green patterns on the phantom, the entire mantis giant insect's body disappeared without a trace. After taking a look at the battlefield that had no traces, Lu Ming nodded with satisfaction. After recalling Che Huan, he turned around and flew quickly to where Lion Roar was. Lu can control the strength of the attack so exquisitely. He can control the yuan qi fluctuation to the minimum while charging his strength for a blow. It's really rare. But the thing that you cast at the end is some kind of totem secret technique that can directly devour the giant insect of the stem borer tribe? The brawny man with fiery red hair cupped his hands at Lu Ming and asked with a hint of doubt. That's right, it's indeed a special totem secret art that I've obtained by chance. It happens to be able to restrain these giant insects. Lu Ming said vaguely. Back at the Heavenly Gate convention, the stem borer had mentioned that his Che Huan totem was called the Candle God, and he seemed to be very wary of it. Today, the effect was exactly the same as back then, and the Che Huan totem could still be easily absorbed into it. Alright, it's getting late. Let's set off. I'm afraid there will be even more borers along the way. The lion's roar resounded in everyone's ears. The group of people all had a thought in their hearts, and immediately continued to advance. After this incident, Lu Ming and the others slowed down a little. After all, they were deep in the desert, and there were borers all around them. If they were discovered, all their efforts would be in vain. In the next 2 days, with the help of the yellow mist from the lion's roar hidden sand banner, they encountered a few more strange-looking borers along the way, but they all passed through without any mishaps. Just like that, at noon on the 3rd day, the group of a dozen or so people arrived at a sand dune that was several hundred feet tall. The lion's roar stopped and looked at the sand dune in front of them, and said in a low voice, "That should be one of the locations that Elder Yao has deduced." Lu Ming stood at the back of the group, and followed everyone's gaze. Up ahead, he saw that the wind was roaring, and the wind was howling. Gusts of hurricanes turned into a vast expanse of black, and it was even more violent than when they first entered the desert. In the vicinity of the sand dune highland, many small sand dunes kept changing their positions within the black sandstorm. Occasionally, a few hurricanes would clash together, forming an even larger wind dragon that soared into the sky. Everywhere it passed, sand and rocks would fly, making it impossible for anyone to get close. Lion's Roar didn't seem to care about this. He flipped his hand and took out a map jade slips, and compared it to his forehead. Then, he shook the yellow banner in his hand, and his body turned into a yellow mist. He flew to the tall sand dune in front of him, and after spinning in the air for a while, yellow light shone brightly, and it suddenly expanded. In the blink of an eye, a yellow mist barrier appeared in the air above Lu Ming and the others, and it spread out in all directions, covering an area of nearly 3,000 feet. Just as everyone was looking at the yellow mist in all directions with grave expressions, a tall and sturdy figure shot out from the yellow mist in the air. After a few flashes, it appeared in front of everyone. It was Lion's Roar. It was just that at this moment, there was a yellow octagonal disc array in his hand. On the 8 square corners of this disc array, there was a thumb-sized yellow light spot in the middle. It flickered erratically, looking quite mysterious. In the team, 8 crystallization period cultivators suddenly walked out. 4 of them were wearing the white robes of Sky Beast Kin Valley, and the rest had different costumes. They were all holding a yellow triangular flag and a circular disc array in their hands. Although I used the hidden sand flag to set up the hidden sand array, it should be enough to cover all movements during the array. But just in case, please be vigilant. Lion's Roar stroked the octagonal disc array in his hand, looking at Lu Ming and the other 4 Jin Dan cultivators, and said so. Senior Lion's Roar, please rest assured. The brawny man with fiery red long hair immediately cupped his fist and said. Lu Ming and the others naturally promised. Then the 4 of them turned into 4 escape lights and flew toward the edge of the 4 directions shrouded by the yellow mist. Seeing this, Lion's Roar turned to the 8 crystallization period cultivators and said, "Okay, everyone is in position, let's get started." Yes. The 8 crystallization period cultivators said in unison. They immediately formed a group of two and flew in 4 directions. They stopped 1,000 meters away from Lion's Roar and began to set up the array. Seeing this, Lion's Roar began to chant. After making a gesture with both hands, a yellow spiritual light soared into the sky from the octagonal disc array in his hand, forming a hazy yellow light cluster that floated above his head. At the edge of the yellow mist on the east side, Lu Ming released his divine thought to pay close attention to the surrounding movement while observing the situation of the array. These 8 crystallization period disciples were all array masters selected by the Alliance who were proficient in array. Their array attainments were not weak, and they were personally guided by Elder Yao of the Sand sect a few days ago. Therefore, it was not difficult for 2 of them to be responsible for a child array. In less than an hour, 4 small arrays that were faintly glowing with yellow spiritual light were formed. At this time, the yellow light cluster above Lion's Roar's head became clear and solid. A mini desert could be vaguely seen in it. Immediately, the 8 crystallization period cultivators in 4 directions waved the triangular flags in their hands at the same time, and 4 yellow light shields with an area of 200 to 300 meters appeared around each of them. At this time, Lion's Roar chanted, and his 10 fingers launched a series of symbols at the light cluster above his head. After the earthy yellow light ball trembled violently, rays of earthy yellow light shot out from it, connecting with the 4 small formations. After another 15 minutes, the entire falling sand array was basically set up. During this period, there was no abnormality. Seeing that this matter was so smooth, everyone couldn't help but sigh a sigh of relief. After setting up the falling sand array, Lion's Roar commanded the 8 people to set up another defensive array outside the falling sand array. After doing this, Lion's Roar called back Lu Ming and others through a voice transmission. Okay, the array has been set up. Now we only need to wait for the falling sand array in the other 3 places to be set up, then we can start to fuse. With a flip of his hand, Shirho took out the octagonal formation plate. Unbeknownst to him, 4 star patterns had appeared on the formation plate. Among them, 3 were dim, and only 1 was emitting a faint light. Lu Ming glanced at the disc array in Lion's Roar's hand, then he withdrew his gaze, walked aside, sat cross-legged, and spread his divine thought to sense the surrounding movements. The other cultivators had different expressions, but they were also waiting quietly with vigilance. Time passed by little by little. Maybe Lu Ming and others were lucky, or Lion's hidden sand array was really exquisite. Although some stem borers passed by occasionally, they didn't notice the abnormality here. On the disc array in Lion's hand, the other 2 big stars were lit up one after another, but the last big star was still not lit up. This caused Lion's Roar to frown, and he kept pacing back and forth. When the others saw this, they also felt uneasy. After all, only when all 4 arrays were successfully activated could they fuse into the super falling sand array and deal a fatal blow to the stem borers in the desert. Half an hour later, the last big star finally lit up. Good, the other 3 falling sand arrays have been set up. Immediately activate the falling sand array. Lion's Roar saw this and his face lit up with joy. The 8 array masters had already cooperated with each other very well, and they began to activate the array tools in their hands, preparing to activate the array. Once the array is activated, it will cause a lot of movement and will definitely attract a large number of stem borers. You must be aware of this, Lion's Roar said in a low voice as his gaze swept over Lu Ming and the other 3 Jindan cultivators. With a wave of his hand, several yellow array flags appeared in front of him. The flags seemed to have a life of their own as they slowly flew up with Lion's Roar at the center. While muttering an incantation, Lion Roar quickly performed several incantation gestures on the octagonal formation plate with both hands. A small desert above his head buzzed, and a beam of yellow light shot out of it, shooting straight into the sky. The 8 array masters also began to move their fingers in quick succession, forming hand seals that turned into streams of light that flowed into the flags around them. The 4 child arrays on the ground also lit up with 4 beams of light. 5 beams of light converged in the sky and turned into a golden beam of light that soared into the sky, as if it wanted to pierce through the black sand. For a moment, they couldn't see the height of the beam of light, but they could clearly feel that the surrounding sand had become a little restless. Rumble. As the golden beam of light rose, the howling of the surrounding sandstorm grew louder and louder. The expressions of Lu Ming and the others changed slightly. With such a large movement, the stem borers would definitely notice. Lion's Roar's expression was solemn as he quickly chanted an obscure incantation. His hands rotated like a wheel, and magic rings intertwined around the octagonal array plate. The golden beam of light became more and more dazzling, and it made a burst of whistling sound. Lion's Roar changed his hand's seals, and with a wave of his hand, a row of fist-sized golden gourds appeared in front of him. There were more than 20 of them, all of them exuding powerful earth attribute fluctuations. These were the gathering sand weeds that Elder Yao had mentioned. He flicked his finger and more than 20 golden gourds flew into the yellow beam of light. Rumble, a yellow flame appeared in the golden beam of light, wrapping more than 20 sand-gathering Lu inside. Immediately, the surface of the sand-gathering weeds began to peel off, revealing the fine golden sand within. The source of the powerful Earth-type elemental energy fluctuations was none other than this golden sand. This was the essence of sand that the Sand Transformation sect had spent thousands of years refining. The golden sand slowly melted in the flame, but it seemed that it would take a lot of time for it to completely melt. The golden beam of light merged with the sand essence and shone brightly again. At the same time, in a desolate valley surrounded by rolling sand, another huge and abnormal golden beam of light rose from the valley and went straight into the sky. In the valley, the old ancestor of the golden savage tribe stood in midair, chanting and constantly casting spells. On the ground, more than a dozen southern savage cultivators in different clothes were waiting solemnly, but these people's clothes were more or less damaged. The valley was full of gravel pits, and from time to time, some giant insects' broken limbs could be seen. It seemed that when they were setting up the array, these people were besieged by a lot of stem borers, but they were all killed. Suddenly, the golden savage tribe ancestor stopped chanting and waved his hand. One after another, golden sand-gathering Lu flew out and merged into the golden beam of light. A dazzling golden light appeared on the surface of the golden beam of light, causing the surrounding sandstorm to surge. At this moment, in the desert that was shrouded by the black sandstorm, there was a burst of sizzling sound. In the center of a desert oasis, the same golden beam of light rose into the sky. However, the surroundings were not calm. Countless large and small stem borers were rushing in from all directions like a tide. Around the golden array, more than a dozen sand sect crystallization period disciples under the leadership of 4 Gene Dan cultivators resisted the stem borers' attack. There were many stem borer carcasses piled up near the spell formation, indicating that the battle had been going on for quite some time. However, in the face of wave after wave of stem borers, the human cultivators were gradually beginning to falter. In the air, the Sand Transformation sect's Elder Yao looked around with a hint of anxiety in his eyes. He quickly chanted an incantation and over 20 golden gathering sand rue appeared in his sleeve. He then threw them into the golden pillar of light. Then, he made a grabbing motion with his hand, and a huge gray hand condensed from gray sand flew out of his body and crushed the gather sand weeds. With a loud boom, the grains of sand wrapped in golden light fused into the golden light pillar. With another wave of his hand, he struck out several spells, and the golden radiance gradually stabilized. When the old man saw this, he finally sighed in relief. He suddenly turned around and waved his hand. A black cloud flew out from his body and floated in the air. It quickly expanded, turning into a pitch-black cloud in the blink of an eye. Bolts of lightning slithered about in the dark clouds, emitting crackling sounds. Rumble, countless bolts of lightning fell from the dark clouds, crashing toward the surrounding stem borers. All of the stem borers within a radius of over 1,000 feet were instantly blasted apart by the lightning, transforming into a rain of blood. The pressure on the Sand Transformation sect disciples was greatly alleviated, but before they had a chance to relax, a low roar sounded from within the sea of stem borers. This roar seemed to be able to pierce through one's body, and a chill ran down the Sand Transformation sect disciples' spines. The old man's expression also changed. The sea of stem borers around him tumbled, revealing a passageway. A yellow stem borer that was several hundred feet in size slowly flew over. Not good, it's a celestial phenomenon stem borer. The old man's pupils contracted as a grave expression appeared on his face. In another huge basin in the southern barren desert, fierce winds were howling in all directions, sweeping up gusts of black gales. Apart from a golden pillar of light that pierced straight into the clouds, nothing else could be seen. Within the golden pillar of light, there was a patch of fine golden sand that was being slowly melted by balls of flames. Elder Feng and a dozen or so other cultivators stood guard around the pillar of light with grave expressions. In the distance, there was a dense swarm of specks of light flying toward them. Where Lu Ming and the others were, the Great Sand Fall Formation had only been activated for a short while when a series of rumbling sounds surged toward it. Lu Ming's expression froze. He could sense through his spiritual sense that the large wave of stem borers were roaring and pouncing toward the Great Sand Fall Formation. Even the ground beneath his feet seemed to be trembling. In midair, Lion Roar wore a grave expression. Yellow light erupted from his body as he quickly chanted an obscure incantation. He suddenly raised a hand and a series of hand seals flew out from his hand. Weng, 4 black pillars of light suddenly appeared near the Great Sand Fall Formation, forming a black defensive light barrier that enveloped Lu Ming and the others as well as the entire Great Sand Fall Formation. As soon as Lion Roar finished this, a series of hissing sounds came from the surrounding black sandstorm. Immediately afterward, stem borers of various sizes rushed out of the sandstorm. As soon as these stem borers saw Lu Ming and the others, they immediately hissed excitedly and rushed toward them from all directions like a tide. Seeing this scene, the red-haired brawny man and the other 2 Jin Dan cultivators' expressions changed. Their expressions also became solemn as they focused their attention on the enemy's momentum. A sharp light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes and he made a hand seal. Suddenly, a layer of black qi appeared around his body. Just as the 4 of them were about to take action, Lion Roar suddenly sounded in their ears. Wait a moment. When Lu Ming heard this, he paused and raised his head to look at the sky. He saw that Lion Roar was in midair, but in front of him, there was a black jade bottle that was as tall as a man. The bottle was as black as ink, but it was engraved with dense fiery red runes. Under the stimulation of the lion's roar, it emitted circles of crimson waves of fire, and an abnormally scorching spiritual pressure suddenly spread out. Lion Roar just clapped with one hand, and the jade bottle flashed red light. Countless red crystal threads surged out from the bottle, shrouding the surrounding area of 1,000 meters. A resounding boom erupted as the red crystalline threads exploded one after another, transforming into a series of crimson balls of flames. In the blink of an eye, with the formation as the center, the area of 1,000 meters turned into a scorching sea of fire. In the crimson sea of fire, the stem borers let out painful roars. Their bodies were burning as they rolled around. Even with the hard shell of these stem borers, they couldn't resist at all. In just a few seconds, the first batch of stem borers that rushed into the sea of fire were annihilated in the vast sea of fire, turning into wisps of green smoke. In the black defensive formation, a look of surprise appeared in Lu Ming's eyes. These crimson flames looked ordinary, but they actually had such a high temperature that even the crystallization period stem borers couldn't bear it. Seeing this situation, the other cultivators were also ecstatic. The Great Sand Fall Formation will most likely need at least a few more hours to completely refine the sand essence within these gathering sand weeds. Everyone, listen up. During this period of time, you must defend the formation to the death. There must not be any accidents. In midair, the lion's roar sounded in the ears of Lu Ming and the others. Yes. The group of cultivators answered in unison, and each of them took out the spirit tools and talismans in their hands, as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Lion Roar nodded and no longer said anything. He continued to control the black jade bottle to release bursts of crimson flames in all directions, which fused into the surrounding sea of fire. Countless stem borers revolved around the sea of fire, and there were at least several thousand of them. They were constantly roaming around, but they were wary of the scorching flames and didn't dare to step into it. After roaming around for a while, a series of strange hissing sounds rang out from a certain part of the sea of stem borers. The sea of stem borers then suddenly parted to reveal 5 stem borers that were clearly high-grade stem borers. These stem borers were of different sizes, some were over 100 feet long, while others were only around 10 feet in size. However, all of them had twisted human faces and exuded powerful auras. They were all Jin Dan stage stem borers. Be careful, my purgatory true flames may not be able to stop these high-grade stem borers. Lion Roar's warning sounded in the ears of Lu Ming and the others. As soon as his voice fell, a sudden change occurred. Roar, a black centipede-shaped Jin Dan stem borer let loose a roar as a thick layer of black light abruptly lit up on its body. The black light condensed into a thick protective halo, and its huge body twisted as it charged directly into the sea of fire toward Lu Ming and the others. The other 4 Jin Dan stem borers also released thick protective light as they pounced toward Lu Ming and the others from different directions. As soon as these high-grade stem borers stepped into the sea of fire, crimson waves of flame surged toward the Jin Dan stem borers as if they had a mind of their own. The protective light around the Jin Dan stem borers' bodies immediately began to crackle and crackle as they were engulfed by the crimson flames, and they quickly melted away. However, the protection aura of these true pill borers continued to gush out. Although the red flames were powerful, they were blocked out for a while and couldn't cause substantial damage to them. In the blink of an eye, the Jin Dan stem borers had passed through the sea of fire and pounced toward the black defensive formation. Shirho quickly chanted an incantation upon seeing this, and at the same time, black light flashed from his hand, upon which an inky black formation flag appeared. He waved it through the air, and the black formation began to emit a buzzing sound. A series of thick black pillars of light erupted from the formation, striking the Jin Dan stem borers. Aside from an early-stage Jin Dan stem borer that had its carapace shattered on the spot and fell into the sea of fire, the other 4 stem borers were only sent flying. Shirho sighed as he turned to Lu Ming and the others, and said, "I have to control the sea of purgatory flames to deal with the stem borers outside, so I don't have much time to spare. I'll leave these stem borers to you." At this moment, the other 4 Jin Dan stem borers pounced toward them with protective light around their bodies. Lu Ming and the other 3 Jin Dan stem borers naturally didn't dare to tarry, and they also unleashed their respective cultivation arts and treasures to meet the stem borers. The red-haired brawny man's body swayed, and he rose up into the air before sweeping a sleeve through the air. Whoosh, a shimmering silver square seal flew through the air, upon which was engraved an extremely lifelike brown WYRM that was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws in a ferocious display. The seal flashed and immediately swelled to several tens of feet in size. Bursts of wind and thunder erupted from its surface as it hurtled toward an azure spider-like stem borer, leaving a trail of afterimages in its wake. The other 2 cultivators were also unwilling to fall behind, and they each summoned a brown crescent shovel and a pair of blue meteor hammers, each of which engaged in a fierce battle against a massive stem borer. Due to the fact that they were familiar with the characteristics of these stem borers, they didn't use any magic techniques in their attacks. Instead, they used spirit tools that could unleash physical attacks to deal with these stem borers. On the other side, black light flashed from Lu Ming's body as he rushed toward the black centipede stem borer. He made a hand seal, and purple light flashed as he summoned his bitterwheel sword. Brilliant purple sword light erupted from the bitterwheel sword, and it abruptly transformed into a massive purple sword that was around 200 to 300 feet in size before crashing down toward the centipede stem borer. The centipede stem borer let loose a low roar before opening its cavernous mouth to expel a thick burst of black light, which was able to keep the massive purple sword at bay. At the same time, its upper body swayed, and several tens of azure blades of wind shot forth from its limbs, all of which hurtled toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's brows furrowed slightly as he waved a hand through the air, and he quickly chanted a few incantations. Black qi surged out of his body, and the faint sound of bones cracking could be heard within the black qi. The black qi converged before him to form a circular shield that was around 10 feet in size in the blink of an eye, upon which a series of crisscrossing white bone patterns had appeared. The azure blades of wind unleashed by the centipede stem borer struck the shield, and it tremored slightly before withstanding the attacks as if it were completely unscathed. Immediately thereafter, Lu Ming made a strange hand seal before flicking his fingers in rapid succession, upon which several bursts of black qi shot forth from his hands. All of the black qi brushed past the centipede stem borer's head before exploding at the same time. Within the surging black qi, a massive white bone cage appeared before descending like lightning, trapping most of the centipede stem borer's body within. As soon as the centipede stem borer was trapped within the bone cage, it let loose an enraged roar, and its massive body began to struggle with all its might as it struggled violently. The white bone cage immediately began to tremble violently as a series of cracks appeared over its surface, and it appeared as if it were about to fall apart. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He hadn't comprehended the bone prison technique for a long time, so he couldn't trap the centipede stem borer for too long. However, that short while was enough. He made a sword sign with his hand, and the bitterwheel sword let out a sharp whistle in midair. The huge purple sword shone brightly and easily crushed the black beam of light that had lost the support of the centipede stem borer. Immediately thereafter, he quickly pointed a finger at the giant purple sword a few times. The giant purple sword let loose a soft ringing sound before blurring, upon which countless purple sword projections appeared around it, each of which had a total of 32 arcs of purple lightning revolving around their surfaces. The area within a radius of over 1,000 feet was instantly enshrouded in extremely sharp purple sword projections, inundating the centipede stem borer along with its bone cage. The overwhelming sword will spread out in all directions. Such a huge commotion attracted the attention of everyone present. Not just the red-haired brawny man and the other Jindan cultivators, even Lion's Roar had turned to look at the scene. A howl of anguish erupted from within the surging purple sword projections before abruptly coming to an end. Lu Ming waved his hand and launched a sword gesture. The purple sword light disappeared in a flash, and a purple flying sword returned to Lu Ming's hand. The massive body of the centipede stem borer up ahead had already been sliced into several segments, and it was as dead as it could be. The entire process was as smooth as flowing water, and everyone else was stunned to see this. As for the other battles, apart from the red-haired brawny man who had a slight upper hand, the other two were in a stalemate. In the sky above the Grand Sandfall Formation, Lion's Roar was overjoyed to see this. The more powerful Lu Ming's abilities were, the more likely he would be able to fend off the stem borers. At that moment, Lu Ming's figure flashed and he flew toward the grey-robed man who was fighting a Jindan stem borer not far away. The bitter will sword in his hand had already shot forth, transforming into a dense expanse of purple sword projections in a blur that enveloped the area ahead. After the time it took to finish a cup of tea, with Lu Ming's support, the 4 Jindan stem borers that had passed through the sea of flames were all slain by the cultivators. At that moment, another Jindan stem borer covered in a purple carapace flew out of the sea of crimson flames. After circling in the air for a while, it suddenly turned its head and let out a sharp screech at the low-grade stem borers below. The screech created a series of tiny ripples in the air that were visible to the naked eye, spreading through the sea of stem borers. A few other similar screeches rang out from a few other directions, and a series of sound waves immediately swept forth. Lu Ming hurriedly activated the dark bone mantra, and a layer of dense black qi surged out of his body to envelop his entire body. However, a hint of surprise soon appeared on his face. The screech of the stem borers didn't strike him as anything special, and it didn't seem to be a spiritual attack. All of a sudden, a lion's roar sounded, "Look out there!" Lu Ming raised an eyebrow as he swept his gaze across the sea of flames. All of the stem borers on the other side of the sea of flames let loose violent screeches upon hearing this, and crimson light appeared in their eyes. In the next instant, something that left Lu Ming and the others completely flabbergasted took place. The stem borers suddenly pounced together and began to tear at one another in a frenzy. Blood splattered in all directions around the sea of flames, and severed limbs flew through the air. At the same time, a thick, nauseating odor of blood quickly spread through the air. The victors of the stem borers began to devour one another at an astonishing rate. The red-haired brawny man and the others were all astonished to see this. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly as he recalled the stem borers devouring one another in the hilly region. After devouring one another, not only could these stem borers recover from their injuries, but they could also enhance their cultivation bases. With that in mind, Lu Ming's expression changed, and he immediately issued a warning. "Be careful, these stem borers can devour others to strengthen themselves." The red-haired brawny man and the others faltered upon hearing this, but they quickly understood what Lu Ming was trying to say. A layer of crimson light appeared over the surface of the remaining stem borers, and their bodies swelled at a rate that was discernible to the naked eye as they continued to devour other stem borers in a frenzy. Not long after that, most of the stem borers gathered around the sea of flames had disappeared, and they had been replaced by a dozen or so large stem borers that resembled giant silkworms. Each of these stem borers was the size of a 3-story building, and their entire bodies were shimmering with crimson light. Their bodies were covered in a thick layer of carapace, and their mouths were filled with sharp fangs. Their eyes were filled with a bloodthirsty light, and they appeared to be extremely ferocious. Lu Ming's pupils contracted upon seeing this. Each and every one of these crimson stem borers was emanating spiritual pressure that was not inferior to that of a late-stage Jindan cultivator. Roar, the crimson stem borers let loose a low roar before quickly wriggling toward Lu Ming and the others. As soon as they entered the sea of crimson flames, a layer of crimson light immediately appeared over the bodies of these stem borers, keeping the crimson flames at bay. Their massive bodies were unexpectedly agile, and they reached the black defensive formation in the blink of an eye. Light suddenly swirled within the black formation, and a series of inky black pillars of light struck the bodies of the crimson stem borers again. However, the bodies of these stem borers were extremely massive, and the pillars of black light were only able to knock them back slightly without much effect. Fellow Taoists, you must hold on. The falling sand formation has reached a critical juncture, and success or failure will depend on this. Xianxia yelled to Lu Ming and the others before flying into the golden pillars of light. Lu Ming, the red-haired brawny man, and the other Jindan cultivators were able to keep their composure, but the crystal-level cultivators couldn't help but turn pale at the sight of these incomparably massive crimson stem borers. The dozen or so crimson stem borers quickly stabilized their bodies before pouncing toward them again with a foul stench in their wake. Lu Ming's expression was as calm as still water, and he moved to stand in front of two of the massive crimson stem borers. The two crimson stem borers caught sight of Lu Ming, and they opened their mouths wide. Puff puff puff. A series of whizzing sounds rang out. The crimson stem borers spat out several dozen door-sized crimson blades of light from their mouths, all of which slashed toward Lu Ming's head. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and he made a hand sign with his hand. With a flash of yellow light, 3 earthy yellow round beads appeared in front of him. They were the magic treasures, the mountain river beads. With a flash of yellow light, the 3 mountain river beads immediately expanded by 10 times, forming a triangular shape in front of him. The sound of metal clashing rang out, and the 3 mountain river beads flickered with yellow light. The crimson blades were easily deflected when they struck them. The red-haired brawny man and the other 2 Jindan cultivators summoned their own magic treasures to block 2 crimson stem borers each. The crystal-level cultivators didn't dare to engage in close combat with the crimson stem borers at all. They hid in the defensive formation, and the dozen or so magic treasures combined to barely block 2 or 3 crimson stem borers. The remaining giant stem borers didn't attack Lu Ming and the others. Instead, they constantly bombarded the black defensive formation. Fortunately, the black formation was personally set up by the celestial state cultivator, Xianxia, and its defensive power was quite extraordinary. Under the repeated attacks of the crimson stem borers, although the surface was flashing chaotically, it seemed to be holding up for a while. Lu Ming's gaze swept around, and his right hand, which was originally hidden in his sleeve, suddenly raised. A purple sword light silently shot toward the crimson stem borers. With a blur, it turned into 36 sword lights that slashed at the crimson stem borers. Kung kung, a burst of sparks appeared on the body of the crimson stem borers. Even the sharpness of the bitter will sword couldn't break the crimson shell on its body. A look of surprise flashed across Lu Ming's face. With a flash of yellow light, 2 more mountain river beads appeared beside him. At this time, the 2 crimson stem borers in front of him saw the crimson wavy blade attack fail, and immediately let out a roar. They suddenly opened their mouths and each spat out a large amount of blood mist. In an instant, the blood mist filled the space within a radius of 100 feet. Lu Ming only smelled some fishy odor, and his head felt slightly dizzy. His face immediately changed, and he immediately formed a hand sign. A rolling yellow mist erupted from the mountain river beads, covering his whole body. One had to realize that he was using a ghost Dao cultivation art, so he was very resistant to all types of poisons. As such, he was struck by a sense of dizziness just by inhaling a small amount of blood mist. Just as he was about to unleash his cultivation art to dispel the poison within his body, a burst of azure light suddenly appeared on his shoulder, following which a burst of coolness quickly circulated through his entire body. The dizziness in his head immediately disappeared. Che Huan. Lu Ming's face moved. He patted his left shoulder lightly with one hand, and a dazzling green light spurted out. It condensed in the air and turned into a lifelike green bull phantasm. It was none other than Che Huan's projection. As soon as Che Huan appeared, he raised his head and let loose a low roar, seemingly quite pleased with the surrounding blood mist. He opened his cavernous mouth, and a burst of enormous suction force erupted from within, drawing all of the surrounding blood mist into his mouth. The 2 crimson stem borers faltered slightly upon seeing this, and they couldn't help but take a few steps back as their eyes fell upon the azure bowl projection. After just the span of 2 or 3 breaths, the azure bowl projection had devoured all of the surrounding blood mist, and it seemed to still be unsatisfied. It then turned toward the 2 crimson stem borers up ahead, then shot forth toward them. The 2 crimson stem borers were extremely alarmed to see this, and they hurriedly tried to evade. However, Che Huan's projection was as fast as lightning, and azure light flashed before it swept up the body of the crimson stem borer on the left. As soon as the crimson light on the surface of the stem borer's body came into contact with the azure light, the tough crimson scales on the stem borer's body instantly melted into wisps of reddish-black mist that were devoured by Che Huan's projection. The crimson stem borer let loose an agonized shriek as it thrashed its massive body in an attempt to free itself from Che Huan. Right at this moment, the air above the crimson stem borer suddenly stirred, and Lu Ming emerged. He swept a hand through the air, and a pair of yellow mountain and river beads flew forth from his grasp before crashing down toward the stem borer's head with a vast expanse of yellow light. The mountain and river beads swelled in size in midair, and by the time they reached the stem borer's head, they had already swelled to several tens of feet in size. Immediately thereafter, yellow light flashed, and the 2 beads of mountains and rivers fused as one to form a massive bead that was around the size of a small mountain. The bead was radiating boundless yellow light, and it came crashing down with an extremely heavy might. The crimson stem borer was greatly alarmed, and it completely disregarded its pain as it opened its cavernous mouth to expel a thick pillar of red light toward the descending giant mountain and river bead. Buzz, the red beam of light did not look impressive, but the power contained within it was very shocking. The giant bead of mountain and river trembled, and its falling momentum suddenly stopped. A hint of surprise flashed through Lu Ming's eyes. He then let out a cold snort and waved his hand. The other 3 beads of mountain and river that were floating around him quickly descended. With a flash of earthy yellow light, they merged into the giant bead of mountain and river. The giant bead of mountain and river shined brightly, and with a spin, it suddenly turned into a mountain that was several hundred feet tall. The bottom of the mountain emitted rings of earthy yellow light, and it continued to press down. Rumble, the pillar of red light released by the crimson stem borer was shattered, and the yellow mountain crashed into the crimson stem borer's head with devastating force. Pa, the crimson stem borer didn't even get a chance to cry out before it was crushed into pieces. After killing 1 crimson stem borer with the flip of a hand, Lu Ming didn't stop. He turned around and shot toward the other crimson stem borer that had already fled to the edge of the sea of fire. Before he even reached it, the azure ox projection on his shoulder had already spat out a beam of azure light. After 2 or 3 breaths, a burst of mournful roars rang out, and a small mountain of mangled flesh and blood appeared in front of Lu Ming. He made a grabbing motion with one hand, and the earthy yellow mountain rapidly shrank into a palm-sized miniature mountain. His body then swayed, and he pounced toward a nearby stem borer that was attacking the defensive spell formation in a frenzy. At the same time, his brows furrowed as he looked around. The current situation was clearly very precarious. The other 3 Jindan cultivators were already having a hard time facing a few crimson stem borers. The Jindan later stage red-haired brawny man was doing a bit better. With his powerful body and the silver seal, he was able to fight on par with 2 crimson stem borers. The other 2 real pellet state cultivators were already injured. In the rolling blood mist, they were forced to retreat again and again, and they were about to be defeated. The light emitted by the black defensive spell formation had also weakened a lot. The crystal-level cultivators hiding in the defensive spell formation weren't able to do much against a dozen Jindan stem borers. The most dangerous thing was the sea of fire around them. Due to the lack of people controlling it, the crimson flames were slowly weakening. The stem borers outside had clearly noticed this, and under the command of the Jindan stem borers, they began to launch beams of light to attack the sea of fire. Under the attacks of the stem borers, the flames around the sea of fire were constantly reduced to specks of sparks, and the area of the sea of fire was gradually shrinking. Lu Ming saw all of this, and his eyes suddenly became extremely cold as he looked at the crimson stem borers that were attacking the spell formation in a frenzy. He waved a hand, and the miniature mountain hurtled through the air toward one of the crimson stem borers, upon which a yellow mountain that was several hundred feet in size descended. Lu Ming had spent a lot of time in the prison space during the 60 years he was in, and he had spent a lot of time studying the usage of the mountain river beads. This was one of the techniques that could transform several mountain river beads into a mountain and preserve it for a short period of time. This technique could save the casting process, and it was a powerful technique in battle. Bright light erupted from the bottom of the mountain, and yellow halos descended to enshroud the crimson stem borer. Only then did the crimson stem borer come to its senses, and it tried to evade, but it felt as if a massive boulder were weighing down on its body, and its movements were extremely sluggish. The crimson stem borer was greatly alarmed to see this, and it let loose a ferocious roar as crimson light flashed from both sides of its body. A pair of long and thin claws abruptly sprang out of its body, and a sharp crimson light erupted from the tips of its claws as it slashed through the air violently. Chi-chi, a large gash was sliced into the yellow light around the crimson stem borer, and it was just about to escape from the yellow halo of light as a result. Right at this moment, a series of black river projections suddenly appeared on the yellow mountain, sweeping down like lightning before binding the crimson stem borer's body. The crimson stem borer struggled with all its might, but the black river projections were extremely resolute, and they held it firmly in place. An earth-shattering boom rang out as the yellow mountain came crashing down, leaving a massive crater that was over 100 feet in size in its wake. After this blow, the khaki mountain suddenly disintegrated, turning into 5 yellow mountain river beads, and they flew back to Lu Ming's hand. Within the massive crater, the crimson stem borer's entire body had been crushed into a pile of minced meat. Lu Ming appeared to have killed 3 crimson stem borers in a seemingly nonchalant manner, and it appeared as if he still had energy to spare. The red-haired brawny man and the others were all dumbstruck, but they were all overjoyed to see this. The other crimson stem borers all let loose roars of fury upon seeing this, and 3 of them immediately pounced toward Lu Ming while the remaining crimson stem borers continued to attack the black formation in a frenzy. One of the crimson stem borers opened its cavernous mouth, and a crimson blade several tens of feet in size struck the dimming black formation. Crack, a crack finally appeared on the black formation, and the faces of the dozen or so crystal-level cultivators instantly turned deathly pale. Crap! Lu Ming's expression darkened. If the defensive formation were to be broken, then the crystal-level cultivators wouldn't be able to withstand it at all, and even the formation would be in peril. As these thoughts raced through his mind, a fierce light flashed through his eyes, and he quickly uttered a cryptic incantation. He waved a hand, and amid a flash of yellow light, all 12 mountain river beads were summoned, which hovered erratically around him. At the same time, the 3 crimson stem borers had already reached him, but Lu Ming waved both hands through the air, unleashing a series of hand seals. The 12 mountain river beads flashed, and a vast expanse of yellow mist surged forth, instantly permeating an area of over 1,000 feet around Lu Ming. The 3 crimson stem borers roared at the same time, and 2 pillars of light and a crimson blade of light shot forth from their mouths, all of which bombarded Lu Ming. The yellow mist tumbled for a moment before receding again, and Lu Ming was nowhere to be seen. Right at this moment, the surrounding yellow mist suddenly surged, and in a flash, the 3 crimson stem borers were also enshrouded within it. In a corner of the yellow mist, Lu Ming's expression was solemn as he quickly chanted an incantation. His hands were constantly forming a series of yellow hand seals, which disappeared into the surrounding yellow mist in a flash. In the next moment, the yellow mist surged violently. Through the mist, one could vaguely see the shadows of yellow mountains rising from the ground. At the same time, a long black river that was dancing in the air flew out with traces of water vapor, entangling the shadows of the mountains. From afar, with Lu Ming at the center, an area of over 1,000 feet around him had suddenly transformed into a majestic scene of mountains and rivers. Mountain river formation. Lu Ming silently chanted in his mind, and waved his hand to unleash the final incantation seal. At this moment, his face was a little pale. This was the first time he had manipulated the 12 beads of mountains and rivers, and the first time he had set up the mountain river formation created by the owner of the beads of mountains and rivers. The magic power within his body was like a breached dam, and he had lost almost 30% of his magic power. Meanwhile, the 3 crimson stem borers were like headless flies, scurrying around the mountain river formation in a frenzy. Lu Ming took a deep breath before abruptly making a grabbing motion, and one of the mountain projections within the mountain river formation was lifted up before being viciously hurled through the air. Rumble, the mountain projections rumbled as they came crashing down toward one of the crimson stem borers. The crimson stem borer was greatly alarmed, and just as it tried to evade, the surrounding yellow mist seemed to have a mind of its own, and its movements became extremely sluggish. The mountain projections crashed down upon the crimson stem borer, and the crimson stem borer let loose an anguished wail as it was instantly immobilized. Although it didn't die on the spot, it was completely immobilized. Lu Ming took a deep breath before making a grabbing motion with both hands, summoning 2 more mountain projections to suppress 2 more crimson stem borers. This series of actions caused Lu Ming's face to pale even further, but he forced himself to take a deep breath and patted his shoulder with one hand, upon which a streak of azure light transformed into the image of an azure bull before pouncing toward one of the suppressed stem borers. At the same time, he raised his other hand to release the bitter wheel sword, which transformed into a huge purple sword that was around 200 to 300 feet in length before slashing toward the immobilized stem borer. The azure bull projection opened its mouth to expel a swath of azure light, which wrapped around the stem borer's neck. As soon as the sturdy crimson carapace came into contact with the azure light, it immediately melted. The massive purple sword projection whistled through the air. Splat, crimson light flashed, and the crimson stem borer was decapitated. The azure bull opened its mouth to expel the crimson stem borer's head before swallowing it. The headless body of the crimson stem borer struggled for a while before becoming motionless. Immediately thereafter, the Chehuan azure bull expelled another azure light from its mouth, which engulfed the crimson stem borer's carapace. The stem borer's carapace was reduced to a cloud of blood mist that was devoured by the Chehuan totem. Just as Lu Ming was about to kill the remaining 2 stem borers, he suddenly heard a crisp cracking sound, followed by the excited hisses of the stem borers and the horrified cries of the cultivators. Could it be? Lu Ming suddenly turned his head and looked through the mountain river formation, and his heart suddenly sank. The black defensive formation set up by Lion's Roar had finally cracked under the ferocious attacks of several crimson stem borers, and 4 or 5 of them were hurrying toward the falling sand formation. Arg! Right at this moment, a blood-curdling cry sounded from the side. The man in a gray shirt among the other 3 real pellet state cultivators, because the array was broken, his mood was agitated, and his magic weapon defense revealed a flaw. One of the bloody stem borers who was fighting fiercely with him seized the opportunity, and 2 bloody wavy blades directly cut off his legs. Blood gushed out like a pillar. After the blood-curdling cry, he immediately unleashed a life-saving technique, spraying a mouthful of blood essence onto the crescent spade in front of him. Brown light shone brightly, and the spade swelled to 70 to 80 feet in length before transforming into the silhouette of a leopard. With a shrill claw projection, the sky was filled with claw projections that intertwined to form a giant net that enveloped the 2 crimson stem borers in front of him. Immediately afterward, his body blurred as he hurriedly shot back. However, right at this moment, there was a fluctuation behind the man, and a crimson stem borer appeared out of nowhere. With a whistling sound, several crimson wavy blades crisscrossed and cut the man into several pieces on the spot. The remaining primordial spirit in the man's body only had time to wail, then it turned into green smoke and dissipated under the bombardment of a crimson light beam. In such a situation, not only the other 2 Jindan cultivators changed their complexion greatly, but the crystallization period cultivators in the defensive formation were all pale. Several crimson stem borers rushed at them. Someone yelled, then everyone scattered and fled without fighting. Seeing this situation, Lu Ming cursed in his heart, but in such a situation, he couldn't take care of these people. With a wave of his hand, the mountain river great formation disintegrated. Black gas surged out of his body surface, and he instantly turned into a black light, rushing toward the falling sand formation. Swoosh, a streak of purple sword projection shot forth from his hand, and in a blur, he appeared several thousand feet away as if he had teleported. The bitter wheel sword trembled, and several tens of purple sword projections rained down on the blood-colored stem borers that were also pouncing toward the formation. Bang bang bang, there was a dense muffled sound. The sword shadows created by the bitter wheel sword were weak, so they didn't cause much damage to these crimson stem borers, but they still stopped their movement. Lu Ming took this opportunity to turn into a black shadow. He flashed in front of them and blocked the falling sand grate formation. The 5 crimson stem borers were startled, but they quickly recognized Lu Ming, the human who killed their own kind one after another. They roared and pounced at Lu Ming. Compared with the 5 huge stem borers, Lu Ming's body seemed extremely small. There was no fear on Lu Ming's face. His hands flashed with lightning speed, and he punched out. Black gas surged out of his body, condensing into the phantoms of 6 dragons and 6 tigers. Amid the heaven-shaking roars of dragons and tigers, the phantoms collided with the 5 stem borers. A series of muffled sounds rang out. With Lu Ming's current magic power, the power contained in the phantoms of 6 dragons and 6 tigers was no small matter. The 5 late-stage Jin Dan stem borers took the brunt of the attack head-on, and they were instantly pushed back a few steps. After the collision, the phantoms of 6 dragons and 6 tigers turned into surging black gas, enveloping the 5 stem borers. Underworld prison. Lu Ming chanted an incantation, and his hands quickly formed a hand seal. Lu Ming's series of movements were very precise, and before the 5 crimson stem borers could react, their vision darkened, and in the next instant, they had fallen into the underworld prison. Caught off guard, the 5 stem borers were trapped in the nether prison space, and they were slightly startled. All of a sudden, a burst of ghostly howls rang out from all directions. The black mist in the space churned, and close to 100 ghostly beings of various sizes jumped out before pouncing toward the 5 crimson stem borers. Seeing that the ghostly beings in front of them didn't possess very high cultivation bases, the stem borers let loose enraged roars as they opened their mouths to blast forth a series of crimson pillars of light, blood blades, and other attacks, easily wiping out all of the ghostly beings. Under the attacks of the crimson pillars of light and blood blades, the entire underworld prison tremored as if it were about to shatter. However, right at this moment, 12 earthy yellow spherical objects suddenly appeared around the underworld prison. Black gas rose from their surfaces, and the entire space quickly stabilized amid a series of splashing sounds. Immediately thereafter, the spherical objects disappeared into the surrounding black mist in a flash. A hint of bewilderment flashed through the eyes of the 5 trapped stem borers upon seeing this. Right at this moment, the sound of heavy footsteps suddenly rang out, and the surrounding black mist churned violently. Immediately thereafter, 12 gargantuan figures, each several hundred feet in size, slowly emerged from the surging black mist in all directions. These gargantuan figures formed a circular valley around the 5 crimson stem borers. These were none other than the 12 infernal river ghost monarchs. Although the crimson stem borers were very large in size, they paled in comparison to the 12 infernal river ghost monarchs. As such, in the instant that the infernal river ghost monarchs appeared, faint crimson light appeared over their bodies, and they let loose howls of unease. However, the stem borers then discovered that the aura emanating from the ghost monarchs was only at the pseudo-core stage or early stage Jin Dan stage, and they immediately rose to their feet before opening their mouths to unleash a string of crimson blades in all directions. At the same time, 2 rows of slender claws stretched out from both sides of its long body, like the long legs of a centipede. With a flick of its claws, a large and dense claw light shot out, piercing towards the Stygian river ghost king that was constantly approaching. These infernal river ghost monarchs were large in size, and their movements were somewhat sluggish. The crimson blades and claw projections struck their chests and abdomens in a flash. For a time, crimson halos appeared all over the infernal river ghost monarchs' bodies, and they exploded, turning into patches of intertwining crimson light that submerged the ghost monarchs' bodies. When the crimson wavy blades and claw projections dissipated, these crimson stem borers were greatly alarmed. However, these infernal river ghost monarchs' bodies that seemed to be riddled with wounds gradually healed after a burst of black mist. The 5 crimson stem borers were clearly unwilling to give up, and they roared as crimson light erupted from their bodies, and even more crimson blade and claw projections shot forth in an overwhelming manner. As a result, these attacks landed on the 12 infernal river ghost monarchs, but apart from inflicting more wounds on their bodies and slowing down their recovery, there was not much effect at all. The 5 late-stage Jin Dan blood stem borers were immediately thrown into chaos. At the same time, one of the infernal river ghost monarchs let out a low roar, and its massive palm spread open like a giant palm leaf fan, grabbing toward one of the crimson stem borers in front of it. Before the palm had even caught the stem borer, a powerful gust of wind swept toward it. The crimson stem borer shrank its body and nimbly dodged to the side. However, it had only managed to fly several tens of feet away when another massive hand shot forth like lightning before grabbing onto the stem borer's head. It was the other ghost king. The crimson stem borer was horrified, and it let loose a frenzied roar. Its long body coiled around the infernal river ghost monarch like a python, and its 2 rows of sharp claws slashed at the ghost monarch's body with all its might. Unfortunately, these infernal river ghost monarchs were manifested from the infernal river beads that were refined from the heavy water of the infernal river, so they were like fish in water in this infernal prison. No matter how hard the crimson stem borer slashed at the infernal river ghost monarch's body, it was unable to inflict any significant damage on the infernal river ghost monarch. The infernal river ghost monarch let loose a low roar before grabbing onto the tail of the crimson stem borer with its other hand and yanking it off its body. Brilliant crimson light erupted from the crimson stem borer's body as it struggled with all its might, causing the infernal river ghost monarch's body to sway along with it. Right at this moment, 3 black saber projections around the size of wooden doors flashed through the air before crashing viciously into the crimson stem borer's body. Splat, crimson light erupted, and the crimson stem borer's body was instantly sliced into several pieces as blood splattered in all directions. It was none other than the other 3 ghost monarchs, each holding a large saber with a ghost head in their hands. The saber projections were formed by the 3 of them wielding their weapons at the same time. Although the crimson stem borer was a late-stage Jin Dan existence, it was unable to exert much of its strength in this infernal prison. Under the joint attack of the 12 infernal river ghost monarchs, they were killed one after another. In less than the time it took for half an incense stick to burn, the 5 giant crimson stem borers were all killed. In the depths of the infernal prison, Lu Ming's face was pale. His magic power had been greatly depleted by the continuous use of large-scale magic techniques. Although he had immediately taken a lot of magic power restoring pills, he still felt a little overwhelmed in a short period of time. Lu Ming panted a few times before waving his hand to cast a few incantation gestures. The bodies of the 12 ghost monarchs lit up with yellow light before quickly shrinking into 12 yellow beads of infernal river beads that flew back into his hand. Lu Ming's expression relaxed, and just as he was about to deactivate the nether prison space, an azure light flashed in the nether prison, and the phantom of an azure bull flew out. It was Che Huan's totem. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and a hint of surprise appeared on his face. He was in a hurry to come to the rescue just now, and didn't have time to recall this Che Huan. It actually found its way here and also fled into the nether prison. However, the phantom of the azure bull seemed to be much more solid, and was no longer a hazy phantom. Che Huan's gaze fell on the 5 blood-colored stem borers' corpses in the nether prison space, and he let out an excited roar. He opened his mouth to spit out a cloud of azure light, which wrapped around one of the corpses, and swallowed it in large mouthfuls. Lu Ming raised an eyebrow, and he continued to let Che Huan eat on his own. With a wave of his hand, the nether prison space suddenly disintegrated, and he returned to the outside world with Che Huan's phantom. As soon as he saw the situation around him, his expression relaxed. Not only was the Grand Sandfall Formation safe and sound, but it was also emitting an even brighter light than before. From the huge golden pillar of light that soared into the sky, rays of yellow light as thick as an arm shot out into the surrounding sandstorm. The black sandstorm was several times more violent than before, and the sandstorm swept in all directions like raging waves. However, the scale of the black sandstorm around the Grand Sandfall Formation was not as large. The sea of red flames on the periphery was still there, and although it had shrunk by more than half under the attacks of countless stem borers, it was still able to keep the low-grade stem borers at bay. The fierce battle around the Grand Sandfall Formation continued. Of the dozen or so blood-colored stem borers that broke through the sea of fire, 3 were killed by Lu Ming first, and then 5 were trapped and killed by the nether prison space. However, the 2 stem borers suppressed in the Grand Sandfall Formation had also broken free, and at this moment, there were still 5 blood-colored stem borers around the Grand Sandfall Formation. The red-haired brawny man and a white-robed middle-aged Jin Dan cultivator stood in front of the Grand Sandfall Formation. The 2 of them were already riddled with wounds, but they were still able to just barely keep the 3 crimson stem borers at bay. There were only 8 or 9 crystallization period cultivators left. At this moment, they finally mustered up some courage and gathered together again. There were 5 array masters among them. After calming down, the temporary enchantment was quite exquisite, barely resisting the remaining 2 blood-colored stem borers. However, these people were all injured, and their expressions were extremely dispirited. Lu. Upon seeing Lu Ming's figure, the red-haired man and the others were overjoyed. Lu Ming was expressionless. With a wave of his hand, the bitter will sword turned into a sword light and slashed toward a blood-colored stem borer that was fighting with the crystal-level cultivators. However, this sword light was only 60 to 70 feet long. He was startled, and then a bitter smile appeared on his face. At this moment, the FA in his body was almost depleted, and the power of the Imperial Sword technique was only this much. Just as he was about to take out some FA recovery pills to consume, a sharp chi suddenly shot toward him from behind. Lu Ming's expression changed, and he stomped heavily on the ground, dodging to the side. Pucci, his figure flashed, and he appeared hundreds of feet away. There was a bloody wound on his shoulder, and blood was flowing out. His spirit sea was empty now, and without the support of FA, his speed was astonishingly slow. Lu Ming turned around, and he didn't know when a black stem borer had appeared behind him. It looked like a praying mantis, and its slender eyes flickered with a cold light. It had a pair of scythe-like front claws. It was this thing that attacked Lu Ming just now. This black stem borer was not large, but it was impressively a Jindan stem borer, and he didn't know when it had broken through the sea of fire. Lu Ming's heart trembled. The black stem borer let out a sharp screech, and its body turned into a streak of black light as it flew toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's expression changed, and he abruptly slapped the soul cultivating pouch at his waist. A silver scorpion about 10 feet in size appeared in front of him, and it was none other than the scorpion. A silver light flashed, and the scorpion's claws bounced off the ground, and its body flew out to collide with the black stem borer. A dull thud sounded in the air, and the two of them bounced off each other. The scorpion landed beside Lu Ming, and there was a gash several feet long on its bright silver armor, from which blood was flowing. A deep hole had appeared on the black stem borer's lower abdomen, and a strange black color quickly spread around it. The black stem borer let out a pained roar, and it was about to move. Azure light flashed, and an azure cow projection that was several tens of feet in size appeared in the air above the stem borer in a wraith-like manner. A powerful azure cow hoof descended from the sky, crushing down viciously onto the stem borer's body. Che Huan had devoured all of the blood-colored stem borers he had killed in the infernal prison, and he was now flying over. The black stem borer's carapace began to melt under the azure light, and it was instantly stomped to the ground without any resistance. A series of cracking sounds rang out, and the black stem borer let out a wail of anguish. Without the protection of its carapace, its body was almost snapped in half, and blood sprayed everywhere. The other ox hoof stomped down on the stem borer's head, and the wail of anguish came to an abrupt end. Che Huan, Lu Ming was overjoyed to see this. He first summoned the Che Huan totem, but due to the consumption of spiritual power, he only summoned a phantom. But at this moment, after devouring a large number of high-rank stem borers, the Che Huan phantom actually became semi-solid on its own, faintly exuding a powerful aura no less than that of a celestial state cultivator. Ah! A scream came from the side. Another Jindan state centipede stem borer flew in through the sea of fire. A crystallization period cultivator's body was directly pierced by the dense wind blades of this centipede stem borer. These 8 crystallization period cultivators were originally trying their best to resist, but the addition of another Jindan stem borer completely destroyed their defense. Another blood-colored stem borer that was blocked took the opportunity to bypass these crystallization period cultivators and pounced toward the falling sand grate formation. Lu Ming's face changed, and he wanted to control the Che Huan green cow to chase after it. However, right at this moment, the semi-corporeal Che Huan opened its mouth to expel a burst of azure light, which enveloped the black stem borer beneath its feet. The black stem borer transformed into gusts of black chi within the azure light before being swallowed by the Che Huan azure bull. At this moment, a green light lit up on Lu Ming's shoulder, and a warm spiritual power surged out of the Che Huan pattern into his body and quickly flowed into the spiritual sea. The magic power in his spirit sea that had already dried up was actually replenished at lightning speed. This is... Lu Ming was taken aback. The Che Huan green cow also swallowed the last wisp of black gas of the black stem borer. The green light of the Che Huan pattern on its shoulder flickered and quickly dissipated. The spiritual power surging also disappeared instantly. Lu Ming was stunned. At this moment, although the spiritual power in his body hadn't fully recovered, it had recovered 50% to 60%. Although he didn't know why this happened, the situation was critical now. He didn't have time to think about it. His body moved, turning into a blurred black shadow, flying forward. Although Lu Ming's movement was fast, there was still a distance between him and the blood-colored stem borer that bypassed the crystallization period cultivator. He was obviously a little late. The crimson stem borer had already arrived in front of the sand fall formation, and it opened its mouth to blast a pillar of crimson light into one of the subformations around the sand fall formation. At this moment, above the huge light beam of the falling sand grate formation, a burly figure flew out. It was Xianxia, the celestial state cultivator. "Evil creature, give me your life!" Xianxia shouted angrily. A giant lion phantasm of hundreds of meters tall rose behind him, then a yellow lion paw the size of a pavilion flew out from his body and blocked in front of the bloody light beam. A muffled bang, the yellow lion paw trembled slightly and shattered the bloody light beam. Then Xianxia waved his arm, and the giant lion phantasm behind him roared wildly. The yellow lion paw turned into a fist and punched directly at the head of the blood-colored stem borer. A bloody light appeared, and the head of the blood-colored stem borer was directly smashed into pieces. A black shadow flashed, and Lu Ming appeared next to Xianxia. "Senior Xianxia, fortunately you came in time." Lu Ming breathed a sigh of relief. When the red-haired brawny man and others saw the appearance of Xianxia, they were also overjoyed. "The falling sand grate formation is about to be fully activated, just hold on for a while." Lion Roar gave a loud shout and nodded to Lu Ming. With a wave of his hand, the black jade bottle appeared once again. With a wave of heat, a large amount of crimson flame was spewed out from the bottle again, merging into the surrounding sea of fire. The sea of crimson flames suddenly lit up, and the shrinking of the stem borer army immediately stopped. A series of strange crimson cries rang out from the originally restless stem borer army, but they were finally kept out of the wall of fire. After doing all this, a dazzling white light suddenly flashed in Xianxia's hand, and a pure white dagger appeared, emitting astonishing spirit chi fluctuations. The white dagger trembled, and expanded several times in size. In a flash, it slashed toward the blood-colored stem borer that the red-haired man and the others were in. Lu Ming's figure flashed, and he shot forward, pouncing toward the centipede stem borer that had just appeared. The Cheyenne azure ox also turned into a streak of azure light, and a wave of azure light swept toward the centipede stem borer with incomparable speed. The centipede stem borer was enveloped by the azure light, and its carapace collapsed, and its body suddenly became sluggish. A figure flashed, and Lu Ming appeared in front of the centipede stem borer. He let out a low roar, and the sound of his joints cracking rang out as he punched the centipede stem borer's head with black chi revolving around his fist. A tremendous force struck the centipede stem borer's body, and the clear sound of bones breaking rang out. Lu Ming's fist punched a large hole in the stem borer's flat head, and white brain matter splattered everywhere. Its massive body was sent flying for hundreds of feet before landing heavily on the ground, and after struggling a few times, it lay motionless. Lu Ming took Cheyenne with him, and he pounced toward another blood-colored stem borer. The Cheyenne totem was the bane of stem borers, and with the power displayed by Lu Ming, the blood-colored stem borer was killed in a few blows, and the Cheyenne azure ox swallowed it. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xianxia had also easily killed the other two blood-colored stem borers that were battling the red-haired man and the red-haired man. The stem borers that passed through the sea of fire had been killed by Lu Ming and others so far. With the full blessing of the black jade bottle in Xianxia's hand, the sea of purgatory fire once again spread outward, blocking the stem borers outside so that they did not dare to pass easily. The red-haired brawny man and others were relieved, and they all showed an expression as if they had been reborn after a disaster. The group of people who entered this place, including Xianxia, had nearly 20 people. At the moment, less than half of them were still alive. Among them, there was only one crystallization period disciple of Sky Beast Kin Valley. Lu Ming secretly made a gesture. Che Huan Qingyao seemed to be quite unwilling to groan. Its body suddenly disintegrated into a clear shadow and disappeared into his left shoulder. Everyone has worked hard. Thanks to your desperate help, the great array has not been broken. Now we just need to wait quietly for the other great arrays to be launched. After returning to the earth-piercing mountain, I will report the truth to the Alliance and reward you according to your contributions. Xianxia glanced at the crowd and said so. The red-haired brawny man and the man in white clothes didn't show much joy when they heard the words. More than half of the disciples they brought were injured or killed. How could they be happy? Shi turned his head to look at Lu Ming on the side. His expression relaxed, and he was about to say something. Right at this moment, a deafening rumbling sound resounded. Everyone was shocked and turned their heads to look. Within the huge pillar of light that shot out from the great sand fall formation, there was a loud noise that sounded like muffled thunder, as if something had exploded inside. As the sound became more and more frequent, the huge yellow light beam more than doubled in thickness, constantly shooting out a series of earthy yellow rays to the surrounding. At this moment, if you looked down from the sky of the southern wilderness Great Desert, you could clearly see a spectacular scene. In the four directions of the desert, where the black sandstorm was wreaking havoc, there were four huge golden light pillars that rose into the sky, resonating with each other. Streams of yellow light darted out of the light pillars and quickly wove together according to a certain pattern, forming a sky-covering yellow net, which almost covered half of the sky of the southern wasteland desert. As more and more yellow rays of light shot out from the huge light beam, the yellow net above the entire southern wasteland desert became denser and denser. When Lu Ming saw the scene in front of him, he was secretly shocked. However, in the next moment, his expression suddenly changed. He did not know why, but his body suddenly felt buoyant, and his whole body suddenly floated up. It was the same for the others present. It was as if the gravity of the sand had suddenly reversed, pushing people and sand into the sky. The great sand fall formation is starting to take effect. Everyone, move closer and be careful of the surrounding sandstorm. Don't get sucked into it. Lion's Roar shouted at the crowd. Hearing this, everyone activated various talismans and secret techniques to resist the huge gravitational pull and gathered toward the Lion's Roar. Rumble, the desert that was covered by the huge net seemed to have been turned upside down. The void was filled with barren sand, and the originally violent black sandstorm instantly became more than 10 times stronger. The air currents in the desert surged in reverse, forming a series of incomparably thick black tornadoes that swept through all directions. Everything on the ground was swept up by the tornadoes, and even a layer of the ground had been scraped away. All over the southern wasteland desert, countless low-grade stem borers were swept up by the omnipresent tornadoes, and they instantly fell silent. A series of black tornadoes had also appeared around Lu Ming and the others. Thankfully, everyone had gathered together in advance, and with the protection of Lion's Roar's yellow barrier, they were not affected too much. However, in the face of the power of heaven and earth, the surrounding low-grade stem borers were completely powerless before being swept up. In the face of this peculiar environment, the high-grade stem borers were clearly unable to contend with it, and all of them let loose cries of horror and panic. They could no longer pay attention to Lu Ming and the others, and they all turned around to flee in all directions as streaks of light. Looks like the other three places have been quite successful. The super sand fall formation has finally been completely activated. There's nothing left for us to do now, so let's go. Lion's Roar turned to Lu Ming and the others with an elated expression as he pointed a finger at the black jade vial in front of him. The surrounding sea of crimson flames abruptly shuddered before dissipating into countless crimson grains of sand again, all of which were drawn back into the black jade vial. After stowing away the jade vial, Lion's Roar began to chant something before abruptly waving a hand through the air. An earthy yellow formation halo that was several tens of feet in radius appeared in a flash, enshrouding everyone present. The yellow light swayed for a while, and the figures of Lu Ming and others flashed and disappeared without a trace. At the same time, near a certain barren valley, gale force winds were howling in the surrounding area, making it impossible to see anything. The vast expanse of sand in the air was like sharp blades that had sliced through the entire valley, and groups of low-grade stem borers would be swept up from time to time amid whimpers and wails. Near the massive golden pillar of light, two massive figures, one golden and one black, were clashing violently, and the aftermath of their battle easily blasted a series of massive craters into the nearby ground. The terrifying giant tornadoes around them had no effect on the two figures at all. In the golden light, the old ancestor of the golden savage tribe had a gloomy expression. The subordinates she brought with her had all been wiped out. Many of them were the backbone of the golden savage tribe, which made her extremely depressed. Fortunately, the super sand falling formation was successfully launched. In the opposite black light, there was a huge half-human half-insect figure. The spiritual pressure it exuded was not inferior to that of the old ancestor of the Golden Savage tribe. It was a high-grade celestial state stemborer. The old ancestor of the Golden Savage tribe snorted coldly. After the two huge phantoms collided, she rubbed her hands together, and a gray electric light appeared out of thin air in front of her. The gray electric light blurred and instantly expanded more than 100 times, turning into a huge gray saber light that was 100 meters in size with gray electric arcs flowing on it. The old ancestor of the Golden Savage tribe flicked his finger, and the huge sword light slashed toward the celestial phenomenon stemborer opposite. Bang! It burst into countless dazzling sword light, blocking in front of the celestial phenomenon stemborer. The old woman waved her hand and put away the phantoms behind her. She spat out a red ray of light that wrapped around her body and flew away into the distance. After a blur, she disappeared into the vast sandstorm. Tens of thousands of miles away from the desolate valley where the old ancestor of the Golden Savage tribe was located, a green wind dragon was shuttling through the black sandstorm. Within the cyan wind dragon, several figures could be vaguely seen. They were none other than Elder Xianxia and 4 or 5 cultivators from the other sections. Their clothes were tattered and their faces were pale, as if they had suffered a great deal of damage. At the same time, in another area of the southern wasteland desert that was filled with black sandstorms, a ball of dazzling yellow light was flying forward at an unimaginably fast speed. In a flash, it was already several thousand feet away. There was no figure in the yellow light, only a faint yellow will could be seen. Half a day later, a white-boned flying boat blasted out of the black sandstorm in the southern desolate desert. In the flying boat, it was Xianxia, Lu Ming, and the others. With a flash of white light, the flying boat stopped outside the sandstorm. The group of people looked back, and they saw that the southern desolate desert behind them was completely boiling. Countless black tornadoes were dancing wildly like huge tentacles. The entire desert was shrouded in an endless black sand cloud. It was impossible to distinguish the sky and the earth. Lu Ming's eyes flickered for a while. With such a powerful sandstorm, even if the crystallization period cultivator was trapped in it, he might not be able to escape at all. If there were no special means, the low-rank stemborers in the desert should have been wiped out. It's a worthwhile trip, let's go. Xianxia sighed and waved his hand to cast a spell. The white-bone boat turned into a stream of light and flew toward Mount Chedi. Half an hour later, on the platform where the main hall of Xianxia was located, a white-bone boat came from a distance and slowly landed. Outside the main hall of Xianxia, a gray-robed middle-aged man in Xianxia's sect uniform was standing in the square with a dozen cultivators. When they saw the white light flying over, they hurriedly greeted it. "Senior Xianxia, you've worked hard." The gray-robed middle-aged man respectfully saluted Xianxia. Xianxia nodded faintly, waved his hand, and put away the flying boat. Lu Ming and the others also stood in the air. Patriarch Feng and the other seniors have returned. They are now in the main hall. The gray-robed middle-aged man made a gesture of invitation. They're all back. They moved fast. Xianxia's eyes flashed, and he waved his hand to signal the gray-robed middle-aged man to lead the way. Lu Ming and the others silently followed behind. At this time, the main hall of Xianxia was a bit deserted. In addition to the celestial phenomenon Elder Feng and the Golden Barbarian tribe's ancestor, there were only a few other Jin Dan cultivators sitting on both sides. "Fellow Taoist Xianxia, you're finally back." As soon as Xianxia entered the hall, the middle-aged man surnamed Feng immediately stood up. The Golden Barbarian ancestor also stood up. When he saw the people behind Xianxia, especially Lu Ming's figure, his eyes slightly sank. "Fellow Taoist Feng, fellow Taoist Golden Barbarian. Why don't I see fellow Taoist Yao of the Sand Transformation sect?" Xianxia cupped his fists toward the two and asked. Fellow Taoist Yao was attacked by 2 celestial phenomenon stemborers in the southern desolate desert. He is now seriously injured and his body has been destroyed. He is now recuperating. The team led by fellow Taoist Golden Barbarian and I were also seriously injured. However, the team led by fellow Taoist Xianxia had the most survivors. Fortunately, the Super Sandfall formation was finally completed, temporarily defeating more than half of the stemborer army. According to this situation, if the other party wants to organize another attack of this scale, I'm afraid it will take at least a few months. Elder Feng sighed. There is such a thing, but then again, it was indeed very dangerous this time. It's all thanks to fellow Daoist Lu that I was able to activate the formation so smoothly, Shirho said with a frown. The old ancestor of the Golden Savage tribe couldn't help feeling a little resentful. Although she did not fail to fulfill her mission and successfully activated the formation in the end, the dozen or so people she brought with her had all died in the vast desert except for herself. Senior Lion's roar is overpraising me. I've only contributed my meager strength. Since the southern wilderness crisis has been temporarily resolved, I still have important things to do, so I will return to Taiching Gate first. After a few polite words, Lu Ming said goodbye. He didn't belong to the southern wilderness. This time, he joined the previous operation because of some benefits promised by the celestial phenomenon cultivators. He didn't intend to stay for a long time. Moreover, the power of the Stemborer tribe invasion was far beyond his imagination. The battle was even more dangerous. Even the celestial phenomenon cultivator of the sand transformation sect fell to the point where his body was destroyed. Even if he had some strength, he didn't think he could really do anything to turn the tide. Mister, please wait. You also know that although the Stemborer tribe army is temporarily defeated, we have also suffered heavy losses. Now is a time of need. Can Luke consider staying for a while? I, Feng, can make the decision to double the reward that I promised you before. Elder Feng hurriedly urged him to stay. Lion Roar, who had seen Lu Ming's means with his own eyes, naturally nodded. On the other side, the old ancestor of the Golden Savage tribe was expressionless and silent. Junior does have a reason to return to the sect, please forgive me. As for the reward, now that the southern wilderness is in chaos, it is better to leave it for the alliance. After Lu Ming got up and bowed to everyone, he still didn't intend to stay. After this fierce battle, even if these rewards were precious, they had become a hot potato in Lu Ming's eyes. Compared with them, his own life was still more important. He had already done his best by doing this. Since Lu has made up his mind, then we will no longer insist on keeping you. However, don't be in a hurry to leave, come with me first. Although our sect can't be compared with the four ancient sects, we won't go back on our promise. Since it's like this, then Lu Ming will respectfully accept. This time, Lu Ming only thought for a moment before finally nodding his head in agreement. In fact, he vaguely understood that if Elder Feng and the others did not distribute the rewards now to stabilize the morale of the army, once the news spread, the alliance in Che-Di Mountain would collapse on its own before the next invasion of the Borer tribe. After the simple hall meeting, Lu Ming followed Elder Feng and another deacon elder into the Che-Di Mountain sect's treasure pavilion. To Lu Ming's surprise, although this Che-Di sect couldn't be compared with the ancient sects like Taiching Gate, its treasure pavilion was still rich in treasures. Not to mention the cave, there were countless rare treasures, which made him very tempted. However, when Elder Feng tried to persuade Lu Ming to stay again, he was flatly refused by Lu Ming. Seeing that Lu Ming had made up his mind, he didn't say anything more. After receiving the promised rewards, Lu Ming bid farewell to Elder Feng, left the Che-Di sect, and set out on the journey back to Taiching Gate alone. Outside of Che-Di Mountain, Lu Ming stood on the Daiyue flying vessel with his blue robes fluttering in the wind, a hint of contemplation on his face. Thinking back to the day when he entered the evil spirit realm, it had been over 100 years since he left Taiching Gate. He wondered what the current situation of Taiching Gate was like. As soon as Lu Ming thought of this, familiar faces flashed across his mind. I don't know how Jiao Lan, who had an engagement, is now. Has she broken through to the real pellet state? As one of Master Yin Jioling's 2 direct disciples, I haven't heard from her for over 100 years since I entered the evil spirit realm. I wonder if she still remembers me? And eldest senior sister Xiaowu, after the decisive battle in the evil spirit realm, has she safely returned to the Thousand Spirit Mountain range? What was the final situation in the evil spirit realm? Thousands of strands of thoughts appeared in Lu Ming's mind. He let out a long sigh, then he urged the flying boat to gallop toward the Taiching sect. A month later, over a large mortal city, a white light flashed past. It was Lu Ming who was rushing here. However, the city that used to be bustling with activity was now in ruins. Everywhere was a mess. Regardless of whether it was the inns, shops, and other bustling places, or the government palaces, all of them were in shambles, broken walls, and ruins. In the streets and squares, human corpses could be seen everywhere. It was a horrible sight. It seemed that the information collected by the southern wilderness was correct. These stem borers not only targeted cultivators but also ordinary mortals. Speaking of which, Lu Ming had encountered stem borers attacking human cultivators or mortals several times. Wherever the stem borers passed, it could be said that people were plunged into misery and suffering. Whether it was the cultivation sect or the mortal kingdoms, they were all spared. This was a disaster that all creatures in the Middle Sky continent could not avoid. Lu Ming judged that this large-scale invasion of the stem borers was by no means accidental. It didn't just happen in the southern wilderness, but it had spread to other places in the Middle Sky continent. He scanned the entire city with divine thought. After confirming that there was no vitality here, he shook his head slightly, made a gesture, and flew away on the flying boat. Due to the invasion of the stem borers, many teleportation arrays along the way were destroyed, and only a small part could still be used. 2 months later, under an inconspicuous lake bottom, in the dense coral group, Lu Ming was searching for something. He spent a lot of money to find a secret teleportation array. As long as he used this teleportation array, he could return to the area near Thousand Spirit Mountain. It would only take a few days to rush back to the Taiching Gate. Although the number of stem borers had decreased a lot after leaving the southern wilderness, a large group of stem borers suddenly appeared on the way back. If he took a detour, it would take at least a few months, or at most a year to return to the sect. In this case, he didn't want to wait any longer. So he spent a lot of spirit stones to exchange for the secret teleportation array and the materials needed for teleportation in a black market in this area. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Lu Ming discovered an incomparably dim teleportation formation under a huge sparkling and translucent clam. He touched his chest, took out a light green crystal stone, and slowly placed it in the groove in the center of the array. With a pu sound, the spirit patterns spread and lit up like spirit snakes. Then, a large area of light blue light quickly flashed from the spirit patterns on the formation. The water at the bottom of the lake rippled, and even the nearby corals swayed back and forth, then the lake water flowed back and forth. Lu Ming only felt that the array under his feet trembled violently, and his vision suddenly blurred. When he woke up, he was lying in a dark cave, surrounded by a large piece of collapsed rubble. He couldn't see where the exit was at all. Lu Ming carefully released divine thought and scanned around. He confirmed that he was in the belly of a mountain, and there was a lot of spiritual power fluctuations about 10 miles away from this mountain. These spiritual power fluctuations couldn't be more familiar, it was a group of stem borers. But soon he breathed a sigh of relief because although there were a large number of stem borers, the leader was only 2 stem borers at the early stage of Jindan. After ascertaining that there were no stem borers of a higher grade nearby, Lu Ming let loose a low roar, and the black mist around his body transformed into a series of black tentacles that repelled the nearby rubble. Boom, the entire mountain instantly turned into nothingness. A large amount of rubble flew in the sky, and a figure flashed out. Sure enough, as soon as Lu Ming appeared, a vast swarm of black stem borers surged toward him. There were about a dozen of them in a densely packed formation. At this point, he had no time to waste on these low-grade stem borers. Purple sword chi flashed through his hand, and he unleashed his sword chi manifestation technique to kill all of the stem borers. He then activated his Che Huan totem to conceal his aura before flying into the mountain range. With his current cultivation base, it was a simple task for him to conceal himself from these low-grade stem borers. After flying for tens of thousands of kilometers, the stem borers he encountered became more and more frequent. Initially, he was able to rely on Che Huan's concealment abilities and some secret techniques to easily conceal himself. However, after flying for hundreds of thousands of kilometers, he discovered that there were even more stem borers blocking his way. With no other choice, he could only take a detour. 2 days later, Lu Ming was flying at a low altitude with azure light shimmering around his body. At this moment, his brows were tightly furrowed, and his expression was unsettled. There were far too many stem borers along the way. Could it be that something had happened at the Taiching Gate? Lu Ming couldn't help but be bewildered. Just as he was about to fly over a small mountain, he suddenly discovered that the other side of the mountain was filled with battle cries. Lu Ming faltered upon hearing this, and he hurriedly released his spiritual sense to find several dozen Tai Ching Gate disciples surrounded by an astonishing number of stem borers. There were only 30 of these disciples, and they were led by a burly young man in a yellow robe. From his attire, it appeared that he was an elder of the Golden Summit, and his cultivation base should be at the Jin Dan stage. There were several dozen Golden Summit disciples beside him, but they were only at the crystal level. There were close to 1,000 stem borers, and they were a mixture of black and yellow. The yellow stem borers were on the outside, and the black stem borers were in the center, surrounding the Golden Summit disciples. In front of the Golden Peak disciples, who were mainly physique cultivators, these stem borers with cultivations ranging from the condensation period to the crystallization period didn't gain any advantage, but the leading gray real pellet state stem borer had firmly entangled the burly young man. The overall situation was very dangerous. This Jin Dan state stem borer looked like a giant dragonfly with a length of 40 meters. Its long tail wrapped around the waist and arm of the burly young man several times. Many of the sharp thorns on its tail had penetrated into the skin of the burly young man, causing blood to flow. At the same time, gray wind blades were being sprayed out from its mouth. The wind blades were aimed at the burly young man. Fortunately, the burly young man's body was covered in a faint golden light. Obviously, his attainments in body cultivation were not shallow, so he was not directly cut into two from the waist. Moreover, one of his arms could still move freely, and it turned into a golden fist shadow, shattering all of the gray wind blades that were shot at him. However, due to the restriction of movement, under the constant collision of the surrounding black stem borers, his body was soon covered with scars. Obviously, his injury was not light. F***ck off. The young man suddenly let out a furious roar. Cracking sounds of his joints could be heard, and the blue veins on his entire body bulged. His body suddenly grew close to 10 feet. His arms became blurred, and a few dense fist shadows suddenly landed on the dragonfly's tail, trying to forcefully smash it into pieces. Boom boom, the carapace on the tail of the dragonfly was shattered, and fist marks appeared one after another. The dragonfly stem borer didn't mean to let go. Instead, it twisted its long tail a bit tighter. At the same time, it hissed and sprayed more gray wind blades. The two were in a stalemate for a while. At the same time, more than half of the dozens of crystallization period disciples were injured under the overwhelming attack of the stem borers. Although they weren't defeated immediately, it was difficult for them to break out of the encirclement. A few disciples who weren't physique cultivators also desperately activated their spiritual weapons to release various kinds of light to defend. However, these spiritual weapons had little effect on the stem borers whose carapace was solid and could absorb spiritual energy. Even if they barely killed some low-level stem borers, it didn't have much impact on the overall battle. Just as Lu Ming was watching the battle, a crystallization period disciple who wasn't a physique cultivator was pounced on by several stem borers and was instantly bitten into pieces. Seeing that these Tai Ching Gate disciples were in a bad situation, Lu Ming naturally couldn't just stand by and watch. He immediately patted the octopus on his chest with a gloomy face. Poof, a pair of silver wings instantly grew out from his back. A silver light flashed. A black shadow pierced into the swarm like a ghost, and after a few blurs, it appeared behind the burly young man who was fighting with the dragonflies and stem borers like a ghost. A fierce fist wind followed closely behind. A deafening tiger roar rang out, and a tiger head projection that was around 10 feet in size rushed forth before pouncing toward the gray dragonfly stem borer's head. Boom! Because Lu Ming's speed was too fast, and the gray dragonfly giant insect could not move freely because it tightly entangled the burly young man, its head burst open under the strong fist wind, turning into a mass of flesh and blood. The tail that was originally tightly wrapped around the burly young man's waist suddenly loosened. "Thank you." Seeing this, the burly young man was overjoyed. After hurriedly thanking him, he threw away the lower half of the giant insect's body. His figure flickered, turning into a phantasm that rushed into the insect swarm. The young man did not care about his own injuries and still wanted to save his fellow disciples. This made Lu Ming admire him from the bottom of his heart. With a flap of his silver wings, he also turned into a streak of silver light and followed closely behind. Due to the fact that the leader of the Jin Dan state stem borers had been instantly killed by Lu Ming, the swarm of stem borers had become a little chaotic due to the lack of a leader, and strange cries could be heard all around. Two figures, one yellow and one silver, were traversing through the Stemborer race swarm as if there was no one there, unleashing a barrage of howling fist winds and palm projections, as well as a series of blood-curdling cries and explosions. Lu Ming and the Jean Dan final stage gold tier physique cultivator joined forces and killed the low-grade Stemborers with their powerful bodies at lightning speed. The situation on the battlefield was suddenly reversed once again. Seeing the burly young man break free and have powerful reinforcements, the crystal-level disciples with lower cultivation levels were also reinvigorated, and they also began to circulate their Li wildly. Fist shadows danced through the sky among the swarm of Stemborers, only to be met with a series of miserable cries. When Lu Ming finally unleashed the Tiger Dragon Hell prison impatiently, the 6 mist dragons and 6 black tigers swept through the swarm of Stemborers, and the swarm of Stemborers finally dispersed and fled in all directions. Seeing this, Lu Ming didn't continue to chase after them, and he immediately withdrew his cultivation method. From the moment he joined the battle to the moment he defeated the Stemborers, it had only been a dozen or so breaths of time. There were even a few disciples with lower cultivation levels who hadn't fully grasped the situation before the battle was over. You're Lu Ming's younger brother Lu? The burly young man looked at the carcasses of the Stemborers around him and heaved a long sigh of relief. He then turned to look at Lu Ming, and his face was full of surprise as if he had suddenly thought of something. It's me, senior fellow apprentice is a disciple of the Golden Summit, right? Lu Ming didn't feel surprised at all, and he replied with a smile. Sure enough, your younger brother Lu. I'm Duan Meng of the Golden Summit. I have met younger brother Lu several times before, but I'm afraid junior fellow apprentice won't remember me. The burly young man was also quite straightforward, and he laughed. As soon as this remark came out, the dozens of inner disciples of the Golden Summit surrounding the two showed a surprised look, and there was a commotion for a while. It turns out to be senior fellow apprentice Lu Ming. Didn't they say that senior fellow apprentice Lu has been missing in the evil ghost way for a long time? He shouldn't be missing, but he went out to perform a special mission for the sect. I heard that senior fellow apprentice Lu's cultivation is superb. Seeing him today, he is really extraordinary. He is a disciple who transferred from the outer door to the inner door, and he passed the 36th floor of the Void Spirit Tower alone with the cultivation of the condensation period later stage. He is also the first person in the Upper Realms Elysium meeting. These disciples took advantage of the excitement of surviving a disaster to discuss in a low voice. Their eyes looking at Lu Ming were full of awe. Don't worry about younger brother Lu. Most of them are disciples who just entered the inner door in recent years. For a legendary figure like younger brother Lu, it can be said that he has long been famous. Duan Meng coughed lightly and said to Lu Ming awkwardly. Senior fellow apprentice Duan has overpraised me. I have left the sect for quite a few years this time, and I can only return now. I don't know what happened in the sect. I came all the way from the southern wilderness, and I encountered a lot of insect swarms in the nearby area. After Lu Ming laughed, he changed the topic and asked. Speaking of this, it's a long story. These strange insects often appear here. Now many junior fellow apprentices are already injured. Let's talk while walking. Duan Meng frowned slightly when he heard the words. Lu Ming naturally wouldn't object. Then Duan Meng ordered the surrounding Golden Peak disciples. He made a gesture, and a large white cloud appeared out of thin air, lifting everyone up and flying toward the entrance of the Thousand Spirit Mountain range. Above the white cloud, Lu Ming listened to the burly young man's words with a dignified expression. About half a year ago, in several areas near our Thousand Spirit Mountain range, some space cracks appeared without warning. Then, some low-rank Stemborers kept pouring out of the channel like a tide. Although these Stemborers are large in number, they are very easy to kill due to their low strength. The sect sent a few batches of disciples and almost eliminated them. It's just that these Stemborers temporarily shifted the battlefield to attack some mortal areas, and some went into hiding. Sure enough, what the other party described was exactly the same as what he heard in the southern wilderness at that time, but the location was changed from the southern wilderness desert to around the Thousand Spirit Mountain range. Lu Ming combined the situation he saw along the way, and after thinking about it for a while, he couldn't help but be shocked. Such a large-scale alien invasion was really rare in the history of the Middle Sky continent, and it was not something that could be easily done by the alien races in the general world. Moreover, the Taiching Gate in the middle of the Middle Sky continent was also besieged by stem borers. I am afraid that the war in other places is even more intense. The invasion of the Stemborer clan this time probably involves the entire Middle Sky continent. I came from the southern wilderness this time, and there are also a lot of stem borers in that area. I don't know what countermeasures the sect has for this. Are we going to let these stem borers wander around the Thousand Spirit Mountain? Lu Ming asked solemnly. At first, although the sect also posted the low-rank stem borers on the Xian list and summoned a large number of disciples to kill them, it still didn't attract much attention from the upper echelons. Now more stem borers have appeared, and we have missed the best time to kill them. A few months after the space rift appeared, a large number of high-rank stem borers appeared, especially the celestial state stem borer giant stem borers. The casualties of the disciples sent out by the sect continued to increase. This matter attracted the attention of the elders, but it was too late. When we thoroughly investigated the army of the Stemborer clan, we found that the number had reached millions, and reinforcements and other high-rank stemborers were constantly pouring out of the space rift. Speaking of this, Duan Meng's face suddenly became gloomy. Celestial state stemborers appeared, didn't the sect send elders to kill them? Lu Ming asked with a frown. Younger brother Lu doesn't know. When the sect found that something was wrong, they immediately took emergency measures. It is said that even the Grand Elder Feng Qing personally took action. At first, they killed a lot of high-rank stem borers, but when the Grand Elder wanted to use mystic arts to seal the space tunnel, he was scared away by the breath of the same level coming out of the tunnel. In desperation, after some discussion, the sect leader and the elders temporarily activated the mountain guarding formation and issued a summon order to recall all the disciples outside. This time, I was ordered to personally pick up a group of returning disciples, but as soon as I left the sect, I was encountered by this group of stem borers. I was almost wiped out. Fortunately, younger brother Lu helped in time. Speaking of this, Duan Meng cupped his fist toward Lu Ming and thanked him gratefully. Senior fellow apprentice, you and I are from the same sect, it's my duty to help. Lu Ming smiled. Now the sect is in need of talents. If younger brother Lu can return to the sect at this time, I believe he will definitely shine in the war. Duan Meng smiled. Lu Ming could only nod when he heard this. A few days later, at the edge of the Thousand Spirit Mountain range, Lu Ming and his group flew past. Lu Ming only felt that the nearby air fluctuated, and the scenery in front of him suddenly changed. There was a golden light in front of him. Through the golden light, he could see many familiar mountains rising and falling one after another. Under a closer look, it was a huge golden light curtain that shrouded the entire core part of the Thousand Spirit Mountain range. On the surface of the light curtain, huge golden runes were flowing non-stop, exuding a vast aura. Besides that, the numerous peaks were enveloped by various colored rays of light at this moment. Groups of patrolling disciples that wore executive attire frequently flew past the peaks between the mountains, and it seemed as if a grand formation had been activated and was heavily guarded. This was also the first time that Lu Ming had seen such a scene since he entered the Taiching Gate for hundreds of years. It seemed that the invasion of the Moth clan this time was far more serious than expected. At this moment, Duan Meng took off the token on his waist and shook it slightly in his hand. At the same time, he chanted a few incantations. There was a fluctuation in the air, and a hole of 10 meters suddenly appeared on the entire golden light curtain. After a hoo, the white cloud drove by. Everyone rushed in directly. At the next moment, when all the white clouds entered the light curtain, the entire golden light curtain immediately closed. Senior fellow apprentice Lu, I have to rush back to the Golden Peak to report the situation to the master, so I will say goodbye now. I believe we should meet again soon. Duan Meng cupped his fist at Lu Ming and said goodbye with a smile. After Lu Ming said a few polite words, he watched the disciples of the Golden Peak leave. After a while, he turned his head and looked at the familiar mountain in front of him. A trace of emotion flashed in his eyes. He turned into a black light and flew in a certain direction like a meteor. After 15 minutes, Lu Ming hovered in front of Fallen Serene Peak on a black cloud. At this moment, the towering and upright Fallen Serene Peak was surrounded by tumbling black gas. The peak was looming, and a gust of extremely cold and gloomy wind was blowing at them. He hovered in the air for a while. Then, he took off the token from his waist and waved it in front of him. A black light shot out and disappeared into the black gas in front of him. After the black gas tumbled for a while, it parted to the left and right like a curtain, revealing a long and narrow passage. Without saying anything, Lu Ming urged the black cloud under his feet and flew into it. Not long after, he appeared on the platform in front of the main hall at the summit. "Who are you?" "This is the main hall of Fallen Serene Peak. Unauthorized persons are not allowed to enter." A young man with thick eyebrows stood outside the main hall. He looked up and down at Lu Ming. After feeling the unfathomable aura from Lu Ming, he said in surprise. Lu Ming's gaze fell on the young man with thick eyebrows in front of him. This person looked like he was only in his 20s. He was wearing the costume of Fallen Serene Peak, but Lu Ming had never seen him before. He should have entered Fallen Serene Peak during the years when he left. "I'm also a disciple of Fallen Serene Peak. My name is Lu Ming. Is Shademaster on the mountain now?" Lu Ming raised his eyebrows, converged the spiritual pressure on his body, and said with a slight smile. "You said your surname is Lu. Senior Fellow Apprentice Lu? Could it be Senior Fellow Apprentice Lu Ming who entered the evil ghost realm a few decades ago and then disappeared?" The young man with thick eyebrows asked in disbelief. "Is there another person named Lu Ming in Fallen Serene Peak? If there isn't, it should be me." Lu Ming touched his nose and said with a spurious smile. At the same time, he took out a black token. The young man with thick eyebrows still released divine thought to scan the token several times in disbelief. After confirming that it was the token of Fallen Serene Peak's inner disciple, his face suddenly showed great joy and nodded repeatedly. "It really is Senior Fellow Apprentice Lu. The Peak Master is in the main hall. Please wait for a moment, I will go and inform him immediately." After the young man with thick eyebrows bowed to Lu Ming, he walked quickly into the main hall. About 15 minutes later, the young man with thick eyebrows walked out in a hurry. "Congratulations to Senior Fellow Apprentice Lu for returning to Fallen Serene Peak. The Peak Master is already waiting in the main hall. Please." The young man with thick eyebrows cupped his fist, then made a respectful gesture. After listening, Lu Ming nodded. Under the respectful gaze of the young man, he strode into the main hall. After a while, in the quiet main hall, Jiuling in a grey robe was sitting on the main seat in the middle. Looking at Lu Ming who had just stepped into the door, his half-withered face was full of joy. "Disciple Lu Ming greets Master." Lu Ming walked quickly to the front and bowed deeply to Jiuling. Good. It's good that you came back safely. No need to be so polite. I heard from your senior sister Xiaowu that you went missing in the evil ghost realm. Although I didn't talk to others about it, I knew that you would be fine with your strength. Now it seems that it is true." Jiuling looked at Lu Ming up and down, and he couldn't hide the joy between his eyebrows. He said good 3 times in a row. When Lu Ming heard this, his heart couldn't help but warm up. However, it has only been a few decades. I didn't expect you to have cultivated to the Jingdan intermediate stage. It seems that you have had a lot of adventures in these years. Jiuling reached out and pointed to the seat next to him, motioning Lu Ming to sit down first. "Master, when disciple was being hunted in the evil ghost realm." After Lu Ming sat down, he briefly described his experience in the evil ghost realm and the netherworld realm. Of course, he didn't talk about some of the things that involved his own privacy. When Jiuling heard that Lu Ming ended up in the netherworld realm, a deep surprise appeared on his face. Regarding the matter of the Southern Wilderness Puppet Emperor, Lu Ming didn't try to hide it. After all, without the help of outsiders, he couldn't return to the Middle Sky continent so smoothly. After Lu Ming roughly described his encounter, he mentioned the Southern Wilderness Alliance's formation to resist the Stemborer clan army. "I didn't expect that there are so many Stemborer clan in the Southern Wilderness. It seems that this catastrophe is inevitable." Jiuling sighed and said slowly. "On the way back from the Southern Wilderness to the sect, there are traces of the Stemborer clan army wreaking havoc everywhere. Is this Stemborer clan really going to invade our Middle Sky continent?" Lu Ming glanced at Jiuling and said in a deep voice. "It's not that foreign invasions have never happened in the history of our Middle Sky continent, but there is a reason why our 4 ancient sects can stand for countless years. You don't have to worry too much." Yin Jiuling seemed to feel that he was a little too worried, so he said to Lu Ming with a smile. Disciple understands. Lu Ming nodded and said. By the way, where is senior sister Xiaowu now? Has she left the evil ghost realm? What was the result of the battle of the evil ghost realm? Lu Ming suddenly thought of something and asked. The battle of the evil ghost realm did have a lot of changes in the end. It's a long story. Now that the situation is special, let's not talk about it for now. As for Xiaowu, she has returned to the sect safely since the battle of the evil ghost realm. She admires you very much. However, with the recent invasion of the Stembor clan, there are many things to deal with. Xiaowu has been on a mission in the sect, so she hasn't returned yet. Yin Jiuling said faintly. I see. Lu Ming's eyes flickered, but he didn't ask any more questions. The two chatted for a while, and Lu Ming took the opportunity to ask some questions about Jindan realm cultivation. Yin Jiuling had already reached the peak of Jindan realm, and he also cultivated a Yin-type cultivation method. Naturally, he had a lot of experience and explained it to Lu Ming in detail. Lu Ming felt that he had gained a lot, and he had a clearer understanding of the path of cultivation in the future. You have now advanced to Jindan realm. According to the sect's rules, you can now directly apply to become an esoteric disciple of the sect. As far as I know, the sect master of the Tiange sect is currently at the main peak of Taiqing Gate. Why don't you go and pay a visit to the sect master now? Due to the Stemborer clan, the sect master is also very busy, so it won't be easy to find him. Yin Jiuling glanced at Lu Ming and said with a smile. Disciple understands. Lu Ming was startled when he heard the words, then he cupped his fist. If you want to become an esoteric disciple, you need to go through a trial and be recognized by the sect master of the Tiange sect. However, with your current Jindan realm cultivation, coupled with your performance in the evil ghost path, I think there should be no problem. Yin Jiuling said with a chuckle. Thank you for reminding me, master. Lu Ming replied with a flicker in his eyes. In the following time, Lu Ming asked about the current situation of the sect, then he bid farewell to Yin Jiuling and walked out of the hall. Yin Jiuling looked at the back of Lu Ming walking out of the hall with a hint of satisfaction on his face. Being able to teach an esoteric disciple, he, as the master, would also be honored a lot, and the entire Fallen Serene Peak would receive a lot of praise from the sect. After 10 minutes, Lu Ming had already appeared in the main peak square of the Taiqing Gate. All the buildings on the main peak had not changed at all. Occasionally, a few cultivators of the Taiqing Gate passed by, but most of them ignored Lu Ming. They all looked a little gloomy as if they were in a hurry. Lu Ming knew that it was mostly because of the invasion of the Stembora race. It seemed that the invasion of the Stembora race had indeed caused a lot of pressure to the Taiqing Gate. Outside the main peak hall, Lu Ming showed his identity token and said that he wanted to visit the sect master of the Tiange sect. The two gatekeeping disciples seemed to have heard of Lu Ming's name. After looking at him in surprise, one of them immediately turned around and went in to report. After a while, the gatekeeping disciple walked out, bowed to Lu Ming, and said, Senior fellow apprentice Lu, the sect master invites you in. Lu Ming nodded, tidied up his clothes, and walked in. After passing through a long corridor, he walked into the main hall. At this time, there were already 3 people in the main hall. In addition to the sect master, Master Tiange, Kim Tin-Ti was also among them. In addition, there was a young man in gray with a square face and his hands behind his back. He seemed to be saying something to Tiange and Kim Tin-Ti. What surprised Lu Ming even more was that the sect master of the Tiange sect and Jin Liang were standing on both sides of the young man, listening respectfully. Hearing the footsteps, the gray-clothed youth raised his head and looked over. His eyes met Lu Ming's. Lu Ming felt a suffocating aura pressing down on him. His entire body went numb, and he had the terrifying feeling of being stared at by a giant beast. A profound understanding expert. He was shocked. The gray-clothed youth in front of him gave him an unfathomable feeling. He had only felt this from Green Spirit, Ghost King Baiyu, and other true profound understanding experts. Above his spiritual sea, the black and white Jindan revolved slightly. His effali circulated throughout his body, and his body returned to normal. The gray-clothed youth's eyes flashed slightly, and he looked at Lu Ming from head to toe. Daoist Tiangu, who was standing to the side, noticed the gray-clothed youth's expression. He looked at Lu Ming, and his eyes flashed with a trace of thought. Disciple pays his respects to sect leader. Lu Ming calmed his mind, and then cupped his hands, and bowed in the direction of Daoist Tiangu. He, it is indeed you, younger brother Lu. I told you that you would be fine. Hey, you have already reached the middle stage of the Jindan. Before Daoist Tiangu could speak, Kim Tin-ti had already said with a happy expression. Senior brother Jin, long time no see. Lu Ming turned his head to look at Kim Tin-ti, and also bowed. Lu, you have not only formed the Jindan in such a short time, but also advanced to the middle stage. In the history of our Taiching sect, you can be called a genius. Alright, no need to be so courteous. Daoist Tiangu also smiled slightly, and said meaningfully. Sect leader is too kind, Lu Ming straightened his body, and was about to say something. The gray-clothed youth suddenly raised his arm, and made a grabbing motion in the direction of Lu Ming. Two bright lights, one black and one white, appeared in the void. They intertwined and condensed into a black and white palm that was 10 feet in size. It slowly slapped toward Lu Ming. Before the giant palm reached him, Lu Ming already felt a majestic spiritual pressure coming at him. His breathing instantly stopped, and the blood in his body almost stopped flowing. His expression immediately changed drastically, and he was about to circulate all the Fa Li in his body to resist when an unquestionable voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Don't use any magic power, just use the power of your physical body to receive this attack. After thinking for a while, Lu Ming gritted his teeth and let out a low roar. A series of cracking sounds came from his body, and the muscles all over his body instantly swelled up, pushing his clothes up high. His body instantly swelled up by nearly half its original size. Huh! He exhaled and shouted, then punched out to meet the giant black and white palm above his head. Pung! A loud sound rang out, a large water wave-like ripple suddenly appeared in the void. Circles of turbulent air ripples quickly spread to the surroundings. Even the hall in front of him trembled violently under this blow. Fortunately, there were countless enchantments in the hall. The surrounding walls and beams only had a golden light on the surface, and they were restored to their original state. Under the reaction of this turbulent force, Lu Ming's body flew out directly. It was not until his body heavily hit a wall behind him that he barely stopped. Even so, his face was flushed. He only felt a sweetness in his throat, and a mouthful of blood gushed up. He almost spat it out. His face showed an inexplicable look of horror. Since his body was reshaped by the 9 thunders and the sky demon meridian connection, he had been diligently cultivating the dark bone secret art for these years. His tyrannical body had far surpassed the physique cultivators of the same level. As a result, this gray-clothed youth lightly patted him, and he was almost seriously injured. Seeing this, a smile appeared on the gray-clothed youth's face, and he slowly put down his arm. Great Elder Xianxia, this. Tiangu Immortal looked at the gray-clothed youth with some hesitation. A trace of playfulness flashed across Kim Tin-ti's face. Lu Ming quickly circulated the Fa Li in his body a few times, and the feeling of tightness in his chest suddenly dissipated a lot. Hearing Tiangu Immortal's words, he immediately understood. Although he had not been in Taiching Gate for a long time, he still knew a few of the names of the powerful figures in the sect. Among the 4 powerful figures in Taiching Gate, one of them was called esteemed Xianxia. Could it be this unprepossessing youth in front of him? Don't worry, I was just testing it a little. This is an elixir of heart. It can help you heal your injuries, and it also has some effect of strengthening your body. Take it. The gray-clothed youth smiled slightly. He flicked his finger, and a red light shot towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming hurriedly stretched out his hand to catch it. It was a light red elixir, and it emitted a faint fragrance. He immediately expressed his gratitude respectfully. There's no need to find anyone else. This kid is good enough. The gray-clothed youth ignored Lu Ming. Instead, he turned to look at Tiangu Immortal and spoke plainly. Then, he floated out of the hall. Farewell, Great Elder. Kim Tin-ti and Tiangu Immortal quickly bowed to send him off. Sect leader Tiangu, was that senior just now one of the great elders in Mystic Tong, Elder Xianxia? After the gray-clothed youth left, Lu Ming kept the elixir and walked in front of Tiangu Immortal and Kim Tin Ti. He asked softly. Younger brother Lu guessed correctly. Kim Tin Ti looked at Tiangu Immortal and said with a smile. You don't have to take it to heart. Great Elder Xianxia was just testing the strength of your body. He meant no harm. I will tell you the reason slowly. Tiangu Immortal smiled and said. Please enlighten me, sect leader, Lu Ming said solemnly. I don't need to say much about the appearance of the Stemborer tribe near the sect. I think you already know. According to the information from the disciples who have returned, the situation in the various regions of the continent is similar. Our Taiqing sect, as one of the 4 founding sects, can't do anything about the Stemborer tribe. You can imagine the situation in other regions. If they are allowed to continue to develop, not only will the sect lose its foundation, but it will also bring disaster to the entire continent sooner or later. Tiangu Immortal's eyes narrowed and he said solemnly. I do know a little about the current situation. Lu Ming frowned and replied. Many disciples have died in the hands of the Stemborer tribe. After a discussion between the mystic Tong elders, we have come up with a plan to exterminate all the Stemborers near the Thousand Spirit Mountain range. However, there is an important task. It requires a disciple with a strong body but low cultivation base to carry it out. Tiangu Immortal said calmly. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. He had already guessed what Tiangu Immortal was going to say next. Originally, we have selected a few esoteric disciples who are good at cultivating body techniques. We were discussing this with Elder Xianxia. However, Elder Xianxia took a fancy to you at first glance, so it seems that this task has to go to you. Kim Tin Ti interrupted with a smile. Lu Ming smiled bitterly when he heard this. Since Elder Xianxia has instructed me, I naturally wouldn't dare to refuse. However, what is the specific task? It's great that Lu is willing to agree to this task. However, this plan is of great importance. I can only tell you the details when it is implemented. You should go back and prepare. The plan will be officially launched soon. At that time I will explain everything to you. Daoist Tiangu was also quite happy when Lu Ming agreed. Hearing this, Lu Ming hesitated for a moment before finally nodding his head. Lu, you are here to apply to become an esoteric disciple, right? This task will be a trial for you to become an esoteric disciple. As long as you can successfully complete this task, you will definitely become an esoteric disciple. Moreover, there will be other rewards. Tiangu Immortal looked deeply at Lu Ming and added. Thank you, sect leader. I will do my best to complete this task. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with joy as he cupped his hands. Tiangu Immortal nodded with a smile on his face. After that, Lu Ming didn't stay any longer. He quickly bid farewell and the two left the hall. After Lu Ming left the hall, only Tiangu Immortal and Kim Tin Ti were left in the hall. Do you think Lu can complete this task? Tiangu Immortal suddenly asked. Why? Senior brother Tiangu doesn't believe in Elder Xuanyu's vision? Kim Tin Ti said with a slight smile. It's not like this, but there are too many uncertain factors in this task. It can't be completed by strength alone. Tiangu Immortal shook his head and seemed to be a little worried. I have full confidence in younger brother Lu. In the past, whether it was the Elysium Society or the Upper Realm ruins, younger brother Lu could face them calmly. He is brave and resourceful. I'm afraid there is no more suitable candidate than him for this task. Kim Tin Ti said with a smile. I hope so. Tiangu Immortal was silent for a moment, then sighed and said. After Lu Ming returned to Fallen Serene Peak, Yin Jiuling immediately summoned him again and asked about the esoteric disciple trial. Lu Ming naturally didn't hide it. He told Yin Jiuling about what happened on the main peak. Originally, he wanted to ask Yin Jiuling about this task, but Yin Jiuling didn't seem to know about it. Unable to think of anything else, Lu Ming had to wait for half a month and ask Tiangu Immortal. After chatting with Yin Jiuling for a while, Lu Ming returned to his cave house. With a rumbling sound, the door of the cave house opened slowly. Lu Ming looked at the scene in front of him, and he couldn't help but sigh. Everything inside had not changed from when he left, but there was a layer of dust on the ground of the cave house, which made it look a little lonely. Lu Ming walked around the cave house, and after carefully cleaning it, he walked into the secret room, sat down cross-legged, and rested quietly. He had been rushing all the way, and he had fought several fierce battles in succession. He really felt that his vitality had been damaged, so he had to recuperate. A few days later, Lu Ming was meditating in the secret room of the cave house. Suddenly, a white voice transmission talisman blasted from the outside, hit the enchantment outside the secret room, and made a buzzing sound. He opened his eyes and waved one hand, launching a black light that wrapped around the white talisman. He grabbed it in his hand and crushed it on the spot. "Come to the main hall quickly." A slightly majestic voice sounded. It was the voice of Tiangu Immortal. Lu Ming pondered for a while, then he got up and walked out of the cave house. He turned into a black light and flew toward the main peak of the Thousand Spirit Mountain range. After 15 minutes, he arrived outside the main hall of the Taiching sect's main peak. The strange thing was that there was no one at the gate that was usually heavily guarded. When Lu Ming was hesitating whether he should find someone to inform, Daoist Tianji's voice suddenly sounded in his ear. "Come in." Hearing this, Lu Ming calmed down, pushed open the door and walked in. Previously, the hall was empty except for Daoist Tiangu. There was no one else in sight. "Greetings, sect leader." Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He walked to Daoist Tiangu and bowed. "No need to be so polite." Daoist Tiangu looked at Lu Ming from head to toe. Seeing that Lu Ming was full of energy, he nodded slightly. "Come with me." Daoist Tiangu waved his hand and walked into the inner room of the hall. Lu Ming quickly followed. Not long after, the two of them passed through a corridor and arrived at a rather remote side hall. "Okay, I won't say anything else." After this period of preparation, the plan against the Stemborer race near the Thousand Spirit Mountain range is almost ready. However, the success or failure of this battle still depends on your mission. After Daoist Tiangu sat down on a chair in the side hall, he didn't waste any time and went straight to the point. "Please enlighten me, sect leader." Lu Ming took a deep breath and said. Daoist Tiangu waved his sleeve, and a fist-sized light ball flashed in the air. Then, he quickly pointed a few times with his finger. All of a sudden, brilliant spiritual light erupted from the ball of light, and a projection of a map slowly appeared before becoming more and more substantial. Lu Ming looked at the map. It was the terrain of the Thousand Spirit Mountain range. Several space tunnels and gathering places of the Stemborers were clearly marked on it. After many investigations by our sect's disciples, the largest spatial passage near the Myriad Spirit Mountain range is at the Sunset Peak in the west of the Myriad Spirit Mountain range. There are also the most Stemborers gathered there. After some discussion, the Elemental Enlightenment Elders decided to exterminate all of the Stemborers near Dawnfall Peak. As long as we kill the Stemborers here, we'll be able to cut off the central hub. The other Stemborers won't be able to do anything, Enlightened Master Tiangu said. Lu Ming nodded and said nothing. The number of Stemborers that have gathered at Dawnfall Peak is now in the millions. This number is nothing to the Taiching Gate. However, the spatial passageway there is extremely wide. In order to prevent more Stemborers from suddenly appearing, we'll need you to infiltrate the nearby area first. When we begin our counterattack, use a treasure that can cause spatial chaos to seal the spatial passageway, Daoist Master Tiangu instructed. After listening, Lu Ming's expression was a little ugly. Although he had guessed that the mission would not be simple, he did not expect it to be this kind of mission. According to Daoist Master Tiangu, he needed to infiltrate the center of the Stemborer army and wait for an opportunity to seal the spatial passageway with a secret treasure. This was no longer a matter of danger, it was simply suicide. According to the information he received from Yin Jioling, the sect's Grand Elder Feng Qing was forced to retreat from this Dawnfall Peak. Sect Master, please forgive this disciple for overstepping his bounds. As far as I know, there are arcane enlightenment Stemborers in the spatial passageway of Dawnfall Peak. There are also many celestial Stemborers nearby. I am but a mere Jindan cultivator, how could I possibly infiltrate under their noses, let alone seal the spatial passageway? Lu Ming could only speak in a tactful manner. Since the sect has entrusted this mission to you, we naturally won't let you go just like that. This is a shadow evasion talisman, a concealment talisman personally refined by our sect's Grand Elder. Once you use this talisman, as long as you don't use magic power, even an arcane enlightenment cultivator will not be able to detect you. The lower the cultivation level of this talisman, the more powerful it is. If you use this talisman, it should not be difficult for you to infiltrate Dawnfall Peak. Taoist Master Tiangu waved his hand and took out a palm-sized, glowing talisman. Hearing this, Lu Ming's expression relaxed a little. If this talisman really had such an effect, as long as he was careful, he should be able to infiltrate Dawnfall Peak. The stem borers are extremely sensitive to energy fluctuations. Any spell fluctuations will attract their attention, so after you infiltrate, you can only pass through the blockade of the stem borer army on foot. If anything happens along the way, you can only rely on your physical strength to end the battle quickly. Do not use any magic power, otherwise, you should know what will happen, Taoist Master Tiangu said with a serious expression. Lu Ming nodded. At the same time, he came to a realization. No wonder the sect was looking for someone with powerful physical strength to complete this mission. As for the arcane enlightenment stem borers, you don't have to worry about them. Once the battle starts, Elder Shen, you will find a way to lure them away. You just need to use this celestial mirror to seal the passage. Taoist Master Tiangu turned his hand and took out a black mirror. He handed it to Lu Ming together with the Heaven Evasion talisman. Seeing this, Lu Ming bowed and took it with both hands. The Heaven Evasion talisman was warm to the touch. From time to time, some runes that were difficult to understand flashed across it. Lu Ming tried to use his divine sense to examine it and faintly felt that it contained an extremely obscure spiritual power. The other treasure, the celestial mirror, looked ordinary. However, the surface of the mirror was faintly shining like water waves. Lu Ming glanced at it and immediately looked away. He keenly sensed that the mirror contained an extremely violent power of space. These two treasures are one-time use treasures, especially the celestial mirror, which can only be activated once. You must grasp the opportunity to use it. Taoist Master Tiangu said in a low voice when he saw Lu Ming's thoughtful look. Yes, disciple understands. Lu Ming put the two treasures into the Sumer ring and said solemnly. Okay, I will teach you the method to activate it. Try to master it. In half a month, we will officially start the operation. Taoist Master Tiangu nodded and immediately explained the method to activate the celestial mirror to Lu Ming in detail. In the following time, he explained some information about the stem borers. After giving Lu Ming a few things that would be useful for the journey, he sent Lu Ming out of the secret chamber. Half a month later, in a mountain range a few hundred miles away from the Taiching Gate. This place should have been a green forest, but because of the previous battle, there were not many left. At a glance, there were many huge holes created by the Dharma treasures. Occasionally, there would be a few wisps of black smoke floating in the distance. It seemed to be telling of the battle that had just taken place here. Under the shade of the trees, a black figure flashed out. It was Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming was like a hidden black panther, looking at a gray mountain in the distance. That was where the Dawnfall Peak was located. The whole mountain was covered in circles of gray fog. He was at the outermost area of the Stemborer army. Since half a day ago, under the leadership of Taoist Master Tiangu, the disciples of the Taiching Gate had been gathering around the Dawnfall Peak. Now there were thousands of them and they had fought several small battles with the Stemborers. Lu Ming understood that Taoist Master Tiangu was attracting the attention of the Stemborers so that it would be easier for him to sneak in. Thinking of this, Lu Ming chanted. Strands of green light shone from his left shoulder and quickly spread to the rest of his body. Soon, he turned into a hazy figure and silently moved toward the Dawnfall Peak. Lu Ming didn't plan on using the Heaven Evasion talisman for now. He could use the concealment ability of the Che Huan totem to hide from the low-level Stemborers. Although the Heaven Evasion talisman was exquisite, it had a time limit. According to Taoist Master Tiangu, the effect of the talisman could only last for a day and a night at most. He didn't know how long this infiltration mission would take, so he wouldn't use the Heaven Evasion talisman unless he had no other choice. The shadow that Lu Ming turned into made use of all kinds of concealment in the mountain range to quickly run into the distance. He had all the magic power in his body and only used his strong body to rush toward the target area. Using only the power of his body to rush, his speed naturally wasn't that fast. After an hour, he had only moved 100 miles. At this moment, a low roar came from the front, mixed with the sound of smacking. This sound couldn't be more familiar to Lu Ming. He frowned and hid behind a big rock. He peeked out and looked forward. There were more than 20 black stem borers devouring some injured stem borers. One of the black stem borers was 70 to 80 feet long, and its aura had reached the peak of the crystallization period. As it continued to devour, its aura continued to increase. Lu Ming's eyes flashed slightly. His figure moved, and he was about to take a detour. However, after his body moved a little, he suddenly stopped. Along the way, he encountered a lot of stem borers, but they were all low-level stem borers that couldn't detect his traces. However, whether the Jingdan state stem borers could see through the concealment effect of the Chehuan totem, Lu Ming hadn't tried. Perhaps this was an opportunity. This was still the outskirts of the stem borer army. Even if he was seen through here, it would be easy for him to escape. With this in mind, Lu Ming continued to hide behind the big rock. The black stem borer killed an injured stem borer with one bite. It opened its mouth full of sharp teeth and swallowed the stem borer whole. The black stem borer's body suddenly lit up with a black light, and a powerful aura spread out. It had broken through to the Jingdan state. Roar. The black stem borer let out a low roar. The surrounding stem borers that were devouring stem borers immediately retreated far away, looking at the black stem borer in awe. The black stem borers let loose a triumphant screech, seemingly quite pleased with this outcome, and slowly devoured all of the wounded stem borers on the battlefield. The last injured stem borer entered the black stem borer's stomach. The black stem borer swayed its body and flew toward the Duskfall Peak. At this moment, there was a light clatter, like the sound of a stone hitting the ground. The black stem borer that was about to take off suddenly stopped and let out a low roar. It turned around and looked in the direction of the roar with its fist-sized eyes. There were a few large rocks that were messily piled up there. The black stem borer carefully examined them for a moment, but found nothing. After a while, it gave up and quickly left with the other stem borers. After the stem borers left, a figure slowly emerged from behind one of the large rocks. It was naturally Lu Ming. He looked in the direction the stem borers had gone in with a smile on his face. He was very satisfied with the results of this bold experiment. Even at such a close distance, the Jingdan stage stem borers were able to completely ignore him. It seemed that the Chehuan totem's concealment ability was also quite effective against these stem borers. In other words, as long as he didn't use his magic power, most stem borers wouldn't be able to detect him. After knowing this situation, Lu Ming's figure moved and continued to sneak toward the Sunset Peak. Along the way, the stem borers he encountered became more and more concentrated, but Lu Ming didn't take any detours. Whenever he encountered a small group of stem borers below the Jingdan stage, he would silently pass through them. If he encountered a larger group of stem borers or a group of stem borers above the Jingdan stage, Lu Ming wouldn't act rashly. After taking a slight detour, he was able to safely pass through them. As a result, he didn't encounter too many obstacles along the way. Half a day later, in a dark valley between two steep peaks, a shadow quietly slid down along one side of the mountain wall. The light slowly faded to reveal Lu Ming's figure. On the other side of the mountain wall, there were several huge caves of different heights. Due to the age of the caves, most of them had been blocked by some boulders and gravel that had rolled down from the mountain. Looking through the gaps that were exposed, it was pitch black inside, and the bottom could not be seen at all. Weeds as tall as a human grew messily on the mountainous ground around the kernel. There were no traces of human activity. Lu Ming's gaze fell on the hole in the mountain wall, and his eyes flickered. A long time ago, this place was the location of a high-grade spirit stone vein under the jurisdiction of the Taiqing Gate. However, several thousand years ago, it had already been mined dry and had been abandoned until now. However, according to the map given to him by Taoist Tian Ge, there was an underground river in the depths of this mineral vein that led straight to Dawnfall Peak. Lu Ming's heart moved. He flipped his hand and a white light flashed. A palm-sized talisman appeared in his hand. It was the sky-escaping shadow talisman. He quickly muttered an incantation and waved his hand to cast a magic art. The escaping shadow talisman emitted a circle of soft white light that enveloped Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming only felt an extremely comfortable warm current flowing into his body. His entire body flashed and instantly turned into an invisible body. He moved his limbs, and suddenly a very strange feeling emerged in his heart. Although he was standing here, he felt as if he was isolated from everything around him, as if he was in a different space that could move according to his own movements. An arcane understanding level talisman is indeed extraordinary. He murmured in admiration. Then he moved his body and swept toward one of the mines. This was already the depths of the Stemborer army, and the probability of a high-grade Stemborer appearing here was very high. Although he did not feel any traces of the Stemborers in the surroundings, it was not guaranteed that there was no trace of them in the mineral vein. To be safe, he decided to use the sky-escaping shadow talisman. As a result, Lu Ming walked in the mineral vein for a while and found that there were traces of excavation everywhere. However, most of the tunnels extended underground. Based on the memory of the map, he slowly walked toward the depths of the mineral vein. Because of the age of the mineral vein, from time to time, the path was covered by some fallen stones. Relying on the clear route on the map, Lu Ming's speed was not affected at all. With a few punches, the boulder shattered. His figure flashed, and he easily leaped over it. Although he used the sky-escaping shadow talisman, he was still very careful along the way. Fortunately, he did not encounter any Stemborers along the way, and in less than the time of a meal, he was close to the depths of the mineral vein. As a cool breeze blew from the bend in front of him, the sound of a stream of water flowed into Lu Ming's ears. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly turned the bend in front of him. As a result, the scene in front of him made Lu Ming's eyes light up with joy. Under the dark mineral vein, there was a river that was over 100 feet wide flowing endlessly into the distance. That direction was where the Dawnfall Peak was located. A flash of joy appeared in Lu Ming's eyes, and he waved his right hand. After a flash of light, a dark brown wood that was as tall as 2 people appeared in his hand. This wood did not seem to be much different from other wood, but if one's divine sense penetrated into it, they would find that there were circles of runes that looked like growth rings. This wood was called the Divine Breaking Wood, and it was one of the other treasures that Taoist Tiange gave to Lu Ming. The Divine Breaking Wood looked no different from the branches of ordinary trees, but it had a rather magical effect, that was, it could block most of the divine sense's detection. Lu Ming's 5 fingers were like knives, and he quickly dug a hole the size of half a person in the Divine Breaking Wood, and then his figure flashed in a flash. Then with a plop, the Divine Breaking Wood fell into the dark river. As soon as it fell into the water, a wave slapped over, and the turbulent river suddenly rolled up the Divine Breaking Wood, and quickly flowed forward. The Divine Breaking Wood was gray in color, and it was not eye-catching at all as it floated in the river. Lu Ming's entire body had been blocked by the sky-escaping shadow talisman, and at this time, even a celestial state powerhouse would not be able to see the difference between this Divine Breaking Wood and other wood. If there were no accidents, according to the mark on the map, he should soon reach the area where the Dawnfall Peak was located. The underground river was quite rapid, and in less than a day, Lu Ming was already very close to the Dawnfall Peak. Along the way, except for some underground monsters that occasionally appeared, there were no accidents. This underground river was very well hidden, and even the Borer tribe did not seem to have discovered this place. So far, Lu Ming had not seen any Borer tribe members. Just as Lu Ming began to calculate how to carry out the next step of the Dawnfall Peak, suddenly, 2 messy waves of spiritual qi rushed towards Lu Ming. Have I been discovered? No, that shouldn't be possible. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly as he felt the aura getting closer and closer. Logically speaking, the ability of the sky-escaping shadow talisman was already enough to make Lu Ming invisible, and now that he had the support of the Divine Breaking Wood, the probability of being discovered was very low. However, with caution, Lu Ming still dug a small hole in the Divine Breaking Wood, and secretly looked forward. Boom! Dozens of feet in front of the Divine Breaking Wood, the ground near the underground river suddenly exploded, and countless pieces of soil and gravel shot out in all directions. Suddenly, a yellow, python-like monster drilled out of the ground. Its body was covered in large scales, and there was a pair of strange curved horns on its head. Earth-breaking dragon! Within the Divine Breaking Wood, a trace of surprise flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. The Earth-breaking dragon had a faint trace of the ancient dragon bloodline, and was an extremely rare Earth-type monster. It usually hid deep underground, and could travel freely. Normally, it was difficult to see its true appearance. From the size of this earth-breaking dragon, it was impressively a monster in the early Xianxia stage. After the earth-breaking dragon drilled out of the ground, the two slender eyes on its smooth head seemed to be very frightened. Its body moved, and it flew in the direction of Lu Ming, looking back from time to time. Just at this moment, an even more powerful wave of spiritual power chased after the earth-breaking dragon. The ground trembled violently again, and gravel flew in all directions as an even larger centipede-shaped stem borer drilled out of the ground. This stem borer had a red beard and black scales. Its two eyes were incomparably bloodthirsty, and it was surrounded by a dense ring of sickle legs. It was impressively exuding the powerful spiritual pressure of the late Xianxia stage. It was no wonder the earth-breaking dragon was in such a sorry state. Lu Ming cursed in his heart. The earth-breaking dragon was fleeing in his direction. At this moment, the earth-breaking dragon was covered in injuries, and many of its scales were shattered. Seeing the centipede-shaped stem borer appear, it let out a terrified cry and quickly swam forward. At the same time, it twisted its head, and a yellow light flashed from its horn, shooting out a blinding yellow light towards the centipede-shaped stem borer. Although the centipede-shaped stem borer was large, its movements were extremely agile. It easily twisted its body to dodge the yellow light, and at the same time, it opened its mouth and shot out a ball of dark green liquid. The earth-breaking dragon seemed to be extremely fearful of this green liquid, and it dove into the water with its slippery body. However, its movements were still a tad too slow, and the green liquid struck its tail. A series of screeches rang out, and the smell of corroded flesh wafted through the air. The earth-breaking dragon let loose a pained roar as its body crashed heavily into the underground river, creating a massive splash. The centipede-shaped stem borer certainly wasn't going to let go of such a good opportunity. It twisted its body and flew above the earth-breaking dragon in a blur. Its countless sickle legs slashed through the air, and a dense wave of black wind blades came raining down toward the earth-breaking dragon. Even though the earth-breaking dragon had been injured, it hadn't completely lost the ability to move. The countless scales on its snake-like body abruptly opened and closed, and a layer of yellow light emerged from its body, forming a light barrier in front of it. The black wind blades struck the yellow light barrier, and a crisp sound rang out. The surface of the light barrier tremored violently, but it was able to keep all of the black wind blades at bay in the end. The violent vibration of the magic power raised sky-high waves on the surface of the underground river. A dark brown round wood was rolled up by the waves, and was broken into several pieces with a pop sound. Within the turbulent water, a blurry humanoid figure could be seen. The centipede-shaped stem borer was just about to pursue the earth-breaking dragon when it caught sight of this humanoid figure out of the corner of its eye. A cold light flashed through its eyes, and it let loose a ferocious roar as it abandoned the earth-breaking dragon and pounced toward the humanoid figure in midair, thrusting its sickle claws toward the humanoid figure like lightning. Chi-la, crimson light flashed in the air above the centipede stem borer, followed by a burst of sharp pain as a blurry arm pierced through its head. The centipede stem borer's eyes were filled with incredulity as its huge body twitched a few times in the air before crashing heavily into the underground river. It struggled for a few moments before losing all signs of life. The blurry figure in the air flickered and disappeared as if it had never been there in the first place. The earth-breaking dragon, which was running for its life, sensed the commotion behind it. It turned its head around in surprise and blinked its slender eyes a few times. The next moment, it shook its body a few times and flew off into the distance. It looked very comical. A burst of angry stem borers hissed, and a few more stem borers emerged from the underground river. The leader was a real pellet stem borer. The stem borers let out excited cries upon seeing the corpse of the centipede stem borer floating on the surface of the river. They all pounced on the corpse and devoured it in large bites. The Xianxia stem borer then led the other stem borers in hot pursuit of the earthbreaker dragon, following the scent of blood. After the stem borers left, a figure slowly emerged from the underground river. With a flash of white light, Lu Ming's figure was revealed. One of his arms was dripping with blood, and after shaking it, the wound immediately turned black. Countless small granulation sprouts rapidly grew within the light, and the arm was as good as new in the blink of an eye. He looked in the direction of the stem borers and let out a long sigh. Although the Heaven Evasion Vanishing Shadow Talisman was extremely exquisite and could perfectly hide a person's tracks, it couldn't really make a person invisible and incorporeal. When they encountered an external force, they would still be exposed. He was already deep in the stemborer army, and if he wasn't careful, he would be discovered by a high-grade stemborer. He had no other choice but to use this method to kill the centipede stemborer. Fortunately, the heavenly beast blood essence in his body was extremely resilient, so this move didn't harm him too much. After treating his wounds, Lu Ming dove back into the water and silently swam forward. After this encounter, he became even more careful on the road ahead. Within 50 kilometers of the Dawnfall Peak, even though the underground river was still completely silent, Lu Ming could sense that the borer race had already set up many hidden sentries here. Fortunately, the concealment ability of the Vanishing Shadow Talisman was excellent, and Lu Ming himself was cautious. After 6 to 8 hours, he finally arrived at Dawnfall Peak. More than 100,000 miles west of the Thousand Spirit Mountain range, there was a huge gray-black mountain. This was where the Sunset Peak was located. There was a vast valley below the mountain. The terrain was very open, and there were mountains on all sides. In the depths of the valley, a 2,000 to 3,000 feet wide spatial rift appeared out of thin air, emitting a mirror-like dim light, causing the airflow nearby to become very chaotic. The quiet valley was now filled with noise. Countless stemborers of different sizes gathered on the valley plains or climbed up the surrounding hills. These stemborers appeared to be very disorderly, but in reality, they were divided into several regions. Most of the stemborers could only gather outside the valley. Most of the people in the valley were crystal level and above stemborers, and there were a few humanoid stemborers standing on a flat stone platform below the spatial rift. When the surrounding stemborers saw these humanoid stemborers, they all wore fearful expressions and didn't dare to get too close. These stemborers were exuding extremely dense spiritual pressure, indicating that they were celestial phenomenon stage beings. In a hidden cave at the bottom of the valley, an invisible shadow quietly lurked in and hid behind a boulder near the entrance of the cave. There was a stemborer of the crystallization period later stage in the cave, but this stemborer didn't notice that there was such a shadow not far away. This shadow was naturally Lu Ming. After coming out of the underground river, he concealed all of his Fa and spent a lot of time sneaking into this valley. There was a dense swarm of stemborers all around, and Lu Ming didn't dare to release his divine sense. He looked around, and his gaze fell on the spatial rift in the valley. This was the spatial tunnel indicated on the map, and it was very oppressive. Occasionally, a few strands of spiritual pressure would emanate from the spatial tunnel, and he would tremble slightly. Lu Ming didn't dare to look too long and immediately withdrew his gaze. He gently clenched his right hand, and the azure ring on his finger silently shattered. On a mountain peak several thousand kilometers away from Dawnfall Peak, there were close to 10,000 Taiching Gate disciples standing here. On a platform at the center of the mountain, Taoist Master Sky Ge stood there quietly, looking in the direction of Dawnfall Peak as if he was waiting for something. Behind him stood Jin Liang, a gray-robed elder, and a white-robed nun. These two were also celestial phenomenon stage cultivators. The four of them didn't speak, and the surrounding Taiching Gate disciples naturally also remained silent, quietly waiting for orders. However, from time to time, some people cast doubtful eyes on these celestial phenomenon stage cultivators. Standing at the forefront of the surrounding disciples were the various peak lords of the inner sect, each leading a group of their own disciples. Yin Jiuling of Dawnfall Peak was also among them, standing not far from the platform where Taoist Master Sky Ge was. Behind him stood 20 to 30 inner sect disciples of Dawnfall Peak, and Xiaowu was also standing next to Yin Jiuling. Decades had passed, and this woman's appearance hadn't changed much. She still had a somewhat cold expression, but when she occasionally looked in the direction of Dawnfall Peak, there was a hint of worry in her eyes. Master, younger brother Lu has set off for a long time, and there is still no news from him. Will he be okay? Xiaowu's lips moved slightly as she asked Yin Jiuling through voice transmission. Don't worry, Lu Ming's cultivation has now reached the peak of Jin Dan intermediate stage, and I see that the treasure light in his body is faintly hidden. I'm afraid that he has completely sacrificially refined the set of Mountain River Pearl magic weapon. Now his strength is so strong that I'm afraid even I may not be a match for him. In addition, he has the treasure bestowed by Tao Xian Tong, so he will be fine. Yin Jiuling smiled slightly and replied through voice transmission. That's right, with younger brother Lu's wit, even if something happens, it will be fine. I really didn't expect that younger brother Lu actually wandered to the netherworld realm during these years of disappearance. It is rumored that it is the origin of ghost techniques. If there is a chance, I must let younger brother Lu tell me about it. Xiaowu bit her lips lightly, and a strange look flashed in her eyes. When these stem borers are eliminated, Lu Ming will successfully be promoted to an esoteric disciple, but in name, he is still my disciple. Are you afraid that you won't have a chance to see him? Yin Jiuling glanced at Xiaowu with a spurious smile and said. Master, what are you talking about? Xiaowu's pretty face blushed, and she glanced at Yin Jiuling coquettishly. Silly disciple, this is my advice to you. With the aptitude and strength that Lu Ming has shown now, not only the Sky Halberd sect leader, but also the old ancestor Xuanyu is full of praise. As long as he continues to develop, he will definitely be an influential figure in our Taiqing Gate in the future. Sigh, I now regret very much that I let your younger brother Lu and that Callan of Misty Peak make a dual cultivation agreement. Yin Jiuling took a deep look at Xiaowu and said through voice transmission. Master, what are you talking about? I don't have any feelings for younger brother Lu. Xiaowu's face was covered with a thick layer of bright red, and she looked around shyly. Fortunately, the rest of the people's attention was mostly on Dawnfall Peak in the distance, and no one noticed her. Xiaowu, you and Lu Ming are fellow disciples of the same sect, and you have spent a lot of time together in the evil ghost path. I believe that he will have feelings for you, so you have to seize this opportunity. Although that Callan is an old acquaintance of Lu Ming, and she is quite beautiful, she is just a fake core stage cultivator. In the current situation, her identity is somewhat unsuitable for Lu Ming. With your current appearance and strength, it is not impossible for you to suppress her. If you miss this opportunity, I'm afraid you will cry in the future. Yin Jiuling chuckled and said with a slight teasing tone. Xiaowu's face became redder and redder. She suddenly stomped her feet lightly and walked aside. Yin Jiuling saw Xiaowu showing such an expression, and a smile appeared on his face. At this moment, a middle-aged man in a gray shirt floated over on a gray cloud. It was Elder Tian of Fallen Serene Peak, whom Yin Jiuling relied on. Why, does Xiaowu disagree? Elder Tian obviously knew very clearly about what Yin Jiuling and Xiaowu said through voice transmission. He glanced at Xiaowu and said. A girl is just shy. Although Xiaowu didn't agree, I think she is very willing in her heart. Yin Jiuling said lightly. Lu is indeed a dragon among men, but I don't know if he is willing or not. Elder Tian nodded, then he said with some worry. It all depends on one's effort. Xiaowu is the first candidate to take over as the master of Fallen Serene Peak. If we can tie Lu Ming to our Fallen Serene Peak, it will naturally be good. If not, we won't force it. With this master-disciple relationship, we don't have to worry that he won't take care of our Fallen Serene Peak in the future. Yin Jiuling said softly. Elder Tian nodded secretly after hearing this. Not far away from the people of Fallen Serene Peak, the master of Piamiao Peak, esteemed Tian Yin, came here with many disciples. A beautiful girl in a blue shirt was standing behind esteemed Tian Yin, attracting countless gazes from the surrounding people. This girl was none other than Callan. At this moment, a beautiful woman in a white robe flew over and landed next to esteemed Tian Yin. It was Callan's master, Elder Xianxia of Piamiao Peak. Xianxia glanced at Callan, then nodded to esteemed Tian Yin and said, Yes, I have already inquired clearly. That's right, I have already inquired about it. The disciple sent by the Sky Sect leader to sneak into the Sunset Peak is Lu Ming. Callan's body shook slightly when she heard this, and a hint of surprise appeared on her face. Is that true? Master Tian Yin's expression stirred. It's absolutely true, Xianxia nodded. Come to think of it, ever since this Lu Ming went to the evil spirit realm, there has been no news of him for the past several decades. Now that he has suddenly returned to the sect, it seems that his strength has greatly improved. Otherwise, why would the Sky Halberd sect master favor him and assign him to such an important mission? Master Tian Yin's eyes flickered as he slowly said. Lu Ming has only recently returned to the mountain. In order to keep it a secret, this matter has yet to spread, so not many people know about it. Senior Marshal Sister, you may not know this, but this child has already cultivated to the Jindan intermediate stage. Furthermore, this mission was not assigned by the Sky Halberd sect master, but rather our sect's ancestor Xianxia personally assigned him this mission. Yuanzi seemed to be faintly excited. WH. What? It's only been a few years, yet this child has actually cultivated to the Jin Dan intermediate stage? Furthermore, he has caught the eye of ancestor Xianxia. Master Tianyin's expression also changed. Callan lowered her head to the side and did not say anything, but a hint of joy flashed through her beautiful eyes. This junior martial sister also feels that this is quite incredible. It seems that this Lu Ming must have encountered some great fortune in the past few years, Yuanzi said with a pensive expression. Master Tianyin was silent upon hearing this, and the expression in his eyes changed slightly. It was unknown what he was thinking. To be able to gain the favor of the Sky Halberd sect master and ancestor Xianxia, this child Lu Ming's future is limitless. Senior martial sister, according to our agreement with Yin Jiuling, if either Lan or Lu Ming advances to the Jin Dan stage, we will hold a dual cultivation ceremony for them. We must pay more attention to this matter and hurry up. Yuanzi moved closer to Master Tianyin's ear and said in a soft voice. Although the voice was soft, Jiao Lan was standing at the side, so she naturally heard it all. Her face suddenly flushed seductively, making her look even more beautiful. In addition, she was originally a heavenly succubus physique, so many male disciples of the surrounding peaks were intoxicated by her. But with Lu Ming's current strength, Callan is a bit out of her league. On top of that, Yin Jiuling has always been as cunning as a ghost, so there may be some twists and turns in this matter. Let's talk about it after we eliminate these stem borers, Master Tianyin sighed. Yuanzi heaved a faint sigh and nodded in response. When Callan heard Master Tianyin's words, her blushing face paled. She could not help but feel worried. There's no need to worry, Lanner. I can see that Lu Ming is also sincere in his feelings for you. Otherwise, he wouldn't have fought that one AI for you. He has already reached the mid-stage of the Jin Dan stage. According to the current situation, he will most likely become an esoteric disciple soon. When this battle is over, you have to take the initiative. Yuanzi held on to Callan's hand with a sly smile and whispered into Callan's ear. When Jiao Lan heard this, her pretty face immediately flushed red. On the platform, Daoist Tiange suddenly raised his hand, and a cyan ring on it shattered with a paw sound. The other three celestial phenomenon cultivators immediately sensed this and their expressions changed. Good. Lu has already successfully infiltrated the spatial passageway of Dawnfall Peak. Attack with all your might. Daoist Master Tiange turned to the other three with an elated expression. The gray-robed old man and the white-robed Daoist nun nodded and flew off in two streaks of light, one gray and one white. They began to gather the elders and disciples of the inner sect as well as the outer sect disciples behind them. Daoist Master Tiange turned to Jin Liang and said, Liang, you should also begin the operation. Jin Liang nodded and in a flash of golden light, he disappeared without a trace. Daoist Master Tiange then took out a red message talisman with a solemn expression. He placed it by his mouth and muttered a few words. He then waved his hand and the talisman dissipated in a burst of crimson flames. After a series of orders were issued, nearly 10,000 Taiqing sect disciples rose into the air at almost the same time. For a time, cultivators stood in the air in great numbers and the sound of air being torn rang out. Lights of various colors appeared, covering almost half of the sky. All of the inner and outer sect disciples began to charge toward Dawnfall Peak under the leadership of their respective elders. Several hours later, the Taiqing sect disciples were still 5,000 kilometers away from Dawnfall Peak when a large swarm of stem borers of different sizes and colors appeared before them. They roared as they pounced toward them, and there were over 100,000 of them. In front of the Taiqing sect disciples were the gray-robed old man and the white-robed Daoist nun, two celestial phenomenon cultivators. In the instant that the stem borers appeared, they raised their hands in unison and waved them through the air. Immediately thereafter, a series of sharp whistles rang out as countless spirit tools and spell techniques flew out from the Taiqing sect disciples toward the swarm of stem borers. Streaks of light also shot forth from the stem borer army, and the two sides quickly clashed. A series of earth-shattering booms rang out. The space between the Taiqing sect and the stem borer army was instantly filled with spiritual light and sword projections of different colors, causing the nearby mountains and rivers to tremor violently as if they were about to collapse at any moment. However, the two sides quickly came to an end. The Taiqing sect disciples were clearly far more powerful than the stem borers, and the attacks unleashed by the stem borers were only able to last for a short while before being inundated. Countless streaks of light tore through the sky before falling upon the stem borer army, kicking up a storm of blood and gore. In just a single round of attacks, thousands of stem borers had been slain. However, in the face of the stem borer army of over 100,000, this was only a drop in the ocean. A series of dark clouds flew forth from within Dawnfall Peak, within which were stem borers, many of which were high-grade stem borers. As soon as they detected the commotion, they quickly gathered before pouncing toward the Taiqing sect disciples. In front of the Taiqing sect disciples, the gray-robed elder's expression froze, and he flipped his hand over to take out a white flag before waving it. Hundreds of figures immediately flew out from the Taiqing sect disciples, all of whom were at the Jing Dan stage. These were the elders of the inner sect's various peaks. A series of magic treasures flew out from their bodies, and a vast amount of magic power connected together, causing ripples to appear in the void, as if the entire void was about to be torn apart. In front of the Golden Peak disciples, the red-robed elder, Zhang Mao, summoned a crimson gong that was several tens of feet in size. He opened his mouth to spit out several mouthfuls of essence qi, and his hands formed a series of hand seals. The crimson gong swelled in the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it had become several times its original size, transforming into a huge gong with countless runes appearing on its surface. Immediately afterward, Zhang Mao took out a shimmering steel pestle and struck it heavily against the gong. Dang! A massive golden sound wave that was visible to the naked eye erupted forth, hurtling directly toward the oncoming stem borer army. As it flew through the air, it grew larger and larger, and by the time it reached the stem borer army, it was already around 700 to 800 feet in size. Buzz! Within the range of the golden sound wave, the bodies of hundreds of stem borers trembled, and they were immediately reduced to a rain of flesh and blood. On the other side, Misty Peak's esteemed master Tianyin was holding an ancient-looking silver feather fan in her hand. She muttered an incantation before abruptly waving the fan toward the stem borers in front of her. The silver fan abruptly lit up with several scorching sun-like rays of light, following which it transformed into countless silver fire birds that flew forth. Each of these birds was enveloped in silver flames, and they spat out silver fire snakes from their mouths. With a series of crisp cries, they shot toward the stem borer army like arrows. As soon as the stem borers came into contact with the silver fire raven, their bodies immediately burst into raging silver flames, reducing them to ashes in mere moments without leaving even a trace behind. Yin Jioling's wrinkled face remained completely expressionless as he spread open his arms. A vast expanse of black light appeared over his body, and a large inky black flag appeared within the black light. On one side of the flag was an image of a black bone dragon, while the other side was embroidered with a massive tiger. Yin Jioling waved a hand through the air, and scintillating light erupted from the black flag. A loud roar rang out as the black bone dragon abruptly emerged from the flag. The bone dragon opened its eyes and opened its mouth to expel gusts of black demonic winds, instantly sweeping up sand and pebbles. It was as if an extremely vast sandstorm had been swept up in an area of several thousand feet in radius, and everywhere it passed, the stem borers were instantly sliced into pieces while severed limbs rained down from the sky. All of the inner sect peak masters summoned their magic treasures to unleash ferocious attacks, and the army of low-grade stem borers that had just flown toward them were immediately dealt a devastating blow. The morale of the Taiqing Gate disciples was immediately boosted upon seeing this, and they split up into several groups under the leadership of their respective peak masters before rushing toward the Dawnfall Peak like a tidal wave. Within the valley on the Dawnfall Peak, Lu Ming was lying motionlessly behind a large rock in a cave, and even his breathing was barely audible. Right at this moment, enormous magic power fluctuations suddenly erupted from the eastern sky, along with the faint cries of human cultivators. Lu Ming abruptly raised his head with a hint of elation in his eyes. It appeared that Taoist Master Tian Gu had received his signal, and the Taiqing Gate cultivators had already begun to take action. Right at this moment, a massive butterfly-like stem borer hurtled through the air before landing in front of the celestial elephant stem borers in the valley. It crouched down and let loose a piercing screech that seemed to be very anxious. These screeches were completely incomprehensible to human cultivators, and all of the stem borers in the valley began to stir. Hiss! A tall and broad celestial elephant stem borer raised its head to the heavens, and all of the stem borers in the valley immediately fell silent. These stem borers are so well trained, Lu Ming murmured to himself upon seeing this. The celestial elephant stem borer seemed to be issuing some sort of command, and the Jingdan stem borer scattered throughout the valley all flew over before surrounding the celestial elephant stem borers. Moments later, the stem borers in the valley were led eastward by the Jingdan stem borers. After only a short while, over half of the stem borers in the valley had left, leaving only a small portion behind. I didn't think that the human cultivators would move so quickly. The cultivators attacking us aren't weak either. Looks like we can't just stand by and do nothing. Let's attack together and kill all of these Taiching Gate cultivators. The tall and broad celestial elephant stem borer turned around and communicated with the other 3 stem borers in the stem borer race's language. The wormhole tunnel still needs one last step before it can be completed. The clone of the Moth Queen is currently maintaining the array. This place cannot be left unguarded. A celestial phenomenon borer race male with 3 blood-red shells on his back said with a frown. Hee, then we'll have to trouble brother Zhang to guard the wormhole. The 3 of us will go out and exercise. The battle cries outside became more and more urgent. Another borer race man with 2 black and white tentacles on his head said as he licked his lips. The heavenly phenomenon stem borer leaders quickly came to a consensus, and 3 of them let loose a long roar before instantly flying toward the east as streaks of light, leaving only the crimson armored stem borer leader behind. Although Lu Ming didn't understand the language of the stem borer race, he could see the expressions of the 3 celestial phenomenon stem borers from afar, so he could roughly guess what was going on. Following the departure of the 3 celestial phenomenon stem borers, most of the remaining low-grade stem borers also flew up into the air and followed the 3 leaders. After the time it took for half an incense stick to burn, aside from the crimson-armored stem borer man and the tens of thousands of stem borers, all of the other stem borers had left. Lu Ming wasn't afraid of these stem borers, the only thing he was worried about was the astonishing spiritual pressure emanating from the spatial passageway. It was clear that the profound assimilation stem borer that had forced the wind matriarch into retreat was in that spatial passageway. Just as Lu Ming was starting to get a little anxious, the space in the air suddenly twisted violently, and a gray-robed young man appeared out of thin air. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly upon seeing this. This gray-robed young man was none other than one of the 4 profound assimilation stage mighty figures of the Taiching Gate, old ancestor Xuanyu. As soon as Xuanyu ancestor appeared, he immediately waved his hands in front of him, and a huge black and white hand appeared out of nowhere. With an indescribably majestic aura, it grabbed at the spatial tunnel that seemed to be moving slowly but was actually moving at an extremely fast speed. Dream on. The crimson armor heavenly stem borer reacted extremely quickly, and it let loose an enraged roar before pouncing toward Patriarch Xianxia. At the same time, 3 crimson carapaces spread open on its back, and brilliant crimson light erupted from the surface of the carapaces to form 3 giant crimson swords that were close to 1,000 feet in size, all of which were slashed toward Patriarch Xianxia with devastating might. Everywhere the enormous blood-colored sword passed, the surrounding space trembled without end, and circles of blood-colored ripples suffused out as if it was about to break apart. Patriarch Xianxia snorted coldly and raised his other arm. 2 cyclones, one black and one white, flashed out of his sleeve. They circled in the air and turned into a black and white 8 trigrams pattern, which flew up to meet the attack. Boom! As soon as the giant crimson sword came into contact with the black and white 8 trigrams diagram, it crumbled like a fragile piece of porcelain, and the black and white 8 trigrams diagram continued onward, striking the blood-armored stem borer with devastating force. As if swatting a fly, the crimson armor heavenly stem borer was sent flying back at an even faster speed, crashing heavily into the ground of the valley like a crimson meteor. With a loud bang, a deep pit several tens of feet in size appeared on the ground, and the pit was so deep that one couldn't see the bottom. Lu Ming, who was hiding in a cave nearby, was overjoyed to see this. A moment after Patriarch Xianxia sent the crimson armor heavenly stem borer flying, the massive black and white hand expanded several times in size, and it was about to land on the black spatial passageway. Right at this moment, a sudden change occurred, an ear-piercing howl suddenly came from the space channel, and a pitch-black light beam blasted out. It turned into a large green python in a flash. Its body shook quickly, and it used its body to wrap around the giant hand several times. Under the entanglement of the giant python, the giant hand suddenly stopped in midair, unable to descend even an inch. Then, the spatial passageway fluctuated, and the figure of a stunning young woman in a black robe emerged. This woman had an extremely beautiful face, but her expression was cold, and her seemingly delicate body was shrouded in a faint layer of black gas. She looked no different from an ordinary human, but her arms were clearly twice as long as an ordinary human's, indicating that she was not a human. An extremely powerful aura erupted from the black-robed young woman's body, and it was even slightly more powerful than Patriarch Xianyu's aura. The aura swept forth in all directions in a rhythmic manner, and the few remaining stem borers in the valley were instantly pushed several hundred feet away before collapsing onto the ground and trembling uncontrollably. Lu Ming only took a glance at the black-robed young woman and immediately looked away. He didn't dare to move at all, and even his breathing had stopped. The powerful aura exuded by this black-robed young woman seemed to be even stronger than the southern wilderness puppet emperor and dark water monarch Baiyu. The black-robed young woman's gaze fell on Xianyu, and she snorted coldly. She grabbed into the void with one hand, and a green vortex suddenly appeared above Xianyu's head. A green bony hand reached out from the vortex and grabbed at Patriarch Xianyu's head. Patriarch Xianyu raised his hands, and two sword chi, one black and one white, appeared behind him. The two sword chi flashed and flashed dozens of times, turning into two huge black and white sword chi. They crisscrossed like fish, and the green bony hand was cut into several pieces. Patriarch Xianyu then pointed a finger forward in quick succession, and the two streaks of sword chi blurred before splitting into two, then four. In the blink of an eye, several hundred streaks of black and white sword chi had appeared, and they were hurtling directly toward the black-robed young woman. For a time, the entire valley was filled with black and white light. It was a black and white world. Almost at the same time, a black bead flew out of Patriarch Xianyu's other sleeve. Under the cover of the sky full of sword chi, it made a circle and quietly hit the space tunnel behind the black-robed young woman. After the black bead magic treasure spun, it instantly shone brightly, smashing toward the space tunnel with terrifying spiritual pressure. Seeing that the attack was about to succeed, the black-robed young woman ignored the black and white sword chi in the sky. She raised one hand into the void, and a green vortex appeared in front of the black bead. A green ghost hand flashed out like a ghost. The 5 fingers on the hand that were flashing with cold light slashed toward the black bead, and 5 green thin lights hit the black bead instantly. There was a loud bang. The black bead seemed to be heavily injured. The light on its surface dimmed a lot, and it flew back while spinning. As a result, the black ghost hand turned blurred and grabbed the black bead in its hand. At the next moment, a deafening continuous roar came. The black-robed young woman's delicate body was instantly inundated by the black and white sword chi. Black and white cyclones swept in all directions, and many of the nearby stem borers were caught off guard. They were instantly reduced to dust, and a layer of the entire valley was also shaved off. Only after the time it took for half an incense stick to burn did the black and white sword chi recede. The surrounding mountain peaks no longer existed, and the entire valley had been obliterated by this attack. It had been forcefully swept into a flat land. When Patriarch Xianyu saw what had happened, his expression changed. However, the black-robed young woman appeared in place unscathed, and a set of purple armor had appeared on her body. Under the bombardment of the black and white sword chi, it was also unscathed. The 2 green ghost hands that had just appeared were the black-robed young woman's arms. Her 2 arms had transformed into a pair of black and green sinister ghost hands that shone with a metallic luster. A hint of anxiety flashed through Patriarch Xianyu's eyes at the sight of the black bead in her hands. He began to chant something, and the black bead began to glow brightly as it struggled against the sinister ghost hands. A treasure refined from demon essence crystals. You're trying to use this to destroy the wormhole, right? Do you think I'll let you succeed? The black-robed young woman looked at the black bead in her hand and chuckled coldly. Immediately thereafter, the sinister ghost hands began to radiate intense black light, and she closed her fingers together. Don't even think about it. Patriarch Xianyu's heart jolted with shock, and he let loose a low cry as he pounced forward. He pointed a finger forward, and several tens of streaks of black and white sword chi appeared behind him. All of them suddenly combined to form a massive black and white sword that slashed down viciously toward the black-robed young woman. A disdainful smile appeared on the black-robed young woman's face, and a layer of metallic luster instantly appeared on her hands as she tightened her grip on the black bead. Crack crack, a series of cracks suddenly appeared on the black bead, and it suddenly emitted a burst of light before shattering with a loud bang. He waved his other hand through the air, and a burst of green mist surged forth in a frenzy, condensing into a massive green devilish claw. The demonic claw was at least 10 acres in size, and it covered the entire sky. Its nails were all covered in strange scales, and it grabbed the huge black and white sword in its hand. The huge green demonic claw seemed like it was about to close up and crush the huge sword as well. Patriarch Xianyu's body suddenly stopped, and the shock and anger on his face instantly disappeared without a trace. He revealed a trace of a strange smile. When the black-robed young woman saw this, her heart thumped. At this moment, a small black dot suddenly appeared in the black bead that she had crushed. The black dot suddenly expanded, and turned into a black vortex that was about 3 meters wide. Several tens of black tentacles extended out of the vortex like lightning, and wrapped around the black-robed young woman's body. Whoosh! The black-robed young woman was caught off guard, and before she could react, she was dragged into the black vortex. Then, the black vortex expanded, and actually sucked Patriarch Xianyu into it. In the instant that Patriarch Xianyu was sucked into the vortex, he suddenly turned his head toward the direction of the cave that Lu Ming was hiding in. He gave a meaningful glance, and then his body blurred, and he disappeared in a flash of black light. At this moment, a muffled rumble came from the black vortex, and it began to rapidly shrink. In the end, it turned into a ball of black light and disappeared into thin air. The black-robed young woman felt that the scenery in front of her had suddenly changed, and she was already in a strange world. Below her was a river that flowed endlessly, and around her were mountains of different distances. There were 3 huge fireballs floating high up in the sky, like 3 small suns, emitting bursts of dazzling white light. However, there was no other color apart from black and white, and it seemed quite bleak. The black-robed young woman's expression changed, and she looked around. She quickly calmed down, and a cold smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. "You want to use a magic treasure to trap me?" Wishful thinking. At this moment, her arms had already returned to their original state, and green light flashed in her hand. An ancient-looking bronze scythe appeared in her hand, and she slashed it through the air, and a misty blade light shot out. A loud noise resounded through the world, the surrounding rivers and mountains all shook violently, and a huge spatial rift was immediately torn open in the void. The black-robed young woman's figure moved, and she directly escaped into the spatial rift, leaving behind a series of afterimages. However, at this moment, a black light shot out of nowhere, and struck the spatial rift. An invisible wave of air surged out of the rift, and the black-robed young woman's body slightly paused. At the same time, there was a burst of dazzling white light in the surrounding void, constantly converging toward the spatial rift, causing the spatial rift to tremble for a moment, and then to close up again. Then, 2 figures flashed, a white-robed old man with white hair and a youthful face, and a black-robed old man in linen clothes, quietly stood in front of the black-robed young woman on either side. Although the aura that the 2 of them exuded was slightly inferior to that of the black-robed young woman, it was clear that they had also reached the ethereal enlightenment stage. Almost at the same time, there was a flash of gray light behind the black-robed young woman, and old ancestor Xianyu suddenly appeared behind her. The 3 of them immediately surrounded the black-robed young woman. The black-robed young woman's expression finally completely sank. In the valley of Dusk Peak, it could be said to be a scene of desolation. There were rubble and debris everywhere, and broken bodies of stemborers were scattered all over the place. The entire valley was quiet at this moment, and there was not the slightest sound coming out. From the sudden appearance of old ancestor Xianyu to the black-robed young woman being sucked into the black vortex, it was only a short moment. The battle between the 2 ethereal enlightenment powerhouses was like a flash in the pan. Not long after the black vortex disappeared, a pile of rubble at the edge of the valley suddenly exploded, and a figure wrapped in black gas flashed out of the scattered rubble. After a few leaps, he appeared near the spatial passage in the valley. The black gas receded, revealing the figure of Lu Ming. He looked in the direction of the space passage, and his eyes flashed. He raised his hand, and a simple and unadorned mirror appeared in his hand. It was the turbid heaven mirror that Taoist master Tiangu had bestowed upon him. Lu Ming quickly chanted a spell, and his hands turned into phantasms. Waves of symbols were launched on the celestial mirror. In the sky, the ethereal heavens of the heavens above. Heaven and earth, the realm and heaved. World of Lu, realm of the heaved. At the same time, a series of ripples appeared on the surface of the mirror, and a series of profound runes appeared. Lu Ming took a deep breath before opening his mouth to expel a mouthful of blood essence onto the realm of heavens. A pillar of chaotic light shot forth from the surface of the mirror before disappearing into the spatial rift in a flash. Just as Lu Ming was activating the treasure, another crater in the valley that had been filled with countless rubble abruptly exploded, and a crimson streak of light shot forth. The crimson streak of light then transformed into a half-human, half-insect figure. It was none other than the heavenly elephant stem borer that had been smashed into the ground by Xianxia. At this moment, he was in quite a sorry state. Half of his body was drenched in blood, and there were many wounds all over his body that were still bleeding. The 3 crimson carapaces on his back had several cracks on them, but his aura was still very stable, seemingly unharmed. The heavenly elephant stem borer immediately let loose an enraged roar upon seeing Lu Ming's actions, and he pounced toward Lu Ming like a crimson cloud. 3 giant crimson swords, each of which was over 1,000 feet in size, flashed out of the carapace on his back, crashing down toward Lu Ming's head. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly, and he continued to cast a series of incantation seals into the realm of heavens, upon which an increasingly thick pillar of light erupted from the surface of the mirror. At the same time, yellow light flashed from his body, and 12 beads of mountains and rivers appeared. Yellow light erupted from the beads of mountains and rivers, and the light from the 12 beads combined to form a massive mountain several hundred feet in size that stood in front of the 3 giant crimson swords. Rumble, an earth-shattering boom rang out within the valley, and 3 massive cracks appeared on the surface of the yellow mountain, extending from the summit all the way to the base of the mountain. In the next instant, the 3 giant crimson swords shuddered violently before shattering. The entire valley trembled violently. Circles of earthy yellow and blood red intertwined and spread out in all directions. The remaining stem borers in the valley were also hurtling toward Lu Ming, but their bodies shuddered as soon as they came into contact with the 2 colored shockwaves, and they were instantly pulverized into mincemeat. Expressions of fear appeared in the eyes of the other stem borers, and they didn't dare to advance any further. Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing that the mountain manifested by the beads of mountains and rivers hadn't shattered, and he abruptly bit the tip of his tongue to expel another mouthful of blood essence onto the realm of heavens. Brilliant light erupted from the realm of heavens, and a massive ancient rune appeared on the surface of the mirror. The mirror blurred before flying into the spatial rift and disappearing without a trace. The heavenly elephant stem borer was greatly alarmed to see this, and he wanted to rush forward to stop it, but it was already too late. In the next instant, a thunderous rumble erupted from within the black spatial passageway, and at the same time, it began to twist and warp. Great cracks began to appear in all directions, and the black light that was flashing non-stop within the spatial rift quickly disappeared before being covered in a layer of gray light. The spatial rift then began to shrink at a rate that was discernible to the naked eye. In the span of just 2 breaths, the spatial passageway that was originally 2,000 to 3,000 feet in size had been reduced to a black disk of light that was 50 to 60 feet in size, and it was still rapidly shrinking. Good. Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing this. The realm of heaven's mirror that enlightened Master Tiangu had bestowed upon him was something similar to a talisman, and Lu Ming didn't need to do anything to activate it. As soon as it was activated, the sealing power within it would automatically erupt to seal the spatial passageway. Now that the outcome was basically set, unless the clone of the stem borer queen arrived in person, there was no way the stem borer race could stop it. However, before he had a chance to relax, crimson light flashed before his eyes, and a thin crimson streak of light bypassed the mountain. Manifested by the beads of mountains and rivers before stabbing toward his chest from a tricky angle. Clang, with a soft sound, the bitter will sword shot out from Lu Ming's body, transforming into a series of purple afterimages, and blocked the thin crimson streak of light by a hair's breadth. It turned out to be a thin crimson needle magic treasure. However, the surface of the bitter will sword was slightly dim, as if its spirituality had been greatly damaged. Rumble, Lu Ming had just blocked the sneak attack of the crimson needle, and before he had time to catch his breath, the space above his head seemed to have suddenly collapsed, and a giant crimson palm of several acres in size suddenly slammed down. Before the giant palm had even landed, a giant crimson vortex of air had already descended from the palm, enveloping Lu Ming's body. Behind the giant crimson palm, the blood-armored stem-borer race stared at Lu Ming with fiery eyes. Behind him, a giant crimson projection rose up, looking like a strange creature with the body of an insect and the face of a human. The ceiling of the spatial tunnel was equivalent to cutting off their path of retreat and reinforcements. If they weren't careful, all of the stem-borers here would die. How could it not be furious at Lu Ming, the culprit behind all of this? Lu Ming snorted, but he was not the slightest bit afraid. He waved his hand like lightning, and the giant mountain in front of him suddenly disintegrated, transforming back into the 12 beads of mountains and rivers. He waved his hand, and 6 of the beads shot out. With a flash of yellow light, the 6 yellow lights quickly transformed into a giant yellow fist, colliding with the giant crimson palm. A series of explosions rang out in the air, like countless muffled thunder. The giant crimson palm was shattered, but the giant fist formed by the beads of mountains and rivers remained unscathed. A hint of pride appeared on Lu Ming's face. With his current pure magic power and the beads of mountains and rivers, he would not be at a disadvantage even if he were to face a celestial phenomenon powerful being head-on. Just as the two of them were fighting, the spatial crack behind them had already disappeared, and what replaced it was a slender black crack. Lu Ming glanced at it, and a thought flashed through his mind. After all, this was the Dawnfall Peak, the center of the Stemborer army. Now that his mission had been accomplished, he had no intention of continuing to fight with this Stemborer race powerful being. After making up his mind, he waved his hand and unleashed several incantation seals, withdrawing the giant fist formed by the beads of mountains and rivers. The other 6 beads then released yellow clouds that enveloped his body, and he abruptly flew out of the valley. Don't even think about getting away. The blood-armored Stemborer roared with rage, and his body transformed into a crimson streak of light as he gave chase. In the air above the eastern mountain range of the Dawnfall Peak, the battle between the Taiching Gate disciples and the Stemborer army had reached a climax. With the addition of reinforcements, even though the Stemborer army far outnumbered the Taiching Gate disciples, the battle was slowly tilting in favor of the humans. In terms of high-level celestial phenomenon cultivators, the humans and the Stemborers were basically on par. In terms of Gene Dan stage beings, the Stemborers actually had more than the Taiching Gate cultivators. However, the Gene Dan Stemborers were basically using their own innate abilities, so they were clearly at a disadvantage when compared to the countless treasures of the Taiching Gate elders and sect masters. The other Taiching Gate disciples also set up various spell formations. Even though they were unable to do much against the powerful defensive power of the Stemborers, they were still able to hold their ground. In the midst of the battle, several dozen white-robed Taiching Gate disciples stood in mid-air, forming a formation. At the forefront of the formation was a beautiful white-robed female cultivator, and she was none other than Long Yanfei. After a few decades, this woman had also entered the Jing Dan state. The surrounding disciples in white clothes were naturally the inner disciples of the Tianjian Peak. Shatong Tian was also among them. It seemed that his cultivation had also made a lot of progress. He had reached the intermediate stage of the crystallization period. As Long Yanfei waved her jade-like hand, the flying swords in the hands of the disciples of Tianjian Peak behind her shone brightly. Dozens of meteor-like sword lights darted out and formed a huge sword dragon, plunging into the dense swarm of Stemborer clan ahead. The sword dragon swam like a hot knife through butter. Wherever it passed, there was a hissing sound. These Stemborers, whose cultivation was only at the later stage of the crystallization period, were immediately cut into several pieces. Junior Sister Long, I didn't expect that after not seeing you for a few years, your attainments in Sword Tao have improved a lot. You can already form the Blue Dragon Sword formation. At this moment, a hearty laugh came from behind. It was a group of cultivators in silver robes flying over. These people's sleeves were embroidered with a silver mountain peak pattern. This was the symbol of the inner door Xintian Peak. The person who spoke was a strong man who looked to be in his 30s. He had bronze skin, and every muscle on his body was extremely tight like condensed steel. It seemed to contain infinite power. This person's cultivation was extremely strong. He had reached the later stage of the Jing Dan state. Behind the man stood a female cultivator in her early 20s. She had a beautiful appearance and wore a blue crystal headband on her head. There was a red mole between her eyebrows that looked like a bright ruby, adding a bit of brilliance to her appearance. This woman was also a cultivator of the Jingdan state. Like Long Yanfei, she was in the early stage of the Jingdan state. The two of them were very close. They seemed to be a pair of dual cultivation partners. Behind the two of them were a dozen crystallization period disciples of the Shantian peak. Luo Tiancheng was also among them. So its senior brother Shangguan and senior sister Ling Long Yanfei said while controlling the sword dragon to continue killing the stem borers. The other Tianjian peak disciples also showed a look of awe when they saw them, especially the man. These two people were the elders of the mysterious Heaven Peak, the number one peak in the inner sanctum. They were Shangguan Yanyu and Ling Yi. They were also a pair of husband and wife who were extremely famous among the disciples of the Taiqing sect. Luo Tiancheng could only be said to be a rising star of the Shantian peak, and this Shangguan Yanyu's cultivation had reached the real pellet state later stage. As early as hundreds of years ago, she was already famous in the entire Taiqing sect's inner door. The mysterious Heaven Peak was known as the number one peak in the inner sect because of this person. Roar! Roar! At this moment, a huge black cloud rushed over. Within the black cloud, there were more than 1,000 stem borers. Although there were no stem borers at the Jingdan stage, there were more than 100 stem borers at the crystal level. This black cloud seemed to have been formed by some kind of stem borer race ability. It clashed head-on with the sword dragon unleashed by the heavenly sword peak, but it wasn't torn apart. Instead, the sword dragon was sent flying, and it continued to press forward without slowing down. Seeing this, Long Yanfei's expression changed. She was about to summon another sword dragon. Courting death. The range of the black cloud was extremely wide. In addition to targeting the disciples of the Heavenly Sword Peak, it also targeted the disciples of the mysterious Heaven Peak. Seeing this, a cold light flashed in Shangguan Yinyu's eyes. Her body directly flew into the air, and a circle of copper light appeared around her body. Her hands changed continuously, and a series of copper palm shadows the size of pavilions blasted toward the rolling black cloud like waves. Within the black cloud, the countless stem borers were also stirred upon seeing this, and they blasted out a series of pillars of light toward the crimson palm projection. As a result, these light beams were annihilated by the palm shadows in a flash. Loud banging sounds rang out, the black cloud was struck countless times in an instant, and it began to tumble violently. Many of the stem borers at the front were instantly pulverized into mincemeat, but the black cloud was still able to just barely maintain its shape and didn't disperse. Shangguan Yanyu snorted coldly. With a flash of red light, a copper ring appeared in her hand. She chanted a few cryptic spells. The bronze ring in Shangguan Yanyu's hand shone brightly, and condensed into a tiger's head shadow. It opened its huge mouth, and circles of scarlet ring shadow surged out, and disappeared into the dark clouds in a flash, as if nothing had happened. However, Shangguan Yanyu showed a sneer on her face. The next moment, the huge black cloud shook violently, then it bulged up as if it was inflated. Then, it suddenly exploded. Most of the stem borers in the black cloud were blasted into pieces of flesh and blood. Except for a few powerful ones that barely escaped, more than 1,000 stem borers were almost wiped out in just a few seconds. Seeing Shangguan Yanyu's strength, not only the disciples of the Heavenly Sword Peak, but the disciples of the other peaks also showed amazement and admiration. At this moment, Ling Yi, who was next to Shangguan Yanyu, smiled and waved her arm. Swoosh! A blue light blasted out and turned into countless blue crystal silk in the air. Tens of thousands of silk flashed and entangled the few escaping crystallization period stem borers. Ling Yi gently pulled back her arm. Blue light flashed, and the stem borers of the crystal formation later stage were all reduced to dust after flying for a short distance before being blown away by strong winds. Senior fellow apprentice Shangguan's Tiger Roar bracelet is extremely powerful, and senior sister apprentice Ling's finger-twisting silk technique has also reached the mastery realm. You will definitely shine in the battle. It is just a matter of time for you to be promoted to an esoteric disciple. Long Yanfei turned her eyes and smiled at the two. Junior Martial Sister Long must be joking. Killing these low-grade stem borers is no merit. The most important part of our sect's plan to exterminate the stem borers is to infiltrate the Dawnfall Peak and seal the spatial passageway. If we can complete this mission, we'll accumulate enough merit to enter the Buddha Palace. Originally, this mission was given to an esoteric disciple, but I heard that sect master Tiange suddenly assigned an inner disciple to carry out this mission. Does Junior Marshal Sister Long know about this? Shangguan Yanyu glanced at Long Yanfei and asked. Even senior fellow apprentice Shangguan doesn't know with his status in the sect, how would I know? Long Yanfei smiled with a flash in her eyes. Shangguan Yanyu raised an eyebrow and didn't say anything. Ling Yi, who was beside her, smiled and said, Junior Marshal Sister Long, you speak too highly of Yanyu. As they were chatting, a wave of stem borers rushed over. Long Yanfei and the others didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly stopped talking to focus their attention. High up in the sky, the clouds in the sky were constantly changing colors. From time to time, there would be blinding flashes of light, and thunderous explosions could be heard from afar. Above the clouds, 6 silhouettes were flying about, and they were fighting in pairs. It was Taoist Tiange of the Taiching sect. The gray-robed old man and the white-robed Taoist nun were fighting against 3 celestial phenomenon state stem borers. All 6 of them were celestial phenomenon state beings, and their magic power was roughly equal. For a time, none of them could do anything to the other. Suddenly, 2 ethereal enlightenment-level spiritual pressures came from the Dawnfall Peak down below. They collided with each other as if they were fighting fiercely. The expressions of the 6 changed slightly. They quickly recognized the spiritual pressures on their side. However, after a short while, the 2 spiritual pressures suddenly disappeared as if they were never there. Taoist Tiange and the other 2 looked at each other with a hint of joy on their faces. However, the expressions of the 3 celestial phenomenon state stem borers changed drastically. At this moment, everyone felt a strong spatial tremor coming from the Dawnfall Peak down below, as well as the spiritual pressures from the 2 fierce clashes. Not good, these humans are coming for the wormhole. The male stem borer with 2 black and white tentacles on his head roared in the stem borer race's language. His body moved, and he was about to rush down. When the gray-robed old man saw this, he turned into a ray of light and chased after him. The other 2 celestial phenomenon state stem borers were just about to follow suit when Taoist Tiange and the white-robed Taoist nun appeared in front of them. Taoist Tiange waved a hand through the air, and a silver horsetail whisk appeared in his hand. Countless silver threads swept forth, obscuring the entire sky as they hurtled toward one of the tall and burly celestial phenomenon state stem borers. The white-robed Taoist nun also tossed a string of jade beads into the air. The 18 shiny jade beads expanded to over 1,000 feet in size, then released streaks of white light that enveloped the other celestial phenomenon state stem borer. Powerful magic power fluctuations erupted once again. The black and white tentacle stem borer descended from the clouds like a shooting star. Celestial phenomenon state stem borers were extremely fast, and it only took them a short while to reach the valley where the spatial wormhole was located. Right at this moment, the black and white tentacle stem borer's vision suddenly blurred, and the scenery around him changed drastically. This was no longer a valley, he was now surrounded by a boundless blue ocean, and a burst of enormous pressure was crashing down toward him. A formation. The black and white tentacle stem borer had already realized that he had fallen into a trap set up by his opponent. A humanoid figure blurred, and a golden-robed young man appeared not far away from the black and white tentacle stem borer with a smile on his face. It was none other than Kim Tinti. The black and white tentacle stem borer's expression changed upon seeing this. The golden-robed young man was also a celestial phenomenon state stem borer. Gray light flashed, and a gray-robed elderly man also appeared on the surface of the ocean, standing in front of Jin Liang and blocking the black and white tentacle stem borer from behind. The black and white tentacle stem borer's expression changed drastically upon seeing this. It took me so much effort to set up this Jade Sea spatial shift formation. Elder Su, you're far too slow, Kim Tinti said in a displeased manner. The gray-robed elderly man rolled his eyes, ignoring Kim Tinti, and asked, there's no need to waste words. Let me ask you, has Lu Ming sealed the spatial crack? Younger brother Lu has already accomplished his mission with flying colors. He's even lured away a celestial phenomenon stem borer, which has greatly reduced the pressure on us. Kim Tinti's eyes flashed, and he chuckled. Oh, I've truly underestimated this. Child. A hint of surprise flashed through the gray-robed elderly man's eyes. With younger brother Lu's current strength, even if he can't defeat that celestial phenomenon Stemborer, he should be more than enough to protect himself. There's no need for us to worry about him. Let's deal with this fellow first. A cold glint flashed through Kim Tin-Ti's eyes as he looked at the black-armored Stemborer, and he waved his hand to form several hand seals. Rumble, the surrounding seawater began to churn violently, and the entire surface of the sea began to tilt toward the black and white Stemborer race. The black and white Stemborer race's expression was extremely ugly. Although it had only been a few words, it had more or less understood the current situation. The Stemborer race could be said to have lost its momentum, but it was not going to just wait for death. It let out a long roar, and the two antennae on its head suddenly stood upright, from which two beams of black light shot into the sky. However, in the next moment, rumble, overwhelming seawater came crashing in from all directions, completely submerging the black and white Stemborer race man, Kim Tin-Ti, and the gray-robed elder. In the depths of a dimly lit cave, an underground river that flowed from west to east ran through the cave. Somewhere above the turbulent torrent, two shadows were chasing each other, one in front and one behind. It was Lu Ming and the blood-armored Stemborer race man. After sealing the spatial passageway to Sunset Mountain, Taoist Master Tiangu had completed the mission given to him by Taoist Master Tiangu. He had no intention of fighting to the death with the celestial phenomenon Stemborer race man, but the blood-armored Stemborer race man seemed to harbor a grudge against Lu Ming. The Heaven Evasion Talisman was a one-time use talisman, and now that its time had passed, it could no longer provide any help to Lu Ming. Die. Lu Ming looked back at the crimson figure behind him, and a fierce killing intent appeared in the depths of his eyes. Since the blood-armored Stemborer race man was chasing after him, he did not mind killing it here and now. The blood-armored Stemborer race man let out a low roar, and a crimson light erupted from its body. The crimson light around it condensed into its true form. It was a sinister centipede with a black and red carapace, but strangely, it had two giant sickle-like front claws and a long bony tail. Its speed suddenly increased, and it quickly closed the distance between the two. Brat, I'm going to kill you. The blood-armored Stemborer race man opened its mouth and spat out 7 or 8 balls of rancid green liquid toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly, and silver light erupted from his body as a pair of silver wings extended from his back. His speed also increased significantly, and his body swayed as he dodged the green liquid. A sizzling sound could be heard. When the green liquid hit the cave wall, it instantly melted several holes. Green smoke and a disgusting fishy smell wafted out. Although Lu Ming had used the beast armor art to accelerate, the underground environment with so many obstacles was clearly more favorable for the blood-armored Stemborer race man. Seeing that the distance between the two was getting closer and closer, Lu Ming frowned. He lowered his flying figure and flew forward along the river. Seeing that the green liquid had not harmed Lu Ming in the slightest, his body, the blood-armored Stemborer race man, and he was enraged. The wings on Lu Ming's back flapped over and over again, and his body swayed as he evaded the attacks. The balls of green liquid fell into the river. A gurgling sound suddenly erupted from the river, and the river water seemed to be boiling as it dissipated into the air. Lu Ming's mind raced as he surveyed his surroundings. Right at this moment, the river before him suddenly narrowed. He vaguely remembered that this was a huge bend in the underground river, and he immediately disappeared into the water as a silver shadow. The blood-armored Stemborer didn't chase after him into the underground river. Instead, it swung its front claws through the air, and countless door-sized crimson wind blades shot forth before falling into the river like raindrops. Rumble, the underground river suddenly began to churn, and a huge splash was produced. Right at this moment, a dozen or so massive water vortexes appeared in the underground river. In the next moment, a dozen or so huge water pillars suddenly rose from the underground river, and like giant tentacles, they viciously whipped toward the blood-armored Stemborer in midair. The underground space was narrow, and the centipede was huge, so it was unable to completely dodge. Its huge body was struck by the water pillars, and although it wasn't injured, it was still forced back a few steps. Before it had a chance to stabilize itself, the roars of dragons and tigers rang out from within the river, and 6 black WYRMs that were over 200 feet in length and 6 black tigers that were around the same size emerged before pouncing toward the crimson armored centipede. The centipede was enraged, and blood-colored light erupted from its body. Its long blood-armored tail shook, and it turned into a sky full of blurry shadows that whipped toward the mist dragons and mist tigers. The mist dragons and mist tigers howled in anguish, and their bodies shattered into gusts of black gas. However, the black gas didn't dissipate, and it wrapped around the centipede. Nether prison. Lu Ming's figure flashed, and he appeared behind the centipede like a ghost. With a wave of his hand, he performed a few incantation gestures, and the black mist suddenly began to radiate a vast expanse of black light. The centipede's vision darkened, and it instantly fell into a black space. Illusory space. The centipede was taken aback, but it quickly figured out the nature of the black space before it. With a cold sneer, it waved its front claws, and blood-colored light condensed into a giant crimson blade that slashed forward. The black space hissed and twisted violently. Right at this moment, a black figure appeared in front of the crimson blade. It was Lu Ming. Hiss, black gas revolved around Lu Ming's body, and he let out a roar as he punched out. A series of explosions rang out in the void, and a huge black fist shadow shot out, colliding with the crimson blade. The nether prison space shook violently, and the crimson blade shattered. The black fist shadow flickered a few times, and it also disappeared. The centipede's huge body felt a huge force surging toward it, and it was forced back a few steps. Its blood-colored eyes narrowed. At this moment, a ball of azure light shot out from the black space behind the centipede. It was a half-corporeal azure ox mutant beast several tens of feet in size. It was Che Huan. Che Huan's eyes flashed, and it bit down on the centipede's bone tail like lightning. Candle God. The centipede felt something strange behind it, and when it turned back to see Che Huan, its expression changed drastically. Its huge body twisted violently, and it shook its tail, trying to throw Che Huan away. The Che Hua azure ox closed its cavernous mouth and snapped the stemburer's tail in half with a single bite. It really is you. Back in the Heaven Gate secret realm, you spoiled my plans, and caused my strength to plummet. The blood-armored centipede's tail had been bitten off, and its huge body trembled from the pain. It moved far away from the blood-armored centipede and let out a resentful roar before pouncing at Lu Ming. So it's you. Lu Ming finally came to a realization upon hearing the centipede's words. The giant centipede in front of him was the half-human, half-insect centipede that he had encountered in the Heaven Gate secret realm. When he first saw the stem borer, he also felt that its aura was somewhat familiar. However, he had personally witnessed the stem borer being killed by the profound illuminating Grand Elder of the Heavenly Palace, so he did not think too much about it. He did not know what strange means the stem borer had used to escape from the Heaven Gate secret realm under Elder Qian's watch. Although Lu Ming was a little surprised, he didn't slow down at all. He waved his sleeve, and 12 earth yellow beads instantly appeared in the infernal prison. He then waved his hands repeatedly, and the light on the surface of the beads dimmed, and black water suddenly appeared. The faint sound of the Styx River could be heard. The black mist and black water light intertwined with each other. As Lu Ming pointed with his index finger, the 12 mountain river beads transformed into 12 ferocious giant black ghosts of 100 meters in size, blocking in front of him. As soon as these nether river ghost kings appeared, they opened their mouths and released bright water. 12 thick black water arrows shot out from the mouths of the 12 nether river ghost kings, forming a dense crisscrossing water net that shot toward the blood-colored stem borer. Seeing this, the centipede's long body suddenly twisted, and it dodged to the side. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and he flicked his 10 fingers in succession, merging a series of incantations into the rolling black mist around him. The surrounding black mist tumbled, and the entire infernal prison space quickly shrank, compressing toward the central area where the centipede was. The centipede let out a roar, and it looked around with a hint of horror in its eyes. The nearby black mist became denser and denser, and it all squeezed toward the centipede as if it had come to life. For a moment, the centipede's speed was greatly reduced, and its movements became sluggish. Lu Ming chanted, and he waved his left hand forward, and a golden talisman shot out. It was the yellow turban warrior talisman, and it rotated in the air, transforming into a yellow turban clone that looked like Lu Ming. Whoosh! Whoosh, Lu Ming, the yellow turban avatar, and Che Huan flew out at the same time and instantly surrounded the blood-armored centipede stem borer. The 12 Nether River Ghost Kings transformed by the Mountain River Pearl also came over with rumbling footsteps. The centipede had just stabilized its body, and seeing this scene, it was furious. It raised its 2 rows of scythe-like claws, and with a blur, a blood-colored claw light turned into a layer of blood-colored claw net, protecting its body. As soon as it finished doing this, Lu Ming had already flashed over with a burst of black mist. A series of crackling sounds came from his body, and his body doubled in size. His arms blurred, and countless fist shadows shot out with ear-piercing whistling sounds. The same was true for the yellow turban clone. The void in front of it trembled, and a series of fist shadows shot out. Meanwhile, the Chehua azure cow opened its mouth to expel a swath of azure light that swept toward the crimson armor centipede stem borers. The 12 infernal river ghost monarchs also blasted black pillars of water toward the crimson armor centipede stem borers. The fist shadows, green light, and water columns combined into one, bombarding the centipede, and the blood-colored claw net couldn't resist at all. A hint of fear flashed through the crimson-armored centipede's eyes, but it was unable to evade, so it let loose a low roar as crimson light erupted from its body, instantly forming a crimson cocoon that enshrouded its entire body. Rumble, countless streams of light bombarded the blood-colored cocoon, splashing a circle of shock waves. After 2 rounds of attacks, the light on the blood-colored cocoon dimmed. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. His figure blurred, and in the next moment, he appeared above the blood-armored centipede's head. Scintillating silver light erupted from his body as a silver keratin glove appeared over his right fist. He let loose a low cry, and his fist drew a silver arc through the air before striking the crimson barrier above the crimson armor centipede's head. He poured all the magic power in his body into his fist, and a dazzling light erupted from it. Gotcha! A series of cracks suddenly appeared on the blood-red cocoon, and then it shattered, revealing a pair of blood-red eyes that stared fixedly at Lu Ming. Roar! The blood-armored centipede let out a roar, and its 2 huge front claws blurred, and its nails actually detached from its forelimbs, drawing 2 black lines in the air, slashing towards Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's expression changed, and he hurriedly urged his body to shoot back. With a rip sound, a black line passed close to Lu Ming's back, and a dark red mark appeared on Lu Ming's back. Blood spurted out, but at least he managed to avoid the blood-armored centipede's attack. Just as the blood-armored centipede's sharp claws swung, a green light flashed, and Che Huan Qingyao shot down, its huge half-corporeal hooves heavily stomping on the blood-armored centipede's head. A cracking sound came from the blood-armored centipede's head, and its body shook as it coughed up a mouthful of gray blood. A black shadow flashed, and Lu Ming appeared next to the blood-armored centipede like a ghost. The silver light from his fist drew a huge arc in the air, and the entire infernal prison space seemed to be illuminated. Amid the low roar of a tiger and a dragon, the silver fist fell heavily on the blood-armored centipede's head. A cracking sound even louder than before rang out, and a large hole was blasted in the blood-armored centipede's head. The blood-armored centipede's huge body trembled violently, and the air was filled with green blood. Che Huan roared, and his body shone with a green light, and in a flash, he turned into a huge green saber, and slashed at the blood-armored centipede's neck. Crack! The crimson-armored centipede's stemborer's neck was severed, and its massive head flew through the air. Gray blood gushed forth in a frenzy as its long body plummeted heavily to the ground. Pung! Water from the river of crushed stones splashed everywhere. We've finally killed this fiend. Lu Ming let out a long breath, although his face was slightly pale. However, the wound on his back was quickly healed by the black gas. This time, he had used everything he had, including the yellow turban warrior talisman, the Che Huan totem, the 12 pearls of mountains and rivers, and the infernal purgatory. Only then did he manage to kill this celestial phenomenon blood armor stemborer. It was a pity that he was killed by Lu Ming before he could use many of his abilities. Although the battle was not long, Lu Ming had used up a lot of his magic power. If the blood-armored centipede could survive this, Lu Ming would have to consider running for his life. Lu Ming waved his hand, and the infernal purgatory disappeared. The 12 infernal river ghost monarchs returned to the pearls of mountains and rivers before flying back into his body. Right at this moment, a streak of crimson light suddenly shot out of the blood-armored centipede's head, flying into the distance at an incredible speed. However, not long after the streak of crimson light had flown out, a streak of azure light shot forth from the Chehuan azure cow, enveloping the streak of crimson light in a flash. As soon as the streak of crimson light came into contact with the azure light, it revealed its true form. It was a small stem borer with an extremely thin body and 8 tentacle-like claws. The 8-clawed stem borer struggled as it was enveloped by the azure light, and the crimson light on its body was quickly devoured as it let loose a howl of anguish and fear. A cold smile appeared on Lu Ming's face. He was already prepared for this. Celestial phenomenon beings were different from gene dam cultivators in that their souls were extremely sturdy. Even after abandoning their physical bodies, they still possessed many profound abilities. This was most likely the reason why the stem borer was able to escape from the Heavenly Gate secret realm. Within the azure light, the 8-clawed stem borer's body rapidly shrank, and it appeared that it was about to perish. Lu Ming waved his right hand to release a cloud of black mist, which pulled the 8-clawed stem borer out of the azure light before imprisoning it in his palm. Fellow Taoist, please spare my life. I was once a protector of the stem borer queen, and I know many of your secret arts and techniques. As long as you spare my life, I'm willing to give you all of them. The 8-clawed stem borer begged in the human language. Lu Ming remained expressionless, as if he hadn't heard anything. Streaks of black light erupted from his 5 fingers, which enveloped the 8-clawed stem borer, and a burst of strange howling sounds rang out. A ball of misty light slowly seeped into the 8-clawed stem borer from Lu Ming's hand. He was unleashing a soul-searching technique. This blood armor stem borer was most likely a mystic enlightened realm being, so there had to be a lot of secret information about the stem borer race and its consciousness. However, even though the stem borer's soul had no physical body, it was still very tenacious under the soul-searching technique. Lu Ming had to expend almost all of his energy to glean some fragmented information, and most of it was useless. Lu Ming was quite surprised to see this. As expected of a mystic enlightened realm being, there was no way he was going to return empty-handed. He gritted his teeth and spat out a mouthful of blood essence toward the stem borer's soul, which transformed into crimson spirit flames that enveloped the stem borer. The 8-clawed stem borer's soul immediately let loose a howl of anguish, as if it were being sliced into pieces. Meanwhile, Lu Ming continued to chant as the mist from his hand seeped into the stem borer's head, and as time passed, he would nod with furrowed brows from time to time. Only after a long while did he open his eyes, and his expression changed indeterminately. He then abruptly clenched his hand into a fist, and the 8-clawed stem borer let loose a howl of anguish before its soul was completely obliterated. He had indeed obtained some information from the memories of the 8-clawed stem borer, but most importantly, he had finally figured out the origins of the stem borer race. As it turned out, the stem borer race had once lived in a certain insect realm, and they were a branch of the ancient insect race. Generally speaking, only after reaching a certain level of cultivation would they be able to take on a human form and become a powerful stem borer race. However, a stem borer queen had suddenly been born among these stem borers, and it was extremely powerful. Furthermore, it was far more powerful than the average arcane insight mighty figure, and it was virtually invincible in that realm. What was even more terrifying was that it could devour all types of energy between heaven and earth, thereby allowing it to become more powerful in virtually any environment. Some of its descendants had inherited this ability, but of course, they weren't as fearsome as the stem borer queen. However, as the number of stem borers continued to increase, the amount of energy between heaven and earth they could devour also increased, and the stem borer queen soon began to clash with the other insect races in their original realm, resulting in a war that lasted for tens of thousands of years. With its powerful reproductive ability and ability to devour energy between heaven and earth, the stem borer queen and its countless descendants were able to consolidate their position in the war, eventually defeating the allied army of the other insect races. Following the conclusion of the war, the stem borer queen began to slaughter and devour the other insect races. The other insect races were no longer able to stop the stem borer race, and the remaining ones were forced to flee to other realms. The victorious stem borer race was no longer a threat to them, and their numbers began to grow at an exponential rate. However, there was a limit to how much energy they could replenish, and the stem borer race quickly slaughtered all of the other living beings in their original realm, then devoured all types of energy between heaven and earth, resulting in the collapse of the realm. Prior to the collapse of the realm, the stem borer queen led its countless descendants to invade neighboring realms. Through their relentless reproduction, the stem borer queen was able to repeat what they had done in the original realm. Finally, after the stem borer queen had destroyed several realms, several dozen arcane insight mighty figures from other realms joined forces to attack the stem borer queen. In order to ensure the safety of their own realm, several dozens of arcane insight mighty figures from other realms joined forces to attack the stem borer queen. After several months of intense battle, the stem borer queen was only able to severely wound the stem borer queen and fall into a state of deep sleep. The arcane insight mighty figures were also unable to eradicate the stem borer queen due to their severe injuries. Without the stem borer queen's powers, the stem borer race was unable to invade other realms as they pleased. Due to the energy in the realms they were in, some of the stem borers were unable to bear the hunger and began to slaughter their own brethren. A few decades ago, the bloodshell stem borer managed to escape back to its own realm, only to encounter the stem borer queen, who had temporarily awakened and immediately informed it of what had happened in the human world. The stem borer queen hated the other realms to the core, and after a while, it finally locked onto the coordinates of the mid-heaven continent in the human world and opened a spatial passageway to invade the human world. An indecisive look appeared on Lu Ming's face, and only after a long while did he heave a long sigh. He waved his hands through the air, releasing a burst of black light that enshrouded the carcass of the bloodshell stem borer queen, then made a grabbing motion. A small portion of the carcass exploded amid a dull thump, and a shimmering crimson bead flew out from within, giving off powerful magic power fluctuations before landing in his hand in a flash. This was none other than the heavenly elephant stem borer queen's core. Just this crystal core alone was extremely valuable. Lu Ming inspected it for a moment before stowing it away into his spatial ring, then turned his attention to the incomplete carcass of the bloodshell stem borer. Right at this moment, the Che Huan mutant beast let out a low roar. Lu Ming's brows furrowed as he waved his hand, tossing the carcass over to the Che Huan mutant beast. The Che Huan let out an excited roar before opening its mouth to expel a cloud of azure gas, which enveloped the carcass of the bloodshell stem borer. The carcass of the bloodshell stem borer rapidly shrank within the azure light, and was swallowed by the Che Huan mutant beast in less than a minute. The Che Huan mutant beast circled around Lu Ming with great satisfaction, then let out another roar before disappearing into Lu Ming's left shoulder as a streak of azure light. Lu Ming's body shuddered, and a powerful burst of heat flowed from the Che Huan tattoo into his spiritual sea. His nearly depleted spiritual sea was quickly replenished, and in the blink of an eye, all of his magic power had been restored. Lu Ming was ecstatic upon seeing this. This phenomenon had also happened in the southern barbarians. The Che Huan totem devoured a large amount of the stem borer queen's essence, which would be converted into magic power and integrated into his body. This kind of thing was not mentioned in the secret manual of the Che Huan totem. Could it be that the Che Huan totem underwent some kind of mutation? Lu Ming pondered for a moment, but he couldn't come up with a conclusion. He shook his head, and a black mist appeared around his body, and after a few flashes, he disappeared into the distance. Old Ancestor Xianxia, the old man in linen robes, and the old man in white robes stood in the air in a vast space that only had two colors, black and white. In front of the three of them, there was a giant stem borer floating in the air. It looked like an ant that had been magnified countless times. However, its two front limbs were thin and long, and its back body was very fat. At this moment, its body was tightly bound by black and white threads, and its carapace was riddled with holes. There was no sign of life coming from it. Old Ancestor Xianxia and the other two cultivators looked a little disheveled at this moment. Their robes were disheveled, and their faces were a little pale. Apart from that, the nearby mountains and rivers were also full of potholes, and many places had been razed to the ground. It looked like a mess. I didn't expect this mid-stage ethereal enlightenment stem borer to be so powerful. The three of us and the mountain map spatial yin and yang power barely managed to kill it. Old Ancestor Xianxia sighed and said slowly. The old man in white robes nodded in agreement. In my opinion, this stem borer is not an ordinary ethereal enlightenment stem borer. It was able to destroy junior brother Feng Qing's lightning manipulation mace in an instant, and its strength is very rare. If we weren't in this treasure grotto heaven, we wouldn't have been able to kill it. The old man in linen robe suddenly said. That's true. Old Ancestor Xianxia was startled when he heard this, and a thoughtful expression appeared on his face. In terms of insight, senior brother Mukong is undoubtedly the best among the four of us. Since senior brother says so, this stemborer must be a little strange. The old man in white robes pondered for a moment before he said this. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand, and a green light shot out from the mountain below and landed in his hand. It was the black-robed young woman's bronze scythe. The old man in white robes waved his hand, and a ray of light fused into the bronze scythe, and a faint green light appeared on the scythe. A treasure made by Mother Serene Sand. No wonder it could easily break through the mountain map space. The old man in white robes revealed a look of surprise. Senior brother Feng's lightning-controlling truncheon was destroyed by the stemborer. This item belongs to senior brother as compensation. Old ancestor Xianxia said with a smile. Then I won't hold back. A look of joy flashed across the white-robed old man's face. He waved his hand and put away the bronze scythe. The old man had no objections to this. He flicked his finger, and a streak of light flew out. Within the streak of light, a spinning black and white bead could be vaguely seen. At the same time, the surrounding black and white scenery became blurry, and the black and white cyclones disappeared into the black and white bead. The scene in the valley of Dawnfall Peak appeared once again in the void. The original spatial tunnel had turned into a hazy black line. It had been sealed successfully. It seems that Lu Ming's mission has been successful. Tiange should have already cleaned up the stemborers. In this way, the stemborers near the Thousand Spirit Mountain range can be cleaned up soon. The old man in linen clothes nodded and said. These are all trivial matters. Just leave it to me. As for the matter of contacting the other sects, I'll have to trouble the two senior brothers. Old ancestor Xianxia said. Then I'll have to trouble junior brother. The old man said with a wooden expression. Xianxia nodded and waved his hand, creating a spatial tunnel. His silhouette flickered and disappeared into it. The old man's gaze landed on the corpse of the stemborer. His eyes flickered, and no one knew what he was thinking. In the air outside the Dawnfall Peak, Daoist Tiange, Jin Liang, and the other two celestial phenomenon ascendants stood in the air. The three celestial phenomenon ascendants of the stemborer race had already been defeated by them. After losing their leader, the army of the stemborer race was already in shambles. The disciples of the Taiqing Gate had already forced them to retreat. The disciples of the Taiqing Gate, led by the Jin Dan elders, chased after them. The Dawnfall Peak, which was the lair of the stemborer race, was now completely empty. There weren't many traces of the stemborer race and the disciples of the Taiqing Gate. At this moment, a silhouette flickered. Old ancestor Xianxia appeared. We pay our respects to esteemed elder Xianxia. Daoist Tiange and the others hurriedly bowed. All right, the situation is urgent now. There's no need to be so courteous. The battle plan you all came up with is very good. You've successfully destroyed the main forces of the stemborer race near the Myriad Spirit Mountain range. Not only me, Elder Mukong and Elder Fengqing are also very satisfied with your performance. Old ancestor Xianxia lightly said. Esteemed Elder Xianxia praises us too much. This is what we should do. Daoist Tiange and the others humbly replied. Although the stemborer race has already been defeated, they are still a hidden danger. We have to exterminate them as soon as possible, as well as the other stemborers in the Myriad Spirit Mountain range. Old ancestor Xianxia commanded. Yes, esteemed Elder Xianxia. Daoist Tiange hurriedly replied. Progenitor Xuanyu nodded and disappeared on the spot with a move. Daoist Tiange and the others discussed in the air for a while before they began to fly in different directions. Lu Ming snuck along the underground river and soon returned to the abandoned mining area. He used the concealment ability of the Chehuan totem and turned into a shadow as he flew out of the abandoned mining area. Huh. Lu Ming was slightly surprised. He could not sense any stemborer's aura near the abandoned mining area. He thought for a while and almost guessed the reason. It seems like our sect has won this battle. He immediately waved one hand, turned into a black light, and flew toward the Thousand Spirit Mountain. After flying for less than a quarter of an hour, Lu Ming stopped and turned to look at a direction on the left. He had a strange expression on his face. Over 500 kilometers to the left, there were violent magic power fluctuations, and it was clear that there were powerful cultivators engaged in a fierce battle. One of them had the baleful chi of the stem borers, while the other was a human cultivator with a very familiar aura. Lu Ming pondered for a moment, then he turned around and flew toward there. With the end of the battle, the army of stem borers that occupied the Dawnfall Peak was completely annihilated. The remaining small and medium-sized stem borers around the myriad Spirit Mountain range were also hunted down by the disciples of the Taiching Gate. On a small mountain hundreds of thousands of miles to the north of the myriad Spirit Mountain range, several disciples of the Tianjian Peak were hunting down hundreds of stem borers. The leader was a young man in a brocade robe with a long and narrow face. He was Sha Tongtian. With a clear cry, a streak of azure light split into 2, then into 4, and in the blink of an eye, there were 16 streaks of azure light that were over 100 feet long that pierced through the sky. After several whooshing sounds, the corpses of the strange insects that had been cut into pieces fell to the ground. Not a single one of them was spared. Senior Fellow Apprentice Sha is really powerful. These stem borers can absorb and resist the damage of spiritual weapons, but they are still so vulnerable in front of Senior Fellow Apprentice Sha's flying sword. Next to Sha Tongtian, a short disciple of the Tianjian Peak hurriedly complimented him. "Humph, this is nothing. Oh no, junior sister Callan seems to be in danger." At this moment, Sha Tongtian was suddenly shocked. He hurriedly waved his hand, and a green light flew back to him. It turned into a green escape light and blasted toward a small mountain in the east. In the past 100 years, although Sha Tongtian followed his master's order to focus on cultivation, he still couldn't let go of Callan. In addition, Lu Ming was nowhere to be found. This also made Sha Tongtian's originally gloomy heart seem to reignite a little hope. After Lu Ming returned to the sect this time, he went to carry out the secret mission of the war. There were not many people in the sect who knew about his return, so Sha Tongtian naturally didn't know about it. Above a trickling stream between 2 small mountains, a group of black and yellow stem borers were surrounding 2 female disciples in blue dresses of the misty peak. One of the female disciples was graceful, beautiful, and her eyes were faintly glowing with blue light. It was Callan. The 2 of them had chased low-grade stem borers all the way here, but they didn't think that they would encounter a Jindan stage stem borer that was recuperating nearby. There were 600 to 700 stem borers in this swarm, and the leader was a strange Jindan stage stem borer. Its entire body was dark green, and it had a pair of sinister and long eyes on its head. After devouring several tens of fleeing low-grade stem borers, it had completely recovered its energy, and it was currently standing on the outskirts of the swarm of stem borers, appraising the 2 of them with menacing eyes, as if it couldn't wait to devour the 2 of them. Senior Martial Sister, we're both unable to deal with these stem borers. If this battle drags on, more and more stem borers will gather. How about we retreat for now, a sweet-looking female disciple suggested in a low voice. Junior Martial Sister Zhao, it won't be easy for both of us to escape at the same time. Even though my bewitchment techniques aren't very effective against these stem borers, I can still stall them for a while. Why don't you leave and seek reinforcements? After Jiao Lan said faintly, a wave of blue ripples suddenly flowed in his eyes. His hands continuously made gestures, and the light blue halo on his body flickered. Senior Martial Sister Callan. The sweet-looking female disciple was stunned for a moment, but she didn't say anything more. She just turned around with a slight reluctance, waved her sleeves, turned into a blue light, and blasted away. While casting the mystic technique, strands of blue thread spread out from the blue halo around Jiao Lan's body, sweeping toward the surrounding stem borer clan insect army. These blue threads were extremely fast, and many stem borers were enshrouded in layers of faint blue light in the blink of an eye, thereby instantly becoming sluggish. The eyes of the leader of the Jindan stem borers flashed erratically as it looked on at the departing blue light. A strange cry erupted. Hell! A series of sound waves proliferated from its body. The light blue glow wrapped around the swarm of insects was shaken away under the strong vibration of the sound wave. Jiao Lan also seemed to be impacted by the sound wave, and she couldn't help but step back for a few meters. And after that swarm of strange insects broke free from the bindings, they continued to roar and pounce towards where Jiao Lan was. Jiao Lan's gaze turned cold. Her hands flashed with blue light, and several blue ribbons extended from her sleeves. Her wrists shook, and they danced impenetrably. In the next instant, a series of blue blades swept out from the blue ribbons, forcing the oncoming stem borers back while shielding themselves within the blue ribbons. The leader of the Jiangdan giant stem borers abruptly widened its eyes upon seeing this, and it opened its cavernous mouth to expel a vast expanse of foul-smelling green mucus. A loud sizzling sound rang out. The mucus had corrosive properties, and it was quickly eating away at the blue ribbons. The defensive spiritual light around Callan's body was instantly weakened, and 7 or 8 stem borers took advantage of this opening to get within 70 to 80 feet of her. Explode! A brilliant light flashed in Jiao Lan's beautiful eyes, and she lightly spat out a word from her mouth. The blue ribbons around her body turned into balls of blue flames that burst apart. A cold aura swept forth, and the blue flames instantly engulfed several tens of low-grade stem borers. As the blue flames gradually dissipated, a series of translucent blue stem borers were revealed, all of which were reduced to blue powder amid a string of dull thumps. A vicious light flashed through the Jiangdan giant stem borer's eyes upon seeing this, and it drew a sharp intake of breath as its body swelled drastically in size. A pair of long and narrow black feelers also sprouted from either side of its head. The 2 feelers twisted in midair before transforming into a large cloud of dark green mist that surrounded Callan from either side. Callan gritted her teeth at the sight of the Jiangdan giant stem borers, and she activated the ribbons around her with even greater ferocity. At the same time, over 10,000 kilometers away, a streak of azure light was hurtling toward Callan at high speed. The person within the streak of light was none other than Sha Tongtian. He wore a grave expression on his face, and he was already unleashing all of the sword chi beneath his feet while summoning a rare flying talisman. However, he was still very far away from Callan. Bang! The last blue ribbon on Callan's arm was also shattered by a huge force. Her body staggered a few steps back before she could stabilize herself. Her pretty face was deathly pale. She was a fake core cultivator, but she had been forced to detonate several top-grade magic treasure prototypes in order to survive the onslaught of a Jiangdan stem borer and hundreds of low-grade stem borers. At this moment, her face was abnormally pale, and the surface of her clothes was faintly covered with strands of golden lightning. Just then, she had used a heavenly lightning note given to her by the peak master of Ethereal Summit, but the spell attacks had little effect on the stem borers. Although they managed to kill a lot of the stem borers, most of them were low-level stem borers. The stem borers above the crystallization period and the real pellet state stem borer were still safe and sound, still surrounding him. Seeing that Callan had lost her protective blue light, the Jiangdan stem borer let out an excited roar. It opened its mouth and spat out a cloud of green flames toward her. Callan's body moved and was just about to dodge when her slender body suddenly trembled, aggravating one of her injuries. She opened her mouth and spat out mouthfuls of blood, and her eyes couldn't help but darken. Right at this moment, a black figure arrived with a flash, blocking in front of Jiao Lan. Callan was startled, but when she saw the figure in front of her, her pretty face was instantly filled with disbelief. The black figure merely raised a hand, and a purple sword light shot out. In a blur, it turned into a dense cloud of purple sword shadows that instantly covered an area with a radius of 1,000 feet. A loud whistling sound rang out, the ball of green flames was immediately extinguished by the sword light, and the Jiangdan stem borer head was the first to bear the brunt of the sword light. It let out a horrified shriek as a large swath of green light emerged from its body, condensing into a green light shield that protected its entire body. The black figure snorted coldly, and the purple sword. Shadows that had landed on the Jiangdan stem borer flashed before converging into a huge purple sword shadow that was several hundred feet in length. It then spun around the head of the Jiangdan stem borer at lightning speed. Crack! The green light shield around the Jiangdan stem borer's body was torn apart like paper. The Jiangdan stem borer's eyes widened, and its head tilted to the side as it silently tumbled to the ground. Then, the huge purple sword exploded with a loud bang, transforming into a dense cloud of sword lights that swept in all directions, killing all the surrounding stem borers in one fell swoop. Following a string of blood-curdling cries, all of the stem borers were instantly riddled with holes, and the dozens of stem borers were all slain in an instant. The black figure waved a hand, and the sky full of purple sword shadows flashed before transforming back into a streak of purple sword light. It then slowly turned around to reveal that it was none other than Lu Ming. Lu, Callan bit down on her cherry lips as a hint of excitement flashed through her beautiful eyes. Even though she was trying her best to maintain a calm expression, she was unable to conceal the excitement on her face. Junior Marshal Sister Callan. Lu Ming smiled in response. He was also a little excited, but he was much calmer than Callan. All of a sudden, his gaze fell upon Callan, and a peculiar look appeared in his eyes. Callan faltered slightly as she sensed Lu Ming's strange expression. She looked down at her own body, and a blush suddenly appeared on her face. Her clothes had been torn in many places during her battle with the stemborers, and even though it wasn't to the point where she was completely unclothed, a large patch of her fair skin was revealed. In particular, there was a gaping hole in the front of her clothes, revealing a pair of snow-white, voluptuous mounds. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly, and he turned to look in a certain direction. He coughed lightly as he took off his azure robe and tossed it over Callan's body to cover her body. Callan lowered her head and allowed Lu Ming to do as he pleased. Right at this moment, a streak of azure light shot forth, and Sha Tongtian's figure was revealed after a few flashes of azure light. Junior Marshal Sister Callan, are you alright? Sha Tongtian had an anxious expression on his face, and he was just about to walk over when he suddenly saw Lu Ming's figure and the stemborer corpses all over the ground. His expression changed, and he stopped speaking. Oh, it's Brother Sha, long time no see. Lu Ming put a robe over Callan's shoulders and tidied up her somewhat messy hair. He then waved his hand to take out another azure robe and put it on. He glanced at Sha Tongtian indifferently. His majestic magic power circulated slightly, and a terrifying spiritual pressure instantly enveloped the surroundings. Callan's beautiful eyes flashed, and she gripped her azure robe tightly as she stared fixedly at Lu Ming, as if she couldn't tolerate anyone else. Sha Tongtian stared at Lu Ming. Seeing his intimate actions with Callan, and sensing the spiritual pressure from Lu Ming that was faintly close to the celestial phenomenon level, his long and narrow face couldn't help but become distorted. It seems that Brother Sha is fine. I have already cleaned up the stemborers here. If Brother Sha wants to earn some credit, please go somewhere else. Lu Ming said with a faint smile. He waved one hand, and a black gas rose from his body, wrapping his and Callan's figures. They turned into a black light and flew towards the Thousand Spirit Mountain range. Jin Dan, Sha Tongtian watched Lu Ming and Jin Dan go away. He clenched his fists tightly, and his body was trembling. He knew in his heart that in the face of absolute strength, he had lost the last glimmer of hope. The black light that Lu Ming turned into flew thousands of miles away, and landed in a small valley near the Thousand Spirit Mountain range. They looked at each other silently. Lu Ming looked at the beauty in front of him, and he didn't know what to say for a while. Callan looked at Lu Ming faintly, and there was a hint of sadness in her expression. Suddenly, she frowned, revealing a trace of pain. Lu Ming's heart moved, and he quickly held Callan's jade hand. A majestic spiritual power surged out and injected into Callan's body. Callan's expression eased, and a grand warm current quickly circulated in her body. The injuries on her body slowly recovered with the help of this spiritual power. You sit down and adjust your breath first. This is a Yin attribute healing elixir. It is quite compatible with your physique, so it should be helpful. Lu Ming helped Callan to sit down slowly, and he took out a gray elixir, exuding a faint Yin qi fluctuation. The woman took the elixir without saying a word. She raised her head and swallowed it, then she silently ran her martial arts. Lu Ming stood aside to protect her. His eyes fell on the beautiful face of the woman, and a complicated expression flashed in his eyes. After half an hour, Callan's complexion looked a lot better. She slowly stopped and stood up. How are you? Is there any discomfort? Lu Ming looked up and down at Callan, then he pulled her wrist and injected a spiritual power into her body. I'm fine. I just had some spiritual power shock, which caused some internal injuries in my body. Your elixir is very effective. It's not a big problem now. I can recover after a day of rest. Callan turned her eyes and saw Lu Ming's concerned look. She smiled and said while fixing her hair. Lu Ming's spiritual power explored Callan's body. After confirming that she was really fine, he nodded and retracted his arm. Brother Lu, you said that you were just going to the evil ghost realm to train, but you have been gone for decades. Don't you have anything to say to me? Callan stared at Lu Ming's eyes with her beautiful eyes. I'm sorry, Junior Sister Callan. I didn't want to be wandering outside all these years. Lu Ming sighed, took a step forward, and gently held Callan's soft hands. Where have you been all these years? I heard from senior sister Xiaowu of your fallen serene peak that you disappeared in a battle in the evil ghost realm. The sect sent people to search for you for a long time, but they found nothing. Everyone thought you had unfortunately died in it. Callan asked softly with a faint blush on Callan's face. It's a long story. At that time, Lu Ming smiled bitterly. He immediately talked about how he was chased by the Tianxiang ghost clan, then drifted to the netherworld realm, went through a chance encounter, formed the Jin Dan, and finally returned to the Middle Sky continent with the help of Green Spirit. He even mentioned what happened in the southern wilderness. It turns out that so many things happened in between. Callan listened to the ups and downs of Lu Ming over the years, and her eyes flickered. Then not only have you successfully formed your core, but you have also cultivated to the realm of the Jin Dan intermediate stage? Callan asked while biting her lips. And I'm now at the peak of the Jin Dan intermediate stage. I'm probably not far from advancing to the later stage. Lu Ming smiled slightly and said frankly. Jin Dan intermediate stage. When Jiao Lan heard that, he sucked in a breath of cold air, abnormally shocked. It had been less than 50 years since Lu Ming entered the evil ghost realm, yet he had broken through 2 realms in succession. This was no longer a matter of talent or spiritual vein. Once he successfully advanced to the Jin Dan advanced stage, this situation was definitely rare even in the history of Taiching Gate. The battle against the Stemborers is basically over, but this area is still a bit dangerous. Junior sister, why don't you follow me back to the sect first? Lu Ming glanced in the direction of Taiching Gate and said. Alright, but I have to send a message to Master first, lest she worries. Callan finally suppressed the shock in her heart and agreed obediently. She flipped her hand and took out a white talisman. She put it next to her lips and whispered a few words. With a wave of her hand, the talisman turned into a white light and sped away. Seeing this, Lu Ming smiled. He waved his hand, and a black gas wrapped the two of them. They circled in the air and galloped away. 2 hours later, on the misty peak of Taiching Gate, a black light sped from afar. After a few flashes, the light faded, revealing the figures of Lu Ming and Callan. The misty peak was empty at the moment, and there was no one in sight. I sneaked into Dawnfall Peak under the order of the Skyspear Sect Master. Although the mission has been successfully completed, I still have to report to him personally. Lu Ming turned his head and said softly. I understand, you have things to do first. A trace of reluctance flashed in Callan's eyes, but she still nodded. On the way back to the mountain, Lu Ming had roughly explained his mission to Jiao Lan. Anyway, now that the encirclement battle was over, there was no need to continue to keep it a secret. Lu Ming nodded to Callan, then turned into a black light and flew toward the main peak of the Taiching Gate. As Callan watched Lu Ming's figure disappear into the distance, a blurry look flashed across her eyes. She then sighed, turned around and walked towards the main hall of Ethereal Peak. Not long after, Lu Ming arrived at the square in front of the main hall of the Taiching Gate. As soon as he landed, he heard Immortal Tianji's voice. His expression changed, and he hurriedly walked toward the side of the hall. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Taoist Master Tiangu was sitting on the main seat in the inner chamber of a side hall that was more than 100 feet in size. His face was also brimming with faint joy. Lu Ming, you really did not disappoint us. Not only did you successfully complete the mission given to you by the sect, but you also lured away a celestial phenomenon Stemborer? Taoist Master Tiangu said with a smile as he took a sip of spirit tea. Sect Master is too kind. I only did what I could for the sect, Lu Ming said humbly, not mentioning that he not only lured away the celestial phenomenon Stemborer but also killed it. After all, it was too shocking that a Jin Dan intermediate stage could kill a celestial phenomenon Stemborer. Since you have done this, the sect will naturally not mistreat you. Suddenly, a low voice sounded. The void in the side hall fluctuated, and a black spatial crack suddenly appeared. A gray-robed young man slowly walked out of it. Greetings, Elder Xianyu. Taoist Master Tiangu bowed. Disciple greets Elder Xianyu. Lu Ming also bowed respectfully. Elder Xianyu waved his hand indifferently, indicating that there was no need to stand on ceremony. He walked to the main seat and sat down. After Elder Xianyu sat down, Taoist Master Tiange also sat down on the secondary seat, while Lu Ming stood below with his hands behind his back. Lu Ming, you have made a great contribution in this battle by sealing the Stembora race's spatial tunnel. I heard from Tiange that this mission was an esoteric disciple trial that he had arranged for you. Since you have completed this mission, you are now an esoteric disciple of our sect. Old Ancestor Xuanyu said calmly. Thank you, Elder Xianyu. Lu Ming was overjoyed and hurriedly bowed. With your contribution, an esoteric disciple reward is not enough. I have prepared something special for you. Elder Xianyu unhurriedly took out a crystal-clear jade box from his sleeve and casually tossed it out. The jade box spun in the air and landed steadily in Lu Ming's hand. Lu Ming hesitated for a moment before opening the jade box. Inside lay a pair of palm-sized, emerald-green wings. They looked like cicada wings and were crystal clear, emitting a faint green light. The cicada wings were carved with some strange spirit patterns that he had never seen before. Occasionally, there would be streams of air flowing back and forth on both sides of the cicada wings, making them look extremely agile. This is called cicada crystal wings. It is a flying magic treasure that I used many years ago. Keep it for self-defense, Elder Xianyu said calmly. Cicada crystal wings. Taoist Master Tiange was shocked. Martial Nephew Lu, you're really lucky. This cicada crystal wing is an extremely rare flying treasure. It's made from a large piece of top-grade wind-attributed cicada crystal, plus a variety of precious materials, using a special method to refine it. Once activated, the cicada crystal wings will burn itself to advance rapidly. Its speed is so fast that almost no one below the mystic and lightning realm can match it. Other than teleportation and teleportation treasures that can travel through space, it is difficult to find a flying magic treasure that is faster than the cicada crystal wings. Even among celestial phenomenon cultivators, this is an extremely rare life-saving treasure. Taoist Master Tiange turned to look at Lu Ming and shook his head with a sigh. Thank you, Elder Xianyu. Lu Ming hurriedly bowed to express his gratitude. He did not have many life-saving methods, so this item was extremely suitable for him. It is quite easy to control. You only need to refine it yourself to maximize its effect. However, the cicada crystal wings is a consumable treasure. Every time you use it, it will burn the cicada crystal's energy. If you exceed the number of times you use it, it will disappear completely. You have to use it wisely, the gray-robed young man added slowly. Yes, thank you for reminding me, Elder Xianyu, disciple will remember. Lu Ming replied respectfully. He immediately closed the jade box and put it away carefully. For him, it was more than enough to use it several times. After all, he would not provoke those powerful enemies for no reason. Although the invasion of the Stembora race is a catastrophe, it is also a kind of opportunity. If you can hone your mind in this catastrophe, it will be of great benefit to you young cultivators on the road of cultivation. Elder Xianyu said meaningfully. Yes, disciple will definitely do his best in this great calamity. Lu Ming looked startled, but he immediately thought quickly and said. Good, it's good that you understand. Now that your body is full of spiritual power, you have cultivated to the peak of Jin Dan intermediate stage. The next step is to advance to Jin Dan advanced stage. In my Tai Ching Gate, although there are many Jin Dan disciples, there are very few who cultivate as fast as you. However, if you progress too quickly, your cultivation base may become unstable. If you have any questions regarding your cultivation, you can ask me now. A smile finally appeared on Patriarch Xianyu's face, and he spoke in a seemingly casual manner. Hearing this, Lu Ming was overjoyed. His master, Yin Jiuling, was only at the Jin Dan perfect stage. He was naturally not on the same level as the mighty figure in ethereal enlightenment. Although Luo who was knowledgeable, he would not teach Lu Ming anything other than facing a life and death test. As such, he naturally had to grasp this opportunity. Thus, he raised a few questions about his cultivation, and Elder Xianyu answered them one by one. After hearing this, he felt as if he had been enlightened, and he had a clearer understanding of his future path of cultivation. Hearing Elder Xianyu's answers, Taoist Master Tiange couldn't help but fall into deep thought. By the way, disciple has one more thing to report to Grandmaster Xianyu and Tiange sect leader. Lu Ming was excited, then he suddenly remembered something. He told them what he knew about the stem-borer queen. Taoist Master Tiange was shocked to hear this, but Elder Xianyu's expression was very calm, and he said confidently, I've already searched the souls of other high-grade stem-borers. I've already searched the souls of other high-grade stem-borers, and all of the mystic and lightning cultivators on the continent have banded together to come up with a plan to deal with the stem-borer queen, so don't worry. Yes. Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief upon hearing this. There were at least 20 to 30 ethereal enlightenment cultivators on the Middle Sky continent, and if all of them joined forces, the stem-borer queen would be no match for them no matter how powerful it was. Don't tell anyone about the stem-borer queen in case it causes panic among the ordinary disciples. I'm sure you know what to do, Elder Xianyu warned as he took a glance at Lu Ming. Yes, disciple understands, Lu Ming hurriedly agreed. After that, Lu Ming and the two important figures of the Taiqing Gate conversed for a while before departing. As for the promotion to an esoteric disciple, Taoist Master Tiange said that he would send someone to the fallen Serene Peak to handle the handover. As soon as Lu Ming left the side palace, Taoist Master Tianji's expression immediately became grave. Exalted Elder Xianyu, do the elders really have a plan to deal with the stem-borer queen? It's not that simple. I only said that to appease my disciples. According to our speculation, the stem-borer queen's true body has most likely surpassed the ethereal enlightenment state and is at the legendary eternal life state. The ethereal enlightenment state stem-borer queen that Mukong, Feng Qing, and I expended a tremendous amount of effort to kill was only one of its clones, so if its true body were to descend upon us, we wouldn't be able to oppose it at all, Elder Xianyu said with a wry smile. Eternal life state? Taoist Master Tiange was naturally shocked to hear this. However, you don't have to worry too much. According to the information we've gathered so far, the stem-borer queen seems to have yet to fully recover from its injuries, and it possesses too much spiritual power, so it most likely won't be able to break open a spatial passageway and descend into the Middle Sky continent. At most, it can send some of its clones over, which gives us a great opportunity. As for the stem-borer queen, Senior Marshal Brother Mu has already contacted the other sects to discuss it, Elder Xianyu said. If all of the sects join forces, we might not have to fear the stem-borer queen clones. Taoist Master Tianji's brows eased slightly upon hearing this. End of chapter 1148. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.